They're now secure in the number 6 spot by 1 game over the LA Clippers as they beat an undermanned San Antonio squad 148-106. But if you look at it from a Warrior viewpoint, just the level of play that they showed tonight is a very good sign. Even the win in New Orleans the other night was a win, but it wasn't a great game for Golden State tonight. They put together a really, really good contest and come away with the victory tonight.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors 117. Check that. I have the wrong one. Do I have the right one up right here? No, I don't. Check that. Strike that. Reverse it as I go Willy Wonka here. I don't know what just happened to my screen, Joe Shasky. I get in here and then the screen just breaks on me. And maybe that's just, par for the course as I'm just getting destroyed in the KPIX bracket challenge. All my picks are out of whack. But I say good morning to you. Good morning to all you lovely listeners. Just getting off work, getting ready for school. It was storming this morning. It woke me up, Joe Shasky. The wind, the rain, all of it. It was just so beautiful as I left you last Wednesday. It got ugly, it got grimy, but you know what? Down in New Orleans, you right the ship. And then yesterday in San Antonio, might have had your biggest complete performance I've seen from this Golden State Warriors squad all season long. They dropped 44 points in that first quarter and absolutely just outside of the Kuminga injury, and we'll get to it, I was very impressed with the level of leadership from that team. No nonsense. After that scare in New Orleans on Friday, where we all thought, are they really going to lose to a G League team without Zion, without Trey Murphy, without all these big name players? You're going to do that in the Big Easy after you've already lost to the Atlanta Hawks. You've already lost to the Miami Heat. Well, it was supposed to be a revenge game, quite frankly. You lose that one, and 148-106, excuse me. You lose that, and then you're going to go to lose in the Big Easy, and then all of a sudden you're starting this road trip 0-3. They didn't do that. They won on Friday, win yesterday. You're 2-2, and now these next 4 games may in fact dictate not only the regular season and how the season's going to end, but the playoffs. Yeah, this is the playoff push now, Joe Shasky, and I'm feeling it on this Monday. It's the last day of March. April is approaching. Playoffs are approaching. March Madness is ending, and now it's time to start getting into that playoff mindset. This hasn't been a playoff mindset team now, mind you, in 2 years. They were a play-in team last year, Joe Shasky. They didn't make a playoff series. So yeah, they're clinging to a 6 seed right now, and it's very important just to get a series for the mentals, not only for you, Joe Shasky, the fan base, but the players to lock this thing in. You made the big trade. You're 18-4 now in the Jimmy Butler era when he plays. Can they sustain this? Because you're going to be playing big boys now. This isn't the Spurs. This isn't the Pelicans. It's the Grizzlies tomorrow. It's the Lakers Thursday. It's the Nuggets Friday. It's the Rockets on Sunday. I said all that to say good morning to you, Joe Shasky, and it's nut up or shut up time.
Well, let's break down the game that just happened. So, I thought it was their best first quarter in what felt like forever, even though their record's been absolutely outstanding. When shots are falling for this team, the ball movement works, and it looks great, and the ball hopping looks incredible. When shots aren't falling or guys are afraid because they've missed a bunch of shots, what do we end up getting? A lot of shot clock violations. End of the shot clock hoists, as I call them.
Too unselfish. I want some more selfish.
Well, yesterday I thought the first couple plays of the game, kind of set the tone for how it was going to play out. The first bucket was a Jimmy Butler come up and screen for Pods, slip. Pods throws it to Draymond. Draymond throws the dive pass to Jimmy Butler. Backdoor, bang, layup. Then Pods comes up, boom, hits a decisive 3. And it kind of set the tone for him offensively. When he's hitting threes, he looks like a completely different player with the crazy red nose and the sunburned face that the guy's got going on right now. I don't know if you guys saw.
Rudolph.
Did you see the thing on Instagram and all over the social media? There's a meme going around.
Very specific. Did you see that thing on Instagram that's a meme?
It's Pods on one side. It's Pods on one side, and it's the Wet Bandits from Home Alone.
He does look like Marv, doesn't he?
Marv's face is completely burned out at the end, and I swear to God, it's hilarious.
That's pretty good.
And the poor guy was talking with Bonte and Mully and Festus after the game, and he was saying, yeah, I put whatever lotion all over my face, and I kept reapplying, and I still got cooked. So, I mean, he looked gross. But I thought Moody was outstanding in this one. And for him to hit a couple of shots from the outside, I think quietly, one of the things that's kind of subdued their offense is Moody not hitting shots. And when he's hitting buckets and Buddy Hield's hitting buckets and the big three are just, stable, I mean, their offense looks outstanding.
That was, again, the most complete first quarter, complete third quarter, just complete performance I've seen from this team. All players in double figures, all starters in double figures, I should say. 14 points for Draymond, 13 for Jimmy. We'll get to Jimmy Butler. There's a conversation we have there, but efficient nonetheless there. Steph, the guy that barely even scored in the first quarter, if that, just a bucket or two, didn't matter. They were just blowing this team out, and that's what you need to do against the Spurs squad. Back end of a back-to-back. No Wemby. And when I heard that, by the way, on the first thing I heard on the broadcast, because I'm not paying attention to Spurs basketball. I'm not paying attention to what they're doing. I'm just focused on the Golden State Warriors right now and any other primetime game that's maybe on, and I'll catch that. But when I heard on the opening broadcast, the Spurs are coming off the back end of a back-to-back, I was like, well, they don't have Wemby or De'Aaron Fox. They're cooked. You're relying on old man Chris Paul in your starting lineup. Like, come on. That's what you should do to a team like that yesterday, wearing those interesting jerseys that I kind of liked, by the way. The little light baby blue was kind of like a throwback to the 70s styles. I enjoyed those uniforms. I enjoyed the court. I thought it was cool. Had a 70s vibe to it. I'm not mad at it. And it's a lot better to enjoy an opposing team's jerseys when you're winning than when you're losing. And the Warriors came out. And by the way, I think that was the first time yesterday. And I saw the stat across. It was the first time since like the 70s that 3 NBA teams won and all of them dropped 140 points or more. I think it was the Warriors, the Hawks, and I'm missing the third team. But it just goes to show yesterday that it was an offensive firepower. And a lot happened yesterday. We'll get to it. Jonathan Kuminga re-injuring the same ankle he hurt and was out for the last few months prior to a couple weeks ago. So he injures that ankle again. They're calling it ankle soreness. And just judging from how Steve Kerr was sounding after the game, we'll hear from Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, doesn't sound like it's going to be just a game or two thing. Again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope he gets some rest and there's not a lot of swelling. We shall see. But when I first saw him fall down, I thought it was a tailbone, the way he fell. I didn't think it was the ankle. Then you see the replay, it's like, So something that kept him out, an ankle sprain that kept him out for months, Joe Shasky, in 30-plus games, was it? Like, are we looking at a no Jonathan Kuminga heading into the playoffs? And we've heard from all the media, all the Anthony Slaters of the world who cover the team, all the different, pundits that said, man, you're going to need this guy in a series against maybe a Lakers or a Thunder or a Grizzlies. Like, you might not have that guy, Joe Shasky. And I guess we'll get to it at some point today because there's a lot I want to get to. By the way, the Giants with a series victory over the weekend. They're a very fun team right now. The San Francisco Giants are a fun team, folks. Get on the bandwagon now if you haven't. But I don't know how big of a blow this is for this team without Jonathan Kuminga because we really didn't even see all that much with him when he was here with Jimmy Butler. So it's very hard for me to sit here and say, oh, man, what a brutal blow. Is it? I don't know. And I don't want to sound like I'm like being insensitive. It sucks that he's out because I want to see what he can be with this team. But I just don't know how big of a blow it is because when he's out there, it didn't look all that great to begin with. Right? Like,
well, I thought Friday night he was really good.
Sure. He had some moments. Like, he's had some moments, but would you call this whole thing since the JK return, like, great?
No, it's been clunky.
Thank you.
But I would also say that I think the top dogs have not played well coinciding with his return, whether he's on the floor or not.
Sure.
Like Jimmy Butler has been kind of flying under the radar here. You got Jimmy Butler for big-time games, and it feels like Jimmy Butler has yet to put his kind of stamp of approval on a lot of games where they could have really used him. I thought Friday night, Kuminga, Jimmy Butler did a great job rebounding, just paying attention to the rebounding because that team came out on Friday night in New Orleans and they were just taking it to the Warriors. I was pulling my hair out. And then obviously when Post started playing well, Steph had moments and they stabilized things and they win going away. Yesterday, Kuminga was fine, and then he went down, and to your point, I thought he hurt his butt. Yeah, just like Steph.
I thought it was a Steph pelvic contusion was what they called it. Yeah.
It looked bad, and the way he landed, bang, right on his butt. I'm seeing people going, "Oh, he should have passed the ball."
Oh God!
Come on, this is an unfortunate play. The poor guy can't catch a break right now. And yeah, is there a
We're
reality?
blaming the guy for getting hurt now. Is that what fans do? God, just
Well, people are, they're entrenched in
he
their
should have
beliefs.
passed the ball. How dare he fall and get hurt?
They're entrenched in their beliefs, and that's fine.
man.
But
What are we doing?
I did see the guy make a concerted effort Friday night to just box out. Because I think one of the areas that very athletic players, whether they're playing in grammar school, high school, college, pros, whatever, when you're relying on your athleticism, you're accustomed to being able to just out-jump people. And I think Jonathan Kuminga really sucks at boxing out. If we're just getting into the weeds, right? Draymond is excellent at boxing out.
I can't tell you the last time Kuminga had a double-digit rebounds. He just doesn't do it. For a guy that's that big, 6'7", 225 pounds, like, it's kind of shocking. Like,
Yeah.
Brandon Podziemski, like, does that every other game, it feels like. And I get it, different positions.
Well, but Potts is a great example. But,
Yeah.
is Draymond a double-digit rebounder?
I don't think so, no. But he does a lot of other things that,
But that's where I'm going with this. Is like Draymond will box two guys out, and someone else will come and get that rebound, like a Podziemski, like a Looney.
Yes.
I call it the cleanup rebounds,
Yes.
right? Not all rebounds are created equal. And so I think one area that is a huge area of growth for Jonathan is boxing out. And it sounds so simplistic, but it's real. And I thought he did a much, much better job boxing out on Friday night. And I wanted to see what he would look like over this little 8-game stretch that they have, which is the most important 8-game stretch of the last, 3 years, it feels like?
I mean, it's the 8-game you can go, absolutely. But I'm looking at these next 4 games, Joe Shasky, all against teams that are ahead of you in the Western Conference right now. And as we look at the Western Conference, that's why I opened up the show saying it's nut up or shut up time, because this is the final stretch. It's the final countdown. It's Europe. Can we have that as the rejoin next time, please? All-time banger. So we got Thunder. They've locked up that number 1 seed. They've been the number 1 seed for quite some time. They've won 9 in a row, by the way. They're just ridiculous. Shea's probably going to win the MVP.
And should.
We'll get in. That's a conversation we could have when it happens.
I mean, they're 10 games over everyone else in the conference.
It's been an amazing season.
I think you need to reward him.
Okay. Not Jokic, who's had a better individual
Jokic's been
season.
great. He's been great. But like at some level, you have to, also reward the team, excelling above and beyond. Because if he was my player and he was on clearly the best team in the Western Conference, I think that I would want him to be rewarded.
It's always an interesting conversation because I feel like if you take Shea off the Thunder, they're still going to be a top 5 seed in the Western Conference. If you took Jokic off the Nuggets, I think they'd be struggle to make the play.
They beat the Warriors without Jokic.
They did. No, they did. But then they also, after that game, Joe Shasky got humbled with like without Jokic against the Chicago Bulls. So I hear you on that, but real quick, going back
using that algorithm, it would be LeBron James 20 years in a row or something.
Exactly.
There's
it's
got to be more to it.
It's a narrative based, like Ramona Shelburne said that years ago. Yeah, I vote via the narrative. So there's a lot baked into that. I hear you.
At times there's like, hey, most valuable, and then at times I also believe
most outstanding, like
or best player on the best team.
Right.
There's a few ways that I kind of delineate it, and I don't think there's any one way to have for MVP. That being said,
they have that for the college, right? It's most outstanding player of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's going to be Cooper Flagg, probably, if they keep going. Like
pretty special.
By the way, all chalk. If you guys had that in your brackets, first time since 2008, all number 1 seeds in the Final Four. So can't wait for that. We got Duke going up. Check that. We got Duke going up against Houston. Kelvin Sampson's crew.
Love the Houston jerseys.
They're so clean.
Simplistic.
Yeah.
Just a little cursive. I mean, it looks very elegant, just really gorgeous uniforms.
And then Auburn and Florida. We got an SEC matchup there. This guy's insane.
Well, and against Todd Golden,
yeah.
A lot of people from San Francisco were out there rooting on Todd Golden. My buddy Brent is huge friends with him and with him and his wife because their kids were in the same class together. And there was a huge contingent of Florida fans that were rooting him on, and good for Todd, dude.
I'm calling it now. It's probably going to be Duke and Florida. I think those have been the best 2 teams all season long. I think those are going to be the best 2 teams that I've seen in the tournament thus far. Houston's very good. Auburn are very good. I just think Duke and Florida are better. I think Cooper Flagg. I mean, you were on this. I was on this. Just that guy, the best player on the best team.
Well, they've got other guys. Proctor or whatever is really good.
But
Cooper 7-footer.
Cooper Flagg's the best American prospect since Zion Williamson, a guy who also played for Duke. And we've all been touting this guy since the NBA select team when we saw a 17-year-old is banging up against the LeBron Jameses of the world.
Handle, size, shooting, court vision.
And he came into this injured.
And way tougher than you think.
Very
in the paint.
tough.
Can finish with both hands. I'm a huge fan.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, because I'm a huge fan of Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, which we are streaming on, Joe Shasky, all day long and all week long right here, 95.7 The Game, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we're coming at you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. If you want to catch any of those games, go to Laughing Monk and watch all of them. I'm sure there's a lot of Duke fans around here, a lot of Florida, a lot of Auburn, a lot of Houston, like a lot of big brands there. And that is something I'm excited about. I do love like one or two teams that are like Cinderellas, but there is something about the best playing the best. And that's what we're going to be seeing this Saturday, April 5th on CBS. So I cannot wait for that. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Going back to the Western Conference, though, you got the Thunder as the 1 seed. You got the Rockets as the 2 seed. Nuggets, Lakers, Grizzlies, who lost to the Lakers over the weekend. And then the Warriors, 1 game ahead of the Clippers in the 8th spot and a half-game lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves, who, by the way, that you see that kind of brawl, not really brawl, with the Pistons, all those people getting ejected. I saw Pablo Prigioni. I didn't think he was still in the league, but apparently he's a coach now with the Minnesota Timberwolves. He got ejected. JB Bickerstaff got ejected.
Isaiah Stewart. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Why do we see Isaiah Stewart's name when it's never basketball related? It's all the extracurriculars with Isaiah Stewart.
He's a throwback goon.
Yes, and he was going at Steph. Remember, he gave him a little shove when he played a couple weeks ago when Detroit was in town. That was a very playoff gritty performance and a win for the Warriors just a few weeks ago at Chase Center. So Western Conference is tight.
Yeah, it is tight. I think the big thing for the Golden State Warriors, and for me in the first quarter, hitting shots. It's the most like, oh, it's a make or miss league. And
confidence.
No. This team, if you're going to run the motion offense and you're going to be predicated on ball movement and guys cutting and whatever, no one is going to honor you from beyond the arc if you're not hitting shots. When Buddy's hitting shots, when Pods is hitting shots, and Moody's hitting shots, they're a completely different team. And then you see Moody moving without the ball. He had a vicious dunk the other night, but you see him moving without the ball behind the rim, cutting baseline over and over and over again. You see clearly that Pods, the floor opens up for him when he's hitting shots. When Quentin Post is hitting shots, the floor opens up for others. When Buddy Hield is hitting shots, they just look like a completely different team. And then they can get all the backdoor cuts that you were so accustomed to for a decade that have dried up when you're not shooting. And so it was really good. And I think one of the biggest developments is that the others around Steph Curry, around Draymond Green, and even Dre hit a 3, around Jimmy Butler, were all hitting shots. You just need a couple of those guys to be proficient from beyond the arc, and the whole entire offense opens up and flows. So we could talk about Kuminga's injury, and I know it's a big one, and I have a lot of Kuminga questions. I have Jimmy Butler questions, but if the other guys are all hitting threes, the whole floor opens up for them. And then the offense that they definitely want to run just looks beautiful. The ball movement was beautiful yesterday, and I thought it was infectious and carried over to the defensive end.
I mean, that's ultimately going to be the question for this team, and whether they could win a series, win 2, or get all the way to the NBA Finals or the Western Conference Finals is the others. I know what I'm going to be getting from Stephen Curry. From push comes to shove, I know I'm going to be getting 25, 30-plus points. Like that. That's baked into what I feel like I'm going to be getting from Stephen Curry. Jimmy Butler, I think I know what I'm going to be getting come playoff Jimmy time. Now that kind of scares me. Like we keep waiting.
Well, guess what? Right now is playoff time.
Well, no, this is the playoffs.
I mean, so Jimmy needs to wake up.
These next 4 games, I'm looking at Jimmy big time to step up, because he was supposed to step up against the Atlanta Hawks. Didn't step up there. He's supposed to step up against the Miami Heat. Didn't step up there. The New Orleans Pelicans, okay. That's fine. And then yesterday,
he had the Big 10 rebounds. I thought he was really good situationally.
No, he was. And then yesterday, he didn't need his scoring acumen. He was 4 or 5. He had 13 points, 8 assists. Yeah. Everyone was on fire yesterday. Yeah. It didn't matter. When I watched that first quarter, I was like, oh, great. I can watch some White Lotus, the second to last episode of the season. By the way, a lot baked into that. And thank you, Golden State Warriors, for wrapping that thing up by the third quarter when they had like a 40-point lead. So that was nice. But these next 4 games are going to dictate a lot. And the others, I'm very curious, as you say, and it's not to mean like any disrespect. It's the others. It's the non-superstars, the Moses Moody's, the Brandon Podziemskis. No Jonathan Kuminga, obviously. We'll see how serious that injury as the day goes on. If there's going to be any reports there, we'll give you that information. But I'm very curious to see how they're going to perform starting tomorrow in Memphis against the Grizzlies. And then in La La Land against the Lakers, a team you might be facing in the first round, Joe Shasky. By the way, do you believe the new segment that is sweeping the nation? 7:30. So do you believe, we're going to be asking the fans, do you believe this team could go on a title run? We ask it after every single game, and we had a game yesterday. So there you go. The guests, by the way, Joe Shasky, are the people. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? So the Roasters, call or text 888-957-9570. Again, same number to call or text 888-957-9570. Warriors blow out the Spurs yesterday, 148-106. Jonathan Kuminga gets hurt, same ankle. He was out for a few months. How serious or how big of a blow is that for this team? We'll discuss that. Plus, the Giants got a series dub over the weekend over the Cincinnati Reds. Want to get Joe Shasky's thoughts on all of that. And it's going to be brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Podziemski for a three. It's up and good. Brandon Podziemski with another three. He had 4 in the third. And I believe that's a new career high for him for threes in a game, which would be 7.
Dub Nation is Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Brandon? Good morning to you. Good morning to all the listeners, all the roasters out there just waking up. It is a Monday here, and we're reacting to a 148-106 win over the San Antonio Spurs for the Golden State Warriors. Brandon Podziemski, team high 27 points, 7 of 9 from beyond the arc. That's a career high for him. 27 points is too shy of his career high overall. And tonight marked, last night marked his 5th 20-point outing of the season and 9th of his career. So that was great to see from Pods. Him and Moody combined for 47 points yesterday, Shasky. That was huge. I'm not going to expect that every single night. Again, it was just a recipe for success heading into it. Like, everything baked into it. No Wemby for the Spurs.
Yeah.
No De'Aaron Fox. They're on the back end of a back-to-back. Yeah, they're at home, but the Warriors, they had a sloppy game against the Pelicans. I think this was a get-right game in all the right ways for the Warriors yesterday, and they did it. There's something to be said about it like looking like a get-right game and then actually acting upon it, and it was very refreshing to see them do that from start to finish yesterday. They didn't let up at all.
No.
44 points, again, a season high in points scored in the first quarter, and it ties a season high for points scored in a quarter at all in any quarter for the Golden State Warriors. And everyone was hitting, whether it was Post, Podziemski, Moody, Steph barely even shot in the first quarter. He didn't even need 4 of 10 overall. He barely even needed to shoot. And that's a great thing. When I don't need to see a lot of Steph Curry and this offense is humming, that tells me things are rolling. Yeah, and that's what it was yesterday.
Pods, obviously we know that he's going to be a high energy guy. So the deflections, the taking charges, and, the rebounding, those things are all going to be there no matter what. His energy level doesn't seem to slump. But when he hits a couple shots, it really does change things. If you're going to start in this lineup and you're not going to hit any buckets, they're going to sag off you. You cannot be determined by the defense to be a non-shooter. And so if you're going to play with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green in heavy overlapping minutes, you cannot be the third non-shooter on the floor. You have to be a threat. And I don't think having 20 plus is a sustainable thing for him. 10 to 12. 10 to 12 is the sweet spot. Hit a 3, be able to knock down a midi if they give it to you, take that shot willingly. It's a big thing for him. Then I throw in Moody. If Moody's going to play, which the shot was falling for a couple of weeks, he looked great. I thought it was the best basketball he's played in his career. This is his best season in the NBA. I want to make that very clear.
Most consistent minutes.
Absolutely. But he did hit a little slump from the outside. And he was working hard. But if you're going to be the guy that's the left open man, you have to rhythmically hit these shots. And I think that not being a part of his game the last 7 or so games has been a subtle reason why the offense has looked so congested and so constipated. And him hitting buckets and Pods hitting buckets, bang, bang, wow. And it's like the floodgates opened up. And then you factor in, Quentin Post in the game before hitting shots. It's a big thing for this team. Buddy, we know. You live on the razor's edge with Buddy. He's either going to be awesome or he's going to be awful.
3 of 6 from three-point land yesterday.
He was awesome.
Yeah.
Right? He was awesome. And so when you have all those guys hitting, you score 150.
He was plus 30, Buddy Hield off the bench, 25 minutes for him, 8 of 12 overall for 19 points. Buddy buckets, 4 assists as well. And he's been getting it done on the defensive end as well as the offensive glass, driving to the hoop. And I saw a lot of that early on, just driving to the hoop, getting Draymond Green having a reverse layup, Moses Moody, tough finishes from everyone. And I was like, man, everything's falling for this team right now. They are not going to lose. And it was nice to watch that. And also over the weekend, Joe Shasky, it was also nice to watch some orange and black, also looking good, also not shooting themselves in the foot, and looking, dare I say, like a competent team, both offensively and defensively. 0 errors for the San Francisco Giants over the weekend as they take the series in Cincinnati, or as Guru calls it, the Natty. I don't know if anyone actually calls it. It's not like the national championship we call the Natty. I don't think anyone calls it the Natty. But Guru, I love you. He calls it that. He can get away with it. So you're 2-1 on the season.
So much.
It's early. Remember, what was it? Larry Baird joined you guys, the CEO of the Giants, saying, don't be a stranger this season when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. Don't be a stranger when it comes to watching the games. And I wasn't. And I enjoyed watching them over the weekend. Like this team, I used to watch them and say, like, oh boy, here's a little bit of adversity. It felt like a chore. And that's how it felt like watching the Warriors for the last couple of years prior to the Jimmy Butler acquisition. It felt like a chore to watch them. And for sure, the Giants, it felt like I was pulling my hair out. If they got to a runner on third base in scoring position less than 2 outs, it's like, oh, that guy's not coming home. Well, I think they might as well just try to steal home at this point. It's not going to happen. But I saw that a couple times this weekend. Wow. Situational baseball. Again, I go back 0 errors in a 3-game stretch. I don't know the last time they've done that. It's got to be quite some time. And just the vibes overall, it was great to see. I'm not overreacting. It was fun. It was a great series win. They're taking on the Houston Astros tonight in Houston, so we'll get all into that. But very nice to watch over the weekend, Josh. I know you and Mark Randy, I was listening, guys did a hell of a job opening day. You guys had Fleming on. You had Dave Dravecki. It was great. It was great.
It really was. Couple quick things. You talking about the defense. I mean, I think Sam Lubman went down the rabbit hole and was looking at different 3-game stretches.
Sam Lubman went down the rabbit hole?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and
I didn't know that.
He said it was really hard to find box scores where 3 consecutive days would pass and they didn't have an error. This team led baseball in errors the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. So being better defensively, this sounds like such a very simple thing, like catch the ball, right? Literally catch the ball, play catch. They're much better at that. And then having the element of speed. And we'll get to their pitching because they have a lot of pitching. And I loved what I saw from Camilo Doval. You want to talk about a guy who's as scrutinized as Jonathan Kuminga? The only one who's as close to scrutinized on the Giants as JK is, in terms of a young player who shows promise, is Camilo Doval. He was my bounce back guy before the season started. I thought the 9th inning yesterday was excellent. I'm so glad they went to him, blew away Ellie De La Cruz. Bang, bang. 2 first strikes right away. Bang, bang. Let's do it. And then he just plays around with them the rest of the at-bat and gets through. Elliot Ramos made a hell of a catch out in right field. He had a great weekend, Elliot Ramos. Boy, it looks like he's real. But the speed component, okay, the speed component. Fitzgerald reaches on a throwing error after, Cincinnati comes battling back, and Robbie Ray just completely short circuits on the pitch clock.
Yeah.
Just gets into his dome. He short circuits completely.
Pitchers, man. There's something about it. It's just some people, they can go through it, but certain pitchers, slight bit of adversity, they fall off.
Camilo Doval's whole season started off a couple years ago awful because of the pitch clock. He couldn't get out of Yankee Stadium.
Reds fans were counting down the pitch clock. Take a listen. We have it.
They did this to Camilo on the 9th, too. I thought it was brilliant by the fans.
They're counting down the pitch clock to Ray, and he walks him on 4.
I loved it.
The violation could well be living in his head. And here comes Bob Melvin. There goes Robbie Ray.
Wow.
It was definitely in his head.
Sound courtesy of Bally Sports Cincinnati.
He had a perfect game going up until the 5th inning. Even that's a little too early to call anything a perfect game, just for my liking, but both guys were sharp. They played great baseball this weekend, and I thought that Bob Melvin was on it. So Tyler Fitzgerald reaches on a throwing error because of the speed. The speed forces the tough throw from Ellie De La Cruz. Then what'd they do? In years past, they would have never done this because analytics tells you don't bunt. They bunt and have Lamont Wade, who had a horrible weekend. And I have a thought on the Giants regarding a big move that they can make. Just bookmark that.
I'll bookmark it.
They bunt him over to second. Then he sees something clearly, from the pitcher, and he takes third base. Now it gets overturned. They challenge the play. Overturned. He steals third base. When was the last time a Giant stole third base? Can't remember. Tyler Fitzgerald's going to steal 40 bags this year. All right? Then Willie Adames, big baseball play, 1 out, runner at third. In years past, the Giants pop up or strike out. He hits a fly ball. It's a simple thing. It's a sac fly. Now, he didn't have a great weekend offensively. That's a big league at bat. When I tell the youngsters who are trying to play on high school baseball, I go, that's a high school at bat. You want to drive in that run from third. Okay, boom, we get a couple runs back. Now they're up 5-3. Jung-Hoo Lee, soft little grounder to Matt McClain at second base. He beats it out.
I'm liking Jung-Hoo Lee.
He beats it out. All right. Chapman takes a walk. And here comes Elliot Ramos, who I thought was the player of the weekend. Had great catch out in the outfield. Obviously, the 2 home runs. Bang, he knocks him in. 6-3. Game's put away. Simple things like speed. We talk about this all the time. Do you believe in baseball principles, old school stuff? Speed and playing catch. That's what helped them win this weekend. Dare I say, The Giants are a first baseman away from being a factor. No, I'm dead real.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I
And
know you
I
are.
don't mean like
I know you
they're
are.
going to win the World Series. No, that's not. I'm talking about being a legitimate wild card playoff contender. I think that they go out and they need to go get a bat. Get a right-handed power bat who can be your first baseman or your DH to pair alongside a young ascending player when he eventually comes up. They are a power bat away at the DH or first base spot from being taken serious. Adames, Chapman, Fitzgerald looks the part. I love it. Jung-Hoo Lee, like obviously he's got a long way to go. Ramos is legit. They've got some solid pitching. They got a ton of young pitching in the minors. Make a big deal. Go get me a bat. I'm encouraged with the Giants.
I'm encouraged. I need to see more, and that's okay. And that's what's coming up in the game. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Thoughts on that? Thoughts on the Golden State Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga, though, Joe Shasky. Just as he was getting back into the swing of things, he gets hurt again. I want to discuss how big of a blow this is for the team, or even if it is that much of a blow going forward here, which sounds a little bit cruel, but I'm going to explain on the other side. 8 games to go. This 4-game stretch against Western Conference contenders is going to tell us a lot about this team. Is Jonathan Kuminga going to be there for any of them? We shall see. It's the Morning Roast. Come on back. 95.7 The Game.
To left, starting to carry, and it is out of here. Ramos with his second of the year, and the Giants are on the board.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Krug and Kipe on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area. Ramos with the jack there. He's looking like an all-star like he was last year. Elliot Ramos, Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni in here. It's the morning roast. We're rolling, baby. We're reacting to the Warriors winning their last 2 games after losing their first 2 on their 6-game road trip. Big game tomorrow against the Memphis Grizzlies, but a big weekend for the San Francisco Giants as well. So we have not 1, but 2 Bay Area squads winning a couple games over the weekend, and we will shout them out when they do that. It was just very refreshing to watch a Giants game that was clean. It was exciting, and they won. Like, it's one thing to have a clean game and, you get some runs and some exciting, but you lose. Like, I felt like I watched that a lot with the Giants. Like, they would go on some runs. It was like, okay, you're showing me something here. The pop's back a little bit. They did that at times last year. Remember when Fitzgerald was on fire? It's like, wow, okay,
yeah,
they're showing me something. But then they'd always revert back to the mean. Like, that's still what I'm waiting for this team. Like, a couple games here and there, it's nice. Turning into a couple weeks, Joe Shasky, that's a trend. Maybe I'll start paying attention more and more to see the realistic likelihood that this is a team that I could, be excited about a couple months from now. And again, if they do it for a couple of months, that is what a team becomes. Like, that is something that I could grab a hold to, gravitate towards, and say, you know what? I'm all in on this team. I think that's what Giants fans have been missing these last couple seasons. After that, obviously, 2021 was amazing. It was fun. We all loved it. But we also knew there was kind of an expiration date on that. Like, there was also, it was a little bit, not to say fully fugazi, but a little fugazi. And we saw it come to a culmination in a 5-game series loss to the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that was a gut punch. You have that famous picture of you standing in the stands, right? That was the high watermark of the Farhan Zaidi era, was losing in 5 games to the Los Angeles Dodgers, and Cody Bellinger having that seeing eye single up the middle, that weak contact off Camilo Duvall, who, by the way, looked good yesterday in a save, and looks like his swagger is back. I don't know if we're going to have the light show anymore with him going forward back at Oracle Park, but it was nice to see his confidence, Matt Chapman's confidence, Elliot Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, a guy that I've been saying, can he set the tone going forward for this team?
It was a good weekend for him.
It was a great weekend for him. Willie Adames, not his greatest offense, but you know what? Defensively, they've been in sync. And again, where they didn't make mistakes was on the base paths. And I saw that in Cincinnati. It highlighted them making some mistakes, and Matt Chapman capitalizing on it with a huge double play.
Did you have that double play up on the board?
I have it. I can play it right now.
Let me set the scene before you go to it. It's basically 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. All right, and Espinal is up at the plate. You've got Blake Dunn at second base. Now,
Santiago Espinal.
I don't care what age you're in. If you're at second base, all right, and there's less than 2 outs, even with 2 outs, and the ball's hit to your right, so you're at second base taking the lead, ball's hit to your right, to the shortstop or to the third baseman, it's wait and see.
Yeah.
You're literally wait to see. You don't want to run into an out there, right, in that situation. And there's a runner at third, and on that little chopper as Chapman's coming in, if the guy gets a good jump and he thinks he can get home on that play, fine. You're probably scoring a run, though. You want to make the third baseman or the shortstop, any ball hit on the infield with a runner at third, you want to make them make that full throw over to first base. Because anything could happen. He's got to field it cleanly. He's got to throw it down the line. First baseman's got to catch it. At minimum, you want to make them make a play. And then if you get a good jump on it, or you're reading it off the bat, or maybe you're going to go on the throw, the guy at third, you're probably scoring a run on that play. But for the guy at second base, where are you going? And here's the play, Matt Chapman. I thought it just signified where the Giants are at IQ-wise right now.
And they get the out at first, and they get the out at third, and that's a double play.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call, a little chuckle from Mike Grucko, again, NBC Sports Bay Area. And Matt Chapman, real quick, Joe Shasky, he's talking about the vibes right now. You're feeling the vibes? I know Sam's feeling the vibes. So is Carter. I don't know. Where's the Giants at, Carter? You need to bring that in. The vibes are high right now.
I'm telling you, dude, there's a shift change culturally for them.
Dropped that game yesterday, but came back today and was able to find a way to win the series. But the vibes are high. Willie and JV and the guys that we brought in are just, it's like they've been here for, years. And then having, Bomel and all the coaches returning again, we got a lot of similar people, and we're all on the same page, and we're just having fun. And, we expect to win every day.
I think that's important. But again, there's continuity, but then there's continuity for continuity's sake. And I feel like that's what we're Giants fans were at for a long time under the Farhan Zaidi era. Whether it was Farhan, Gabe Kapler, there was continuity, but that doesn't always make it a good thing. But picking up from what he's saying, from last year to this year, I'll say this with Bob Melvin, guy's a consummate professional. He exudes professionalism, and he has done it at a high level. Now, has he gotten this playoff success that he's wanted in his career? Probably not. But you know what he can do? He can get you to the playoffs. That's what I've seen, whether it was in Oakland or in San Diego. He's done it in a multitude of ways with a lot of star power, with some rising young players. And I think there's a mix here with San Francisco. There's a lot of star power, and sure, a little older with a Justin Verlander, right? Robbie Ray's won a Cy Young before, so it's not like these guys are not household names. Matt Chapman, he's been an all-star. He's been a platinum gold winner, gold gloves winner, platinum gold glove. Willie Adames, he's got a lot of swagger. He's been an all-star. And you got some of these young, unproven guys like a Jung-Hoo Lee coming over from Korea, right? We've seen what Yaz can do. Fitzgerald had some moments last year. Patrick Bailey, he's been good at times. Can he stay in shape this season? So very nice to see and hear from, quite frankly, the leader of this team, Matt Chapman. He is the leader. Don't get it twisted. He is the leader of this team. He's the everyday player. It's very nice to hear him and the manager in idiosyncrasy, if you will, and being on the same page and setting the tone, quite frankly, for this season. Now, could it end? Could they get roughed up in Houston? Sure. But for now, for the here and now, just reacting to what I saw over the weekend, there's nothing that you could be mad about over this weekend with the San Francisco Giants.
It's all the little things. And whether it's base running, speed, putting pressure on the base pass, I think Bob Melvin deserves a lot of credit. And,
yes.
And let me just real quick. Yesterday's a great example. I believe in batteries. If you've ever pitched on any level, there are some guys who just get you behind the dish for whatever reason. They understand your repertoire, how to attack someone. Your confidence level throwing to them behind the plate is just better.
Batteries.
Some people don't understand it, but for example, Tim Wakefield always had his personal catcher with the Boston Red Sox, okay?
John Lester, David Ross.
Exactly. There you go,
Yeah.
right? Some guys just throw better. For a long time, the quiet little thing that no one would say out loud, Lincecum like throwing to Eli Whiteside better than Buster, right?
Yeah.
Even though Buster's clearly the better player. But late in the game, this is subtle. Huff is the catcher yesterday. He lets Huff be the catcher. Late in the game, 9th inning, Doval comes in. It's clearly a big moment for Doval psychologically.
Yeah.
He had a bad year last year. Who does he bring in just to catch that final inning? He brings in
Patrick Bailey.
Little subtle move that everyone else is going to gloss over, but I thought it was just a brilliant decision by the manager. And look, there's going to be games like Saturday where Verlander pitches really well. You go to a bullpen arm and, you look back and you're like, man, I wish we would have cashed in some runs. Bivens gives one up. Not the end of the world. It was a tight, contested ball game. You look up, you left some runners on base, didn't generate enough offense. That happens. But I thought the manager was pulling all the right strings all weekend, and it's the little things, the defense on the infield. The Chapman play we described, he's aware of the situation, second and third. Oh, you're going to run into an out? Let me tag the runner, and let me throw on the run. His throwing on the run, I've never seen a third baseman throw on the run the way he does.
Well, he's just so strong.
He's so good.
He's so strong. He's so athletic. He's so agile. And he's got speed. And again, like we were talking about last year.
I underrated his speed. That's a good point.
Even on the base paths offensively, he could get you some stolen bases. He started to dabble a little bit last year. I want to see more from that from Chapman. Obviously, there's wear and tear involved in there. He's playing at 100% every single time. What I like about him is the intensity, and I see it on his face. Whenever they pan to him and he's this guy is no nonsense. And I think this team, which has had a lot of nonsense the last couple seasons, Jock Peterson, the Pasoy problem in the clubhouse, that is a breath of fresh air. And I like what Buster Posey, now the face of the franchise, what would you say? No nonsense kind of a guy?
Yeah, right? He's pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward. I think he sees a lot of himself in Matt Chapman.
I would agree.
And that's why he made that a priority towards the tail end of last year, re-signing this guy and making sure this is going to be the leader of this franchise. No, is he going to be, he's going to give you the sound bites that you want. Is he going to have the, he's going to be quirky like the Giants of old? No, he's not going to be like that. He's going to be like Buster, which is okay, which is what you need.
You know who he reminds me of?
Ooh.
I'm talking about metaphorically.
Please.
He coming to the Giants at that time and kind of like legitimizing them, and then obviously being a start of the nucleus reminds me a lot of the David Lee acquisition by the Warriors.
Interesting.
You just needed somebody who was like a legitimate lead by example veteran who was respected around the league.
Kind of like Jimmy Butler with the Golden State Warriors, am I right?
I don't know.
I don't know if he was you said well respected around the league. Actually,
no,
I was like
David Lee was respected, right? Before the Warriors.
No, absolutely
Acquired
consummate
him.
professional.
And maybe you overpaid for him, right?
Yeah.
But like, there's a Giants tax right now that was going on this team, and I think that when I think of David Lee, he's not going to scream and yell at teammates, but he legitimized the whole operation and was just a good dude. And everybody really liked him. And then other people wanted to play with him, even though you didn't land a zillion free agents. Like, he was a perfect tone setter for the team at that given time. Like, I don't think Matt Chapman is a quote unquote superstar or anything like that. He's a really good player that leads by example and has legitimized their infield. Fitz and Adamas look great up the middle. Chapman, though, at third is unbelievable. He's unbelievable.
He's insane. And he's been like that since Oakland, since all of his days with Toronto and San Francisco. Like, the guy just gets it done defensively. You know what? Showing up is half the battle. He does that and more when it comes to defensive side. For him, it's just, can the bat stay hot? And he's going to be a 250 guy, usually 250, 260.
Does he drive the ball? That's to me.
And that's he gives you the power.
25
and that's
80.
what you're asking.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yep. And by the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Good morning to all of you. We've been talking some Giants. We've been talking some Golden State Warriors. 2-0 over the weekend after starting 0-2. And this team right now is such a conundrum to me, Joe Shasky. Switching back to the Golden State Warriors, as this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the barrier for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. They're frustrating, right? Because you lose that game to start this road trip off in Atlanta. And then it's the Jimmy Butler revenge game in Miami. Everyone's hyping it up. It's a nationally broadcasted game. And then you got no Steph Curry, so it takes a little bit of the wind out of you. Jimmy Butler no one shows up, quite frankly, in that game. No one showed up. It was a huge stinker. Outside of Guy Santos, I think, showed up in that game. So you're 0-2 to start this crucial road trip that we all thought, after going 6-1 in this past homestand, you know what? We can get greedy here. Oh, Steph's going to be out. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. You know what? We can see what we got with Jonathan Kuminga. Now, all of a sudden, Jonathan Kuminga gets hurt, re-injures the same ankle that kept him out for a few months, a severe sprain. So hopefully it's not that bad that he's going to be out for a few months again. But we'll wait and see, and we'll react to anything, any news we get in regards to his ankle. We'll give it to you. But no Jonathan Kuminga. And you've got the Grizzlies tomorrow. You got the Lakers after that. You got the Nuggets coming back home, but that's going to be on the back end of a back-to-back. And then you got the Rockets. So these next 4 games, Joe Shasky, what are you looking for? And how big of a blow really is it without Jonathan Kuminga to be here for these next 4 games? Let's face it. You might be facing one of these teams in the first round here in a couple weeks. Chances are you are, whether it's the Nuggets, whether it's the Lakers, whether it's the Grizzlies or the Rockets. I don't know, maybe you can get the 7th seed. You don't want to be there, but you could. You're only a half game up of the Minnesota Timberwolves right now. You could be a play-in team and facing the Rockets. So you want to get a look at them on Sunday.
I just feel really bummed for Jonathan Kuminga. Like, the guy just clearly can't catch a break this year, on or off the floor.
Yeah.
On the floor, it's been a little clunky as of late. And I thought he was turning the corner. Like, I thought New Orleans was a big step in the right direction. He did a lot of little things that the team has been looking for him to do. And then just to get hurt the way that he did. And then I thought it was the butt. And now they're saying it's the ankle again that he re-aggravated.
Ankle soreness, they're calling him.
I mean, that's just, it sucks. And then there's an element that is, look, I'm the biggest Kuminga fan. Or one of the bigger Kuminga fans. But I would be...
what would you say real quick, what do you say you like... When you say you're a Jonathan Kuminga fan, what are you a fan of in his game?
I just think that the guy is a guy that can actually get to the rim on a team where not a lot of guys get to the rim. Look, there's a point in games when you get...
I just have to ask that because when people say, like, I'm a fan of this person because... I'm a fan of Steph Curry because the shooting. I'm a fan of Jimmy Butler because of the playmaking ability and the mentality, right?
I root for young players.
That's fine.
Right? Like, I
absolutely.
root for young players.
And I'm not... This isn't a gotcha moment. I'm genuinely curious when you say that.
I root for young players.
Because I think there's a lot of big portion of the fan base that are Jonathan Kuminga fans. They're just waiting and waiting and waiting for this guy to pop off. And we saw it for a little bit. Then he gets hurt. And then he comes back to a whole new team. And then he gets hurt again. So it's like, I feel like we're just going to keep waiting for this guy. And it's to no fault of his own. Like, I hate to use the word injury prone, but you're like bordering on that sort of being a label for him. And that sucks.
I can't even dispute it. I can't dispute that. He's had a really rough year. I mean, he already missed 31 games. Right. So he's just in a tough spot. Like, I view basketball this way. Not everyone should be shooting threes. I don't think we should have just a 5-out offense of just motion, and everyone's just bombing threes. There needs to be balance on the floor.
You don't like watching the Boston Celtics play? That's what they do.
Yeah, but they also have guys that will take you off the dribble and go to the cup.
No, I'm saying it works for them, but I don't have to like what I watch.
Drew Holiday is not a guy who's just going to stand on the three-point line and bomb threes.
No, absolutely not.
They have personnel on their roster that can do a variety of things. And so you need to have multiplicity in scoring. And there's going to be a time where you're not hitting from the outside and you need to put the ball on the ground and get to the cup, or you need to get out in transition and you need to get the game to slow down a little and get to the free throw line. So this is a guy in Jonathan Kuminga on a team where, Buddy doesn't go to the free throw line a lot. Steph doesn't go to the free throw line a lot. Paz doesn't go to the free throw line a lot. Draymond doesn't really go to the free throw line a lot. You need other guys who can score around the rim, who can, be a little more athletic and put pressure on that rim. And you need someone who can stop the clock, allow you to set up your defense. There's too many times when this team is going through a rough patch. They're bombs away from three, and they can't get a stop, and the other team is getting fueled in transition because it's a long rebound, and they're playing catch-up, and they just need to slow things down, right? Now, Jonathan has a long way to go as a player. There's a lot of things that he doesn't do well, but what he does do well, this team really needs. Athleticism, scoring around the rim, dunking. They failed to dunk a lot. Being a midi guy who can operate in the mid-range and sag the defense down a little, it just allows a little better spacing when he's on. Defensively, he's a mixed bag. Sometimes he looks good, sometimes he looks bad, but they don't have a lot of guys who are laterally quick like him. Right, with GP2 out, they needed him as a lateral defender on the perimeter. That's not Pods' strength. That's not Steph's strength. I think Buddy's better than I thought, better than advertised, but they just don't have a lot of bodies, like legitimate bodies to guard on the wing. So that's what he brings to the table. Now, we can argue about how good he is at those things, right? I have no misgivings that he's a superstar, but I also don't think he's some scrub, and I think that they need him right now. And does the ball hop better when he's off the floor? Yeah, when everyone's hitting, but I watched this team when they weren't hitting and he was off the floor, clank a lot of shots, give up a lot of transition buckets, and take a lot of 24-second violations. That's without Jonathan Kuminga. So there's a middle ground here. There's a happy medium, and it just sucks that the guy's out right now, and, he can't catch a break right now, and I feel for him. That's kind of where I'm at.
How big of a blow is this, the Jonathan Kuminga injury? Is it a blow to this team right now? Because I think there's a portion of the fan base that says, you know what? And you don't want to use the term blessing in disguise. That sounds horrible. But it clearly wasn't working great when he was here. And maybe he needs some more time now to be on the bench and learn from that. I don't know. I'm trying to find a silver lining in all this, as we do in sports talk radio or in this media. I'm trying to find a silver lining with anything when it comes to this team right now, but it's very difficult to find that when I watch Jonathan Kuminga play, because it just feels, like you said, clunky all the time. And you mentioned Gary Payton II. Again, defensively, I'm with you. As GP2 is going to be reevaluated this Thursday, is a partial tear of a ligament in his left thumb. It's not a full tear, so it's just partial, which is great, because if it was a full tear, man, maybe we're talking like a month or a couple months, and that would have been a brutal loss, just given what he's been doing defensively for you. So we'll see this Thursday. He's going to get reevaluated. Will he play against the Lakers? We shall see. But no Gary Payton, no Jonathan Kuminga, and you're going to be playing Ja Morant tomorrow. That's going to be a difficult assignment for anyone as he returned against the Lakers over the weekend. And by the way, Taylor Jenkins, I haven't even mentioned that. Taylor Jenkins just fired, head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies. Your boy, I know you love some Taylor Jenkins. He gone.
He clearly, they just despise him in the locker room. Let me just ask you straight up. Be sincere here. Do you just not think Jonathan Kuminga is any good at all?
No, I think he shows flashes that he could be really good. And I think he's put together a couple weeks here and there that says, okay, this guy could be a legitimate NBA player. Outside of that, I don't know what I'm getting from him. I think that's where a lot of fans are at.
Well, which is fair, which is totally fair. But like this whole thing about
I don't know if he can get maximized with this team, with this coach. I don't know if he can get maximized here.
Well, that's a different question.
No, but that's what I'm getting at with him.
Okay,
yeah, I don't know.
Well, I look, there's an overall like individual player arc, and then there's like the Warrior arc, and like to me, the Warrior arc supersedes the individual Jonathan Kuminga conversation. They need him to just be on the floor and to be available, at minimum, just to be a 5-6 foul guy in these certain matchups. We view bigs that way. I view perimeter defenders that way now in the modern NBA. You need to have different bodies that you can throw at people to just get in front of them and give other players on this team a blow. The days of throwing Draymond on someone on the perimeter are long gone. And I love Dre. But he's going to be a more, I'm guarding guys in the paint. He's not a guy that you throw out onto the perimeter. And so they just need those kind of guys.
No, absolutely. No, I'm with you. They absolutely need him. Definitely come playoff time. I'm not disputing that at all.
I think they need it in the regular season.
Well, yes.
To finish things out.
The last 8 games, I would like to see a lot more of him, and it's very frustrating, I'm sure, for Jonathan, given where he's at. And again, I'm not mentioning this just to mention, but the contract has got to be weighing on him too. It's like, man, really all this is happening, and I need to play for a contract. I want to show my worth
for himself. I hear that.
Yes,
but I don't care about the money.
You don't for the team. If I'm mindset of Jonathan Kuminga right now, man, that is weighing on me, and I have to get back. I have to show myself and show my worth and prove my worth. And again, you're trying to say, hey, don't try to fit out, don't fit in. That's what LeBron said to, I think it was Luka a couple weeks ago or a month ago now, how long it's been. And that's what I think is the message when he does, and if he does come back, hey, just try to play your game and don't try to be this Rubik's Cube puzzle, if you will, of trying to fit in every single way. Play your game, and let's see if it's the good things could happen. Because if you're playing the Lakers in the first round, yeah, I'm scared to death if I have no Gary Payton potentially, and then no Jonathan Kuminga or a hampered Jonathan Kuminga and Luka.
Well, yeah,
LeBron, and Austin Reeves. Like
that's why
you need him. Yes, I am there with you on that.
And also, like, there's reports. Let's get into it. There's reports on Friday, like what I've kind of been intimating that for multiple weeks now. This thing that like some team's just going to throw JK $35 or $40 million
we'll see.
No, there's no one in the league that has that money. Malik Monk went through the same problem, and so did Caldwell Pope. Like everyone thought, Klay Thompson thought he was going to get X, and he got a fraction of X. The salary cap is very penal right now.
You never know, Joe Shasky. That's going to be this summer. There's going to be a lot of names potentially up for grabs in the trades. Kevin Durant got hurt over the weekend. Was that his last game in Phoenix as he rolls his ankle? Hopefully it's not too serious. God, by the way, but prior to the injury, the Phoenix Suns are they're so god-awful. They really are horrible. Like Devin Booker, is he going to ask to be out of there? My God. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Don't go anywhere. More Warriors thoughts. A lot of action right now with the Golden State Warriors. A huge 4-game stretch approaching, all against Western Conference contenders and teams that they very well may be, Joe Shasky, in the Western Conference Finals. And you're going to have to get through some of these squads if you hope to get there as well. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. That's what's coming up right here on the Morning Roast.
Looney handoff. Buddy Hield takes a three, topside, good. Buddy Hield with another solid night against San Antonio.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Kevon? Tim, we're on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. And Buddy Hield, I swear, if this guy could just, again, I'm not asking for every single game, the consistency. Can I get once every couple games where he gives me, 4 of 8, like he did against the New Orleans Pelicans on Friday? Or, 8 of 12? It's asking a lot, but efficient Buddy Hield changes this team in a way where I can start believing them winning a series here or there. Now, in a given series, am I going to expect Buddy Hield to go off every single game? No, I'm not. Can he give me 2 where he's the difference between a win and a loss? Like, that's the difference between winning series and advancing in the playoffs. Those kind of guys like Jimmy Butler played with in Miami. Why did Jimmy Butler get all the way to 2 NBA finals? Yeah, one was in the bubble, sure. But you had role players stepping up in a big, like we didn't know of a Tyler Hero in his rookie year, right? A Duncan Robinson, some of these players, like the Max Struses of the world. And Buddy Hield has shown a lot in the regular season. He hasn't really had any playoff moments, maybe a moment with Philadelphia last year, if you can call it that, maybe a quarter. Like, he's going to have an opportunity here, Joe, coming forward here with the absence of Jonathan Kuminga. I look at Moses Moody, 20 points yesterday. Brandon Podziemski, I think he's a guy a lot of people have in the top of their mind. If I can get pods, if I can have that swagger early from Brandon Podziemski, it changes the entire outlook because he's still a young player. I think we need to be careful here. We talk about some of these young guys as the Warriors win 148-106 over the San Antonio Spurs. We're reacting to all of it. We got Do You Believe coming up in 12 minutes. Do you believe this team can go on a title run? It's the fastest growing game show here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. Again, call or text. But we want to hear from you. When we win, and we win big, we want to hear from you. Not with the losses. I want to hear from the wins from the people. 148-106, 888-957-9570. Brandon Podziemski, when his swagger is on, and he's got a lot of it, and he likes to feel himself, and that's okay when things are going well. But when they're going well early, the mindset of this team changes. Does it not?
Mm-hmm. It does. Look, when Podziemski hits shots, the floor opens up for him. His shooting's been really inconsistent, though. Like, it just has, right? And he's going to get a lot of open looks because he's going to play alongside Steph Curry, and he's going to handle the ball a lot. And we know that the Warrior offense is predicated on the pass and the ball movement and things like that. And there are times it just sticks in his hands, and he dribbles a lot. But if he's hitting shots, I do believe that the floor opens up for him. He can get to spots on the court, like in the lane, for example, and get that mid-range almost whenever he wants.
Right.
And I feel like if he hits a couple outside shots, he's way more confident as a driver, finishing offhand, finishing with the left, off the wrong foot, things like that. And I look at him, and I it's not about scoring 27 a game. That's not what we're looking at. 12. Like 12, a couple middies, a couple floaters that he attempts, a couple threes. Like, there's got to be balance on the floor. The other guy that I think is another litmus test, like Moses Moody.
Huge.
If he hits an early three-pointer, everything opens up for him. He's done a really good job with Jimmy Butler off ball, cutting to the rim, baseline side, and ending up on the other block, and then just that quick little putback. He's done a really good job on that. But if he hits a shot here and there from the outside, the whole defense tilts in a different direction.
Again, if you're just joining us, the Warriors are the 6th seed in the Western Conference right now, clinging to that 6th seed. The Minnesota Timberwolves are a half game back. The Clippers are a full game back. And I just seem to think it's going to come back. It's going to come down to the last game at Chase Center. 12:30 on a Sunday. Clippers, Warriors. Winner gets a playoff spot. Loser gets a play-in spot. And again,
I think they have to go 6-2 at minimum.
Absolutely.
At minimum.
And I got the tiebreakers all right here. So for the Warriors, they have the tiebreakers. Again, this is not going to go. The Rockets are 49-26. You're probably not going to catch them. You're not going to catch them. You got the tiebreaker over them. You do not have the tiebreaker over the Denver Nuggets or the Los Angeles Lakers. You do have the tiebreaker over the Memphis Grizzlies currently, but if the Grizzlies, I believe, win tomorrow, then it goes to that secondary tiebreaker. So they'd be splitting that season series.
I'll be
But they do have. But they
you
do
gotta
have,
beat Memphis tomorrow.
Yes, but they do have a very important tiebreaker over the Minnesota Timberwolves, who again are a half game back, but really they're like a 1.5 game back, because if they were tied, it would still go to the Golden State Warriors as the 6th spot in the West. So huge 4-game stretch coming up here. Again, I'm talking about this 4-game stretch because they have 8 games remaining. But Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets. I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga is going to be there for any of them, for a couple of them. He's dealing with right ankle soreness. He had to leave yesterday, Joe Shasky. Is it time to ask the uncomfortable question? And I hate even saying it, but we got to ask it. Is this team just better without Jonathan Kuminga? Like, are they just better off without him? Like, huge minute allocation, like worrying about him. Like, they're 18-4 when Jimmy Butler plays. Like, it's Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. I got those top 2 guys as my scorers. Come playoff time, I'm going to rely on them. And then what can I get from Draymond? What can I get from Moses Moody? What can I get from Brandon Podziemski? Like, and maybe better is strong, but like, do they skip a beat without him? I guess I'm going to ask. Are they going to skip a beat without Jonathan Kuminga here these next couple games? Are you going to notice Jonathan Kuminga's absence tomorrow, for example, against the Memphis Grizzlies?
I think you will if they start missing shots from the outside, and then they become.
But it's not like he wasn't making great. Like I
hear you. This is where you got to balance the floor out, right? Like there's a time and a place where you have to balance the floor out, and you have to get to the free throw line. When he left this team in January, Quentin Post hadn't even played a game. Think of how different it is. Like, now you actually have some firepower off the bench. Buddy Hield was an entrenched starter at that point. Was he not?
Yeah.
Right? Like, this team has changed dramatically. So I think they asked him originally, hey, carry the load scoring. And now they're asking him to do something very, very different than what he was doing the minute he left this team. And now they have Jimmy as a facilitator and a scorer and a rebounder. Now they have Quentin Post as a guy who can either start or come off the bench and try to light it up in terms of shooting. Now they have Buddy Hield off the bench as a wild card, right? Like, the way that they play ball and their roster and their rotation, everything has changed. And so I think it's an unfair question. But I think when the ball's hopping and they're hitting shots, of course people are going to say, oh, it looks better without JK. But what about when they're not hitting shots? What about when they aren't hitting from the outside? What about when they can't stop a nosebleed out on the perimeter? What happens then? Because I've watched this team squander games with JK nowhere to be seen in a uniform. That's not JK's fault. So I don't know, man. I think a lot of people are going to agree with that sentence, though. Are they better without JK? Yeah, they are. Like, I think a lot of people are going to agree with that. I don't think it's even a fair question, but I understand the question.
Steve Kerr, after the game yesterday, talking about the Kuminga injury, calling it a bummer.
Yeah, I saw him at halftime and checked in on him. Such a bummer, just coming back, finding his rhythm, playing well. So hopefully it's nothing too serious.
And I guess JK, after the game, told Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle, quote, he's straight. So there you go. So now we know that he feels fine, and hopefully it's nothing too serious. Again, maybe precautionary. You keep him out. You get back home to California. You take on the Lakers. Then you're, again, home at Chase Center Friday against the Denver Nuggets.
So we were doing some of the math before the show started.
God,
and the boss was going through all the games.
Can I tell you something real quick? I had a weird dream over the weekend about math, and like I was back in like math class in college, and Gary Oldman was my professor, and I didn't study the entire semester, and I was very worried about the midterm. Continue.
Why Gary Oldman?
I don't know.
So bizarre.
It was very strange. The actor, the Academy Award-winning actor, Gary Oldman, was my tutor. So
like early Gary Oldman or like current Gary Oldman?
Current Gary Oldman. So I must have been watching something before you go to sleep, and that's usually what happens. I was watching a YouTube video or something, like a reel, and there you go.
What is going on here?
A lot. I just did a sideways veer off right there. But you're talking about math.
White Lotus, season 4. Joe's class, math.
By the way, Sam
wasn't Air Force One Gary Oldman.
Sam Rockwell, by the way, speaking of White Lotus, that guy.
All-time character.
Hey, Rick, why are you getting him off the bender, man? Come on, you got to be better than that.
Himself.
It's true, but come on. You didn't do him any favors.
As someone that has,
Thank you.
went
I love
sober
the White
for
Lotus.
a very long time, yes, you could blame others, but you also have to take and accept culpability.
Of course. Yeah, it's ultimately on the individual, but you'd like to be a homie and not put them in those situations. How about that?
Well, I guess what I would counter is you learn that you need to be able to not put yourself in situations with friends you know are going to cross the line.
And that's because I went to the DARE program. And that's right. I dared to resist peer pressure, people. How about that?
Now back to JK.
Huge.
He got injured, January 4th?
Yep, Jan 4.
They went 11-10 without Kuminga before Jimmy was traded here. 11-10 without Kuminga before Jimmy. Now, we all know since Jimmy, they're 17-5, okay?
18-4, right? When he plays.
Yes.
Okay.
17-5. Since the Kuminga return, the team is 5-3. What do you make of these numbers? 11-10 without Kuminga before the injury. Obviously, the Jimmy trade, the team's 17-5 since then. And then 5-3 with Kuminga. Is it even enough data to
see, that's the thing. I don't think it's enough to like we didn't even get 10 games of a sample size. Like, what was the conversation when we got Jonathan Kuminga back? I think a lot of people were worried, like, oh, don't mess with a good thing. And then the Kings game happened, 7 of 10, 18 points. You blow out them, 130-104. It's like, wow, now we got Jonathan Kuminga. Sky's the limit. Then 3 of 8 against the Knicks. Then 4 of 11 against the Nuggets in a bad loss, right? Then 2 of 10 against the Milwaukee Bucks, where he did not look good at all. And then he looked decent against the Toronto Raptors in a game where you almost lost them against a really bad Raptors squad. And then back-to-back losses. So it really hasn't looked all that good with JK there. Like, let's just keep it a buck. He hasn't looked great, like, in any of the games outside of the first game back against the Kings in a blowout. So
I would describe it as clunky. And this is, I
just don't think he's been good. I still think he's been good. You can say clunky. I just don't think he's been very good.
Okay.
It just is what it is. But that's not me to crush the guy. That's understandable when you've had a couple months off. And again, do you believe?
But this is where I get kind of frustrated.
Do you believe
I'm not
coming
mad
up in
at
a couple
you.
minutes, 888-957-9570.
I know we're talking about JK.
Yeah.
Like, Jimmy Butler's been flying under the radar. And look, Jimmy Butler's been okay. He's had a couple of moments, a couple of games. He's just been okay. I'm talking about recently.
I mean, the team's looks incredible with him there. 18-4. The proof's in the pudding with Jimmy Butler.
But what I guess what I'm saying is that we spend an inordinate amount of time as a fan base breaking down the JK minutes, when to me it's like, is Jimmy going to ever go back to being playoff Jimmy at any point? Because we kind of need him over these last 8 games.
Jimmy's bulletproof right now. You can't touch this guy. He's Luke Cage.
Yeah, I think that's completely ridiculous.
Why?
Like, I'll tell you why. Because he's making $60 million, number one. And number two, if I was doing a flow chart, like, how they have a hierarchy within any administration, like, here's the CEO and this is who reports to him. And if we were doing that, it would be at the top of the pyramid, boom, Steph Curry. Okay? Right? Obviously. Who's number 2? In some order, it's Draymond and Jimmy, or Jimmy and Draymond. Correct?
It's Jimmy. It's 1A to 1B for me. Jimmy's the second best player on this team. It's not even close.
When's he going to start playing like it?
Has he not been playing like it on both ends of the floor?
He's been okay.
The offensive end, I'll hear you.
He's been okay.
I've been harping the efficiency hasn't been there offensively, but as a playmaker,
he's
as a ball distributor, and as a defender,
I think he's been a great defender.
Yes, I'm not sleeping on that. And as a leader, I think this team needed a kick in the pants, and he's had a lot of accountability from a lot of the young players. I feel like he's garnered a lot of that accountability when it comes to the Quentin Post, the Moses Moody's, the Brandon Podziemskis. Like, they look to Jimmy, I feel like, and they gravitate towards that guy, Jonathan Kuminga. Again, like, Jimmy, and I hear you. You're looking for playoff Jimmy yet. Playoffs aren't here. We got to wait for that. Now, if he still has these kind of inefficient offensive game come playoff time, yeah, you're going to be hearing about it like, okay, this isn't good enough. I hear you on that.
I like Jimmy a lot.
Proof is in the pudding, though. If I'm Jimmy Butler, I'm sitting down and I'm trying to do negotiations for my contract. Yeah, before you guys got me, you were a 500 team. With me, you're 14 games over.
Sure, and without Steph Curry,
when I play.
Okay, but without Steph Curry for a couple of games, you literally no-showed.
Okay, but with Steph Curry, you were still
made this whole thing a lot more difficult.
Sure, with Stephen Curry, you guys are still a 500 team. With me now, I've maximized Steph. I've made Steph a better player. Just look at the numbers for Stephen Curry.
I'm not here to say that Jimmy Butler hasn't been a good Warrior. He has. What I'm saying is that the scrutiny has been flying under the radar. And we've spent this inordinate amount of time obsessing about a guy who's, I think, 5th or 6th most in minutes since his return in Jonathan Kuminga. And I would argue there are at minimum 3 players that are going to be more impactful to the chances of the Golden State Warriors winning or losing over the next 8 games. And I would throw in Podziemski over Jonathan Kuminga in terms of him playing good basketball. And you can make an argument for Quentin Post, like it'd be a wild card spot. Quentin Post, Buddy Hield, or whatever, because those guys are like swing players. When they play really well, they can catapult themselves into the top 4 of being most impactful on any given night. And JK is one of those swing players. But I feel like we sit here and we argue and scream and yell, not us, but like a fan base, as a fan base, about is JK even good? Is he holding things back? It's like, dude, guys, this is coming down to Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, right? Like, I need Jimmy to start putting his imprint on these games. That's why he was acquired.
I mean, everyone put their imprint on yesterday's win, so that's one where I'm not going to totally gloss over, but it was a perfect storm, if you will, so I can't really use that one as an example. Now you go back to Friday, Joe Shasky, as the New Orleans Pelicans, the G League Pelicans, if you will. There was a lot of moments there where I'm like, okay, like, who's stepping up against this G League squad? There's no Zion. There's no Trey Murphy. What's going? You're down at that. Wait. You're down at the halftime. Wait, you're still losing at points in the third quarter. What is going on? And they finally clamped on the fourth quarter, 28-13. I know it was Friday, so it's all in the back of our minds.
It was driving me insane.
6 3-point attempts is way too much, by the way, for Jimmy. I get it. Like 1 of 6 overall. I don't need that for you. Steph Curry. Talking about reverting to the mean, 5 of 16 overall from 3-point land for him. That was not good enough. They were chucking out there. And to your point, JK did have a good game there where they needed to calm things down and just get to the line. And get some. He did too. 5 of 7 at the line for Jimmy Butler as well.
Butler had some very key layups. He had some big rebounds. Situationally, I thought he was
7
excellent.
Offensive boards in that game for Jimmy. 7.
To your point, I think, though, one point you made, which
Do I sound absurd?
No, so I was going to say there was a play last night in the game where Jimmy got a long pass, and he was right underneath the basket, and he popped it out to Pods, and you could have pump faked once, and it's an easy layup. It made no sense to me at all.
Look, because he was trying to feed his guy, trying to give him confidence. Look, he said, I could do this easy one, but I'm going to be a team player. I'm going to
set up my guy Pods. I would pivot. I would say, look,
not alpha.
But
that is alpha. That's next level alpha.
We got Jimmy to be an alpha.
Seeing 3 or 4 plays down the line. All right. He's trying to get the confidence because he knows Brandon Podziemski is going to be the difference between winning a game or losing a game come playoff time. I need him feeling good. I'm going to feed the hot hand.
I'm going to let you know this right now about me and my basketball principles. If you have a guy like Jimmy Butler underneath the rim, okay, and it's not the end of the game where you desperately need a 3 to tie or whatever, you shoot the layup over the wide open 3. I don't care who it is out there. I'm sorry. Like, that is my basketball principles, okay? So I am so with Carter on this one. The other part of this is like, there's no doubt about it that Jimmy Butler's been really good. What I'm saying is that we've got like a big game against Memphis tomorrow is a great example. You know, yesterday it's the Spurs. You're going through the motions. It wasn't a game that I needed him to flex his muscle.
Game was over in the first quarter. Let's just call it what it is. Game was over.
Sure. But like, I thought New Orleans situationally, he did crank it up and turn it on. And I was like, all right, good. This is what we need. And what was the big takeaway coming out of that game from just Warrior fans in general? Oh, Jonathan Kuminga, couple of rebounds. Guys, this team is coming or going, whether it's about Steph and Butler and Dre. Of course they need the role players to step up and play above and beyond. They need a Pods moment. They're going to need Moses Moody a lot. They're going to need my guy, Quentin Post, a lot. But if we're riding or dying on the 22 minutes of Jonathan Kuminga out on the floor, like, I think we've got bigger problems.
No, I would totally agree with that.
I think we got bigger problems.
Well, that just goes to the viability of this team come, playoff time. For me, that's why I'm still skeptical. I think a lot of fans are saying, hey, we got Steph, we got Jimmy, we got Draymond, we got a chance. And that may be true, but when you rely on some of these guys that really haven't proven themselves come playoff time, let's call it what it is. Has Jonathan Kuminga proven himself as a playoff-ready player? No, he is not. Has Moses Moody proven himself as a game-in and game-out playoff-caliber player? Guy Santos, Quentin Post, Brandon Podziemski. You're relying on a lot of unproven commodities here, a lot of young commodities going forward. That's going to be very, very difficult when these guys all of a sudden step out on the court, Joe Shasky, and they see LeBron, Luka, they see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They see some of the Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, players that have been there and done that. Yeah, you get intimidated. And yeah,
you're talking about the others. Like, we've got Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy. Like,
Great.
I'm not looking down the bench of the.
Are those three alone good enough to win you like multiple series?
That's why they were acquired. Like, they got Jimmy to do.
I'm saying
get you in there.
It's a total team effort, by the way. And
of course.
And real quick, we're up against it. I want to get to Do You Believe? 888-957-9570. Do you believe? We play this after every single game, win or loss. Do you believe this team could make a deep run? Do you believe they can win it all? 888-957-9570. As we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And it's been a righteous morning here on the Morning Roast. Do you believe? Oh, thank you, Steve Sohn, voiceover guy. It is time to play Do You Believe? I need to find my microphone here. I think I got it. Right here. It's this remote. Do you believe? And we got a lot of phone calls, Joe Shasky, to get to. We got Mr. D, we got Dave, we got Ben in Berserkly. Let's start off with Dave in SF.
What's up, Dave?
Come on down. You're on the Morning Roast.
Come on down.
Do you believe, Dave, the Golden State Warriors could go on a deep run?
I believe they could go on a deep run. But one thing I don't believe in is Jonathan Kuminga. It's been 4 years. When somebody shows you who they are, you have to believe that, right?
Wow. That's a walk-off right there from Dave in San Francisco. Joe Shasky. Has Jonathan Kuminga showed us who he is? I would ask you. Has he shown us who he is as a player 4 or 5 years down the line? He's only 22 years old.
I don't know if he's showed us who he is. I know what he is right now, right? Right now, he's a guy that I could throw out on somebody on the perimeter, and he can look great on one possession and completely lost on another one. He's a guy that when he dedicates himself to rebounding like he did Friday night, boy, he looked really good. He just doesn't do it enough. I don't know. I'm not even going to talk offense. I'm just talking defense right now.
He has become...
He's been a mixed bag.
In a way, not the same player, not like for like the same. Kind of how we viewed Andrew Wiggins. He's a confounding player. He is a conundrum at times.
Okay.
And he's going to drive a fan base a little bit crazy. The difference is he's not getting starter minutes like Andrew Wiggins was. And Andrew Wiggins was not Draymond, was not Steph Curry, and he was the guy that's going to get picked on.
I would argue Kuminga's already been more scrutinized throughout his career than Wiggins has ever been. In terms of his Warrior, it's by Warrior fans, not nationally.
Let's go to Mr. D in San Francisco. We're playing Do You Believe? 888-957-9570. That's the number to call. Huge win last night, Mr. D. Do you believe in this Golden State Warriors squad?
Absolutely. I believe that they could go on a deep run. But I'm going to tell you, I don't think we've had the opportunity to really evaluate what Kuminga can do. I remember in the not-so-distant past, we had another guy with an ankle injury. And, they took a chance on him. They got him on the cheap. And, why can't we do the same thing? Why can't Steph take him under his wing, say, look, man, get this shoe, get this brace, to help that ankle? Because, we haven't seen enough of them. So, and I'm going to tell you something else. Jimmy Butler is an old guy, man. He's not going to be we need somebody else that can put some pressure on the rim. So when Butler's out, we need Kuminga to put pressure on the rim. We don't have anybody else that does that. And nobody's really talking about that, but I think that should be. He's not Steph. But look, we should take a chance on him.
That's Mr. D in San Francisco. We're playing Do You Believe in the Golden State Warriors, 888-957-9570. Take a chance on me. Jimmy in Dublin. We're going to take a chance on you, Jimmy in Dublin. Do you believe in this Golden State Warriors squad in a blowout win over the San Antonio Spurs? They started out 0-2 on this road trip, Jimmy. Now they're 2-2. Big game tomorrow in Memphis. What you got?
How you guys doing?
Stupendous.
All right, good to hear. No, I don't believe, man. Let me tell you why. Man. I mean, the West is super deep for one, right? Mm-hmm. And then I keep seeing these flawed numbers where it's saying I think I saw something where the Warriors are 19-2 in the 21 games that Jimmy Butler and Curry have played together. But if you really do a in-depth breakdown and look at the schedule, they beat 3 teams that would be in the playoffs without the play-in, and that's a stumbling Milwaukee, that's Houston, and that's the Knicks. Everybody else is subpar at the best. Portland, the Bulls, teams like Sacramento. I mean, teams like that, man. And like the previous caller just said, Jimmy Butler is not the complete answer. They need a healthy Kuminga. I think they need a legit big when you're going up against, the teams like
totally
OKC
yep.
and Denver. I mean, Quentin Post and Draymond is not going to be able to guard Jokic.
No.
Or even when they go against who's going to guard the big on Houston. That guy gets buckets. Man. So,
look, Perrin Şengün, you're referencing. Jimmy in Dublin, thank you.
Jimmy's
right. He's a non-believer, Joe Shasky.
Look, if you told me they were in a one-game scenario against the Dallas Mavericks and I knew Anthony Davis was healthy, I'd be petrified.
And Klay Thompson revenge game?
I'm not joking.
I know you're not
joking.
No,
I'm
it sounds
literally
insane.
Not joking at all.
Well, how could you be confident in anything? Again, I keep referencing this as if winning a play-in game is a shoe-in. They've never won a play-in game. Ever.
Well, forget that aspect. I'm
not forgetting that.
We
bigs. Always no.
But I'm saying
they've never won a play-in game.
Yeah, but I have enough data watching this team, like OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns. Naz Reid for years has given them. I'm talking about recently though. Okongwu, like how many guys in a row? Aaron Gordon have absolutely destroyed them. Who are big, athletic. Anthony Davis is better than almost every single one of those guys that I referenced.
Again, we talk about when healthy. When Anthony Davis is healthy,
he's one of the best players.
He's a top 5 player on both ends of the floor.
And you have failed to even slow him down a little on both ends of the floor because he sags off of Draymond. He guards Draymond, sags off, and is basically a help defender and just has 2 feet in the paint the whole time.
The age aspect, I think it was Jimmy in Dublin, it might have been Mr. D, of one Jimmy Butler. Is that concerning at all to you, Joe Shasky? Because I do think that is a slept-on aspect in all of this. When we're talking about do you believe in the age of these 3 core guys and that they can get it done through 4 series, if that's what you're going to do, get all the way through to the finals? Like 35 years and older and all these guys, it's a lot of wear and tear, a lot of playoff minutes, and it's going to be a lot of usage rate for those guys and trying to scatter those minutes between Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry. We got to get there. I understand that.
I think the harder part is getting there.
That
to me is the harder part. And then what's the path of how you get there? Because if you have to play via the play-in, you have no shot.
Wow.
If you have to go in through the play-in,
what if
you're just going to waste all your energy.
Real quick, what if I told you get the play-in, but you play the Rockets in the first round?
Well, you better finish them off quickly.
Would you take that or a playoff spot and you're playing the Nuggets in the first round? If I gave you both of those situations, what would you rather have?
I'd take the Rockets.
Exactly.
But here's the problem in that scenario.
It's a risk. There's a risk. Absolutely.
You got the goonery too. Like you're playing Dylan Brooks and he's going to do something very weird.
And Udoka might try to fight you.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like it's baked into the whole equation of playing the Rockets is Dylan's going to do some Dylan stuff. And Draymond gets triggered against them.
And Fred VanVleet come playoff time against the Warriors. We have seen it. I'm kidding. Ben is in Berserkly, wants to join in the conversation. We're playing Do You Believe in the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. Big win last night. Ben in Berkeley. Do you believe in the Warriors?
I do believe in the Warriors. I believe they can outscore anybody, but they don't have to play defense. We're going to have to see some games like we used to see on video games back in the day, 180 to 175. But I think Steve Kerr needs to go get Gary Oldman and our boy over at Florida, Todd Golden, to be motivational speakers for the Warriors, especially when Gary Oldman was in True Romance in The Professional. And he says, sit down, boy. We got everything here from a diddle-eyed Joe to damned if I know. You guys have a good day now. Peace.
I don't think we can say that term anymore, Ben in Berkeley. I don't think we'd get in very much trouble there.
Oh, my goodness.
That's Ben in Berkeley. Thank you there. And that was Do You Believe as I put my mic down.
The NBA, 3 different teams scored over 145.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. It was the Warriors, the Hawks, and let me check.
First time since 71 that's happened on the same day.
Yep. I mentioned that earlier. Were you not listening?
I'm repeating it.
Okay.
Because he was saying 175 to 180.
175 to 180. By the way, there's a lot of interesting nuggets that happened over the weekend.
Number.
the Pittsburgh Pirates had 3 walk-off losses in a row, was it?
Yeah.
First time in over 100 since 1924.
To start your season off.
When the Pittsburgh Pirates also did that 100 years
That's
ago.
incredible.
It's even worse because against the Marlins.
Oh, no. Where's my guru drop? I'm sorry, Goo. Like, that's tough.
No.
That's tough. You got to have more hope than that. You're a Pirates fan. That was Do You Believe? So people still believe in. Ben and Berkeley sounds very similar, by the way, to a caller we used to have out in Alameda. I think it was Mike in Alameda. He'd call in all the time trolling the James Wiseman pick. I swear to God, it'd be every weekend or every other day. He'd call in. He's like, James Wiseman, this guy, this Kevin Garnett, some compared to. His cadence is very similar. I don't know if it's the same guy, but I have an ear for this, Joe Shasky. As a producer, I have an ear for certain callers that you just pick up on. Don't know if it's the same guy. Maybe he's a cousin. But he says Gary Oldman for motivational speaking. I'm not sure about that one. By the way, if you missed it, I had a dream about Gary Oldman over the weekend. That's why he brought that up. That he was my math teacher in college.
You need
for some
to upgrade
reason.
your dreams.
Stop! Well, it was a weird dream. I don't know what to tell you. All right. I have weird dreams. All right. When you have multiple kids, like you don't really sleep a lot. When you do sleep, you have some weird dreams.
So, okay, full disclosure. I smoked weed for a long time.
Okay.
Where's
this? Great. Where's this going?
All day, every day. I'm talking like wake up, fire up, let's go.
Wake up.
Long time. And when I weaned off of it, sleeping was really hard. Really hard. I had some of the craziest dreams for about a 6-month stretch when I first stopped smoking. And I'm telling you, your boy would wake up, cold sweats, like out of the movies, pop up like the Undertaker. What? It was like my brain was telling me that I had not really truly dreamt in years because of all the clouds and the
sure.
smoke.
No, absolutely.
I swear to you, my dreams were messed up for a long time. But I didn't have a Gary Oldman dream.
No, you didn't have Gary Oldman. Again, I probably watched a reel or something or an interview that he had before then. And Gary Oldman, a tremendous actor, by the way. He played the Prime Minister. Who's my guy out in England? Winston Churchill he played. It was really good. And obviously, I think Fifth Element's his greatest role of all time is the bad guy there.
Fifth Element's
it's all time.
such a good
Multi-pass.
Now, but on this note, like the one thing that gets me on these dreams is when you wake up.
Inception, right? Do you ever had vivid dreams, by the way, where you like...
Oh, yeah.
Like the Inception thing where but like you can like do things in them and you're cognizant that you are dreaming.
I'm going at. There's a
lucid, not vivid.
Set
lucid
of dreams that I've had where I'm about to die, okay? And a little more goes every single time. And I have almost the same, this is going back multiple years, the same exact dream, but there's a new nuance at the very end, and then I wake up.
Like when you're dreaming, if you had a lucid dream about this Golden State Warriors squad right now, Joe Shasky, and you were the coach.
Yeah.
So you got to be the coach. Like, what would you be doing right now to get this team back where they need to be? They're 2-2. The last 4, they've been playing a little bit better, albeit against some Scrabini teams, as Steiny likes to say. This next 4-game stretch here is going to tell you a lot about this team and their chances heading into the playoffs or the play-in. So if you had a lucid dream right now and you were Steve Kerr, you were Coach Shasky right now, is there anything that you would change? Lineups?
So
plays? I know you love your substitution patterns because you printed out like 18 pages.
Well, yeah, I do. I'm obsessed over them.
You're obsessed with the substitutions
it's about
right
combinations. So like right now, everybody's talking about Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, right? The overlapping minutes for the two of them when they're on the floor. It's a minus 28 when they're on the floor. He's been back 8 games. He got hurt in this one, so it skewed the numbers. Steph missed some games. How many total minutes with JK and Butler on the floor in those 8 games? Would you guess?
How many total minutes JK and Butler on the floor together, not game minutes combined? How many? 8, 40?
It's about 9 minutes a game. We're at 78 minutes total.
Okay, so I thought I even shortchanged it there. Okay, all right.
Okay,
so
we're not talking about a large sample size.
No. I thought he was even less. Okay.
So we're not talking about a lot. Now, it was skewed because Steph Curry missed 2 games. And JK,
so you had to.
JK, by design, is going to play more minutes, and Butler and him, and they're going to change all their lineups. My point is I don't even think we've had a taste of what it could look like.
No. That's why I said 40. I was like, I feel like I haven't even seen that much of these guys together.
So I think anybody who's rushing to make determinations one way or the other, I just don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough data. That's just for me. Now, in this last game,
take that for data.
They started Curry, Pods, Moody, Butler, Draymond. Moody essentially was the 4 in this one, whether it's offensively or whatever, and Butler is your 3. Castle was guarding Steph Curry to start the game. They put one of their bigger, stronger, most athletic players I think he's an absolute stud.
Guy that's like fourth in the NBA in dunks.
He's a stud.
He's sweet.
He's so good.
And he played Steph last time they played. They're talking about in the highlight how good of a job he did last time in a win because they haven't seen each other in months, right? The Spurs. And Stephon Castle did a hell of a job on Stephen Curry. Obviously, no Jimmy Butler then, but continue.
Well, the point is that I don't think they made their first sub until, the 6-minute mark, and it was Guy Santos and Buddy Hield. Those were your first subs. Guy Santos and Buddy Hield. It's not even JK.
No.
So everyone's like screaming and yelling, and we're talking about JK. He's not even the first guy off the bench right now. When did he come in? Sub. Kuminga came in a minute later at 5:38 for Jimmy Butler. He's basically getting swapped for Jimmy.
Yeah.
We're talking about a backup player right now.
Yeah, he is a backup. He is. But he's like a super backup where a lot of people seem to think, given a certain series, this guy could be closing. And being in closing lineups, he's going to be important. So that's why it's baked into these conversations. He's not a guy you could pick on defensively, is what I'm saying. Maybe he has some mental lapses here and there, but physically, you cannot pick on this guy like you can potentially with the Podziemski. And then they see some of the flashy plays, and we keep thinking about this as a fan. Again, we're just going to a fan mindset. It's like, man, we need this guy against an Oklahoma City or against the Rockets we need him.
I view him right now on this team.
I don't know if you do. I don't know if you need him.
Yeah, you're going to need him. You're absolutely going to need him because, look, there's going to be a lineup where you're going to have out there and Podziemski just can't stay in front of anyone. And whatever his playmaking ability is, you are going to need that body out there to be able to match up. It works in the regular season to go Curry, Pods, Moody, Butler, Draymond. Against certain matchups, maybe it's Quentin Post, maybe it's Kuminga, maybe it's Moody in the 2 slot. I don't think that they're going to have Draymond Green as the small ball 5 the rest of the season, nor the rest of the playoffs. I think they're going to go matchup dependent, and that's every player on this team not named Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph.
Steve Kerr after the game yesterday. Everyone feels good with that game and heading in to Memphis.
Yeah, and everybody feels good, and you get a night where nobody plays more than, 25, 26 minutes. That's very helpful. Big game coming against Memphis, so we'll be well rested and in rhythm for that. Yeah, so big stretch coming.
Huge stretch coming here. We mentioned those 4 teams that are ahead of them in the Western Conference standings starting tomorrow in Memphis, and you get all that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. The Jonathan Kuminga conversation is going to be there. It's going to be there, and it's going to be there, and it's going to be there. The Jimmy Butler one is interesting to me, though, right now, Joe Shasky, because you're not quite calling him out, but you're waiting to see true playoff Jimmy. I don't think we've had a true playoff Jimmy. I'm here. I'm back. Hey, get on my back. I will carry us to the promised land type of a game. And you're waiting to see that because that does change the mindset of me. If we saw that a couple times heading into the play-in or playoffs, yeah, that changes how I calibrate and view this team going forward. Are fans satisfied with Jimmy Butler so far? How can you not be record-wise?
Of course.
No. But as a player, from what you've seen, has he given you enough of a sample size to say this is a championship team? 888-957-9570. Or is championship too strong?
I would say this. I have been so excited with what Jimmy's brought to the table. That being said, I do want him to be a little more aggressive. I want him to not be as passive offensively at times, right? Everything else has been great. I'm ready for that signature Jimmy Butler, a game that they absolutely have to have, like tomorrow against Memphis, where if you win the game, things fall the right way. You could be in the 5 seed.
You could be in the 4 seed if you take care of business again.
Let's go from 6 to 5. Let's just go from 6 to 5.
Only a couple games back to the Lakers. Why not dream big?
If Memphis loses to Boston, you are in the 5 seed.
So there you go.
So that's tonight.
Yes.
And then we're looking at...
But then you win tomorrow. That knocks them down, right? And then you're locked in at the 5 for show. See, I'm telling you, dude, tomorrow is the night. We can't have no-shows.
Who's the backup head coach now? Who's the interim head coach in Memphis? I don't even know who it... We'll get on that on the other side. But it's an interesting conversation I want to pick up after the injury report. Jimmy Butler, your expectations of him in these next 4 games, in these final 8 games, are what? Does he need to step up more? Does he need to be a little more selfish? Joe Shasky seems to think so. I'm kind of like, this is the Jimmy Butler who we're going to see. I think playoff Jimmy is a different player, but the playoffs start right now. They've been happening these last few weeks. We've been talking about this team in a playoff lens, and it really does start tomorrow in Memphis. Injury report time. Jonathan Kuminga had to leave last night's game against the Spurs at the end of the first half. JK took a hard fall and aggravated his right ankle, the same ankle that has caused him to miss almost 2 months of the season. He had to be helped to the locker room, but said after the game that he was, quote, straight, and that he does not expect to miss any time. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's more of your calls. The Warriors blew this team out in San Antonio yesterday, 148-106. Where are the calls at? 888-957-9570. Do these last 2 wins kind of wipe away the shine of those ugly first 2 losses of this road trip? And how massive a game is tomorrow against Memphis? Is this going to make or break the season, this next 4-game stretch for you, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're halfway home on a Monday here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Phil Mo Mike. And shout out to all of you. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the day, getting ready for the week. It's spring break for a lot of people right now. Young Benjamin's on spring break. So shout out to all of you parents that are up earlier than usual because your kids are waking up at 6:30 and you got to make breakfast and you got to do all that. You should have been up anyways, right? It's like Bub Rub. You're supposed to be out cooking breakfast for somebody. So it's like an alarm clock. Woo, woo. There you go. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We're halfway home here on a Monday. We've been reacting to the Warriors' blowout win over the San Antonio Spurs, 148-106. We talked some San Francisco Giants who took a series, their opening series in Cincinnati. Big win over the Reds yesterday. Final score 6-3 there. They're heading to Houston to take on the Astros tonight. So a lot of good action over the weekend. As I say, good morning to you, Joseph Philip Shasky III, and all the people out there, Sam Lubman, Carter, who's out doing something, I don't know. But good morning to everyone. And it's nice to react to a blowout win, but there is some stuff that is still concerning me. What's concerning me is this 4-game stretch coming up here, and it's going to tell us a lot about these Golden State Warriors. And I'm looking at Jonathan Kuminga. How healthy is he? Gary Payne II, partial tear in his thumb, getting reevaluated on Thursday. So the wear and tear of this team as we're heading into the final stretch is going to be huge. And how healthy can they be heading into the play-in/playoffs is going to be the ultimate question for me.
Yeah, there's just they're playing really good ball right now. I really like the game against the New Orleans Pelicans for a variety of reasons. Number one, the intensity from the G League team with a bunch of guys I had never heard of was unbelievable. They had the Warriors on the ropes, and I thought that was actually a good thing because they needed to like battle back. It was driving me nuts.
Those ones are tricky too because I think everyone was like, you can't lose to a G League team. I was like, well, you're playing a bunch of players you never like play, and the scouting report's not there. You don't know what to make
of them. Those guys have everything to play for.
Energy, right? Yeah. They play with energy and passion. And it's like, hey, the coach is literally telling them, you got nothing to lose tonight.
Well, and the Warriors can't throttle down against anyone.
No.
And I don't know why they think that they can. It's crazy. But what I liked is that they completely righted the ship. I know it's the Spurs, and the Spurs are coming off a back-to-back, and they don't have Victor, and they don't have De'Aaron Fox. I get all that. You look good, and that's the key.
That was their most complete performance I've seen. Like literally, like I have all the.
They scored 40 in 2 different quarters.
I have the game notes somewhere here where it's just right here. The Warriors recorded a season-high 17 steals. The Warriors dished out a season-high 42 assists.
That's incredible.
The Warriors had a season-high 34 fast-break points. They had the most points they've had all season in the first quarter. That ties their most for any quarter all season with 44. Yeah, it was a record-breaking night for them.
Yeah.
For the season. So everything was going right, and you saw that in the first quarter. They couldn't miss.
No.
They could not miss.
No, and, Podziemski hitting shots early, I thought really calmed him. Moody had a great game, and Moody needs to hit buckets from the outside. He hit multiple three-pointers, when was the last time we said that about Moses Moody? It feels like the shot from the outside has just not been falling. He's had so many in and outs over the last week or two. But I'll give the guy a lot of credit. He's been moving without the ball so well and getting a lot of layups around the rim with Jimmy Butler. I go back to that dunk Friday night. That was probably his best dunk of his career.
Yeah, no, it was sick. It lit up the place. I mean, you're lighting up Smoothie King Arena. It's hard to do. There's so many,
Does basketball just not work in New Orleans?
Well, you have to have a player that sticks there, and all their Hall of Fame players just moved on and won elsewhere. You
Chris
think of
Paul, Davis.
Anthony Davis, and now Zion, who's probably going to be, moved on. Yeah. I mean, the guy's dealing with a back contusion for the last 2 weeks.
What exactly is going on with Ingram?
Who knows? Again, I literally don't know what's going on with him. He's always hurt, it feels like. He was part of that trade package with the Lakers way back when, part of the Anthony Davis trade. So there's a lot baked into it. But New Orleans, and then even the arena yesterday in San Antonio, there was a lot of big, David Robinson was there. They panded Tim Duncan, who was there. Old man Tim Duncan. It was fun to see. Manu Ginobili was there. There's obviously a lot of memories with Steve Kerr there. No Pop, obviously. They're definitely a bunch. We're wishing Greg Popovich well because
the guy
he's recovering.
The guy coached the Spurs.
He was getting into it.
He looked so young. Maybe it was just me. He looked very young.
Well, also because you're going from the oldest coach to the youngest.
No, that's actually
so it
a really
really
good point.
highlights it.
That's actually
he looked
a really
like he
good
was
point.
my age. He was like 31 or 32.
Oh, dude, he looks so young.
Right.
Joe Mazzulla looks like a man in his 40s, even though he's in his 30s.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm not knocking him. He looks great.
No, he does. Yeah,
he
yeah,
looks
yeah.
great. But that looked like the youngest coach I've ever seen.
But the atmosphere just was not there at all. Just there's empty seats on a Sunday, and I was like, "There's Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler." So I get it. There's no Wemby, and there's no De'Aaron Fox, but still, you got Stephen Curry there. But on a Sunday in San Antonio, as Charles Barkley likes to say, there's not a whole else lot to do.
The Riverwalk. I got some friends and family in San Antonio. The
Riverwalk.
The amount of people that go to the arena who are there, they can be anywhere. It doesn't matter where they're at. They can be in Nebraska, playing in a college arena. The amount of people that show up in Steph Curry jerseys never ceases to amaze me.
It's incredible. And just when you feel it early.
It's crazy.
When he just takes a shot and people standing up just in the opposition.
It's crazy.
And you'll see it in Memphis tomorrow. You'll see it in La La Land at Crypto.com Arena on Thursday. Like, they travel. Stephen Curry fans, not Warrior fans. Listen, there are Warriors fans, but Stephen Curry fans, his own fan base, it's not to the level of Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, but it is global and it is a thing. I'd say it's a top 10 / borderline top 5 individual fandom when it comes to player fandom. Steph is up there.
Yes.
As some of the biggest in the world,
Yes.
which is saying something because basketball is not the biggest sport in the world. It is soccer. It is football. And when you rival guys like Messi and Ronaldo, who are also getting up there, they're also older, and LeBron, right, for the longest time, you're doing something right and spectacular. And boy, is Stephen Curry doing that, who didn't even need to shoot the ball very much yesterday, didn't even put on a show because everyone's putting on a show because Brandon Podziemski turned in Stephen Curry yesterday, 7-9 for him from beyond the arc, 27 points for Pods, Joe Shasky. That was great to see. In the absence of Jonathan Kuminga, you needed someone to step up because JK only played 7 points. Pods was in the starting lineup. He balled out. You mentioned Moses Moody. They combined for 47 points.
So they're 11.
47.
They're 11-0 with that lineup. Curry to start.
They don't lose.
Curry, Pods, Butler, Moody, Draymond Green. You know you can't do it every week and every game because obviously this is a small lineup. That is one of their best ball movement lineups by far.
Doesn't stick at all.
No. If Pods is hitting shots, he's not seen as a non-shooter. If he is missing shots, they lay off him.
And he's going to get those shots, by the way. He's going to get those wide open shots.
He has to hit.
They're going to sag off him when you got Steph and Jimmy out there.
Same with Moody.
Yes.
Same with Moody, right? They're going to lay off him. And if he's reluctant to shoot from the outside, we got to go in a different direction. That's where you maybe pull the lever on Quentin Post or you go somewhere else. And now with no GP2, who knows with Jonathan Kuminga, I'd probably roll this lineup out again tomorrow.
Against a Memphis Grizzlies team coming off a loss.
I think you have to win this one.
This is, again, if you're just joining us, the Western Conference right now is absolutely insane. The Thunder are the Thunder. They've locked up that spot. But it's a battle from 2 all the way to 10 right now. It's a battle in the Western Conference. The Rockets are right there. They're trying to stave off the Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets are trying to stave off the Lakers, who are trying to stave off the Grizzlies. Lakers, I think, have the tiebreak over damn near everyone in the West. So they got the tiebreak over the Grizzlies, over the Warriors, over the T-Wolves right now. But they're trying to stay in that 4th seed because obviously 1 through 4, you get home court advantage, and that is what you want. Your role players are going to be playing a lot better at home than opposed to on the road, and you're going to see that, which is why it's going to be huge for the Warriors taking care of business against the Grizzlies. And maybe, again, you're trying to worry about just staying in the 6th spot right now. I'm not saying get greedy and not look, but you're playing the Grizzlies and then the Lakers. Why not try to beat both of them? Go 2-0, and then all of a sudden, hey, maybe the 4th seed is a possibility, albeit a tough one. You'll see where your chips will fall if they may. And then you got the Timberwolves right there. You got the Clippers right there. Mavericks, Kings to round out the 9 in the 10th spot. We got a call. Wants to go to the calls right here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, call or text. It's the same number to call or text. 888-957-9570. Start off this road trip 0-2. You've won the last 2. Kind of righted the ship here, as you said, Joe Shasky. And now, nut up or shut up time. Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets. We're going to find out about this team in the coming days. Shardal in Fremont wants to join the conversation. It says that they like Butler and Curry together. Good morning, Shardall. How you doing?
How you guys doing this morning? So I watched the Warriors game yesterday. That was a phenomenal game yesterday. Like, they took care of business. They defeated the
Spurs.
Which team were they playing yesterday?
Yeah, the Spurs.
Yeah, so it was a great win by the Spurs. They took them down by 42. By 42. Pods and Moody were phenomenal. They combined for 47. I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen a shooting display by Podziemski. He was on fire. He was 7 of 9 from 3. I mean, I've never seen anything like that from Podziemski. I mean, everybody downright doesn't show him that much love, and he was like Steph Curry out there yesterday, just draining threes left and right. But talking about Jimmy Butler, I think Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry are so good together. Like, man, they just work so well together on the floor. Man, that duo is scary. When Curry is there, it's a different environment when both of those guys are playing together.
Hey, Shardall, did you get a lot of sleep last night? Oh, he's gone. He hung up. Shardall sounds like he's been spraying a lot of Lysol in his house right there. A little slow. But that's okay. He was reading a lot of the box scores I've noticed that he was doing there. But he's excited. Brandon Podziemski doing his best Steph Curry impression. Jimmy Butler, he's 4-5. He's solid, 13 points. Again, I'm not overreacting to that win at all yesterday. It was a get-right game as far as I'm concerned.
There are some little things that are good.
But there was things to be excited.
All of the starters scoring double-digit.
47 points combined by Moody and Podziemski. That's my takeaway. Like that, if you can get that contribution from those guys going forward.
I don't think you're going to get that. But if I gave you 50+ from Quentin, Buddy, Pods, and Moody, take that all day.
Can I get
all day
double digits from those guys scoring come playoff / play-in time? Then this team can go somewhere. We're talking about whether this team can go on a deep run. We had the Do You Believe segment at 7:30. Do you believe this team can go on a deep playoff run? It's the oldest question in sports talk history, right? Whether it's football, baseball, basketball. Blowout win yesterday. Okay. But if I have the contributions of Moody, Podziemski, give me a Guy Santos every now and then, a Quentin Post, Buddy buckets, Buddy Hield yesterday. I don't think we're talking enough about him. 3 of 6, 25 minutes off the bench, 19 points to lead all scorers off the bench. He had the third most points of any Golden State Warrior. Second and third only to Moses Moody and Brandon Podziemski. So if I get all of that on top of Jimmy and Steph, then yes, we're cooking with hot grease here, and we could beat Lakers, Nuggets, or at least contend with those guys, not get pushed out of the gym and be taken seriously. It's going to come down to those guys at the end of the day. So building this confidence now, Joe Shasky, albeit I don't care if it's against the San Antonio Spurs, but building the confidence of these young guys is the most important thing in these last 8 games for me. It's the confidence of the young players heading into this final stretch. 888-957-9570. You're looking up at these next 8 games in the regular season. What do you need to see from this team to give you faith that they could go on a deep playoff run? I want to ask the question. 888-957-9570. For me, it's Podziemski, it's Moody, it's Post, it's those guys showing up here.
The defense was great yesterday, and again, that's a team that doesn't have a lot of firepower, so you can kind of key in on some people. 17 steals.
Season high.
34 fast break points. Like that's just something this team doesn't do. It doesn't do often. Here's the thing that I'm looking at, though, Joe, and we talk so much. This is a 3-point shooting team that doesn't really shoot the 3 ball consistently. They're 11-2 when they shoot 20 or more threes.
Just shoot or make? Make. Okay, that's important.
Make.
Okay,
my bad. Make.
Wow.
I should have clarified that.
It's okay.
11-2. Now, we really haven't had too many 9 of 13 Steph Curry games, This is a Pods, Quentin Post, Moody, Draymond Green contributing. You need a handful of these guys hitting from the outside to unlock this offense. That is the number one thing. And I know the defense was great, and I don't dismiss 17 steals. But to me, they need to lead with offense. And that's why I keep coming back to, you bring up Moody and Podziemski. I'd throw Quentin in there. I'd throw Buddy Hield in there. If 2 or more of those guys are hitting on any given night, this team can beat anyone. If none of those guys are hitting, boy, offense is it's It's a search and rescue party.
It's tough to watch.
It's a search and rescue party.
That was the Miami game.
That's why you need Kuminga, though.
Yeah.
When those four aren't hitting, you are searching for offense. And this goes back to the Kuminga conversation. Why GP2's been so good. Why? Because GP2's like found money when he hits a three from the corner. GP2 has found money when he gets an and one around the rim. So that's why Jonathan Kuminga is so important in this offense. When those four guys aren't giving you anything from the outside, you're searching for offense.
888-957-9570 is the number. 4 teams, these next 4 games are going to be against Western Conference playoff opponents. What do you need to see from this Golden State Warriors team to get you, honestly, not on the bandwagon, but if you're off of it right now, on the bandwagon to say, this team can make a deep run because Joe Shasky's laying it out right there. The Brandon Podziemskis of the world, the Moses Moody's of the world, those guys, when they hit shots, it changes the entire arc of this team and franchise. We know what we're getting from Steph. We know what we're getting from Jimmy. We know what we're getting from Draymond Green, who, by the way, much better shooting performance from him yesterday. 6 of 9, 2 of 4.
Yeah.
An aggressive Draymond offensively changes a lot. Brandon Podziemski on with NBC Sports Bay Area yesterday talking about what the Dubs need to do to be ready for the postseason.
I think just being really good. The first 4 and the last 4 of each quarter, not letting teams feel good going into the next quarter. I think that's just the biggest thing. Those 8 minutes every quarter. That's a big 32 minutes out of the 48. And so if we can control kind of those minutes, obviously teams are going to go on runs. They're great players, NBA players for a reason. But if we can win the first and last 4 of each quarter, I think we'll be all right.
It's well said. Again, the confidence of Brandon Podziemski, it's polarizing, I think, for a lot of fans at times. I know it is for you, Joe Shasky, the way he's playing with swagger at times, and other times he's complaining to the refs, and I get that. That's just kind of the young players these days, but I've never questioned, the confidence of a Brandon Podziemski. Maybe early on this season, but he's dealing with some injuries. Went to the bench, had to get that injury sorted out. Guy got smacked in the face. It felt like 5 or 6 times. Broken nose. He had to wear the mask. It was very uncomfortable for him. So he's had an up and down season, but it feels like as of late, especially with Jimmy Butler being here, the emergence of Pods as a scorer, if that can be more consistent, and if I could see that against the big boy teams, because it's one thing to do it against the Spurs and the Pelicans.
Yeah.
I need to see it against the Lakers in Los Angeles. I need to see it against the Denver Nuggets, whether that's at home or on the road. I need to see it against the Houston Rockets. So that's the guy I'm circling right here. And we'll see who Jonathan Kuminga, who again is dealing with ankle soreness. We'll see how serious it is. Kuminga seems to think he's fine. Steve Kerr called it a bummer after. Hopefully it's not too serious, that he can come back, because you're going to need him in spots, specifically in some of these matchups in a series or in a play-in game.
Like the thing I keep coming back to, like I can say the word terrifying, whether it's Buddy, Moses, Pods, I'll throw Draymond in there. Like, we're living and dying by the 3. And this is why Jimmy Butler, the acquisition, was so important. Yes, he's a great facilitator. He gets the free throw line 8 times a game.
Yeah, and he doesn't live or die by the 3. So he's a player that his game isn't predicated on doing that. I don't want to, by the way, he had like 6 attempts. Anything over like 4 attempts for Jimmy Butler from the 3-point line, I'm good. I go Randy Jackson. That's a no for me, dog.
But I would say that one thing I've noticed with Jimmy and his 3-point attempts, surprisingly, there's 1 or 2 a game where where it's like shot clock's winding down. I got to take this, right? Like it almost needs to be, cooked
right
into the books, and you're never going to see that. But so what do you think league average is? NBA right now, league average 3-point shooting.
League average?
What do you think? What do you think the percentage?
Shooting percentage. Okay, league average. I'm going to go 33%.
It's 36%.
Okay, all right.
So 36%. Pods is
pretty good. League average, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Pods is under league average, just a little bit, couple percentage points. Draymond actually only at like 32.5%. Right. Not bad. Like Draymond's doing good. He's almost at 33%. Really, there's only a couple guys that shoot above average. Quentin Post, Steph Curry, and Moses Moody. Right? So that tells you the team that is reliant so heavily on the 3 ball, hitting a couple early threes opens the floor up for them on so many levels. And I hate living and dying by the 3. And that's why I think Jimmy, Kuminga, GP2, any points that you can get that are around the rim or at the free throw line on this team, given how inconsistent the 3-point shooting is is unbelievably vital.
And that's why it was so, refreshing to see that first quarter and that first half
They're
yesterday.
hitting everything.
Well, they were just attacking the paint ad nauseum. They just didn't settle yesterday. And if it was settling, they were wide open. So it wasn't a bad shot. They didn't take a bad shot, it felt like, at all yesterday. I don't know the last time I saw a Golden State Warriors team that wasn't just chucking. There were some times there were some heat checks, which is fine with me. But like a Pod's doing a heat check in area, that's fine because he was balling everywhere else. We got some calls, Joe Shasky, that I want to get in here. AJ in LA wants to join in the conversation. AJ, what's going on, man? You're on the Morning Roast. Big win yesterday.
Cheers, guys. Big win, decent win, okay? Not even decent. They beat the Spurs, man.
They did.
Spurs, these dudes, man, these guys are on like a 4 or 5 game losing streak after back-to-back, and they're in the Cooper flag sweepstakes.
If they win that, if they win that, my head will explode, by the way. If they win the lottery, I will lose my mind.
Oh, Cooper Flag and
It's
Victor
so
Wembanyama?
unfair. No, that's ridiculously unfair.
Oh, we'll see. Their odds aren't going to be good.
Keep going.
Yeah, but let me also point out that I think you guys mentioned what that starting lineup is 11-0.
Yeah.
And that starting lineup is terrible, man. We all know it's terrible. They've been getting blown out every game. That starting lineup is not the lineup that's helping them win or get back into a game. I mean, they're down in the first quarter almost every game because of that lineup.
Well, they've been tinkering
Well, it's just
lineups.
the starting lineup. Again, we're just giving you the stat, AJ, and I appreciate
11-0, and we've been here, how many, with 25 or so games for Jimmy Butler? So they haven't actually used that lineup.
No.
Actually, they've used it less than half the time.
Yeah.
So I don't think that has been their go-to lineup.
Well, no, and also I'll say this, and AJ clearly is saying he wasn't very impressed by the win.
That's a fair point of view, though.
They didn't do anything wrong yesterday. Like, that's where I'm saying. In a game like that, they didn't beat themselves at any point in that game, which, again, you could go back to the opponent all you want. Spurs stink. They don't have their 2 best players. We understand that. They're 31-43. They're going to be a lottery team. Having said that, I just saw you lose to the Atlanta Hawks in a Miami Heat team that had lost 10 in a row. So I'm not here, beggars can't be choosers. You need to start stacking wins and building confidence. And even in blowout wins against subpar opponents, what my young players can take from that is confidence going forward. For Jimmy Butler, is that win doing anything for him? No. Is for Stephen Curry, is that win doing anything for him? No. Draymond Green, maybe, because he was scoring. But
I thought it was a get-right game for Moody.
It was a get-right game for everyone.
From beyond the arc. I thought it was he needed to see some balls go in the hoop.
When's the last time, you had a game where you can just feel confident after a quarter that says, wow, we're probably going to blow this team out? I don't know the last time that happened. That doesn't, and at this late in the season, I'm not taking that for granted because you know what? Some of these younger players, like the Jeremy Sohans of the world, right? Great name, love the hair. The Stephon Castles, well, these guys are still playing for something. These guys are trying to show out. These are young players.
But they're also very limited.
No, they are limited. I'm saying that. But historically, the San Antonio Spurs, whether it's from Popovich, whether the back of the interim head coach, they play hard.
Yes.
And they were trying to go tick for tack yesterday. The Warriors just blowing them out. They got everything they wanted. They got the looks. They dominated them. And the Spurs looked like a tired team. And the Warriors, 4th game on a road trip, did not look like a tired team. And it looked like a team that was buttoned up. And then they got probably ripped into after that Pelicans game, even in a win, Joe Shasky. I'm looking at Steve Kerr saying, hey, yeah, that was great. You guys won that. Let's not do that again. You guys need to be better.
They had to fight.
You need to be buttoned up.
Yeah, it did not look pretty on Friday, though I thought their second half was significantly better.
No, it was. But the fact that it was that close in the fourth quarter, they pulled away. The Pelicans only extended 13 in the fourth quarter. But the fact that it was that close, that was a wake-up call, I think. Guys, we're 0-2 on this trip. Let's not go 0-3. And then we're really digging ourselves a hole. And then, you know what? Maybe we deserve to be in the plan. But I think they've shown enough these last 2 games, for me, heading to a crucial 4-game stretch here against actual playoff opponents, that says, okay, they got the message. They've woken up. And let's see what they could do in Memphis, which is going to be a huge game.
Well, tonight's a huge game. Celtics with Jaylen Brown listed as questionable.
And Tatum still out?
We need the Celtics. Peyton Pritchard. Come on, my guy.
You love Peyton Pritchard.
I do love Peyton Pritchard, and I think he's a 6 man of the year.
Tatum played on Saturday. Okay, so much.
What about JJJ? Where's he at health-wise?
That is a good question. I am not sure.
I had not seen the last couple games for them.
Jaron Jackson Jr.
I know Jaw's been answering questions about why Taylor Jenkins isn't there.
Why is he not? Jaron Jackson played well against the Lakers on Saturday.
Okay.
He had, let's see here, pulling up the box score, 29 minutes, 24 points for him, 4 boards. Desmond Bane played very well in that game, 29 points for him, and Jaw near trip dub for him, 22 points, 10 assists, 8 boards. And Zach Edey had a double-double.
Zach Edey's solid.
Is him and Draymond Green going to go at it again?
I totally forgot about that. And then I'm looking at the game logs, Jimmy Butler versus Memphis. We can get into it on the other side.
That's going to be on the other side. BPA, David in New York. I see both of you, 888-957-9570. What do you need to see from this team to give you confidence in this final stretch here? 4 games against some of the top teams in the Western Conference. What do you need to see against the Grizzlies, the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Rockets to give you faith in this team going forward? That's what's coming on the game. Brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, get well, JK. It's the White Lotus, I think, season 2 theme. It's such a good beat, though. Hey, by the way, no, I'm not doing a spoiler alert because the second to last episode of White Lotus, if you guys haven't watched White Lotus, it's a show on HBO. It's always it's a murder mystery. It always starts every episode. First episode of every season starts out with a murder. And we don't know who it is. And this, like, the whole season builds up to that final episode where we find out who died, what happened. So we're going to find that out next week. But there's a character, and this season takes place in Thailand. White Lotus is a resort hotel. And they take place, and first season was Hawaii, last season was Italy, and then this season they're in Thailand. And one of the workers there from Thailand, her name is Mook. She goes on a date with the security guard, Guy Talk. Yeah, I'm out on Mook. You know, Guy Talk is basically like exploring his feelings and saying, like, you know what, I don't want to be a bodyguard. I don't like hurting people. That's not me. And then she was all like, yeah, you need to be tough. I was like, well, and then he says, like, well, I'm Buddhist. Like, we're not really supposed to be attacking people. And she's like, yeah, well, too bad. I was like, I'm out. Yeah, I'm out on Mook. She's not a good person. He was exploring his feelings with her.
Can I just be honest?
No.
I
Mook
appreciate
sucks.
that masculinity is coming back. No one's saying that you can't be sensitive, but there is something like, for example, no. I can't even put this cabinet hinge back on, and my boy keeps giving me grief, Sean Sullivan, who's out there right now, because he's like, come on, man, be a man. Put the cabinet hinge back on. I'm like, dude, I'm not good at that kind of stuff.
Is it manly to want to like fight someone? Like, for some people that is, but like that doesn't have to be that.
I get defending the honor of someone that you know. I'm not saying you have to be violent. There's a happy medium.
And Guy Talk needed to toot his own horn. He did step up between those guys. They just had 3-on-1 and they kicked his ass earlier on the season. Like, we're doing White Lotus. We'll get back to the Warriors in a second.
I'm raising a young boy right now, and I know there's going to be a time and a place where I'm going to have the conversation with him regarding stick up for yourself.
Okay, there is part of that, but if again, I don't want to go down this road, like, if he gets his ass kicked and says, I don't like fighting people, and it's like, okay, you don't like fighting people. Just take some self-defense classes.
Yeah, but if you're the one initiating, you better be ready to throw hands.
Well, that's another conversation.
Right? Like, I mean,
Guy Talk's not initiating anything. He was going on a nice date. They were at a Muay Thai match.
I don't believe in pacifists.
You don't believe
it's like being a vegan. I just don't trust them.
Just doesn't like any Buddhists, I guess.
No,
that's basically what you just said.
Fine line on all these things.
What you just said.
I'm not an absolutist.
Okay.
That's the reason I get pissed.
Exactly.
Thank you, Chuck.
Exactly.
I'm out on Mook, by the way. She's just all talk.
She's very attractive.
Sure. Great. So is a lot of people in White Lotus. It doesn't mean anything.
You almost have to be attractive to just be in TV and in movies nowadays.
Spoiler
Unless
alert.
you're Danny DeVito.
Spoiler alert. You have to
just look very odd.
Wait, real quick.
Or just be incredibly funny.
Spoiler alert. You have to look good on television and on TV and on movies.
There's a jawline you have to have.
Hence, face for radios is what we got. So there you go. But
can't all be Patrick Schwarzenegger.
We are, shout out Saxon.
He's actually got great depth as a character.
Yes, he's very good. He's a huge douche, but it works for him.
No, he's nailing it.
He is. It's just like this season 1. We've gone off the deep end on the White Lotus. BPA, David will get to you in a second. Warriors blowout win yesterday. And, we're talking about what do you need to see from this team? These next 4 games, you're going to be playing top 5 seeds in the Western Conference. What do you need to see to, get yourself hyped up that this team can make a true deep run into the playoffs? Do you need to see the young guys? Do you need to see Jimmy Butler have a Jimmy Butler type of game that he had with the Miami Heat? Do we need to see Miami, Jimmy Butler against the Grizzlies or against the Lakers? Like, Big Boss Man Joe was giving me all the stats of Jimmy. He's like, 18 and 10, like, is 18 and 10 good enough as like a stat line for Jimmy going forward? Like, if you're just getting that on every given night, is that enough? Or do you need to see like a 30 burger from him, really showing out, shooting the ball, saying, no.
It's been
slow it down.
See, to me, it's time and place, right? There are some games where you might only score, 15 points, but like, when did you score them? Did you finish, in the final 5 minutes of the game, put your imprint on it? There was a time before Steph got hurt where I could feel the chemistry and the 3-man unit of Jimmy, Dre, and Steph was starting to take shape. And it was kind of your turn, my turn, but we were playing within the synchronicity, if you will, of a 3-man little weave. I just need to see a little more aggressive Jimmy from time to time. It's not about particular numbers, right? You can have a great game, like I said, and be a 12-point game, 7 assists, 7 rebound guy. It's like, when did you put your imprint on the game? And so I would like him, especially down the stretch, and to start games. I think that's important too, because they've had really crummy first quarters. To start games, just don't be so passive. It's very simple to me. I'm not even trying to overly critique him. I'm just don't be so passive. Doug, when you got the ball in the block, go up strong with it.
Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets. These 4 games, all top 5 seeds in the Western Conference. Would you take 2 and 2? Or are you or would that be disappointing?
I think you have to beat Memphis.
Okay.
That's number 1.
So it matters. Okay.
That one, you have to beat Memphis.
Okay.
They're going to be on the back end of a back-to-back.
Against the Nuggets on Friday, yes. Oh, sorry, the Grizzlies. Sorry, continue.
Yeah,
Continue.
they're going to play the Celtics tonight. You get them tomorrow. You have a day of rest. You're locked in. You didn't play a full, game with the top dogs against San Antonio. You don't have excuses. The season is winding down. This one means a lot. This is a head-to-head matchup one. If you beat them, not only do you catapult above them, you also lock in the advantage of a tiebreaker. Mm-hmm. If you lose to them, not only do you gain ground in the top 8 seedings, you also now have to do the coin flip thing when it comes to the tiebreaker, and it goes to that next thing, right? Whatever that is amongst them, because you split the series against them. So, this one's a huge one. You have to win that one. I'm just going to go one game at a time. One game at a time. Win this next game.
All right. So the tiebreaker, it goes better winning percentage in games against each other. Then it goes division leader wins a tie over a team not leading a division. So it goes the Pacific Division, I believe, and then goes against the division 1-loss percentage, and then it gets the conference 1-loss percentage. So there's a trickle down effect here, but it goes to the Pacific Division, I believe. And if I pull up the Pacific Division in the NBA right now, as I go on.
How many people can even name who's in the Pacific?
That's a great question. Can you right now? It's really easy, actually.
Clippers, Lakers.
Correct.
Warriors.
Yep.
Portland Trailblazers.
No, they're in the Northwest Division, the Portland Trailblazers.
I mean...
They're on the Pacific. Yes, like in real
Phoenix
life
Suns.
they are. Yes, Phoenix Suns.
Yeah,
there you go. Kings. Yeah, so Kings, Clippers, Warriors, Lakers,
the
Suns.
Northwest.
So right now,
the Northwest.
And again, the Grizzlies are not in your own division. They're in the Southwest Division. Shout out Southwest Airlines. Are they still doing the?
See, Phoenix should be in that Southwest,
right? There's so
the fact that jumping from
the fact that Memphis and Tennessee
and New Orleans,
Memphis, Tennessee, and New Orleans and Minnesota, they're not in
do away with them.
I hear you. I'm not doing away with BPA though. Brian in Palo Alto,
what's up, buddy?
One of our favorites, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Brian? You have a nice weekend. You into White Lotus real quick, Brian?
No.
You like it.
No
you love
Lotus.
it.
I don't have time for obscure resort-based character dramas. It's just I need something with some
Yeah, Jimmy Butler. He's not resort-based character.
Detective, something.
Yeah.
Oh,
detective. I like it.
True detective, then maybe.
But, season 1.
So good.
Yeah, I think that it's one game. Assuming that Memphis has to lose to Boston. And then if the Warriors beat Memphis, they're game up on Memphis with the tiebreaker, which is that's a 2-game lead.
Yes,
with 7 to go, right?
Yes.
And they have the tiebreaker in Minnesota, meaning that's a 2-game lead on Minnesota, even though they're only 1 up on the loss home. So that's the season right there. As far as the longer term, I think if you end up with the Nuggets, it's going to be. I just don't see them beating the Nuggets in a best of 7 series.
Yeah.
They need one more guy. I think it's obviously a great start with Butler, and I think hopefully there's a market to sign and trade Kuminga this offseason, right? But I think that's kind of over now, right? That thing, it had, it's unfortunate, super unfortunate how it's gone down, and but I think the window to show it now, or hurt again and all that stuff, I think it's gonna be really tough. But I really like. I really don't mind Guy being sort of the first 4 off the bench. They seem to play better, actually, when that's the case. But losing GP2 really, really tough.
Yeah,
I think if he's not around for the playoffs. So they're a guy away, but I think they made their point, right? Which is if you get them one more piece, this could be a contender. I don't think they're going to win the title this year.
Yeah. I'm with you. They need I need that big rim running center who's athletic. Just closing my eyes and listening to BPA talk.
Real quick. Do you believe that? Like, he's saying like they're a guy away still. Like, I think if you have the right matchups, you could still make it to the conference finals and maybe make it to the NBA. I don't think it's crazy.
You could.
But like,
we would all agree it would be.
But why are we so defeatist right now?
No, it's not defeatist. It just
sounds like it a little bit. They won 2 in a row. They're 12 games over 500.
We know
you take care of business against the Grizzlies tomorrow. All of a sudden, you're the 5 seed. Like, in this scenario, real quick, you could get the 4 seed if you beat the Lakers. You could get the 4 seed. Then you're talking home court in the first round, Joe. Like, that's not nothing. I don't scoff at that. That's a huge difference between going on the road and then staying home. Like, I look at the role players we're talking about, Pods and Moody and Post, and as BPA just mentioned, Santos. Like, you get home court going up against LA or Memphis, whoever those teams are going to be in the first round, the 4-5 matchup. Yeah, all of a sudden, I'm liking my chances a lot more going forward. That might sound insane.
Of course, things have to shake your way. That's every year.
But it's not crazy. I think we're acting like that's crazy to get the 4 seed, and I'm telling you it's not that crazy.
Well, I would say to you, they have an Achilles heel.
Lakers still have to play the Thunder twice again. And the Thunder won 9 in a row, and they don't look like they're letting off the gas at all.
The Warriors have a very specific Achilles heel that it feels like a lot of the teams that they would have to go through have the advantage of them on, which is the big who can destroy them in the paint on both ends of the floor. And that feels like their fatal flaw. Can they overcome it? Yeah. But if they have to face that specific thing that does them in 3 series in a row, I'm not sure they have enough firepower. And I think being pessimistic is probably the fair point of view right now. Even if they were to rattle off 3 consecutive wins and get to the finals, going through Jokic and going through OKC with Chet Holmgren and finding like whatever the combinations are, we would all say like, wow, that would be pretty shocking. I think that's a fair point of view.
Absolutely.
I was shocked they won it all in 2022.
You're going Obi-Wan on me from a certain point of view.
That being said, before we move on, with BPA calling in, and he says that he's not a White Lotus guy, he actually, every time I hear him talk, reminds me of Tim, the dad.
Yeah, a little bit.
The finance guy who's like knee deep in IRS trouble. Like I imagine in some alternate universe, that's who BPA would be.
Well, it's a great voice because I don't know if you know this, like the actor is from England. Like he's an English actor, but he does that Southern accent so well. Yes.
I didn't know he was from England.
Well, you don't watch Harry Potter. He's the bad guy in Harry Potter.
I know Harry Potter.
No. You've seen The Patriot, though, with Mel Gibson, right?
Of course. Classic.
Yeah, he's the bad guy.
Well, they all had bad accents.
No, he's Colonel Tavington, the guy with the British accent.
I'm saying like everybody in that one. And also to remember, that came out immediately after Braveheart, and it felt like a clone of Braveheart.
No, but he is actually British. Like you hear his like actual accent, and they're more posh, I guess you would say. But yeah,
it's been 20 years since that came out.
I do love though that Tim, the actor or the character in White Lotus, he's always wearing the Duke because they're from North Carolina. I was like, Duke's wearing it all because he's from White Lotus. He's wearing the Duke shirt all. The signs are there.
Incredible.
Dude, Tim needs a Duke win. He's having a rough week.
He's had a rough month. It feels like, right? Well, I mean, and a week in comparison to the show, but it's a good point. The guy's trying.
So we should just have BPA call in as Tim from Carolina. Remember, last week, I don't know if you were listening, but Bonte came in and he wanted us to search for his CFL take on Trey Lance.
Oh, of course he did. He's like, I said this a couple years ago. We know Bonte.
But during the search of that, we got a call from BPA as someone else.
No, Tiago?
No, it wasn't Tiago. Who did he call in as? Sam?
What was the name?
We're pulling it up right now. Just give us a second.
And it was him pretending to be someone else after he had told us that he was done listening to us as a station and that he was going to change the dial to the other place.
Why did he get so mad again? I forget. I think it was Draymond Green related.
All right, here, we found it.
What is it?
Okay.
So, Gary, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, I think it's an inspired idea, Bonte. I think if he goes to the CFL, I don't think he'll ever come back to the NFL. But that may be his path.
Is this Brian in Palo Alto changing his voice?
I'm sorry?
This is BPA? No, go ahead. Continue the call.
It really sounds like Brian in Palo Alto pretending to be someone else.
Yeah, his name's Gary.
I
go
wanted
ahead.
to say that I think that he's going to be, he's a backup quarterback, and that's okay, right? It's not the end of the world.
This is absolutely Brian in Palo Alto pretending to be Gary. Brian, don't lie to me.
That's all time.
100% him.
I like how you could hear us laughing in the background. 'Cause this is the old studio when all the doors were open.
Oh, the AC didn't work, so all the doors were
I told
open.
you, he's Tim. Listen to that southern accent
Well,
he
no,
tried
it's funny
to pull.
because he goes Gary, but remember Gary or Greg from White Lotus? That's what I thought of immediately. The name change. The Tiago was the funniest. That name will go down in infamy. Tiago in Brisbane, was it? It was hilarious.
Like he turned into Kentucky Fried Chicken, the Colonel.
Throw a little twang on there.
That was him doing Jerry Jones. And it wound him in the worst Jerry Jones impression I've ever heard. And Bonte knew immediately, but he's the consummate professional, so he just went with it. He's like,
I'm
no,
not
it's
gonna lie to
Gary.
you. BPA is probably my favorite caller of all time.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Hands down.
Of 95 cent a game
down.
callers. Brian's up there. I know Bonte would probably disagree, but that's what makes him so great. That's what makes him he's a tragic figure.
Well, he's the Joker to Bonte's
Yes.
Batman.
100%.
You can't have one without the other.
Such
He's a necessary evil.
He's the Joker.
No, he is. He's a necessary evil. That's why the Joker never wanted to know like Batman's identity because it would ruin the fun for him. Like you never want to know like what BPA looks like. I think BPA even said there's a separate. He said it's a separation of church and state.
When I tried to get him to show up to the Doobie Awards, he's like, "No, I like to keep the mystery going."
Let's go to Al and San Pablo.
Sorry about that diversion there.
No,
Al.
it was
My
great.
bad.
Al, what you got on the Warriors right now?
Okay, so you had that segment, Do You Believe, earlier.
Yes.
And to me, it's not whether I believe, it's whether Steph Curry believe, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler believe. These guys have been there. Two of them are four-time champions. They're in a spot right now where they're going to play the three teams ahead of them for the third, fourth, and fifth seed. And I am not worried about Memphis because when you fire your head coach with 10 games left to go in the season, there's something wrong there. I cannot see them surpassing the Warriors. I think the Warriors are going to surpass them, take the fifth seed, and then they got the Lakers coming up. And so they'll only maybe be one game behind the Lakers when they play them. And I think they can take them because this is the time where the three boys believe. Yeah, they got the big boys over in LA too. So that's going to be a challenge. But this is where the Warriors would want to be. If you ask them right at this moment, where would you want to be right now this week? I want to play the guys that are teams ahead of me and beat them. So I really think they will do it.
This is going to sound completely off the wall here, but when I think, and I close my eyes and I go, all right, the Warriors are hurt right now with GP2 and with Kuminga. What are they going to start the game and close the game with defensively against Luka and LeBron? You close your eyes. Draymond's got to guard one of those two guys, doesn't he?
You didn't even mention Austin Reeves, who, again, people laughed, but
no, he's a great playmaker.
I don't think he's not their best player. That's LeBron and Luka.
He's a great
but he's their most
playmaker.
important player.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I look at, like, Jimmy Butler, and it might be Draymond, to your point. Like, Draymond's not their best player. He's their most important player, though.
When I look at that matchup, and you're telling me Kuminga's out, and GP2's out, I'm saying to myself, boy, Butler's got to guard one of them. Mm-hmm. Right? If we were going to go Austin Reeves and then Luka and LeBron, Dre's got to guard the other guy, right?
Right.
Is Moses Moody, like, are we going to throw him on Luka? Like, so this is where the
and then you got
Kuminga
Jackson,
absence.
and then you got Jackson Hayes, who is a big, like, he's not the greatest big, but
you can't leave him off.
He rim runs.
He'll get lobs all day.
All three of those guys
Absolutely.
are passers.
Get them lots of extra possessions.
Yes.
So this is where Kuminga's absence, GP2's absence is absolutely going to showcase some of their personnel flaws. Like defending the perimeter is still a giant weakness for this team.
And you mentioned it, Gary Payton II dealing with a left thumb ligament tear, a slight tear, not a complete tear. He's going to be reevaluated this Thursday ahead of that Lakers game in crypto.com arena. And also Jonathan Kuminga dealing with some ankle soreness. That's what Steve Kerr had to say about it yesterday.
Yeah, I saw him at halftime and checked in on him. Such a bummer, just coming back, finding his rhythm, playing well. So hopefully it's nothing too serious.
And Kuminga said to Sam Gordon in the San Francisco Chronicle after the game that, quote, he's straight, thinks he's fine. We'll see. Maybe you give him a game off here. Maybe you bring him back at home. I'm not sure. You need to take it. It's very tricky, these things, right? Like he was just out for months with this injury. So the last thing you want to do if you're Steve Kerr, you're Rick Celebrini, or this coaching staff, is compromise the guy even more, especially in this final stretch. Because yes, it's a balance of like, man, like we need the bodies out here, but also like, man, like the playoffs and the play-ins coming here, and we need him to be at his full strength, going up against the guys like you just mentioned, whether it's the Lakers, the Grizzlies, hell, a play-in game against, the Minnesota Timberwolves. Who knows? By the way, Steve Kerr, everyone's talking about these next 4 games, these teams ahead of him in the standings. Steve Kerr talked about it yesterday as well.
If we can beat Memphis, we get the tiebreaker over them. That's huge. We're right there with the Clippers, and Lakers are only a couple ahead. We got them after, so it's quite a race going down the stretch. And we have a difficult schedule. Our last 8 games are pretty tough, so we're going to have to continue to play well. But tonight was a really good effort, and it's good momentum builder.
That's exactly what it is. I think you need that sort of a performance to really calm the waters here within the players, not really the fan base, but the players themselves. Like, that's not who they were against the Pelicans on Friday. Like, that's not the Warriors I've seen. Like, the team I've seen on this road trip, and they've missed Steph for a couple games, so I'll give them that. But, like, even missing Steph, the effort level against Atlanta was not existent. The effort level against the Miami Heat was just awful. Like, that was supposed to be a revenge game. Yeah, it was a revenge game for the Miami Heat. They took revenge on Jimmy Butler, and they dominated that performance from top to bottom. And then in New Orleans, it was a G League game basically for New Orleans. They had nothing to lose. And we talk about it all the time in football, right? The last couple of games, like, the Niners or the Raiders, I have nothing to lose. You don't want to play against a team like that because they're playing for all those other teams, right? Bonte's so good at this. He's like the fact he's like
Chauncey Billups.
Win one for Chauncey, right? We talk about that. The Scoot Henderson and them boys. But it's a thing for like the New Orleans Pelicans, who've been god awful for this entire season. Yeah, going up against some of those players that I've never even heard of before, like they're playing to stay out of the G League. So like that's a big opportunity for them, and they were playing like it. Warriors finally woke up, and that was a wake-up call for them, and they took care of business yesterday against a beleaguered San Antonio Spurs team that's just missing their 2 best players, and it was the back end of back-to-back, and you're relying on Chris Paul in the starting lineup, who's 50 years old at this point. Warriors legend Chris Paul.
Joe, it's so fun. He's cooked. Chris Paul's completely done. He's done. He's a third point guard. He's not even a backup. He's a third point guard.
So CP3 means third point guard. CP3, third point guard.
If he comes back next year and gets someone to pay him another $10 million to play.
Well, it's a veteran presence, Joe Shasky. You gotta
give me a
understand
break.
that.
I mean, give me a break.
You got to understand. Like, these guys, this is a future Hall of Famer. This guy.
Look, I have tremendous respect for him. He's a first ballot.
I actually liked the signing when it happened because I thought he'd be great for Wemby, and he was.
He's got nothing left.
He's old. He's 40 years old.
He's got nothing left. He's an occasional player, meaning third point guard, not even a backup. Like, he's just not. He's an occasional player. And I have tremendous respect for him. His career should be over.
I have tremendous respect for him, but quite frankly, kick rocks. Basically,
he's done.
It's easier said. Like, I think he could help.
I'm not saying he can't stick around. If someone's dumb enough to give him $10 million a year, he will take the money. He always takes the money.
If we're gonna be paying guys to sit on the bench, basically be coaches, like we did this with Iguodala with the Warriors,
no doubt.
And he helped, and he was a bench player basically on that championship run, right? Like, why can't Chris Paul do that? Why are you scoffing like it's this asinine thing?
He's done.
He's a high IQ player, and I think he'd be well suited for an up and coming team that, wants to take that next leap. And I think that's what the Spurs were trying to do. It's not his fault that Wemby and De'Aaron Fox got hurt. By the way, we're going to look back on the career of Chris Paul and say, oh, by the way, he played for the Warriors and Spurs. It's just going to be very weird.
He played on a million teams.
A million. But I'm going to look at, and the Thunder is another one. Rockets, he was good. The Clippers, he was good. And then the Hornets, he was good.
You had brought him up and you derailed my thoughts, and I had to get he's cooked. You ever like put something in the microwave too long? And then it's like rubbery and not good anymore.
I hate that.
There's a sweet spot on the microwave.
Or it's like, it gets like damp in there.
Yes.
I hate that.
Well, that's the condensation.
Yeah, I hate that. Exactly.
So that's where we're at with Chris Paul.
Okay.
It's just been overcooked. You got to throw it away.
You got to throw it. Well, or you let it out. You let it dry a little bit. The condensation. You get a little paper towel in there, dap it up, and you're okay.
Even my dog Leo's like,
no. You're more of an air fryer guy. What if you toss them in the air fryer? Can that work?
Everything's better in the air fryer.
I think Germany in this case would be the air fryer. You go toss them in there and something happens.
That being said, we do these narratives. You don't want to face a team at the end of the year that has nothing to play for. I kind of would rather have the coach still there in Taylor Jenkins. Are they going to get the new coach?
I found the name, by the way.
Who is it?
Okay, so it's Thomas. He's from Finland, but Thomas is spelled, I'm assuming it's, no, T-U-O-M-A-S. Uomas. So maybe it's Tomas.
Okay. Hurdle?
No. Isalo. Iisalo. A Finnish basketball coach and former player who is now the interim head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies. Previously served as the assistant under Taylor Jenkins for a few years now. He's 42 years old. Has a little Stephen Langford to him. I'm looking at him right now. He's got the blonde beard.
So the JD Vance.
A little bit. Hey.
Steven looks dead on like
I said that earlier. I'm backing off because he really doesn't like it. So I've noticed when people... I know. But this guy...
Just because you look like someone doesn't mean all the other stuff.
Yeah, but there's a political aspect to it, and I don't think he swings that way. So, But he's a Finnish Cup winner, by the way, and a Euro Cup champion as a head coach.
No one cares. This guy could walk into the room and say, I'm this Tomas guy who's coaching the Grizzlies.
If he wins tomorrow, you're going to change your tune?
Well, that's my point.
And he wins today against the Celtics?
Are they going to get the Doug Christie, like they fire Mike Brown and then just...
Antonio Pierce? We're going to get the Antonio Pierce
Or are we going to get what the Chicago Bears did, which was the week the Niners were facing them? I was like, this is a horrible spot. New coach. They're going to get the new coach, like, elevation, and they just totally looked outmatched.
Horrible. It looked awful.
Who was the guy that took over?
For Eberflus?
Yeah.
I forget who it was.
He was the offensive coordinator.
It was the offensive coordinator. And
they'd already fired the other offensive coordinator, so he was like the quarterback's coach who got elevated to coordinator, who then got elevated to head coach.
It's going to look... It looked even worse. Like, I don't think it could look that bad, but I just...
Thomas Brown.
Thomas Brown, thank you. Exactly.
Poor guy.
Just a very common name that it was forgettable at that. But I'm not going to forget Tuomas Isalo. I don't know if I'm Tomas, I don't know, but he's taking over for Taylor Jenkins, who was... It wasn't swept on the rug. I think everyone was just like, what the hell happened there? And I get it. They fired all the assistant coaches last year, so maybe he was already on notice, but don't you let him ride out 10 games left, really? And we're doing this?
They clearly... Something's up.
Like what though?
Yeah, it's Ja Morant can't stand you, or there's something else.
Like Ja's gonna leave either way. If this is him saving Ja Morant, it almost has a De'Aaron Fox aspect to it with the Doug Christie thing when they fired Mike Brown. I was like, what are we doing?
Doug Christie had the knife in Mike Brown's back from the beginning.
And Doug Christie wanted to fight Steve Kerr in the first game one or whoever they played. It was them or the Lakers. And I was like, what is going on here? It was the whole thing very odd. By the way, shout out Mike Bibby. Kings legend.
Yeah.
Sac State head coach now, Mike Bibby.
Since when did Sac State get all of this NIL money? They're throwing things around left and right. I'm not hating. I'm asking.
They must have had a good donor. I don't know.
Kyle Madsen.
Kyle Madsen, the ESPN 1320.
They also almost had Mike Vick as their head football coach.
Well, that's what I was going with that. I thought they were flirting with Michael Vick.
That would have been sick, by the way. Early 2000s on line one.
How do we
Mike
even
Vick
know if Mike Vick's a good coach?
We don't. I don't know if Mike Bibby's a good coach.
We don't.
I remember Mike Bibby, he was trying to ride on those Heedles there late. Remember that? He was trying to be, when
Mike Bibby showed up and he was instantly more jacked than everyone in the league, that's when we all started thinking about Mike Bibby.
He's a little, as you mentioned the screw loose, when you're bald by choice like Mike Bibby was, that's when you know. There's next level of intensity there. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 3 hours down, one more to go here. We've been talking a lot of Golden State Warriors. Big win. They're 2-2 on this road trip, but the biggest game, possibly the rest of the season outside of the last game, if it is big against the Clippers, but it's tomorrow against the Memphis Grizzlies. No Jonathan Kuminga potentially. No Gary Payton. He's going to be reevaluated on Thursday, I should say. Ja Morant's back. Jaren Jackson's back. What are you going to get there? New head coach? Are they going to get that new head coach momentum, interim head coach momentum? I don't know what to make of it. I just know it's a huge game.
Zach Edey thing, you brought that up earlier, and now my head's spinning.
Purdue.
I don't even... What exactly did Zach Edey do to Draymond?
Well, no. Remember last year was during the championship game, Draymond, or maybe it was the game prior in the Final Four.
He was tweeting about him.
He tweeted. Let me pull it up right now.
Yeah. Because out of nowhere, I was like, I didn't see this on my rivalry card.
Zach Edey.
Tweet. I don't know what.
No,
he was so upset with him.
Let me see if I can find it right here. All right. I'm pulling it up right now. Right. Okay. Here it is. So this was April 8th, 2024. So literally almost coming up a year to the day.
A year ago.
Job well done, 35. So this is the opposition. You did your job tonight. It was him that made Edey quit with about 19 minutes to go in the second half.
Draymond talking about others.
This was UConn versus Purdue, by the way. So it's 35 on UConn. Yeah. There was a turnover, and I saw Edey body language walking back. He was done. Now rewatch the game from that point on. By the way, I think Zach Edey had like an incredible like box score on that. He was the only one doing anything, I think, for Purdue.
He's a good pro.
He's been good, but that's where it stems from. So when they were going at it, like Zach Edey's like, what something about these non-American players that Draymond likes to like. That's the Goberts, right?
He's
the
Captain America. Draymond representing America and the global fight against bigs from elsewhere is not something I have.
So you got to circle that matchup
That's
tomorrow.
funny.
Zach Edey, who's going to have the size advantage a lot in that game.
Desmond Bane always goes at us, and Ja always goes at us.
Ja's back. He's going to be Ja.
Where is Ja?
You love that one.
I love it. It's one of my all-time favorite sounds. So let me give you some Jimmy Butler versus Memphis, because our good friend Leroy always likes to text in.
In Oakland?
Yeah. Now, going back to 2021, all right? Going back to 2021, he had 28 against them, 27 against them, then only 10 in 2021. Then in 2022, he played one game against Memphis. This is the Jimmy Butler with Miami. He had 18. 2023, Jimmy Butler had 23. 2023, the second time, 15. 2024, which was last year, 15 against him. So I don't know what to make of that. It's not that big of a sample size.
No.
It does look like he gets a lot of assists and rebounds. He fills it up. I don't know. He says he doesn't play well against Memphis. We will see.
This whole team's new. Like I'm very curious to see again this team up against this player, because I know what I'm going to get from Stephen Curry. Like he showed out in that series. I knew what I was going to get from Draymond Green. He was showing out in that series. And obviously Jordan Poole, a big part of it. Then a couple years ago, we're talking about that playoff series and that run in the second round. After you beat the Nuggets, you play that Memphis Grizzlies team. There were some injuries baked into it. Obviously the Dillon Brooks dirty foul hurts Gary Payton. He fractures his arm. And then you obviously have the John Moran injury that changed everything. The Warriors are already up 2-1 in that series, I want to say. And then that changed everything. The game was over. Or the series is over at that point, and then they take on the Mavericks, win that, and the rest is history. They win the whole damn thing against the Boston Celtics. Having said all that, I'm looking at Jimmy Butler in one of these next 4 games. But if he has one tomorrow, in that game, in that arena, what do they call it? The Grindhouse. If he has the Miami Heat Jimmy Butler performance finally, that's going to give me so much confidence in what this team can do. And I think for a fan base that is craving, I know you are, Joe Shasky, you've been saying it all show long. You need to see Jimmy have one of these games.
I just want to see one of the signature Jimmy playoff type performances.
Why haven't we seen it?
Well, I think he's acquiesced to a lot of the guys on the floor, which I get. Like he's in a new environment. The offense kind of flows around Steph Curry. You don't want to, be the square in the triangle
peg in the round hole.
You're trying to fit in. Like I understand all that, but I think there's a time and a place to pick and choose your spots. And I'd really like to see him first and fourth quarter. That's what I'm hyper focused on. How do the Warriors start this next game against Memphis? How do they close this next game? We saw it in the Spurs game. Starting the game, it was just like the floodgates were wide open, and
they weren't
here comes the storm and the raining down of 3-pointers. They need to get off to a great start, and I feel like that really fueled their defense. So I really want to see that exact same thing play out in this one. The worst thing that could happen is you let Ja feel comfortable and the crowd's going crazy, and you're fouling and you're letting them get to the free throw line, and they're setting up their defense. They need to start fast tomorrow.
They're going to be in their second game on the back end of a back-to-back. They're going up against the defending champs tonight. Yes, they're going to be at home for both of them, so it's not like it's a travel on the back end of back-to-back.
Go Boston!
But you're a big Boston fan. That was elite talk through a yawn right there. I want to give you credit for that.
Well, sometimes the 9 o'clock hour.
That was elite talking through a yawn right there. That's some of the best in the business right there. But I'll say this. When you look at Jimmy Butler and his performances, outside of the ball distribution, which has been really good, I'm not poo-pooing that. His IQ, his floor game as a floor general, his defense, I need to see like more than 13, 14 shot attempts. Can we get to one where he's like in the 20s? Can we get like, I want to see him be selfish, as you're saying, for one of these. And selfish like in this grand scheme of find your shot, Jimmy. Like, hey, maybe Steph doesn't have his. Go up, do your thing. We'll all get on board. You just do your thing. He has the autonomy now to do that. Like, people have already said, multiple players, the coaching staff, they have all trust in Jimmy to do his thing now. So it's just up to him to remove the training wheels. Because I'm going back to that game against the Miami Heat. And Anthony Slater joined us after the game. And Anthony Slater covers the team for the Golden State, for the Athletic, covers the Warriors for us here at 95.7 The Game. He does an incredible job. We have him on each and every week, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And even he said, he's like, yeah, Jimmy was passive in that game. That's kind of who Jimmy is. I was like, really? I don't think of Jimmy as a passive player. I don't think of him being this guy that passes the ball and defers a lot.
Yeah.
When I think of Jimmy Butler, I think of a rambunctious, get out of my way, I'm going to put the team on my back player. Maybe I'm viewing it just through those playoff runs and the playoff lens, but that's how I'm viewing it. And in the regular season, does he tend to coast? He can't be coasting these next 4 games. That is something I know for a fact. He cannot, and not saying he has been, but starting tomorrow, this is going to tell me a lot about this team and their mindset. And Steve Kerr talked about it. Brandon Podziemski's talked about it. The young players have talked about it. They want to test themselves against the best in the West, and everyone's saying they've had a cupcake schedule so far. Well, this isn't cupcake. Now, these next 4 games are not going Kevin Durant, OKC cupcake. No. We're going to find out everything about these teams starting tomorrow. And it starts with Jimmy Butler as far as I'm concerned. And I want to ask the fans at 888-957-9570, who needs to step up the most tomorrow in this game against the Memphis Grizzlies? Is it Jimmy Butler? Is it Podziemski? Is it Moody? Is it Draymond Green? Who needs to step up the most in these playoff type matches, as we're calling them, coming up here?
They've got a bunch of random guys that have given the Warriors fits over the years, like the Luke Kennards of the world, and Gigi Jackson, I like Gigi Jackson. I know, and it feels like every time the Warriors play, I'm like Brandon Clark. I like Jalen Wells. I think he's a solid player. They have some guys on their team that give us fits, and that's not even including the top dogs, which is obviously John Morant, JJJ, and Desmond Bain. Those are their top dogs.
I like Santi Aldama, who always feels...
Aldama is nice.
I feel like he always scores against the Warriors, too, every single time.
Well, that's everybody.
And this,
You've got a little bit of size.
The Jimmy Butler era, there's been a little bit of a shift, but to your point, Scottie Pippen Jr. has been playing well. That's another guy, like a young guy that has size and athleticism.
They've got players.
Yes, absolutely.
They have a good nucleus.
They got this guy, Jay Huff, who looks like he's this big, tall, white guy. He looks like he's a plumber, quite frankly. This is what you look at. He doesn't look athletic, but he's got the 3-ball. And again, size. Like he can shoot and rise up over you. I'm talking about Quentin Post, another guy that I'm looking at. And this, specifically in this matchup, where a team that has a Zach Edey, has Jaren Jackson Jr., some of these size problems, like Quentin, you're going to have to hold your own against some of these big boys. Can he do that on the defensive end? That's where I'm looking at, because you're mentioning you're apprehensive about this team and their size matchups come playoff time.
They need some signature wins against some bigs.
Starts tomorrow.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
That's why I'm looking at Quentin Post to have a big game offensively. Can he hold himself defensively? That's what I'm looking at.
There's no doubt about it. And I just wonder what their starting lineup's going to be with Jaren Jackson Jr. out there. Do you want to get him out of the lane and put Quentin Post into the starting lineup? Do you start small and try to just go offense with ball movement? I wonder what their tinker is. Is Kuminga available?
Well, this is what they had in their game, and this was their last game against the Lakers on Saturday.
No, I'm talking about the Warriors.
No. Oh, the Grizzlies matchup. You're saying, what are they going to... I'm saying this is what the Grizzlies threw out there against the Lakers. Obviously, different team, but just to give you an idea, they had Jaren Jackson Jr., Jalen Wells, Zach Edey for the size, obviously, Ja Morant, and then Desmond Bain. We'll see what they do against the Celtics tonight. That's going to shift, and then maybe what they'll do against the Warriors. Do the Warriors go small? Do they go big? Do they do the same lineup as we are alluding to that they're undefeated with? Do they go small with Pod? I see, maybe they counter that and they go big, and then maybe do you toss in Quentin Post there instead? Do you throw Pods off the bench? We'll see. There's a lot baked into. We're up against it.
You got to attack Ja.
Yep.
So if he's going to guard Pods has got to be a scorer.
Yes.
He's got to get to his spots.
I want to pick this conversation up on the other side. Plus, the Giants played this past week. And by the way, it was opening day in baseball for those of you who forgot. I didn't, because the Giants looked, dare I say, really good. They won a series in Cincinnati. They didn't have any sloppy baseball. 0 errors for him. That is really, Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Bob Melvin and crew. I'm excited. Justin Verlander, Robbie Ray got a little shaky. That's okay. Elliot Ramos looks like an all-star again. I want to talk some more San Francisco Giants baseball. We'll do that. Plus put a bow on this Golden State Warriors talk. 888-957-9570 is the number. And it's going to be brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
This is Big Pun from South City. You are now tuned in to the Morning Roast with my boy, Original Joe, and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Dwight Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area, as your San Francisco Giants won 6-3 over the Cincinnati Reds, taking 2 out of 3 in Ohio as they're heading now to Texas to take on the Houston Astros starting tonight in H-Town. We can continue to take your calls and text on the Warriors, their big win over the Spurs. They've won 2 in a row now after losing the last 2, or the first 2, I should say, on the road to start off their 6-game road trip. So they're 2-2 on their road trip, finishing with 2 against the Grizzlies and then the Lakers before heading back home on Friday against the Denver Nuggets. So a lot of big games happening right now in different points of the season and different expectations for the Warriors and the Giants, obviously. And I wasn't there, Joe, on Thursday. Obviously, shout out Mark Grandy for holding it down when I was gone. Spring break started early for young Benjamin, so I had that I was taken care of. And spring break, obviously, for those who are just joining us, I'm sure a lot of you parents are out there. You have to take some time off, or you guys are doing some fun stuff. Hopefully the rain doesn't hamper that too much, and you're going to be dealing with that, Joe, when LJ is getting a little bit older, when you're going to start doing the spring break and you guys are going to go on a trip or do something, right? I'm finding this out as I'm older, or as I'm getting older and the kids are getting older. Like, when you're a kid, spring break's great, right? It's like, oh, awesome. I get to do whatever I want. I get to stay home. And then if you have parents that are either not working from home or they're working out, it's like, yeah, we got to figure out what the bleep to do with this kid because I can't watch him and we got to do something. It's not summertime and it's that weird 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, they're not old enough to stay home on their own yet. So you got to figure out something for them to do. So we're doing that, obviously, but I'm going to be picking up Benny and Nora when I get off here. We'll go do something. I say all that to say, maybe we'll watch some baseball tonight and watch some Giants and Astros. And I'm actually, again, stop me if you've heard this one before. I'm actually excited to watch the Giants. I'm actually excited. Oh, and by the way, real quick to put a bow, and I'll let you talk here. I promise, Joe. I'm very long-winded right now. Bonte texted the group chat. We've all seen it. Bonte Hill, host for NBC Sports Bay Area. He'll dabble in some Giants as well, I'm sure, in a pre- and post-game for the Warriors, obviously, and as still 95.7 The Game host. He texted us this during the break. Draymond plays 5 of the next 8, and Butcher is pulling out the credit card for the House of Prime Rib Bet. So for those of you who don't know, the House of Prime Rib Bet was Draymond Green playing in a certain amount of games. 65 games. And if he plays in that amount, Joe Shasky will hand over the wallet, hand over the credit card, and take Bonte, Spadoni, and Lubman
No, just Bonte.
to the prime. No. We amended this.
No.
We did the
Just
amendment.
Bonte.
No. It's the whole show, right, Sam? You got that
Yeah,
one?
all the whole show, Spadoni, myself, Carter, all the fill-ins.
Yeah, Carter now too. Yep, that's right. So you're taking all of us out.
Carter has enough money to pay for all of us to buy the House of Prime.
Well, then make the bet with him next time.
Exactly. All the more that you invite him and maybe he covers some of the drinks. So there you go. You bring him over here. But I say all that to say if Draymond plays in 5 of the next 8 games, Joe, you got to pony up that wallet. You feel good about it, though? You feel good about that?
I hope he does. I want him to play in that many games because that means we're probably winning and we're probably playing well. I want him to win. And then in 2027, if that ends up happening, I will buy you guys that dinner.
In 2027?
Yeah, that one dinner plate that you guys can all share amongst the
That's
4
in
of you.
2 years.
What?
2027 is in
I'm
2 years.
deferring my payment like the Dodgers. What's wrong with that?
Stop. You can't do that.
What do you mean?
It's not deferring either. It's deferring.
Deferring? Doesn't matter?
It's not Darfur.
I'm willing to die on this hill of Darfur.
Stop. What was that? A company called Darfur, right? They're the region in Sudan. Remember that? No? Anyone? No? That's all right. We're off the wagon right here. Giants, opening day thoughts for you. Like, I know you're excited. I know Sam's excited. There's a lot of excitement around this. I think that a lot of people are still hesitant about where this season can go for this team, and it's early. So you're just enjoying what you're seeing. You're watching good baseball. I think that's where I'm going to start. I watched some good, clean baseball over the weekend, and I can't say that about this team the last few seasons.
I watched this team actually utilize their speed, which is why you gave Jung-Hoo Lee all this money. He is causing havoc on the base pass with little choppers and beating those out, stealing bags, getting into pitchers' heads when it comes to, them coming set and being able to deliver strikes. Like, there's a whole cat and mouse game that's going on right now in baseball with base runners that I just love. It's such a throwback game to what we were accustomed to. For a long, long time, everybody was risk averse to sending someone. And now it's like, if you're not trying to steal bases, you are literally leaving runs on the table. And to see this team play small ball is something I appreciate. Oh, the bunt is mathematically stupid and analytics is the smart way to play the game. They bunted over Fitzgerald the other day. I can't remember the last time that they bunted a guy over who was the leadoff hitter, got a single, and they had their leadoff hitter, okay, in the lineup, their leadoff hitter, not to lead off an inning, bumped that guy to second base. I cannot remember the last time that they've done that. And then he steals third. And then a simple fly ball brings that guy in. So it's home runs and strikeouts. No, sac flies and putting the ball in play still really matters. And then to see this team do the smart substitutions. Not just platooning because that guy hits 3 percentage points higher or whatever. Like, we're committed to playing Matos. They played him in 2 consecutive games. You know, they're committed to the young players. Like that, it felt so good. Seeing the double play balls from Willie Adames and Tyler Fitzgerald, they clearly look like they've been doing a lot of work around the bag together. I saw multiple variations of flips. I saw Willie Adames coming across that bag strong like it was the 1980s, trying to take out a runner. I loved it. It's just, to me, the way they're playing ball is a brand of ball that I really appreciate. And then Verlander, we haven't even talked about. Verlander still got it.
Yeah. No, well, I'm looking at those top 3 pitchers, and I know Robbie Ray ended up being a little shaky, but he was balling prior to that pitch clock. You know, meltdown, I don't know what you want to call it, but he got shook from the pitch clock yesterday. He got mad, he got upset. And what we know about pitchers, you ruin anything mentally, go one way or the other. Either they're going to rebound and bounce back, or they're just going to completely melt down. And, well, it led to a meltdown.
They're counting down the pitch clock to Ray, and he walks him on 4. The violation could well be living in his head. And here comes Bob Melvin. There goes Robbie Ray.
And by goes Robbie Ray, who lasted 5 1/3 inning. He did get the win, though, yesterday. 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 4 Ks, and a walk for Robbie Ray. But I look at those top 3 there. Webb, Verlander, and Robbie Ray. It's a lot on Verlander staying healthy. And again, he's older. So like, I don't think you can bake that in. By the way, you guys see Max Scherzer already hurt. Did you guys?
Well, he's got this blister thing. Yeah. He said he couldn't go more than 4 innings without the blister flaring up.
Which again, I'm not laughing at it, but in any other sport, like, you get paid millions of dollars. Like in football, you're playing through lacerated spleens. In basketball, you're dealing with tendonitis in your knees. You're dealing with chronic injuries in your calves and your blister. I'm out for a few weeks, guys.
To be that guy.
No, but it's funny. It's funny.
If you can't grip the ball with the seams and you can't get appropriate spin, you're literally, a net negative for your team. You're throwing cookies out there.
Imagine going home and you're like, honey, why aren't you at work today? I got a blister on my hand. I can't do it. I know. I hear you. I laugh about it every single time. They can't throw it straight. And a lot of these knuckle curves, like the different throwing motions, it messes you up. I get it. I don't have hugely calloused hands, but I understand that you can't do what you're supposed to do with blisters. I was just mentioning the Max Scherzer thing more so because that guy just always seems to get hurt.
Yeah.
And I bring that to say he's an older player. Justin Verlander, an older guy. He's got to stay healthy for this team. Exactly. That's going to be baked into part of it. But I really like those 3 starters, though, to start it off. That's 2 Cy Young guys and a guy in Logan Webb that's been a part of a lot of Cy Young conversations. I'll throw those 3 up against anyone else in Major League Baseball.
So we get Jordan Hicks today against the Houston Astros.
We'll see with Hicks. We'll see.
He's a hometown reunion for him. He's from the area. Look, this is what happens with Hicks. He's going to look good to start the season off, I hope. And by about May, June, he's going to run out of bullets and, figuratively speaking, and they're going to end up putting him back in the bullpen. But this is where I think they do have some depth to start the year. I don't know how it's going to translate as we go throughout the year because things happen and who knows. They've got Hayden Birdsong just sitting there waiting in the wings. So that's number 1. He's going to be in the bullpen. He hasn't pitched at all. I want to see him maybe just take... I don't know. I don't know how they work him in. They got to find a way to work him in. He needs to get his innings.
Are you surprised he wasn't listed as a starter?
Yeah, I think he should be. I think Jordan Hicks is the guy that clearly should be in the bullpen. But whatever. They're gonna start Hicks there.
Is that
Fine.
more of a money thing, you think? Just the money allocation that you already have with Hicks? But it's a new regime, so like I don't even want to like use that. And Hicks
I don't love Hicks as a starter.
Ideally, you would like him to be like
he's a bullpen guy. He's a max
6-7.
Yeah, I want him to just throw max effort for an inning.
And he was that. He proved to be pretty good at
He
that
is
with
good
St.
at
Louis.
coming out of
yes,
pen.
yes.
But he wants to be a starter, so whatever. But they have Carson Wisenhunt in AAA, who is looked good the last couple of times that he's been out there. And then obviously you've got Kyle Harrison and some other pitching arms down there. They have arms. I'm watching this team this weekend and I say, all right, left field looks like it's Ramos's to ride or die with this year, no matter what.
He looks great.
He does.
Ramos looks like he's picking up that all-star season he had last year, and it was not Fugazi. And that was one of your question marks heading into the season. Is like,
absolutely,
can this guy, you talk about the ifs of a team, and if they can do these, they could be a playoff team. Yeah, that's a big if he could replicate a season last year. So far, he's been doing that 3 games, but
he looks great.
Looks great.
And to me, it's the approach, 2-strike approach, pulling, going the other way. Like he's doing it all. He just looks so balanced. He's going to strike out a lot, and that's going to drive people crazy.
That's Major League Baseball.
But if you hit 25 to 35 home runs, who cares?
It's 2025. Guys are striking out. That's just, it is what it is.
Sure. But there is something to be said for like this team can't have 150 strikeouts up and down the line.
I'm not saying he's going to be Adam Dunn. I don't want that. But
no.
yes.
Yeah.
His
but
average.
It is baked into it.
Yes.
You don't have a lot of weak contact hitters. So like Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be your center fielder every day. Now, I hope he can stay healthy because I'm very encouraged after one weekend that like he's kind of figuring things out, using his speed. That's important to me. And then right field, hey, we're going to go with Yaz and Matos until otherwise. We're going to figure out, play the hot hand. Maybe you're playing the matchups. I'm fine with that. Fitz is your second baseman. I love that. We're going to ride or die with him for now. And we'll get to first base in a second. Shortstop, Willie Adames, no doubt about it. He's got to start hitting. I love the defense. Chapman, that's my guy. Behind the plate, love Patrick Bailey. First base. I know it's going to be Bryce Eldridge at some point down the line.
Maybe not this
Maybe
year.
He'll be the DH. I don't know. I think that and right field are the 2 spots I'm looking at. And I'm saying if I can find an impact right-handed bat and they could be my right fielder, my DH, my first baseman, one of those 3 spots, if anyone is available who can hit 30 to 35 home runs, you got to go get that guy. And if that guy's Vladdy Guerrero Jr. or whomever on the market, Luciano, who's in AAA, Harrison.
Luciano's looked good. I've seen some highlights.
Maybe it's Matos. I don't know. Some combination of guys. Maybe it's Wade Meckler, who's still out there.
Wade.
Like, whatever you have some ammunition now with players. I'm telling you, the Giants are one legit bat away from being in that wild card mix.
From being in the wild card mix. Okay. Again,
from what? Like you got to crawl before you can walk.
That's a big step.
Got to walk before you can run.
Exactly. Well, I say that you got to start doing a trend before you just start having a couple games here. That couple games turns into a couple series turns into a couple weeks. That's what I mentioned earlier. That's a trend. I can get on board with the trend. My eyeballs are going to start being fixated on the TV. A trend starts turning into an identity for a few months. And once we find out the identity of this team, that's when, come July, come trade deadline, that's when you could go all in or try to trade for, and again, using the analogy, swing for the fences for a big name guy. I'm with you on that. If they're in the hunt at all, shout out the hunt for Red October. If they're doing that, like, yes, if Buster Posey, is he going to be able, because the one thing that was so frustrating for me, Joe, outside of the Chris Bryant thing, like Farhan in the era, like you just knew he wasn't doing anything.
No.
Come trade. Like they were going to be mired in mediocrity.
But to be fair,
they weren't going to do anything.
Yeah, but to be fair, Jung-Hoo Lee was his guy.
Yeah.
And Matt Chapman, even if it was for a year, was his guy.
Yeah.
So I want to give him credit there. Fitzgerald, he drafted.
I'm giving Buster Posey credit now for the Matt Chapman because he put his money where his mouth is when it came to that guy.
Sure.
He recognized the leadership and wanted to keep him.
I want to give Farhan some credit here. Like he did kind of construct the base of the roster. Yaz was his guy. You know, like Matos and Ramos, I believe, were going back to when they were 16 years old. I believe they were Bobby Evans signings. But I think Farhan gets credit for the development.
Sure. And Chapman, I'm also going to give Bob Melvin credit for that. Just his relationship with him.
Fair.
Going back to the Oakland days, like that was a big part of the sell job, I'm sure. Bo Melby.
Bailey's his guy.
Yeah.
Farhan's. You know, so I don't want to pretend like it's Buster Posey. But I would say that, like, look, you're saying, what's the identity of this team? Here's the identity that they want. Now, whether it plays out this way, I don't know. We're going to play hard-nosed, great defense on the infield. We're going to showcase our speed with Fitz and Jung-Hoo Lee, and we're going to do situational hitting, and we're going to hope that the Adames, Ramos, Chapman core hits 25 jacks a piece, and we are in the mix, and we're going to pitch really well. That's what they're hoping. It is very similar to the recipe during the Bochy era. Like, this is a brand of baseball I like. Their infield right now, I think it's the best infield they've had, going back to Panic, Duffy, Crawford, and Belt on the infield. I think this is their best defensive infield since then. That's 10 years.
Bob Melvin, you mentioned Tyler Fitzgerald's stolen base. Bo Mel talked to how important that was.
I loved it.
It gets us into an at-bat where we don't have to get a hit. Pretty slow times to the plate, so we were pretty confident he could do it. Just got in there, but ended up being a big run at the time and then a big hit after that.
Ideally, with his speed, and again, he has to have the contact with it, and he jumped onto the scene last year, and he looked like Barry freaking Bonds, Jason Giambi, Mark McGwire. He was insane. He wasn't going to keep up that pace. Absolutely not. Is there a way he can play himself into a leadoff spot with that speed? Like as a contact hitter, like I know it sounds crazy right now.
I don't love Lamont Wade Jr.
No, well, that's kind of what
he's 0 for 10 or whatever, 0 for 9.
I'm kind of saying that it's early. Again, it's 3 games, but the sample size is the sample size. I'm not liking what I'm seeing there.
Joe, if you believed him as a hitter, would you have bunted? Would you have bunted? I like that they bunted. Exactly. Believe me, I like that they bunted. But like, if you thought, if it was Willie Adames, is Willie Adames bunting over?
He is not.
Fitzgerald late in that game for one more run. He's not exactly. So I think the manager's telling you the confidence he has in the at bats right now of Lamont Wade. It's early.
It's early.
But I think first base is clearly first base DH, and then right field's a question mark, right now. They're going to go Yaz and Matos, but those are the spots for me that can be upgraded via a trade.
I'm just looking at the NL West right now. It's always going to be a gauntlet. It's early in the season, but you already have 2 of the teams. The top dogs are undefeated. Dodgers are 5-0. Padres are 4-0. And they got the D-backs right there. They're 2-2. They split their series against the Cubbies. They got the Rockies. The Rockies stink. They're 1-2.
Did you see the play by Swanson over the weekend?
Yes, I saw a home run that he had. Did he have a sick play or was it a bad play?
There was a chopper, a guy going from second to third on a chopper. He's running, and Swanson fakes the throw over to first base and then beats the guy who took a huge turn because he was going to score on the throw trying to go. It was just a hell of a play. Chapman made a similar play yesterday.
Dansby's always been really defensively. He's always been stud. Yeah, you can go back to the Atlanta days. It's just the bat, the inconsistent bat.
But he's a situational player. I really like him. He's a high IQ guy. So I think that's what the Giants' homework is. Like yesterday was another one, and I think Bob Melvin deserves a lot of credit. He went to Doval yesterday instead of Walker. Did Walker get up in Saturday's game? I didn't see him warming up. Did he warm up in Saturday's game? They went to Doval to close out yesterday's game instead of Walker, which I am here for. I told you guys, I want Doval to get another chance in the 9th at some point. It is no knock on Walker at all.
I got Lou Trevino a couple times. A's legend, Lou Trevino. Sweet Lou.
I like Trevino.
You do now.
Here's what I loved. They had Huff catching that game, but in the 9th inning, they subbed back in Patty Bailey to be the catcher for Doval, and it was Ellie De La Cruz to start the inning. And he went bang, bang, 2 strikes right away. And it's just the whole aura around Camilo Doval looks different. And Ramos made a hell of a play in left field.
It was so crazy. Again, we're recapping, if you're just joining us, recapping the weekend for the San Francisco Giants. It was a fight. They won a series. We'll take that to open up the season. You're going to take on the Houston Astros. Very interesting matchup here at the Houston Astros. I don't know what to make of that team yet quite either. It's been it's like a consensus down year in the AL West. Some people are picking the A's to win that division. They just did split the series against the Mariners. Obviously, you have the Texas Rangers, who are just a year removed from winning a World Series. A lot of people like them to come out of the West there. So 2 Western teams going at it. Old NL West rivalry, if you will. Obviously, I always think of the NL West Astros is when Matt Cain had the perfect game against them. This is when I always think of the Astros going up against the Giants.
Altuve was in that lineup.
He was. Is he the last player that was a part of that? Yeah. God, he's old. Old man Altuve.
That team lost 100 and I went through that lineup the other day. What'd you make of the whole torpedo bat thing over the weekend?
That, again,
have you been paying attention?
Talking about big storylines, that was the biggest because the Yankees had like a bajillion home runs over the weekend on Saturday. I think it was Volpe, Judge. Everyone was hitting bomb skis. They are the Bronx Bombers after all. And then they went to the bats, and everyone's like, oh, the bats, look at these bats. They're these torpedo. And then the Photoshops of them. So if you don't know what a torpedo bat is, I'm going to try to explain it as best as I can in an audio medium without showing it to you. Maybe Joe Shasky should, because you're the guy that is all into the bats, you're all into the gloves, you're all into everything. So explain to the people. I know what they look like.
So a normal baseball bat, right?
Thank you.
On a normal baseball bat, before we talk about there's many different things, right? There's you see it kind of tapers upwards. So you have a handle on the bat. Sure. It gets thin where you put your hands, and then it tapers or widens out to where it gets to the barrel point. Yep. Okay, and then the sweet spot cannot be, the rules are it has to be one piece of wood. It doesn't matter what type of wood, essentially, as long as it's one piece.
Maple.
It could be ash, it could be birch, Redwood? It could be maple, it could be whatever you want, right?
Pine?
For a long time, nobody used maple until Barry Bonds came onto the scene. But you've got different, I would say, knob types. You've got different barrel types. Some are more balanced, so when you swing it, you feel the weight evenly. Some are more end-loaded. There's different specs. It's like a driver in golf, okay? Some are cupped, meaning we carve a little out of the top to save some weight, and we put a little down at the bottom. There's so many different ways.
Okay, so how do these ones with the Yankees look?
So imagine a normal barrel gets to about 2 5/8 all the way through and stays about that length from where it evens out on the barrel till the end of the barrel.
It looked a little chunky to me, like that I'm more normally used to seeing. It looked like almost, I'm trying to explain it the best I can, almost like a pipe that gets plugged a little bit, gets backed up.
There's a rubber there's a rubber thing that you would put inside of a clogged drain.
Yes.
Okay, it's called the balloon. And all my plumbers that are out there, and it's like, it looks almost ovally.
Shout out Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain.
As I hold up this water bottle, imagine this is the handle part where the bat would be.
Yes.
So instead of it looking like this on one end where it's totally normal and even, it's got both ends where it kind of tapers.
And people were freaking out about these because they're not very common. At least, well, you've seen them, but for an entire lineup, basically, to have them. And it's the Yankees.
It wasn't the entire lineup.
Well, sorry.
It was a bunch. It was a couple guys using Volpe's bat, which they've been experimenting with for quite some time. Victus, which is a newer bat maker, makes the bat. And so a couple of guys, Jazz Chisholm.
But they were hitting home runs.
Yes.
Those guys were hitting home runs. I didn't say the entire lineup. Sorry.
And other players throughout baseball have experimented with different kinds of bats. A couple years back, I saw Goldschmidt out of nowhere have a bat that had this bottom handle thing on it, where there was more weight distributed to the bottom to counterbalance it. Now everyone's selling these Camwood bats all over the internet. So this is nothing new. Some players like a specific feel, the heaviness of the bat. They'll use one type their entire career. Right? I use a C131 or whatever it is. That's a specific spec. Some guys are trading bats left and right, always trying to tinker and screw around with things. Everyone is unique. Everyone is different. Some people are signed to Louisville. Some people are signed to Victus. There's Baum bats, BAUM. There's Birchman bats. There's all these different bat types. And now you can get really specific. This particular design is a little unique, but it reminded me of an aluminum bat my dad had in the basement from the 70s because it ballooned like that and then tapered off. So look, it's all the rage now. Anyone can use it. I'm sure that everyone's all up in arms. Had the White Sox busted this out, no one would be saying anything.
I'd rather be the White Sox. Remember that drop? 888-957-9570. We're talking takeaways of opening weekend in baseball. Some of your takeaway thoughts of the Giants. Like, do you look at that series and say, you know what? Maybe I can start watching this team. Maybe I'll go back to the ball yard. Like, maybe this is a team I can get excited about. The common sentiment I kept seeing, whether it was from you, whether it was on social, whether it was from Sam, it looks and feels like a different team. Because it is a different team, but the product itself looked different to you. Did you feel like, can you say this is a completely different team?
Button up.
3 games, though.
No, but of course it's 3 games, but that's all we have to go on. So we're analyzing. They looked button up. Okay. And in the areas where they were the most sloppy, you could see it almost every night. Like base running, how many years in a row have I said, this is one of the worst base running teams I've ever seen? That's Little League stuff. When you're a poor base running team, whether it's speed, instincts, first step, pick going first to third, like putting pressure on the pitcher to actually throw over. This team was one of the worst base running teams
Jung-Hoo Lee last year.
I've ever seen.
Jung-Hoo Lee last year, not to cut you off, looked like he's never on the base paths before. I was like, this guy played baseball professionally.
Exactly.
Why didn't it look like that? Like Tyler Fitzgerald at times, like overrunning bases, like little things like that were just killing them.
Yes. So they've upgraded that. They just look more buttoned up. And because of the lineup they're putting out there, Chapman's a great base runner. Fitz is a great base runner. And Jung-Hoo Lee's figuring it out defensively, and offensively in terms of his base running, but he's got raw speed. Yaz has always been a solid base runner. So they have guys that are high IQ players running the bases defensively. Just go up the middle. Jung-Hoo looks more comfortable in center. Bailey's obviously rock solid behind the plate.
Still waiting for that Oracle Park start for Jung-Hoo. That's going to tell me the story because he was struggling out there last year.
I agree, but Fitz looks really good at second. He's better defensively than Tyro Shada. It is what it is. Donovan Walton or whoever the hell you put there at second base the last few years.
Donnie Barrels?
Adames has better than whoever you had at shortstop last year. And then Chapman's a stud at third base. First base is still sketch for me, but Wade's made plays there.
He has. And Lamont, again, it's the bat for me, just setting the tone for you need to be getting on base. Guy's not getting on base right now, and he's leading off, and it's not setting a great tone. But again, go 2-1 over the weekend, stack some wins, get some breathing room early on here. Get a win tonight. Set the tone for these series. I thought it was such a huge tone setter on opening day in Cincinnati to come back the way you did, to win that game in the fashion that you did, Joe. I know you were fired up. I know you and Grandy were fired up about it, but it's carrying those on each and every series. That's great that you did it against the Reds. Do it against the Astros. Do it against the Mariners. Do it against the Reds again. And then, I'm looking at the schedule coming up. It's not like it's going to be easy, or not that it's ever easy. The way you're playing all the teams right now, it's so early. I don't know what to make of any teams right now. The Astros, the Mariners, then you got the Reds, then you got the Yankees on the road in the Bronx. You got the Phillies. There's going to be some opportunities here early on in the season to put your stamp on it that they weren't able to do in the last couple of years. And it was just such a mediocre, one step forward, two steps back is how we talked about this team. Kind of like how we talked about the Warriors a little bit.
Yeah.
Just mired in mediocrity. So I want them to start setting the tones early and often in some of these games because I just think it exudes confidence. Kind of like we were talking about with the Spurs game yesterday, right? Setting a tone with some of these young players, these guys that need it. I know what I'm going to get with Chapman. Right now, I know what I'm going to get with Ramos, but continuing to set that tone, take some pressure off the Jung-Hoos of the world, the Tyler Fitzgeralds of the world, right? Taking the pressure off those guys so they don't have to do it each and every day.
They won a series and got nothing from their leadoff hitter.
Nothing.
They got nothing from their shortstop offensively. Nope. Although he had a sack
fly.
The
highest paid player in the history of our organization. Yeah.
You pretty much got one swing out of Wilmer. You know what I mean? I think that
big swing.
Not that they got away with one, but I'm saying these are the kind of series they lost 2 out of 3. Easily last year. You'd boot the ball away. Your bullpen would give up something. So, look, you got to win series after series after series after series. It's not about an individual game or moment or whatever. I just love the optimism and the brand of ball that I can tell that they're committed to playing. And that, to me, is a brand of ball that I fully embrace.
And the swagger factor with this team. You mentioned Camilo Doval getting the save yesterday. If they can get that guy going again after the season that he had last year, it's just massive with Ryan Walker in tandem. And then all of a sudden, we'll just wait and see with Hicks as a starter. But last year, with Rogers, obviously, and then Birdsong, we'll see him in the bullpen. He showed some tremendous promise last year as a starter of all things, and they have him in the bullpen so far. And then Lou Trevino, I mentioned him. Bob Melvin has trusted him going back to the A's days in Oakland. Lou Trevino, when they had Blake Trinan, they were a 1-2 punch there. And Lou Trevino, if you need him, I don't want him to be the closer, but he has had closing capabilities in the past. So it's not like if you have Doval that's already has a lot of wear and tear, or Ryan Walker, throw Lou Trevino in there. You can never have too many options. I'm not asking him to be that guy every single game, but you can never have too many options when it comes to the back end of a bullpen. And you got a lot of guys, a lot of high velocity.
Yeah.
They got stuff. I know Lou Trevino has stuff. Camilo Doval has stuff. Can it get wonky at times? Sure. What bullpen doesn't? But I know I can trust those guys. If I can have trust in those guys, then it takes everything off Ryan Walker's plate that he doesn't have to do it each and every time out. And by the way, if I'm getting contributions from the top of this this pitching order, if you will, from Webb, from Verlander, from Ray. I know he's a little shaky yesterday towards the end. But he was dynamic early on.
Yeah.
And back into last year, he was pretty freaking good, Ray, I'd say. He was pretty coming off Tommy John. I thought he looked pretty good last year. So
we'll talk to Flem this week. He does this thing where he grunts, and I swear, maybe I'm tripping. he grunts really loud on fastballs.
Oh God!
And I'm wondering, like, if somebody gets to him and be like, "Hey, dude, you maybe want to mix it up with the grunts," because if the whole place knows that you're grunting really loud, that it's going to be a fastball. I don't know.
I was say, are you even paying attention to that? If you are a batter, like, I don't even know if you have time to pay attention to it because he's grunting, but then you're focused on the ball at that point. So I don't even know, like,
Joe. The tiniest
Maria Sharapova,
how you, for example,
backhand.
I can watch a kid play with the ball in his glove, and I know here comes one of his off-speed stuff. Like, they're all looking for little ticks and tendencies.
Okay.
Right? So, I mean, this is how we call it tipping your pitches. Like,
yes.
I'm not saying that's what he's doing. I'm just saying, like, the grunt thing is hilarious. Before we get out of here, I know we got Final Five. Can we do something fun?
What do you want to do that's fun?
I want to do something
fun this whole time.
Well, of course we're having fun, but something different fun.
Different. Okay, all right, sure.
Did you ever watch Bay Area Backroads back in the day on Cron?
Bay Area Backroads. I can't say I did.
Okay, it was this show where this guy would kind of...
I didn't grow up in San Francisco, though, too. Or Oakland,
all right.
so.
I think it like 2010 or 2015.
I know what show you're talking about.
Yeah, so like they would basically go to like these random spots in the Bay Area that like either have a great view or trail or a place to take the family or whatever. I went somewhere unique, and there's so many parts of the Bay Area I have yet to explore, and I want to give this place love.
Oh, okay. Do we have
music? I thought we had music for this.
Well, hold on.
Oh, what is this?
This is called Morning Mood.
Do you know
what were we going to call this segment?
Park it right here.
I like that.
Park it here.
So I was looking for a cool kid park.
Parking in rear. Okay.
We went to the Lafayette Reservoir. What a cool place. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, they've got this reservoir.
Tremendous.
And I'm sure that there's tons of wildlife because I saw a ton of birds, saw hawks, crows.
Birdsong.
All kinds of stuff. Birdsong, yes. And it's located, you go drive up this hill off of 24 in Lafayette, and greenery everywhere. They've got biking trails, hiking trails. I saw people with kids, people with dogs, and they got the coolest little kid park. And they've got the older kid park, and then they've got the younger kid park, 2 to 5. And my little guy was just absolutely loving it. They got these chimes that you can hit.
Those are fun, yeah.
Dude, it was so cool. He was having a great time. So just shout out Lafayette Reservoir, a place I had never been to in my life, and I got tipped on it by a buddy, and what a really cool place. I will definitely be going back.
I took the kids to the Oakland Museum of California over the weekend.
Oh, how was that?
It's one of the great museums. I love taking them there. If you have any kids that are 12 or under, they are free. So you're thinking of spring break this week, take them out there, Oakland Museum of California. It's so fun. They have so many different exhibits. They have stuff for toddlers, stuff for older kids. If you like fine art, if you like local art, a lot of Oakland-based stuff, a lot of California-based art. It's very cool. They have a lot of animals stuff. They have stuff for the deep sea oceans. Very fun. You learn a lot. You can play. And again, it's very inexpensive on the wallet as we're all trying to, save some change. Here comes tax season, right? We got to owe a lot of money.
Don't even start.
Oakland Museum of California. And they have a lot of different stuff. If you're a student, if you're a teacher, they have all that baked into it. Again, 12 and under is free. So
that is so cool.
Spend a couple bucks if you're a dad or a mom. Go out there. Let the kids run around. They have a cafe that's built into it, which is fun. Get some food, get some grub. Yeah, so it's very fun. So Oakland Museum of California, can't recommend it enough. It is very fun. It's right near Laney College. Yeah, right near Lake Merritt. BART, if you want to take BART, a couple blocks away from the BART station.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle took the little guy over to the Oakland Zoo. We got these Oakland Zoo passes.
Oakland Zoo's the best.
And they had such a great time.
And next time you guys are thinking about, hey, let's go. Let's do a group. Take Benny, take Nora. We can all go.
I had to stay home because I had to clean out the closet of his room because we donated, I'm not kidding, like 4 bags of clothes. People have been very generous since he was born.
Hand-me-downs.
Yeah, I got buckets of clothes, and I had to. It's
good.
We had to like taper down.
That's good.
He doesn't fit into a lot of things, and of course, going through the bucket of clothes, like many buckets. Michelle was very particular about what to keep.
Tell Michelle next time she can link up with me. I'll take Benny and Nora. We could all have fun, and Joe Shasky can stay home for Fast Five. And it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with you, Shasky.
So my final thought is this. As we go back crazy and everyone's losing their minds, I love this part of the sport. There's so many intricacies people don't even know about. I got a buddy, Brent, who's texting me right now. He's a 34-31 guy, meaning he goes 34 inches on the bat, 31 ounces.
I thought you were talking about
usually
pant
it's drop
size,
3. Like
waist
that's
or something.
typically what people go with.
Okay.
I go all over the place. Sometimes I'm a 32-29. Sometimes I'm a 33-30. I have to swing the bat. I like a slightly end-loaded bat. Sometimes I like it cupped. Sometimes I don't like it cupped. I'm a tinkerer. I'm constantly tinkering for the next big base hit. So I'm a weirdo like that. I know. Some people can pick up a bat and they go, no, it weighs too much. No, the handle's too thick. No, it's too this, too this. I'm always trying out different stuff.
Speaking of cupping, do you wear a cup still these days when you're doing
on turf? No.
On turf, no.
On dirt. On dirt, absolutely. Okay. If I'm playing in the infield. On turf, absolutely.
These are the things, hey, don't look at me like that. These are things you need to know.
If I'm catching, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
I despised wearing a cup because it would grind between your legs.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, in the inner thighs. But that's a whole nother thing. And shout out Bilko Bats, who made me a couple of custom bats that are coming again. My boy Bill Carley. Thank you very much, Bilko Bats.
There you go. Sam Lemon, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the frustrations with the Giants at first base, and I'm not saying we're there yet, but at what point do you just break down and see if Anthony Rizzo or Jose Abreu even have anything to offer and just give him a minor league deal or something? But
is Anthony Rizzo really still out there?
Yeah, he might be forced to an early retirement.
Well, I knew
that.
But yeah.
So I don't know. Again, I'm not saying it's that desperate yet, but after watching Lamont Wade Jr. go 0 for the weekend, yeah, I'm already kind of thinking about what other options there might be out there if they're not going to go with Bryce Eldridge.
Rizzo scares me a little bit, though, because he started having those long concussion symptoms. Remember that was kind of a thing? And he couldn't really focus.
He doesn't hit bombs anymore.
No, he doesn't, but he can get you on base at least. He'll crowd the plate. He'll get hit a bunch.
Sure.
But again, like dealing with like the concussion aspect of all that kind of makes me a little nervous for a guy that already has durability issues who's 35.
But I also worry about Wilmer every day and Lamont Wade every day being your first baseman DH combo.
Right.
Those are two guys that also get hurt a lot.
Right. He broke his arm last year. I think in the first couple months, he broke his arm in a collision in the Red Sox game. So
the pickings are very, very, very slim.
Slim pickings. What's up, Slim Carter? What you got?
I just want to say goodbye and rest in peace to the NCAA tournament. NIL has just killed this tournament. I'll be honest. I bet on every single favorite over the weekend. I did not lose one single bet. I just think that's sad. It's too bad. Didn't lose
won
one.
so much.
So you're sad that you won all your bets.
I won, but at what cost?
I parlayed all of them
lost the war.
and won that. I parlayed all of them and won that.
No way.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, it's the end of
Name
really
all player on Florida.
Exactly. I have no idea.
Like people only do things.
That kid that's 7'9". That's all I know.
I watched the kid. I thought he tore his Achilles on Florida, only to have him walk back in. He had a hurt ankle.
I'm calling it. It's going to be Florida Duke, by the way, but we still have all week long.
Duke's going to win.
Duke's going to win. It's Cooper Flag season, bro. Let's go.
Free money.
I'm all in on Cooper.
Podziemski was so overrated.
Yeah, I said, well, it's the shoe polish, right?
I'm teasing. He's one of the greatest.
We're up against it. We got to go. Try to do better the next time. Stein and Guru next, and that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices, and brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
I'll tell you what, we got a big-time week coming up, and I can't wait, Goo.
Man, it's going down, as Sally Sell, the great rapper, used to say, Steiny. It's going down.
Yeah, we got the Warriors playing monster games this week. Woo. We got the Giants home opener later on in the week.
Took 2 or 3.
We got John Lynch talking to reporters about the 49ers off season. We'll get into that, but let's start with the Golden State Warriors. They won 2 games over the weekend that they needed to win, and they were expected to win, and they got them both done. They beat New Orleans. They beat San Antonio yesterday, and there's no other way to put it. This is the biggest week of the season coming up for Golden State.
Now, I'm right behind you. I'm in that same line. We were together Friday for a little bit after the show, Steiny, so we are so past style-pointing wins for the Golden State Warriors. Curry made his return. They got through it. It was a little too close for my liking, but at the end, they blew them out with the fourth quarter run to start. And yesterday, almost scoring 150 points. Good God. I mean, that's what it's about. But, Steiny, what I'm getting I don't want to say nervous. You let me know. Am I sounding scared? Yeah, the goal is to go up in the seedings, right? But we'll all be lost, all depending on who you get. And, like, I personally, you didn't ask, I wouldn't like to see the Lakers in the first round of the playoff series. But if you get to 5th somehow and jump Memphis, who plays tonight, and you beat them, I mean, Steiny, am I sounding timid?
Yes.
With that? Talking like that.
What should they do? How should they handle the next 8 games?
Well, I didn't tell you what they should do.
Okay.
They're going to go try to win the games. But from a fan standpoint, I'm just wondering, what's the goal?
The goal is to probably move up as high as you can. They're still only 2 back of the Lakers. Right now, this is why this is the biggest week of the year. Right now, the Golden State Warriors are 6. Their next 4 games are against the 2 seed, the 3 seed, the 4 seed, and the 5th seed.
Damn.
They play Memphis tomorrow. They're at 5. Then they play the LA Lakers. They're at 4 right now.
Yeah, that's Thursday.
Then they play the Denver Nuggets. They're at 3.
Back to back.
And then they play the Houston Rockets, and they're at 2.
And they're hot as all fish grease.
So right now, they're in 6th place, a game behind the Memphis Grizzlies, who play the Celtics tonight in Memphis, and then the Warriors tomorrow. So the Warriors right now sit in 6th, a half game ahead of Minnesota, and a game ahead of the Clippers. And they've got 8 left, and the next 4 are going to be tough. There's no doubt about it.
You got a problem with me saying, Steiny, it determines most likely these next 4, the 6th seed or higher.
Well, I think
because Houston and the Lakers tango tonight in L.A.
Yeah, and
you're rooting for Houston at this point.
I think you got to root for Houston at this point. But if Houston beats the Lakers tonight, boy, they're looking good for the number 2 seed. And Denver right now, again, is 3. Warriors are 6. So if the playoffs were to end today, the Warriors would play the Denver Nuggets. But again, Warriors have 8 games left, and the Nuggets have 7. But
wow, man, it's about to be over.
Golden State Warrior fans, this is the week we're going to find out about the Warriors, and I think realistically what they can do, because they're 18-5 since the Jimmy Butler trade, 18-5, and I broke it up into what they are against non-playoff teams and playoff teams, and they're 12-4. Against the non-playoff teams, and I use teams that were in the play-in as non-playoff teams. I don't use the top 6. But since Jimmy Butler, I think this is going to surprise people. Since Jimmy Butler arrived, they're actually 6-1 against playoff teams. Now, it feels like their schedule got a little tougher, and they, had some losses they maybe shouldn't have had. But the reality is, they beat the Bucks. They beat the Knicks. They beat the Pistons. They beat the Knicks again. So those are 4 playoff teams. They beat the Rockets with Jimmy Butler. They beat the Bucks with Jimmy Butler. So they've done well against the playoff teams, but there's still a concern about the good teams, the elite teams, and now they're going to have to play 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the West.
Man, and it gets real in the field, and it starts tomorrow. And I'll say this, Donnie, just to almost make it look a little better in regard to Jimmy Butler and his impact. 17-2 they are when both Jimmy and Steph play. So they've got it done. You can't ask for anything more. But we'll take it one game at a time. I don't want to sit here and fat mouth, Stoney, but I feel like they could go in there tomorrow night and beat Memphis, and Memphis could win that game, and nobody would be shocked. But Stoney, it looks, and I got to bring this up because I loved everything about the game except J.K. and his exit. So if you're telling me now these 4 games might be without Gary Payton II and Kuminga, other guys got to step up. But I'm like, damn, you kind of not are going into the stretch run healthy.
Well, that was the news to come out of yesterday's game. Kuminga hurt his ankle. Let's update that right now with what Steve Kerr said after the game.
Yeah, I saw him at halftime and checked in on him. Such a bummer, just coming back, finding his rhythm, playing well. So hopefully it's nothing too serious.
After the game, Kuminga said that he downplayed the injury. He thinks he's going to be fine even by tomorrow. Okay. So that's where we're at with Jonathan Kuminga. But the Golden State Warriors have set themselves up to have a week in which how far can they climb or how far will they fall? Or will they end up staying the same? But this is it. I think there's a lot of sentiment.
Jackson.
This is a week where I'm super looking forward to it because, even to my way of thinking, even though they've won games with Jimmy Butler against good teams, have they beaten an elite team? They haven't played the Thunder, the Rockets. They lost to the Nuggets. They haven't played the Lakers. They haven't played the Grizzlies. They haven't had a chance to play Minnesota since Butler arrived. They didn't play Boston. They didn't play Cleveland. So they're playing 4 teams in the next 4 games, the quality of which they have not seen since Jimmy Butler arrived.
Man. Facts, Donnie, and I'm looking at the box score. I mean, if you're going to shoot 48% from deep, which they did yesterday, 21 of 44. Looney even got in on the action. You're not going to lose many games. And what do you make of this just footnote, this quick nugget? They're 12-0 when Buddy has 19. Obviously, he's not going to get that every game. But, Stoney, that just indicates to me he is a key. That's why I don't want to say the rope, but Kerr is not forgotten about him. Shooting will be key, and hopefully they can have, some semblance of what we saw yesterday when they take on Memphis tomorrow.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Monday, and we are right smack dab in the middle of the most important stretch for the Warriors. They're coming off 2 wins against teams they should have beaten, and they did, the Pelicans and the Spurs. And now the next week, it's going to determine where they fall in the standings. And I don't necessarily mean fall in the standings. I mean where they end up in the standings.
Who they draw.
And right now it looks like, if they're 6, they'll play Denver. They drop to 7. They get the Nuggets, but then they get to the play-in game, and that's always dangerous. Can they get up to 5? Well, that might mean they play the Los Angeles Lakers. Do you want the Lakers? How should the Warriors go about the next week? Do you treat it like the playoffs and you try to go 6-2 and jump up to 5? 888-957-9570. Plus, on the other side, Goo, I'm going to do something that I've never done. I've never done it.
Come on.
I was at Friedman's on Saturday, and I was visited by the great P1 Alnetta.
She showed up?
Yes.
Alnetta!
And she bought me a gift because she thought I was upset with something that she'd said on the text line, and I told her that I wasn't, of course. But she brought me a gift, and again, I never do this, but I'm going to do something on the other side that
I'm intrigued.
As a way to say thank you.
I need a line.
888-957-9570 is the number. This segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
It is a great win for Golden State. They're now secure in the number 6 spot by 1 game over the LA Clippers as they beat an undermanned San Antonio squad 148-106. But if you look at it from a Warrior viewpoint, just the level of play that they showed tonight is a very good sign. Even the win in New Orleans the other night was a win, but it wasn't a great game for Golden State tonight. They put together a really good contest and come away with the victory tonight.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Tim Roy. And didn't mention the Timberwolves, though, who are still just a half game behind the Warriors.
Got in a fight last night with the Pistons.
A bunch of guys did. 888-957-9570 is the number. Asking Warrior fans how they want to approach this week. It's just pretty ironic, but it's interesting. They're 6 right now in their next 4 games, not in this order, but they got to play 2, 3, 4, and 5. They play the 4 teams directly above them in the standings. And there's 8 games left, so half of their schedule is going to be this next stretch against 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it's going to be fascinating. You look at a team like Memphis. They play Boston tonight and then the Warriors tomorrow. If Memphis drops both, it'll mean the Warriors beat them tomorrow. Means the Warriors will jump up to 5.
Wow.
So 5's in play.
Man.
Now 5 gets them a matchup with the Lakers. I don't think that necessarily means you go out and try not to win, but there's going to be consequences one way or the other to moving up or moving down over the next week or two. So 888-957-9570 is the number. This will be their toughest 4-game stretch since Butler got here, and I don't think there's any other way to look at it except this will give us an indication, I think, of how real this team is.
Gotcha.
I mean, you go 1-3, and that's going to really temper the optimism. 2-2, I guess you take it, and you'll probably still be in 6 or 7, but that's probably where you're going to end up. You go 3-1, you got action. You go 4-0, who knows? Maybe you get up to 4 at that point. And then you have home court in the first round. So this next week is going to be very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. I'm excited, and I'll say this, Donnie. What we didn't see yesterday from the Golden State Warriors is something we had saw from the previous 3, and that was, who was it, Miami, Atlanta, and even the lowly Pelicans. The Warriors were down early. That didn't happen yesterday, putting up 44 points on San Antonio. So I don't know. I know how you are. I know how you think. The record is what it is with Jimmy Butler, but I'm confident that they can handle business against, I know it's 1 game at a time, right? But I don't feel like it's too big of an ask to go in there and beat Memphis tomorrow, even if Memphis has to, go 15 with Boston tonight.
Yeah, and, Memphis is just the start of it. But,
man, you got to earn it.
They're 18-5 since they made the Jimmy Butler trade, and we'll find out if that's for real or not. All right, so as you may know, Saturday I was at Friedman's Appliance, one of my favorite places. Another great red tag clearance sale. We had a lot of listeners out there, and the great Alnetta, our P1, came out, and
what up?
She had said something on the text line that she thought that I took a little offense to. I didn't, but she thought I did, and so the great Alnetta came out to Friedman's on Saturday, and she brought me a gift to say, she was either sorry or to make up for it. And I said, of course, you don't need to do that. And she gave me something that I opened, and I said, oh boy, this is not what I usually wear, but it's about the gesture. And Alnetta brought me a Golden State Warriors sweatshirt.
Come on, Steiny.
She did. And you know how I feel about wearing Golden State Warriors garb. Not my cup of tea, really. But I just felt like I got to show my appreciation to Alnetta, so I'm going to change my shirt right now.
Look at my man.
And I'm going to put on a Golden State Warriors hoodie that she bought me. So
welcome. Welcome.
Well, for one day.
Yeah, but you're a warrior at heart. We know it.
One day,
Look
I'll
at
do
him.
it.
He's changing, y'all.
I am. I'm gonna
put
take
those
off
guns away, Stardy.
my
Yeah.
black sweatshirt.
Look at Risotto, my man.
I'm gonna put on my Golden State.
Can you
Warriors.
share with us what she thought got you triggered?
I
Or
can't remember.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It was probably something about me not being in a good.
Dude, that's a nice ass sweat, man. Ooh, look at my man, clean.
Here we go.
YouTube channel loving this, by the way.
Yeah,
There you go.
That's what you call crisp.
All right.
Look,
wow, I feel out of place.
now you look good.
This feels weird.
It looks good, baby.
What is going on here?
It's a good
New
question,
merch,
Fitz.
Bob. We got new merch,
This is just my way of saying thank you
and I'm
for
jealous.
a wonderful gesture from Allnetta.
Look at you,
Thank you so much.
Steiny. You can rock
Appreciate
that. Boy, look at you.
Now, all right, let's go to John and Hayward to start us out.
The stack.
And Warrior sweatshirt.
You looking fly.
Getting used to it already. What's going on, John? How you doing, buddy?
Doing dynamite. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Wow, when you say this is it, this is a hell of a week.
Yeah, it is.
I want all the smoke. I want don't play with fire. It's like like to take the game of poker, for example. You try to trap your opponent, and the poker gods, one turn, one card. Don't mess around with the seating. I don't care if the 96 bowls are drawn. You take the wins. Okay, that's number one. And I really, really want Stephen Curry, effing Stephen, to end LeBron's career. If he gets bounced in the first round, he needs to hang it up, man. This is just way too much. That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
he doesn't care.
Yeah, he went Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, Steiny. All this smoke.
Yeah, John.
He wants to bring it on.
Well, the other thing I think is
This is crazy.
This
This is what you want.
I mean, would you rather have these 4 games coming up or 2 against the Pelicans and 2 against Charlotte?
The weekend was enough. These type of games. Steiny, what were the Spurs doing? Good God, they were. And I don't want to bust you out. It was just a feeling you had, but you text the Vine and you said, we thought you were. I'm paraphrasing. San Antonio might be active and put up a fight.
Yeah, I thought they would at least play hard.
What was that?
But they got swamped from
Good God.
They got swamped from the get-go, as it were. I got a question for you, Goo.
I'm jelly right now, Steiny. That is Allnetta. Wow. She hooked you up.
Yes, she did. She did. I got a question for you and for Warrior fans. And we can talk about the next 4 games or the next 4 games and moving forward after that.
Let's go.
So the Warriors, we all know, have 3 great veteran players. Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. They're all 35 or older. Then they have some really key role players who don't have a lot of experience. Podziemski, Kuminga, Moody, Post now, even Buddy Hield has only been Santos, and even Buddy Hield has only played in 1 playoff series in his entire career. So my question to Warrior fans is, what are you more or less concerned with? What's a bigger concern, the age of the veterans or the inexperience of the youngsters? What's more worrisome, that the older guys are up there or that the younger guys aren't quite there in terms of playoff experience?
I'll go first, Steiny.
Yeah.
It is the latter. I'm sorry. It is the young guys. And the way that this team is constructed, we love it. It's exciting, but they are a big part of what this Warrior team is going to try and do. I'm being so real with you, Steiny. I think the sabbatical that Jimmy Butler was on with what was going on with all the drama in Miami will actually help him. And he's told us now all he has to do is show us, and maybe it's going to start tomorrow, Steiny, because you know they're taking this like a playoff game, but it's the Pods, it's the Moody's, the Guy Santos and Post. And I don't want to sound like a broken record today because Kuminga said he's okay. But when you're telling me now that the others, led by GP2 and Kuminga, might not be available, and that's just for now, Steiny, that's my answer. And you say what to that? I just think it's the others, man. It's not 3-on-5 basketball. It's just not.
I'm gonna take a little
time
cop out here and say I'm equally concerned with both. And I think it's kind of a 50-50 thing. And I think they're both how do I want to put this?
I
don't think either one is a sure thing. I don't think it's certain that the big three are going to be able to carry the Warriors, and I don't think it's certain that the young guys are going to emerge. And I think the only way that the Warriors make a move in the playoffs and kind of get on a run, they have to have both. They have to have both. And I heard Shasky and Spadone talking about it this morning, and Kuminga's name came up, and Peyton's name came up, Pods' name came up about how important they are. And, Joe Shasky's point was those guys are important, but it's going to be the big three. It's going to be Draymond, it's going to be Jimmy Butler, and it's going to be Steph. But my question is that going to be enough? Because they probably need both to happen. They probably need the veterans to be as good as they've been and the young guys to be better than they've been. And that's sometimes where I feel like maybe they're asking for a little too much from each side here. But 8 games left. They're in the sixth spot, and they play Memphis tomorrow with a chance to make some noise.
Now, I appreciate that, but I'm going to tell you how the Guru computer works, Donnie. Never in a million years did I think your question could have me a little nervous. And this is the reason. I thought it was A or B. But when you pick both, that's multiple. And there's some validity to that. But I'll say this. How much do the older guys have to carry the youngsters? Do they got to bench press 20 pounds or 80 pounds? You know what I mean? So we're going to find out. And right now it's early, Stoney, but it looks like if everything stays according to plan, they'll be on the road the first round. Now that can all change, but God, dog it, I wish we could. That's why I feel like whatever's going on with Kuminga or GP2, and I'll just go with GP2 because Kuminga might be back tomorrow, but hopefully only miss him 1 game. But Stoney, do you got a problem with me saying I feel like those 2 incidents came at the most inopportune time? No excuses. Just
Kuminga may play tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But GP2 is a loss.
Yeah, but Curry, Draymond, and Butler have been healthy pretty much all year. Butler's been playing since he got here. Steph's had a season where he's going to end up playing probably 65 or more. Draymond's been pretty healthy. Peyton's a nice role player for this team, but I think if you look around the league, I don't think we'd be saying the Warriors have gotten stuck with injuries more than any other team.
I don't want to go there.
Well,
yeah, I'm going timing, I guess.
This from Truth on the YouTube
$10.
chat, paying $10 for me to read the following.
And I don't know what it means. Help me.
I don't know either. Don't waste this team's potential to win a chip just so you can hold on to JK, who is not helping you win a chip after Steph retires anyway. Okay.
Should be common sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Hey, he's out $10. I got it. Let's go to Miguel and Hayward. Hey, Miguel, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning, you guys. Man, I'm happy I got in the air. Man.
Yeah.
This is the time that we need to step it up now, man, because, right now we got everything in the table. Everything is right there in front of our eyes. If I'm a chef right now, I need to look myself in the mirror and be like, you know what? This is my time. This is my time to get my 5th ring. This is my time to ball out. This is my time to just put everything on the map and tell my teammates, we're going to go get everything right now. We're going to get these 8 games and we're going to win them, because I'm hearing you guys saying that if we win all these games, we're going to get the 2nd seed, correct or wrong?
2's probably a little too high to get, but they could probably get to 4, which would give them home court in the first round.
But you know what? Hopefully I'm praying that Curry hears me talking on the radio. Curry needs to look himself in the mirror and be like, you know what? I got to ball out and score all these threes as much as I can and tell all my teammates and my rookies that, hey, if you guys want to make y'all names in y'all NBA careers, this is the time. And Jimmy, and Jimmy buckets, he needs to ball out too. He can't be just like, oh, you know what? I don't know who am I going to pass the ball. You know, he's a superstar. That's the reason we got him. So, you know what? Go Warriors, and I can't wait for these 8 games to get all them W's.
Man.
And I love y'all show. You guys have a good one.
Appreciate it. How many need the Warriors to win? Do you need 3 out of 4?
I think you do, Stoney.
I think you do too. I think 2-2. If you go 2, and keep in mind you're playing number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5.
Damn.
So if you win 2 and you lose 2, you're not gonna move up on any of those teams. Probably.
Yeah.
You go 3-1, you're gonna move up. Probably. So
you would think
it
How
feels
do you keep
like
from falling though, Stoney, to 7. Obviously, that's 1 and 3.
Don't go 1 and 3.
No doubt about it. Nobody wants that.
2-2, you may fall if you go 2-2, because again, the T-Wolves are just a half game back, and the Clippers are just
play
1
tonight.
game back.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And by the way, we'll get into this at some point. Draymond Green had something very interesting to say as it related to how far the Warriors can go this year, and then how far they can go down the line. Talking about next year and the year after. He had some interesting things to say. Enrique Rivera on the YouTube chat saying, not happening, Steiny, 3-1. Enrique, you got to use better punctuation. I don't know if you're saying it's not happening that they're going 3-1, or it's not happening that they're going any of the other ways, and they are going 3-1. You got to be more clear.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
Yeah, I'm bad at punctuation too.
How do you read this, Risotto? Not happening, Steiny. 3-1.
Is it a run?
This is not good grammar. I agree with you.
Okay.
The grammar police are out.
Let's go to he's feeling good after a couple nice wins. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. You know, blowout win, 42 points. Man, hit him with a Ronnie Lott.
Nice.
Man, it was amazing, man. Just, it counts as one win no matter if you beat the Spurs or you beat the Celtics, you know. But what am I concerned with more? I would have to go with the youngsters, man, because I trust the veterans on the team, man. I've seen the Steph, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, all, you know, ball out in the playoffs before. So, you know, they're like the album title of my Oakland, California native, Richie Rich.
Oh.
Seasoned veteran.
Oh, look at you.
Seasoned veterans, man.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna and on this trip we're gonna go 3-1. That's what we're gonna do. We want to move up.
All right. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Antonio. Of the young guys, since that's your concern, give me the young guy that you feel most confident about, and then maybe the young guy you do worry about come postseason.
I actually trust Quinn Post the most, man. You know, big guy who can shoot like that. He's going to open it up. That's probably a surprising answer, but, you know, I'm going with that one, man. We had a 7-foot guy that could shoot since Kevin Durant. I'm not saying he's Kevin Durant, but you get the picture. As far as, like, with the youngster, I probably don't trust. Man, I mean, I guess I got to go with Kuminga in a way, you know. But at the same time, I trust him because he got all the athletic ability. But, I mean, his handle's not that good. You know, it's like a baseball on defense. He's trying to shoot too many threes. It's like, go to the rack, man. You got all that talent. Go, you're 6'7" Giannis, man. Go at him. But at the end of the day, man, we're going 3-1. We're going to keep moving up, baby.
All right. Thanks, Antonio. Appreciate the call.
Confident.
I can throw that out to Warrior fans, too. And we can also talk about.
And I want to hear your answer on that, Stoney. Who you got the most confident? Mine's not Post. There's nothing he's done, but.
Believe it or not, right now, the guy who I have the most trust in of the young players is Moody.
Over Pods.
Yes. Because Moody is he's more stable than Pods. And I'm envisioning high stakes games in the postseason. And I just got to say Moody because, and maybe this is not the way to look at it, but this is the way I look at the playoffs. You got to have somebody in there that you just know what to expect. And I feel like Moody right now is just an important piece of the rotation, and he's doing a lot of things pretty well. And when you get into the playoffs, I think a lot of times you can win games just by being solid and keeping keeping the game in front of you and not making big mistakes. I just think Pods sometimes is a little hot and cold. And the times he's hot, he may be able to help you win a few games. But I do, if we're going to use the word trust, we can use confidence. Right now, of the young players, Moody, I'm the most confident in.
That's it. I'm not mad at you. He hadn't been shooting it well, and that's to be expected. It's a long season. And yesterday, he kept shooting 3 of 6 from deep. But, Steiny, you know what? Moses Moody also, a lot of people forget, he had a role. He had a role in that 2022 Western Conference Finals against Dallas. I remember it. And he could tap into that, unlike Moody and maybe even Kuminga, for that matter, having playoff success. But I'm going to go Pods, Steiny. I'm going to go Pods right now. So I hope Moody is over the shooting woes, per se. But he's scrappy. They all are. But I'm going to go with Pods, Steiny, because he's your PG. He is your guard. He sets the table, steady Freddie on a good day. So if he can obviously make 7 threes, then it's gravy. But if he can be the guy that he's been almost since they drafted him, Steiny, I think that goes a long way.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. The 510 says, Goo, don't forget, though, Pods is one guy with no postseason experience.
Oh, those are facts.
And
those are facts.
I always feel like when a young guy gets to the postseason for the first time,
give it to me.
You've got to be prepared for it to be tough. Everybody talks about it, and it's been talked about so much that I actually believe it, because it's been said by the players who played in the playoffs that the playoffs are completely different than the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
And playoff time is for the big boys. And you find out who the big boys are. And maybe in your first playoffs, you're just not as equipped to do it as down the line. But the Warriors really don't have a choice. They got 3 or 4 guys that don't have a lot of postseason experience, and they are going to have to participate and contribute for the Warriors to do anything close to what they're hoping to do. 888-957-9570 is the number. I guess I actually turned the game off last night with about 6 minutes. So Looney made a 3?
Yeah, he made one.
Okay.
And then who else? Someone shot one.
Pods hit like 3 in a row.
Yeah, he did. He got it. My neighbor had Pods over 13 points, so he went way above that.
Your neighbor?
Yeah.
The woman who I met at your party? Norm's party?
You got not her.
Okay.
You got a great memory, Steiny. Yeah. She's still there.
I forget her name. What was it?
Karen.
Yeah. She's a nice name. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And look, it doesn't get more simple than this. The next 4 games for the Warriors are going to pretty much decide where they go. And to me, there's 2 things at stake here. One is the seeding. You're 6 right now. You got 4 games coming up against 4 teams that are all ahead of you in the standings. So the first issue to me is the standings. You're playing for seeding, but I also think they're playing for something more than seeding in the next week, and that is to see if they can realistically expect to make some noise in the postseason. Man. Because if you don't play the next 4 games pretty well and win 2 or 3 of them, I think that's going to damper a lot of the enthusiasm heading into the playoffs. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's your bigger concern? The age of the veterans or the inexperience of the youngsters? Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Steiny, things are heating up on the basketball court as we get ready for the
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors played some fish over the weekend. They're about to swim in some more dangerous waters this week. Memphis tomorrow. They're right above you. And they play Boston tonight. This is the most tangible, how do I want to put this? This is their best shot to move up to 5 that they've had.
And
obviously.
avoid 7, which is other benefits, Tiny.
Right.
I want no part of the John Elway.
Even though Houston looks like they're locking into number 2.
I got to give them credit, man.
I mean, they'd be really entrenched in 2 if they wouldn't have gifted the Warriors that game right before the trading deadline.
I thought of you yesterday.
Right before the All-Star break.
If you thought Houston did that and you're mad, what do you think about the Spurs, who had played Boston and they had 2, formidable games? That was a no-show yesterday.
I mean, that sometimes happens. A bad team plays a couple good teams and plays them well, and then they play another third team that's pretty good and they get smoked.
Real quick here, we got somebody coming after us.
Oh, okay.
Risotto, can you help us?
Yeah, so Truth, who we appreciate on our YouTube stream, as
$10.
we appreciate everybody listening in on YouTube.
$9.99.
He said, Goo and Steiny acting like they don't know what I'm talking about. It's sad grown men can't just say the truth on this channel. So after donating $10, Truth is out for some blood.
No, Truth, we wanted the truth. We couldn't decipher what you were trying to say because they were run on in fragments.
You know what he was trying to say. It's what he tries to say. And you know what? He wants Kuminga traded.
Oh, God.
He's been doing that forever.
It went over my
And you know
head.
what?
Yeah.
I'm starting to think about this. This may be all Truth's fault.
We're going to need JK, baby.
The bottom line is there's no more outsized discussion about a player than with Kuminga. For a guy who is what he is, we've talked way too much about him. But it's Truth's fault. Because he brings him up all the time. We have to read it because he's paying money.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Kuminga becomes a topic.
And rightfully so. We're all rooting for him. We're rooting for this team. And again, Stotty, I hope we get good news, but I think I got the good news from you with JK saying he's all right. So even if he misses a game, this won't be a long thing.
Jesse Dagnino is paying $4.99 for a text. Looking good, Steiny. It only makes sense. The Warriors started in Philly and came to the Bay just like you. You and Goo are the best. Keep doing what you do.
I like that.
Oh, thank you.
And I like the Dagnino.
Appreciate
I like that
it.
last name. Italian.
Appreciate it. Yeah, those are the kind of super chats.
That's an Italian name, last name?
Does it end in a vowel?
Yeah. Oh.
He's an Italian.
Probably then. Yeah. Let's go to Eddie in San Mateo. Hey, Eddie, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, I had a big question. So my personal opinion is that Jonathan Kuminga has been overrated. I don't get the hype as a Warrior fan. I know he's a high flyer. He's athletic. So my question to you guys is he the real deal? Is he just an athletic player that can dunk, or is he actually a good basketball player? I know we've had him injured before. We've seen him only injured at times or in spots, and he's been on Kurt's doghouse at times. But I just wanted kind of hear what you guys think about Jonathan Kuminga. Is JK the real deal or not?
I'll let you go first, partner, since you got the sweater on.
I don't think he's the real deal right now. I think he's got the potential to be a real good player. I think he's a young player, getting better, still with a lot to learn. And is he the real deal? I think he's the real deal talent-wise. And I think the sky's the limit for him. The sky's the limit for him. But I'm not one who believes he's there right now, and I'm somebody who thinks that it's going to take him another couple more years maybe to be the real deal. But he's got talent. There's no doubt about that.
And I believe he still has time. If all systems are go with this ankle, Steiny, you talked about it. We're all excited. It's go time. It's go time for him. But what makes him attractive to me as a member of the Golden State Warriors is the upside. And also, Steiny, you don't need glasses to see that they don't have a lot of what he brings on a good day. So hopefully he can be part of a difference maker come a series or even these next 4 to 5, the remaining games in the season. So that's where I'm at. I believe he can be the real deal, but it will go a long way for him to have, along with the team, a successful playoff run. And, that caller can call back, and we get them all the time to say, you know what, I might have been wrong.
Yeah. The one thing, and the one thing we're talking about right now is the age of the Golden State Warriors players, both at the high end and at the low end. And if it fits in terms of being a championship team. And what I mean by that is you got 3 guys who are big-time veterans who are at the end of their careers, and then you've got a lot of guys who haven't played much in the playoffs. And I gotta push back on you, Goo. I was gonna say I gotta fight you on something, but
go ahead, I'm here.
I'm just gonna say push back.
Yeah.
You said Moody had a role during the Dallas series.
Yeah.
And he had a role, but if you look real close at the games, can you really count this as legit experience? So he played 5 minutes in game 1 against Dallas. This is during their championship season. They won by 25 opening night.
Okay.
So he played 5 minutes in a 25-point blowout. The next night the next game 2, he played 9 minutes, and they won by 10. He played 16 minutes, and he was 0 for 3, not that matters, and he was a minus 12 in 16 minutes, and they won by 9. Game 4 was the game that he played a lot in. He played 22 minutes. That's the game the Warriors lost. And if you think about it, I think one of the reasons he played 22 minutes is because the Warriors had a 3-0 lead at that point. And they knew they were going back to Golden State for game 5, and they did. And, he went back to playing 10 minutes. He's going to get significantly more playing time than that. And, do those count in Basketball Reference as playoff games played? Absolutely, they count. But I think we all know that Moody and Kuminga are going to be asked to have bigger roles than they had in 2022. So as far as my way of looking at it, do they have playoff experience? Yes, but this is going to be a different kind of playoff experience.
Well, the to-do list will be way different is what you're saying.
Exactly.
And I'll meet you halfway. And the box score, as you know, Stoney, doesn't capture everything, but I remember him getting on the ground, playing hellified defense, just making spot plays. But I can't argue with what you just read off. But just in my mind, I was like, you know what? Moody at times, for where he was in his career and what was expected, much of nothing, I thought he did well for himself. But Stoney, I gotta go here real quick. There is one more thing that's really, really concerning me about the older guys, and it's Guy. I'm fixated on it. Stoney, if I had to bet my last dollar, I know Jimmy Butler is going to take it up 2 notches.
Okay.
But I look at you right now and wonder, Stoney, what if he doesn't?
Well, I don't know why.
Where does that leave the Warriors?
Well,
you could be like, Goo, it's the same play. But he's telling us, I'm watching, and he's not playing bad basketball, but I'm talking about just put your mark on the game early and often, and that may start tomorrow night. But what if it didn't?
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand. So in the same breath, you said you're confident Jimmy Butler will be playoff Jimmy, and in the next statement, you said, what if he doesn't? Well, that sounds like you're not confident. And listen, that's fine. And if he's not playoff Jimmy, or he's not a really good version of who he is, they're not going anywhere.
Because I haven't seen anything
Curry.
athletically or physically to where I'm like, oh, he can't do it. But it's like, Superman normally just goes to the booth. But when you announce you're kind of going to be more aggressive in the playoffs, I'm just like, okay, I can taste it. I see what it feels like.
Hey, for the last month, and now we got playoff Jimmy. Hey, you're going to get a different version of playoff Jimmy.
And it might come tomorrow in Memphis.
It's not the playoffs tomorrow.
Well,
it's not.
But you're playing for something big.
Right, but the one thing about Jimmy Butler is I don't know what he thinks is a big game or not. I really don't. I mean, it's easy to say, boy, Butler and the Warriors are going to be locked into these next 4. Are they?
Oh, yeah, Steiny, this is
I
something
mean, I would
they've been
assume
chasing
it.
all year. Yeah, there we go. I won't even, of course.
Yeah, I mean, do
First
I
talked about it with Willard and Dibbs all year long, the 6th seed, when it really started coming into focus and they made this trade. So,
I mean, you can easily say, well, but yeah, Butler's going to come to play the next 4 games. I mean, I thought he was going to come to play against Miami.
Well, maybe that's why I brought that up.
Well, I mean, do I expect Jimmy Butler to be the player he was in the playoffs 2 years ago? Do I expect it? No, I don't. I expect him to be the player that he looks like right now and maybe pick it up a notch. Is that good enough to help the Warriors be a championship team? I think I need to see more than I've seen so far, and that's what the next 4 games are about. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing?
What up, what up? What's up with my fellas, man?
What's up, baby?
What up, what up? Hey, Stein, I see you wearing the Golden State Warriors hoodie, man. I guess you're a Warrior fan today. I don't know about tomorrow.
Well, it was a gift from one of our listeners, Alnetta, and she was nice enough to gift me this sweatshirt. And even though it's not totally my style, it's my way of saying thank you to our listener.
Look at you, Steiny, man, being a great person.
Thank you.
Shout out to Steiny, man. Amazing. Look, let's talk about the youngsters we're
all right.
most confident and have some concerns about. The one youngster I'm concerned about is Quentin Post, and there's no doubt he brings his ability to stretch the floor. He gives him the rebounder with his size, and the Warriors are a team that doesn't have a lot of big men, so that's great in itself that he is a rebounder. But as we've seen in certain matchups, it doesn't work. And I think the part of it is because one is his strength, and number 2 is his foot speed. And I think those are 2 attributes that he's going to have to improve on in the summer. Because if he does that, I think going into next season, Quentin Post is going to be a really, really good player for this team.
All right.
The one player that I think, at least, I want to say the most confident in, but the one that I'll just say comfortable. I'll put it like that.
Okay.
I think it definitely is between Moses Moody and Pods, and I probably have to go Moody because people forget about Moses Moody. And that when the Warriors won the championship, out of all the youngsters, probably except Jordan Poole, he played a lot of minutes in the playoffs. He played a lot in the finals as well because of his defense and his ability to hit the open shot. So I would say Moses Moody, but just as a little side note, I got to see Kuminga ball out because he is definitely the most intriguing.
Appreciate the call, Caleb.
Great word, man.
See, this is where
I know what you kind of did it to me earlier. Go ahead. Caleb's listening. But
Caleb, Moody played in 4 of the 6 finals games against Boston, and he played a total of 10 minutes in 4 games.
But he left a mark on Caleb and I, Stoney, so don't take that from him.
I'm not taking it from him, but is that going to...
No, he's going to get a whole big piece of the pie now.
Exactly.
He is the pie.
Exactly. So we can talk about playoff experience and how much the Warriors have, and they do at the top. They have playoff experience at the top. But in the middle and toward the back end, they don't. They don't. And Caleb brought up Post. I'll tell you what, I'm starting to find him a little bit more and more interesting as I watch him. Because I'll tell you exactly what I mean is I have noticed at times where I almost think he tries to do too much. He's very aggressive with the three-point shot, and he's been dropping it. But sometimes I think he's a little too rambunctious, just a little, and I don't altogether dislike it because I think he's got to be that to be the player who can make shots to make a difference in a game. I do think Post has got to be a little careful with just kind of getting sucked into trying to do stuff that he can't do. And I have noticed a little bit of that, but in fairness, that's a expected issue for a young player, but it is something you got to think about as you go into the postseason and start playing more important games.
No, Stoney, I love that, and I've seen that. And it's like, young fella, just be you. Do what you do. But it's kind of, he knows he has a mental Rolodex, Stoney, of not what he's hearing, of maybe, I need to work on my post stuff, and he might fumble the ball or travel or whatnot, but brother's trying to work it out, so it's all good. But, I have seen that at times, but it's like, just be you, man. And you'll be able to go to the lab and work on what you need to work on. But I'm not saying he's using the game, and he's wrong if he's doing it to work on that stuff. But it's kind of, do you. You know what I'm saying, Stoney? Because you got a green light.
He's got a green light to shoot.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Warriors want him doing much more than that.
Right.
But
sometimes the defense puts you in a situation, though, Stoney.
And sometimes the defense puts you in a situation where you have to make a play, and that's when we'll see a lot of his weaknesses and shortcomings. I mean, there's no doubt he's given the Warriors a different kind of dimension. There's no doubt about him. 916, darn, Stein, he's a rookie still learning the league. Cut him some slack. I think he's doing fine. I think he's been a breath of fresh air. But we're talking about the next 4 games in the playoffs. He's a rookie, and he didn't even start playing until halfway through his rookie year. I think it's natural to have concern with Post, with Podziemski, with all
got Moody on there too.
Yes, Moody, absolutely. Buddy Hield is another one who doesn't have a lot of playoff experience, and of course Kuminga. And that's kind of what I'm asking Warrior fans. What's the big concern about this team as you go into the next 4 games against really good teams? And what's your biggest concern? Because I truly do believe that after this week, we're gonna be saying this team might be able to make a run. This team's probably not going to make a run. And I guess the other thing would be, now I don't know what to make of this team. If they were to, win 2 and lose 2, but
still up to them, though.
But look great in the wins and look bad in the losses. So 888-957-9570 is the number, and it starts tomorrow with the game against the Memphis Grizzlies, and they'll be playing the second half of a back-to-back. They play the Celtics tonight in Memphis,
and they want this one.
Warriors are there right now, so. Who knows? There may be some Warriors at that game tonight. Let's go to Phil in San Francisco. Hey, Phil. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, you guys. Just wanted to have you guys sort of mull over a possible scenario here that could happen coming down the pipe of these last few games. Say the Warriors lose tomorrow to Memphis. Their season series will be tied, right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Right. So if that's the case, if they were, say, ended up like in a 2-way tie for the 6th spot at the end of the season, what would be the next determining factor that would, give, which team would get the higher seed in the playoffs?
It'd be head to head. Who won the head to head matchups, and that's why, Phil, if the Warriors finish, let's say tied with the Timberwolves, they get it, because they beat the Timberwolves 3 out of 4. If they end up tied with the Clippers, they lose that tiebreaker. And if it's a 3-way tie with Minnesota and the Clippers, they actually finish last among those 3 because it's head-to-head against it's the record against all those teams. Memphis, I got to double-check on, but if the Warriors beat Memphis tomorrow, they're in the driver's seat with Memphis.
Right, but what if they're tied at the end of the season in the season series head-to-head?
With Memphis?
Yes.
I'll have to check on that one because there's so many permutations. Okay. We'll get that answer. I'm actually not. Yeah, thanks, Phil. I'm actually not sure what happens if they. Let me look at their schedule right now because it might be. We'll get a list. We'll get our guy Rots.
Doesn't it go common opponent though?
Well, the first thing is head-to-head.
Yeah. And after that, if they're tied.
Well, what is Memphis and Warriors right now in the season series? Because this other game might not even work.
I want to say they're tied or Warriors up 1.
I don't know.
I know Memphis got us in Memphis.
Warriors versus Memphis in 2020.
That was Martin Luther King Day.
You know what? I got to get to the break and figure that out because the funny thing is I haven't been thinking about Memphis or the Lakers, but maybe I got to start thinking about Memphis or the Lakers. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is from the 925. There's no need to be concerned about Post. Be a little more concerned about Kuminga. We are talking. Yeah, Guy Santos is another one who hasn't played in the postseason.
He made his numbers good. Depending on these injury reports, Donnie, and again, I'm expecting no Peyton for the near future, but just with that alone and Kuminga, getting more minutes or GP2's minutes, I thought we were going to see more of Santos, and that'll be status quo until one of those guys comes back.
All right, I'm going to assume this is correct. So the Warriors are 2-1 against Memphis this year. All right, so if they beat them tomorrow, then they will win the tiebreaker if they end up tied with Memphis. If they lose to Memphis tomorrow, then Memphis is almost out of reach. So that's why the game tomorrow is such a big game for the Golden State Warriors. Uno in Fremont says if the Warriors go 2-2 in these next 4, then we're no better than that 2023 season where we won one series barely against the Kings and then proceeded to get bounced by the Lakers afterwards.
Steiny, I feel that, but I rebuke it because they still got time to prove that wrong.
Well, yeah, but they're going to have to do it in the playoffs.
Yeah,
then.
no doubt.
So they're going to go if they go into the playoffs
2-2. Well,
right.
These 4, but
right. I think if they go into the playoffs, let's say pick 2 games that they win.
Lakers and we'll just go Lakers Memphis.
Okay. So when you go into but you lose to Denver and you lose to Houston, I would not go into the playoffs thinking this team can just beat anybody.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think regardless what happens, Kerr will let them do that. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
They'll have appropriate fear regardless if they were to sweep win out. They're going in, not playing around.
Well, if they go 2-2, they're probably going in as a 6 or 7. You would think. So, they go 2-2, they might be looking more right in the face of the Denver Nuggets. 3-1, they probably have action at 5. 1-3, they're probably going to drop to 7 or 8, I would think. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play Tuesday, then they play Thursday, then they play Friday. They got 3 games in the next 4 days starting tomorrow, all against teams that have a better record than them. Oof. If you're a Warrior fan, what are your goals for the next 4 games? And I'll say it again. They're 6th, and their next 4 opponents are against the number 2, the number 3, the number 4, and the number 5 seed. Not necessarily in that order, but they play 4 straight games against teams that are directly ahead of them in the standings. What's realistic to expect from this Warrior team? They're 18-5 with Butler, but their schedule's been pretty favorable, and now they have the toughest 4-game stretch they've had since the Butler acquisition. And I'm just taking the temperature of Golden State Warrior fans and what they're thinking about this make-or-break stretch, which includes 4 tricky games. And by the way, even after those 4, I'll go to the final 4, but they're not a piece of cake either, but they're definitely not as daunting as the next 4. 888-957-9570 to jump into the conversation. Also want to get into something Draymond Green said that he's very confident about. I'm a little skeptical, but we can get into that. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
had too many games like this year. Looney with a jumper from the corner. He hit a three. Kevon Looney hits a three. My goodness. Kevon Looney, left corner triple. Wow. He knew he wanted that one. He's just still got a big grin on his face. Kevon Looney, I believe that might be his first three of his career. It is. It's his first three of his career.
And about time I got one up. Steve finally drew a play for me, so I had to shoot it. Yeah, he drew it up for me, so he asked me, did I want one? I said, yeah, so I got one.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, apparently that was the first this year.
Yeah, teach him how to stunt, Lou.
But he has made one before this year.
Yeah.
Or more than that. So.
He made 10.
That many,
his career,
huh?
yep.
Yeah.
Loon at UCLA was off. He was a bucket, Steiny.
Yeah, he was. He was more of a perimeter player.
And TJD attempted one after you had cut it off. Mm-hmm. So I was hoping it went in. It quite didn't go in. Way to take it.
Here's what we're talking about today. A couple things. One is the Golden State Warriors, who won a couple games over the weekend against the Pelicans and Spurs, and now the next 4 games, things turn tough. There's no way to sugarcoat it. They've got Memphis. They got the Lakers, they got the Nuggets, they got the Rockets. Those are the 4 teams that are directly above them in the standings. And Jonathan Kuminga got hurt yesterday. We'll find out probably sometime later today or tomorrow what his status will be for tomorrow. He seemed to indicate to reporters after the game yesterday that he was okay and that he thinks he's going to be able to play tomorrow. But we'll find that out as time ensues. But the Warriors are poised to, in the next week or so, jump to either 5 and maybe knock on the door to 4 to fall into 7 or 8. It's all on the table in terms of this week. And so my question to Warrior fans is what do you want to see from the Golden State Warriors? Do you think they can win all 4? It's also 4 games in 6 nights.
Man.
And that's another aspect we can look at and talking about the playoffs. Obviously, there are no back-to-backs in the playoffs, but you do get stretches where you play 3 and 5 days and sometimes 4 and 7. And so how do the Warriors hold up to 4 and 6 against 4 really good teams? Will they be able to be good enough to win 3 or 4 against really good teams in such a short period of time? So I think it's going to be a measuring stick for how they may play in the postseason.
And on top of that, the caveat to me, Stoney, that excites me, and it should excite every Warrior fan is, look, there's 8 games left, right? And we saw Denver when it was announced when they came in here last time that most of the starters were going to be out for Denver. You know, I understand the psychology behind the Warriors, or any team for that matter, kind of let their guard down. But the interesting thing about this, Donnie, I really believe, and the Warriors don't need the benefit of the doubt because I know they're trying to put themselves in the best possible position. But with this schedule, we get meaningful basketball. So when we come in here on Wednesday, we're going to talk about a big-ass game that transpired between Memphis and the Warriors and had standing implications. And that's all you want. But for the next 4 to have that, and then also you want them to hold on to hopefully the good juju that you got from those 4 games. The last 4, you still got to take care of business if it's not a top team. So I say that to say wherever they get to, game 1 of what have you, play in, hopefully not, or play off, Stoney, I got to look at you and tell you, I would think they're ready to go because the engines have been started for a minute.
Yeah. And what do you think about this? We know the next 4 games are going to be tough.
Man.
Memphis, L.A., Nuggets, Rockets.
Woo!
Then their next game after that is at Phoenix. And then they come home and play the Spurs, but that'll be a back-to-back. Then they go up to Portland, and the final game of the year is the Clippers at home.
It means something.
Or it might mean nothing. So I'm interested to know how optimistic Warrior fans are about the next 4 games and how much importance are you putting into the next 4 games? And to my way of thinking, they're huge. And they're huge for a variety of reasons.
So 2-2, Steiny, Minnesota and the Clippers could jump you if they handled their business.
Sure.
Wow, man.
Absolutely. I mean, you go 2-2 now, and one of those teams rips off 4 in a row, you're in big trouble. So we got to figure out how to win.
And that Friday one's at home, right?
At least 2 of them.
That Denver.
Denver is at home, yes.
Man.
But they'll be flying up from L.A.
Yeah, and I don't like that Laker game. It's just, I don't like it. But
why? You have to play everybody.
Yeah.
Would you like a schedule where the Warriors don't have to play the Lakers or the Oklahoma City?
And I'm technically not even scared of the Lakers.
Well, apparently you are.
Apparently
you are, because you said I'm really worried. I don't like that Lakers game. How come?
Because they beat us in the play-in.
So you are scared of them?
No, and then it ended our season when they had AD.
It was 2 years ago.
It still matters.
It's a different team. Both teams are very different. But the Warriors have Jimmy Butler now. They didn't have him, and the Lakers have Doncic and don't have. So you can say it.
Say what?
Well, you already said it. I don't like the Lakers game Thursday. Yeah. Okay, well, you have to play them 4 times. Yeah. They're in your division.
And that's a TNT blockbuster game. So man. I can't. I'm excited.
888-957-9570. One of the questions we've been asking is the ages of the players on this team. You got 3 absolute veteran gamers in Butler, Steph, and Draymond Green. And if you want to, you can add Looney
I was just about
in
to
there as a champion and somebody who knows his way around playoff basketball. But if you go down the rest of the roster, whether it's Pods or Kuminga or Moody or Post, Santos, or even Buddy Hield, we are talking about very limited playoff experience. And even the guys who have a little bit, Kuminga and Moody, I mean, the role this year that they're going to be asked to play in the postseason is drastically different from what they've been asked to do, let's say, in 2022 or 2023. So as far as I'm concerned, they have playoff experience, but this is a whole different animal for those guys.
Yeah, no doubt. And the game doesn't wait for anybody, Stoney. So we'll see how these youngsters and the OGs, handle this situation. But what's funny, Stoney, is about how you mentioned Jimmy Butler, and we don't know what's on his, what makes him tick in regard to what's big or what's not. But nobody can run from what these next 4 are, and they need him to show up. And I'm going to say, and I'm ready to say it, maybe in a more ultra-aggressive way than he's done thus far. So we'll see.
Yeah.
That's something we'll be watching, and the cameras won't lie. We'll be able to tell.
Yeah, I mean,
But when you talk like that, it's like, damn, you are technically a little bit right.
I mean, what I'm fascinated to see, and I'm interested to hear Warrior fans' opinion on this is, okay, so there's apparently playoff Jimmy, okay? But the player I've watched for 20 plus games, like I don't even
talk to me.
I don't even see how he becomes playoff Jimmy, because, and I'm not saying he can't, because obviously he's done it in the past, but the player I've watched for 20, 22 games, whatever it is, I feel like this is who he is, and he's pretty damn good. But he's not the kind of player who takes over games. But apparently he has done that in the past.
How many 40-point playoff games, Don? I know it was years past, but that's an indication right there. That's him indulging.
And I'll be honest with you. He was playing in the East when he did that. He's now on a team with Steph Curry. Like, I know that Jimmy Butler's got to play at a high level, but I actually don't, whatever playoff Jimmy looks like, if it means, more shot attempts and more isolation, I'm not convinced that's the best way to go about it. Like, I think the way the Warriors can be their best team is by the way he's playing now, and then just uptick it a little bit. I don't want him all of a sudden, in the postseason, becoming the number one option when he's been kind of fitting in seamlessly for the first 20 games. So I'm like interested to see how that's going to play out.
So are you kind of saying you are who you are?
Well, I just want to see it.
Developed is what we've seen for 20 games. How is that really going to change? Because I'll go to Jordan Poole, Steiny. None of the youngsters shoot it like him. When I think of just the shooting component of the Warriors in the playoffs, Jordan Poole, say what you want about him, he could shoot. And now that's why I bring up Buddy Hield in regard to filling that role, you know? But I don't expect Jimmy Butler all of a sudden to take 6 or 7 threes a game. I know he took one yesterday and hit it. But, Steiny, that excites me, too, to see that component of, does he do anything different? That if he sees Pods and Moody in the corner, knowing that they're young, not that they can't make the shot, instead of him driving and dishing, will he drive to make it or get fouled like we've seen him do for so much of his career?
I mean, he's never played with anybody like Steph Curry. Yeah. So, you know, this idea of, and the way we've glamorized it, he put the whole team on his back. They had not a lot of great team around him, and he took them all the way to the finals. Like, he can't do that here. He can't do that here because they have Steph Curry.
But isn't that a blessing?
It might be, but they've got to figure out how. My point is Jimmy Butler, when he got to the postseason in Miami, he was just full bore. If I don't do it, nobody's going to do it. But I don't necessarily think that's the way to go about it once the playoffs start right off the bat. If the way they've been playing over the course of Butler's finish of the regular season is, if they go 22-7, let's say over Jimmy Butler's 29 games, do we really want him coming out and being aggressive Jimmy Butler to the point where it might take something away from other guys?
Well, if the playoffs are what I think they are, Steiny, and they're different, then he's the number one culprit that's the wrong word. He's the number one selection in regard to, and I know you kid me, Goo, it's not just about scoring. We know that, but Jimmy can do that, and also the other thing. So to me, he's the number one guy in regard to, Steiny, my goodness, stepping up the point production a little more. Like, he would be my number one candidate, and he's kind of told us that.
Yeah. Well, in order to be that guy, he's going to have to be more dominant with the ball, have the ball more, make more plays for himself and for others,
and know that it's the offs.
Well, there's a balance there. And here's the other thing. Is this the first time that he maybe hasn't been the best player on a playoff team?
I would say so.
Okay, so that, I look at that and I say, well, that could be great, or that could be a little issue.
Well, hold on. He played with Philly when against Toronto when the ball bounced in. I think Embiid was the best player on that team. But I get your drift.
And they lost that series.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just saying. So maybe he doesn't know how to be a number two. When he was a number two with Embiid,
I got to tell you, man, I'm not just saying this for effects, Donnie. I am ultra excited just about this week, the following week, the playoffs. Like, where is this team? Where are they gonna finish?
925. What do you guys think of this? And I'm gonna expound on this for a sec, and then I'll start jumping into calls. This is from the 925. The Warriors aren't going anywhere near a title. Let's hope for a competitive run in the playoffs and a learning experience to build for next season. And this is what I think is interesting. Draymond Green was on the Dubs podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. And he was asked about this team winning it all like he said they were going to do.
Okay.
And he said, and I'm asking Warrior fans, do you agree with Draymond? Here's what he said. I think our best year, our best chance to win a championship with this group will be next year. I don't mean we're not going to do it this year, but I think our best chance will be next year. Well, do you buy it or not?
Well, I buy it because I told you from the start, Stoney, I'm excited about the future of this current team and getting a whole training camp under them, a whole offseason, enhancements maybe, or maybe not. But I told you I love that. And I got to tell you that I'm a little baffled, or is he taking any mustard off of what he said?
Well, he said,
no,
I don't mean
All-Star Weekend.
I don't mean we're not doing it this year. He just said they'll have a better chance next year. I don't agree with that.
You remember when I brought that up, you told me.
I don't agree with that. And the reason, here's why I don't agree with it, is because right now the Warriors are 6th. There's a good chance they're going to make the playoffs if they win enough games. So that puts them in the playoffs this year as a 5 or 6, okay? And they'll see who they have to play.
Mm-hmm.
I just think the idea of, next year they come to training camp, they get a whole year,
Yeah.
There's too much that can happen. Like I'm not assuming that this team will be better next year than this year.
But your 3 best players are still going to be Dre, Jimmy Butler, and Steph Curry.
And that's why I don't assume they're going to be better next year. I just don't. I mean, they're all going to be a year older, and the key for next year is going to be, can they stay as close to the level they're at now? And like, this is the first time. Okay, so when we were talking about the Warriors and their players getting older, I always felt like, the older guys are good enough that, the younger players aren't going to be the ones who lift this team. But I think next, if the Warriors make the playoffs, let's say they win a round and lose in the second round, and they come back next year. Yeah, I think they could be better next year. How? Well, Butler, Draymond, and Steph will all have to stay healthy, and they will all have to play at a level very close to what they played at this year. Mm-hmm. And then, yes, then I can see their role players like Pods, like Kuminga, Moody, Post,
Santos.
Those guys I can see improving to the point where you could actually be better next year. But it's all going to depend on how well these guys, handle another off season and whether they can stay healthy next year. Let's go to Donna in Richmond. Hey, Donna.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Good morning, guys. I really like your show.
Oh, thank you.
But I'm gonna go back a couple conversations where you asked what our expectations was, and I think that we need to really concentrate on making these free throws, and they have to control all these fouls. Like, the other team be holding on to Steph like they Aisha or something, and Steph doesn't get a call. But when I see Buddy Hield do it, or I see Moody do it, then they get called for a foul. So if we take that down a notch, I think we can make a pretty good run, making them free throws and quit making so many fouls.
I mean,
15-19 yesterday, Donna, from the line.
Yeah, I think Donna's a little more concerned with defensively and whether these guys can stay on the floor without fouling. And I think everything's fair game when you're talking about younger players. Are they going to shoot it as well? Do they start feeling a little bit of the pressure of being in the postseason? But what do you think about, you believe Draymond? Like, you think they can be better next year?
Yeah,
Do you think it's more or less realistic that they'll be better next year than this year?
I think it'll be more realistic. And then the other part of it too, Stoney, tell me what you think, man, is let's say they don't win it this year. They're going to know why. But they'll know and have that question is, they played in the playoffs together with Jimmy. Now how do we go to the lab and kind of decipher, tweak, fix, rectify what got us beat? And you would hope with Mike Dunleavy and Lacob at the helm, Stoney, who's to say that this Warrior team is a finished product at the start of next season. So that excites me. They might not do a damn thing, but we're going to find out about Kuminga if he's here or not. All the little stuff that I think matters, and just having a whole offseason to kind of, look at what went wrong if they don't get their ultimate prize of a trip to the finals this year. just bodes well, man. And Steiny, I really believe, and I'm one of these, I think the injury thing is real, but it's across the board for every team. Just like we saw with the Mavericks right before our eyes. And if any SGA goes down, then, OKC's got talent, but, your soul is kind of ripped out.
Yeah, I think the older players get, obviously. You look at Steph right now. His back hurts. Wow. He's wincing. He's obviously wincing, and he's been holding that back.
One shot yesterday, and they scored 44 points in the first quarter. He took one shot.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. The aches and pains add up to a bigger degree with an older player, and there's no need in really jumping ahead to next year. But yeah, next year's a long, long way away, and I make no presumption that the Warriors will be, they'll be better next year or they'll be worse next year. Too much stuff I think is going to happen between now and next year to kind of make that prediction. I'm just looking at Jimmy Butler right now and in the postseason, and 22-23 is the year that everybody talks about. And that year he played 22 playoff games and he took 20 shots a game. 20 shots a game. I
love that.
Okay. So let me look at this. So how many? 24, 25,
20.
Jimmy Butler. So he took 20 shots a game in those games. He shot 47% from the field, terrific. 36 from three,
man,
better than he does in the regular season, and he averaged 27 a game. 27 points a game. So he was really good.
Playoff Jimmy. How many to say the minutes?
He played 40 minutes a night.
Man, that's how you get playoff Jimmy.
And this is also where, I don't presume, he's not just going to do that. I'd be shocked, but I don't know what to expect from Jimmy Butler in the postseason on this team. That's all I'm saying.
But that's a great resume.
It is a great resume.
All right.
But keep in mind, he was playing on teams where they didn't just want him to do what he had to do. They needed him to do what he had to do. So I just think it's going to be fascinating to watch how he plays with Steph when all the chips are on the table, and whether he's playoff Jimmy or when he becomes playoff Jimmy, or what does he wait for before he goes to playoff Jimmy, or does he come right out of the gates and be this playoff Jimmy?
I know we're up against it.
Or is playoff Jimmy something that doesn't mean a thing right now?
If you had
because
to take
it's 2 years ago that he did it.
Do you think he thinks he needs to do it come playoff time? That's what I want to know.
I actually don't think he's thought about it like that. I don't. I don't think he's thought about how he's going to play in the playoffs just yet. And to me, that would be a little bit premature. Why wouldn't he try to be a little more like playoff Jimmy right now? If that's the direction that he thinks he may have to go.
Those are incredible numbers you just cited, man.
And so let's see what happens over the next 4 games against really good teams and how the Warriors play. Because if they don't play like they're going to play in the playoffs, if and when they make it in the next 4 games, then I don't know kind of what they're waiting for, because you can't tell me that they know what kind of team they have. I know Draymond Green's talking about another championship, but the reality is nobody knows where this team fits in. Where do you guys think it fits in, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. That segment sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Moses.
What about his dunk Friday night? Fitz said the dunk of his career. That was a facial against the Pelicans. Drove it to the key and
Yeah.
Gosh, what gets you excited, man? That was a hell of a dunk.
Alneta's gift got me excited.
You look good.
Wonderful Alneta brought me this Warriors sweatshirt Saturday.
How'd she guess your size? Because it's fitting perfect.
Every XL is always the safest way to go. And so even though I'm not crazy about wearing the home team's gear, I figured I got to shout out Alneta and thank her for the wonderful gesture. So that's why I'm in Warriors gear today.
Dude, you're having a hell of a year in this regard.
What's new?
Not getting stuff right. Steph gives you a jersey signed, and then Alneta gives you that going to Freeman's. You're winning, as the kids say. You're winning right now.
You know what touched me more? Alneta. And the reason's this.
Steph's on the road.
As nice as the gesture was from Steph,
we love you, Steph.
Let's be honest. The only reason Steph did it was because Raymond Ritter put a bug in his ear. He doesn't think of that on his own. God love him.
I just want to come hold you.
You don't have to.
What are you talking about? Do you know guys do that all the time and say, yeah, thanks, but no thanks? Curry could have just, and you would have never known. Like, Steiny, I hope you don't think.
No,
Curry
I mean, it was a great
that.
gesture.
But Curry did it because he likes you.
Yeah, he was asked to do it. Like, he didn't know when my birthday was. Like,
okay, I hope you didn't think he would remember.
Well,
he just got a bunch of kids.
I mean, I've been around longer than him. You know what I'm saying?
Alneta, but she's it. Dude, you look great. I ain't gonna say what I want to say.
Oh, let me guess. Alneta, bring Guru one. Alneta, bring Guru one. You know how he gets.
It's too late now, right? It's too late.
You know how he gets.
Yeah.
How the Warriors feeling going into Memphis tonight?
Yeah, and everybody feels good, and you get a night where nobody plays more than, 25, 26 minutes. That's very helpful. Big game coming against Memphis, so we'll be well rested and in rhythm for that. Yeah, so big stretch coming.
Stretch coming.
They play tomorrow.
Yeah.
You said tonight.
I did?
Yeah.
No, they play tomorrow. Yeah. Memphis plays Boston tonight.
Man.
All right, I want somebody to explain something to me. And that's this. The idea of playoff Jimmy Butler. And I heard a lot of the morning show today. It was really good. And Joe Shasky was talking about how, Butler's been real good. He's been real good, and the team's been terrific since he got here. But it might be time for Butler to get a little more assertive. And my question is this. And maybe it's probably not going to be this drastic, but can somebody explain to me how this is going to happen? And here's what I mean. I just told you the numbers from two playoffs ago with Jimmy Butler. Playoff Jimmy, playoff Jimmy, playoff Jimmy. Playoff Jimmy averages 21 shots per game. Almost 21 shots per game 2 years ago in the postseason. Now he had to do a lot of it.
Yeah.
But he averaged 27 a game, and he took 21 shots a game. So far with the Warriors this year, you know how many shots per game he's taken?
I think I can guess this, Donnie.
Go ahead.
13.
11 and a half.
Whoa.
So I'm not doubting there's a playoff Jimmy Butler. I'm just curious how it works. Where I'm assuming to be playoff Jimmy Butler, he's going to start taking 16 to 18 shots a game.
The KD model when he was here. That's how I look at it, Stoney. Wouldn't you think so? There's enough pie to go around.
I don't know. I mean,
Dre's not gonna, Dre's gonna be Dre, but how does the ball?
It's less about the number of shots than how it's going to look. I mean, if Butler takes 8 more shots a game in the postseason, what do they look like? Are they him isolating on the wing and kind of holding it late in the shot clock and trying to make a play with the clock winding down? Is he aggressive early in the clock?
See, that's where I'm
Is he taking any shots away from Steph? And if he's not, who is he taking shots away from?
Oh, everybody else. And
then he's got it. Well, if he's efficient, yeah.
And I was just about to say if the ball goes in.
And again, I don't assume that's the Butler we're going to see. That was 2 years ago against Eastern Conference teams. So I just want to know, Warrior fans, like what do you expect out of Butler? And we can put it this way, from tomorrow night on. I mean, if we're all saying that the next 4 games are make or break, then how does Jimmy Butler have to play? And is the way he's playing right now good enough for the Warriors to kind of get to where they want to be? Or does he have to take a bigger role? And if he does take a bigger role, how does that impact everybody else on the team?
I'm going to go Twitter, Steiny. They got to follow him. And he does have to, and I'm ready to say it. He's working himself back into shape, and I think he's done that. But the bottom line, if you're telling me right now, can this team get to where I thought Western Conference Finals with the Jimmy being pedestrian like he's been and getting everybody else involved? I'm saying no. And this is a hardcore true blue fan saying no. So, Steiny, I think it's one of those things that Kerr and the rest of the gang would welcome. A guy that, is going to be more aggressive in everything he does. And, maybe throw out the games where, you know what, I'm going to get Steiny involved in the first quarter and then I'll pick my spots. Instead of even thinking that, he's just starting from the gate. Because one thing that's happening, Steiny, is this team is getting off to slow starts, and it's not because they don't have the talent. It's, I believe, a lot of it is Jimmy, not blaming him. Jimmy's trying to get everybody else involved.
Well, and that's that's always the catch-22. And again, this can work in the Warriors' favor, or it might not. And that is, if you have a more aggressive Jimmy Butler, and he's taken almost twice as many shots in the postseason as he has in the regular season, then how does that impact role players?
Well, I brought that up to you last week.
And I don't know the answer to that. And I'm not saying I don't believe in any of it. That's not what I'm saying. But I am really interested to see what it looks like when if the Warriors make the playoffs and they're playing well. Like, what does that look like? Who's scoring for them? Who's got the ball most of the time? How are they playing? What are the big rotations going to be that Steve Kerr relies on most? Those are the things to me that I can't wait to find out. Steve Kerr, how important is the next 4 games?
If we can beat Memphis, we get the tiebreaker over them. That's huge. We're right there with the Clippers, and Lakers are only a couple ahead. We got them after, so it's quite a race going down the stretch. And we have a difficult schedule. Our last 8 games are pretty tough, so we're going to have to continue to play well. But tonight was a really good effort, and it's good momentum builder.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about the next 4 games. And if you're just joining us, the Warriors have a little bit of a gauntlet.
Man.
They are currently in 6th place. And I just think this is just interesting the way the schedule is shaken out. Because we're in money time right now. And the Warriors are in 6th. And their next 4 games are against the 2, 3, 4, and 5 teams in the standings in the West.
Damn.
Memphis is 5. The Lakers are 4, Denver's 3, and the Houston Rockets are 2. And those are the Warriors' next 4 games. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you expect? What are your goals? And I know you guys don't play, but what do you want to see the Warriors do in the next 4 realistically?
3-1 at minimum, Steiny.
At minimum?
Yeah, at minimum for me. And still, that 3-1 might get you, for me, the wrong team that you don't want to see. But like you said, you can't be scared. They're not. But matchups make everything to me. Styles make fights. And Denver and the Lakers are the 2 teams I would hope the Warriors could avoid in the first round. Not saying they can't beat them, but that would take a whole hell of a lot, I believe, out of their tank, drawing one of those 2 in the first round.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Warriors. They had a nice weekend against a couple bottom feeders, and things are going to change in a big way starting tomorrow. 510, helping me answer this question. And if you want to help me too, you can jump in. Playoff Jimmy isn't something as simplistic as shot attempts. Playoff Jimmy sees what is needed and provides. He will not shrink from the moment. 530. Is it just me, or would you rather face anyone other than the Nuggets in the first round? You can go ahead and try to answer that. Is it just me, or would you rather face anyone other than the Nuggets in the first round?
Well, I got the Lakers up there with the Nuggets. And Luka and LeBron, Stoney, just had me thinking if you had to do a draft, if the Lakers hooked up with the Warriors, where does Steph and Jimmy get drafted if you with LeBron and Luka right now, you know? So Denver and LA are the problems I don't want early out the gate. But again, I don't play, but just from a fan perspective, I would be worried because size is an issue, even with playoff Jimmy. So to have to deal with that type of size with those front lines early, I think Denver obviously is more formidable. But, yeah, I would add LA to that one, but I see where they're going.
Yeah, and I wonder when I look at where they're at right now, if, let's say, you lose 2 out of 3 of the first 3 or 4.
All right.
See, to me, at that point, then you start to look at the standings. In other words, if you lose 2 out of 3, then I think you got to play your ass off to get to 7, so you at least have a chance of playing the Rockets. I mean, that's kind of the way I'm thinking of it too, a little bit.
But you're assuming that win, though, right?
Which win?
Versus 8 if you were 7th.
I'm saying,
Man,
yeah. I mean, I'm assuming.
Would be at home.
I'm assuming that if they're 7, they'll get in as a 7, which, of course, there's no guarantee.
But that would get you Houston, though.
But if you lose 2 out of the next 3, you're probably going to be back in 7, maybe 8 at that point. So then at that point, if you're out of the, if you have a small chance to get 6, but it looks like a long shot, well, then you got to try to get to 7.
Let me read this to you from the 925 because I got an answer. Are we relying too much on Steph's legacy? I want to say hell no.
I think we are.
That's why you went and got Jimmy.
Yeah, I think if you want to know my honest truth, I think we're at, how did he put it?
Are we relying too much on Steph's legacy?
Yeah, I think fans rely a lot on legacy.
But that's why you went and got Butler for him to get help.
You guys are assuming Jimmy Butler's going to average 25 in the postseason, shoot 48%, and be the player he was that took Miami to the finals.
But how is that relying on Steph? That's relying on Jimmy.
Well, I'm saying both of them. That's what I mean. I mean, he said, are we relying too much on legacy? And my opinion is, yeah, we always do that. And I'm not saying it's always wrong,
Steph's
but I
been
do
averaging,
think,
30 with Jimmy here?
I do think, the way I look at it is, yes, Steph and Butler have tremendous track records in the postseason. But that's not a guarantee that this year, under these circumstances, they're going to be the players that they've always been in the postseason. And my question to Warrior fans is what do you expect out of Jimmy Butler? I mean, I'll be honest with you. To me, do I expect him to raise his level of play? Sure, I expect him to raise his level of play. Do I believe he's going to be anywhere near these numbers from 2 years ago? I don't. That seems far-fetched. And if you don't know what I'm talking about 2 years ago when Butler took the Heat to the NBA Finals. And in 22 games, he averaged 21 shots a game. Right now, he's averaging 11.5 for the Golden State Warriors. So if Jimmy Butler approaches playoff Jimmy, this team will not be looking like it looks right now. It'll look different because Jimmy will start taking a lot more shots and probably have the ball in his hands a lot more times. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation about the Warriors as they head on this tough 4-game stretch, it starts tomorrow at Memphis. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, I don't know if it's relying on the legacy, but yeah, I just think every year's different.
But you rely on your best players, regardless how old they are.
Right. And we'll see if Steph Curry at 37 and Jimmy Butler at 35 can be as effective in the postseason as Steph was at 34 when they won the title and Jimmy Butler was at 33 when he took the Heat as far as the NBA Finals. Do I think they can be that effective? I'm skeptical. I am. I'm skeptical. I think it's going to be harder now because they're 2 or 3 years older.
But what if, let me just say this to you because it's twofold with the Jimmy being ultra aggressive. If we do get that Jimmy, for the people right now that are a little skeptical and don't have the Warriors going deep, I mean, if we get that Jimmy Stoney, that could be the difference on them going that deep. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, this is what it looks like for the better. And that's what I'm rolling the dice on. That's what I'm banking on.
Yeah, I think it's...
And I'm a guy that's already got him at the Western Conference Finals.
And that's, I guess, where I'm going to wait to even put that into the equation until at least I see the next 4 games. You know, they go out and they beat Memphis, and then they go to L.A. and knock the Lakers off. Then they come home, and even if they just hang with Denver the night after that and they beat Houston, they go 3-1, I'll think, you know what, they could have a ball game here. 2-2.
Yeah.
2-2 tells me, you know what, it's still going to be a slog. And anything less than that, listen, if the Warriors go 1-3 over their next 4, all we're gonna hear is, yeah, this team doesn't have it against good teams, and that's the one thing we got to wait and see.
But see, I wouldn't.
Can they beat good teams? They haven't yet. They haven't had the chance.
And
now they have a chance to beat good teams.
But it doesn't end just with these 4. Whoever they hook up with in the playoffs, Stoney, assuming that's really when it matters because that's when you can go home. You're going to survive whatever happens these 4 games. Even if you go on 4, you're going to get another chance at your goal, your ultimate goal. Now, the route might change and will change, but it is not as constant as you say. You know, Warrior fans will be like, oh, we can't beat anybody good. Well, you're going to get a chance to play a 7-game series against somebody to move on.
Well, I got news for you, and that's why this week's so important. They go 1-3, then they're not guaranteed to make the playoffs. They're not. That'll push them probably down to 8. And
wow, that'll be a nice.
And then who's going to assume anything at that point? So that's to me like there's no sugarcoat in the next 4 games. If you play well and you win 2 or 3, I think you can feel pretty good. You only win 1 out of 4, then how can you really think you're going to go in to a play-in scenario, knock somebody off in the play-in, and then go on the road shortly after and beat a 1 or 2 seed, even if it's Houston. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Asking Warrior fans how they're feeling about the next 4 and beyond. Let's go to Austin in San Jose.
My guy.
Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? What's going on, Guru?
Talk to us.
Listen, hey, man, listen, I'm looking at it a little differently. I don't think Steph has anything to prove, frankly. Steph's already delivered, for Warrior fans, over and over. So I view it as Jimmy and the role players. The bench have got to prove that they can actually win games in a playoff scenario. I mean, we've seen, 3 different versions of the Warriors this year at least. I might have lost track. I'm not even sure who the Warriors are. I mean, I know they've won recently, but Jimmy, remember, they were Guru. Remember, they were a mid-team by Steph's statement. Not
it was
Steph
facts.
said they were mid. Okay.
Yeah.
So they got good. They got good. Let's give them credit. Let's give everybody credit. But now going into the playoffs, different season. What are we going to see in the playoffs? And I'm using it as a kind of a way to evaluate the rest of the bench. I'm not guaranteed. I don't agree with you, Guru, necessarily. We're going into next year, regardless of what happens, with the same team that we're playing now. I think the fans would agree there needs to be improvement. I mean, we can't say we're going to run it back with these guys. No way. I mean, look at the athleticism. Look at the even college games. I mean, there's guys that I would like to have. There's a couple point guards I saw in NCAA I wouldn't mind seeing on the Warriors. So all that being said, the other teams are going to get better too, guys. You know, we can say we're going to run it back, but the other teams are getting better too as we talk about the Warriors. And the last thing, I keep hearing the disrespect for teams that have played good all year. OKC, Houston, even the Clippers. And we seem to disrespect them because the Warriors have had a second half. I mean, give those guys credit for playing consistently all year, guys. I mean, did we do that when the Warriors were good? Did we just count?
Austin, you know what?
I mean, come on. That's my only pushback, guys.
Real quick, and I want you to answer this because I kind of feel the same as you. You said something earlier in this call, and I wrote it down because I firmly believe, or I firmly agree with you. I don't know who the Warriors are. I really don't. Just because of the way the season's played out and where they're at now. And I think you're right. It's unfair to say, well, Oklahoma City or Houston, I know more about what they are than what I know the Warriors are. You know what I mean? So I agree with you there.
Is Jimmy going to be deferring Jimmy in the playoffs? I don't like the deferring Jimmy. I mean, he's deferring to guys that aren't great shooters. I mean, let's be honest. They're making shots. They're not great shooters he's deferring to. Can they make shots in the playoffs, guys? That's what I got. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Well, I hear him, but I'll say this to Austin. I damn sure didn't say run it back. I was saying running it back with the big three, Jimmy, Dre, and Steph. But I mentioned Dunleavy and I mentioned Lacob. Stoney, anything's on the table. You're never not good enough. But as far as the Clippers, I've apologized. If Kawhi stays healthy, they scare me. The Rockets and OKC. It's not scoffing at anything they've done. It's just, to answer Austin's question, who are the Warriors? I know this. I don't know who the playoff Warriors are, but since the inception of Jimmy Butler, they've changed everything. Just look at the record. 17-2 when Steph and Jimmy are on the court together. So I'm just saying hopefully that will bode well come playoff time, regardless of who you hook up with.
Yeah, I just and this from the 415, and he might be right. Warriors have a winning record against the top 10 teams. What are we talking about? Well, let's be honest. And this is, you haven't played Oklahoma City in 6 weeks. You haven't played the Rockets with Jimmy Butler other than that fluke game. You played Denver. You haven't played the Lakers. You haven't played the Grizzlies. You haven't even played the Timberwolves since the trade deadline. And I'd like, listen, I get it. Oh, well, we beat the Timberwolves without Jimmy Butler, so we can beat the Timberwolves with Jimmy Butler even more easy. That's not really the way it works, especially when you haven't played a team for 2 months like they haven't played Minnesota for a while. That's all I'm saying. I don't know who this team really is right now, and I don't think that's anything to be ashamed of saying. Steiny, you think they're a championship team? No, not really. Do you think they're a first-round playoff win? Can they win a first round of the playoffs? Yeah, I could see that. Can they get to the Western Conference Finals? Man, I don't know about that. Can they make the playoffs? Yeah, they can definitely make the playoffs. Like, I don't, could they fall to 8 and be got in the playoff play-in series? That's a possibility too. So I'm kind of with Austin in, I'm still trying to figure out exactly how good this team is even after Jimmy Butler and even knowing that they've been killing it since he got here.
Yeah.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. And I just thought that was a great question by Austin. So I'll throw it out to Warrior fans. Who are the Warriors? What are they? What kind of team do you think they are realistically? Play-in, playoff title. Where are they realistically? And I'm willing to put them in playoff right now. But when it comes to serious run, I'm going to wait until after this week to even determine whether that's in the realm of possibility or not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's jump more into it on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Curry in the ball front court. Off a screen. Quick release. Splash from the hash mark. Vintage Curry. 20-point lead for the Dubs, their largest.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Big week for the Warriors. Make or break. Make or break. We always say, oh, we're going to find out a lot about the Warriors in the next. We are, actually. I gotta seize. I'm going to seize on something Austin said during the last segment over the phone. And he said, I don't know who the Warriors are. Like, does that bother you a little bit, or do you disagree with it, or you think it's a fair statement?
If he would have said this before Jimmy Butler, I would be like, that's a detriment to the team, and I think we watched and felt like they had no chance. I think it's exciting. I know who they are. They're a team that added the likes of Jimmy Butler to a nucleus that have won 4 chips. They know how to do it. They got the best closer who wasn't playing the best music until Jimmy got here. He's got the space, and now it's just about the youngsters. So to me, this is not about Jim. Well, I guess it's about his role. But I can bet my last dollar we're going to get the best Jimmy Butler, the version of him, Steiny. So when it's all said and done, it's just like any other team. The 3 dudes got to show up, the big 3, and then the others got to play basketball like they're competent basketball like they've been playing all season long.
Well, the one thing I always think about stuff like that. You're confident Jimmy Butler's going to play like Jimmy Butler in the postseason. Is that going to be good enough for them to make a deep run?
I think so.
What if the team they're playing? What if they play Denver and Jokic plays like he always does in the playoffs, and Murray plays like? I'm not willing to say the Warriors at their best are going to be able to beat other teams at their best.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it, because when it's all said and done, let's just say they lose, Donnie, and that day does come, at least you know Austin won't be able to call in, or at least the Warriors are going to know why they got beat and how you can go to the lab and try to fix it.
888-957-9570 is the number. If I said, who are the Warriors? Who are they and where do they fit? How would you answer that? Here's why I agree with Austin, that I don't know what to make of this team, and I'm willing to say that right now. They've had a great run with Jimmy Butler. It's put them into the 6th seed, and it has absolutely put them in the discussion of the postseason. Okay, so let's just go through. Let's go through it this way. All right, the Warriors beat Oklahoma City, 2 out of 3 this year? Yep. All right, they beat them 2 out of 3. They have somebody said, they match up well with Oklahoma City. Well, that was before Jimmy Butler. They haven't played Oklahoma City in a long time, and Oklahoma City's winning 60-plus games. So you beat them without Jimmy Butler. Now you have Jimmy Butler. They have Holmgren. I don't know. I don't know what the Warriors are right here, right now against Oklahoma City. They haven't played them in 2 or 3 months, and the Warriors are completely different.
But do you feel like the Oklahoma City Thunder, because I don't, Stan, that's why I'm asking you real quick here, I don't feel like they'll get ran out the gym.
I don't know. This is what I mean. Why don't you feel like they're going to win 65 games, the Thunder?
But I think the Warriors have 2 of the 3 best players in that series. And again, that might not be enough, but when you say Jimmy, Steph, and SGA, those are the 3. Then, Dort or Draymond Green. I'm taking Draymond Green. So it could go the way that I don't expect it. But when I would tell Austin, when a team, if you allow me to bring this into, the fact finding, Stoney, anytime a team has a big 3, I think that's half the battle.
You think OKC doesn't?
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying to piggyback off of, I don't know who the Warriors are. Well,
I don't. I don't. I don't. I'm not comfortable saying they're going to go to the Western Conference Finals because I don't know right now what they are against OKC. I don't know what they are against Houston.
But in 2022, I'm just asking because I don't know. Did you feel like even after the great season
they were 31-9 at one point that year?
But were you ready to, if we had got to this juncture, would you say, they're going all the way? I was skeptical then.
Absolutely.
Even after that great season.
But they were a 50-plus win. They won 53 that year?
Yeah.
And they've been a mid-40 win team for the last 3 years. They've been mid-40s. They're going to be mid-40s and a little higher this year. So, like, that's all I'm saying is I'm not saying you can't feel good about playing Oklahoma City, but the first three games mean nothing to me against OKC.
I got you.
They didn't have Chet Holmgren.
I got you.
Well, that's what I mean. I don't know who they are. I can't say with confidence they would own Oklahoma City or Oklahoma City would own them.
Real quick, tonight, Horace Bird is saying on the chat, OKC is way better than the Dubs. Come on.
They are. I mean, are you afraid? What's wrong with saying that? They're the best team in the league.
Because I'm just telling you, Stoney, I'm not mad at it. Quit putting your stuff on me. Why the hell would I be afraid of anything? I just told you, OKC to me is like fresh Wonder Bread. They got to show me you can toy with the playoffs like the regular season. So when you say afraid of what? Well, the team didn't make the playoffs last year. We got Jimmy Butler and Austin's talking about he don't know who they are. Wake up! They're 19-5 with them, 17-2 with Steph and Jimmy. I'll take that all day. I'm not saying they're going to run OKC out of the room, but what do you need to see? The game
I need to see them beat some good teams. Beat some good teams with Jimmy Butler.
What is that? They playing who's on their schedule?
Right. And the next four, we're going to find out. But do well against the next four.
But that's not a playoff series, and that's okay that you're excited, and so am I about the next four, but that sounds stupid, Sonny. You're going to plant your flag on the result of these 4 games when there's going to be a playoffs outside of the 4 games.
They're not in the playoffs yet, Goo. Why are you assuming playoffs?
Because you're planting your flag that whatever happens. So, all right, I got you. If you want to be technical like that, I'm not assuming well, come on, man.
I don't know what you're arguing right now.
That you're acting like these 4 games are end-all, be-all, and the season's over. It's not. It has a lot to do with their positioning. Right. But for you to say, why am I afraid? I'm not afraid of OKC like you and other people.
Okay.
And that's
disrespect.
In what sense? Because they're unproven.
They're not unproven.
Playoffs.
They've got, they have more experience than the Warriors. Warriors have 6 guys who've never played in the playoffs.
And 4 titles in their pocket.
Not Pods, not Moody, not Kuminga, not Payton, not Hield, not Santos.
But that matters.
Not
that
Post.
Matters.
Right. And Oklahoma City has 1 through 10. They've all played into the second round of the playoffs. Last year, they made it to the second round of the playoffs. And that's my point. I don't know who they are against Oklahoma City.
Right, but I feel like you're making it seem like I'm disrespecting OKC. Or even Houston for that matter.
I actually think you are, but that's fine. I mean, you are. What's Oklahoma City's record?
It's not
okay. So there's nothing. Right. Okay. So they're going to be a team that they can't do anything right now to convince you that they're good. They're a good team, even though they're going to win 65, 66 games in the postseason.
No, I guess, and we already know we're different. Stoney, let's just say somehow they go 1-3 in these next 4.
Okay. Then they're 8.
Okay, gotcha.
Then they're sitting at 8.
Right. But the opportunity for them to win that game or handle their business and get in a playoff series and go on a run, you could say for the people out there, highly unlikely, that's still there. So I'm not trying to downplay the last 4, the importance of these 4, but to say it's end-all, be-all, they haven't beat good teams. Somebody just texted in they got a winning record against good teams.
That's my point. They are 3-1 against Minnesota. They haven't played Minnesota with Jimmy Butler and with the Timberwolves completely healthy. Memphis, I have no clue what they are against Memphis. They haven't played Memphis with Jimmy Butler.
And I'm in that same line.
And it works the other way, though, too. They're 0-3 against the Clippers. They're 0-3 against the Lakers. But you know what?
Without Jimmy.
Exactly. Right. So, I don't know what this team is. They could get to 8 and lose in the playoff. They could get to 5 and win a round.
But now I got what I want to say.
It feels like you're saying exactly this team can get to the Western Conference Finals. And I'm just saying I don't know how good they are. And you know what? Yes, part of it's the way the schedule is shaken out. But since Butler got here, it just is. It's a fact.
But so to you, and it's your prerogative, Stoney, these next 4, let's say they go 1-3.
Okay.
are you still going to feel like you do today about I don't know who they are? Or are you the gavel is pounded on the desk and you're saying because you went 1-3 against these teams, I'm not giving you any more of a chance if you had went 3-1?
I would never say they have no chance, but if they go 1-3 and they drop to 8, yes, that tangibly hurts their chances for an extended run.
Now they can go 1-3 and still be 7th, still be 6th, Donnie. But I'm just like I'm not disrespecting any other team, but I'm like OKC. Like we've seen this, Donnie. They are incredible. They're toying with the league, and they might go win it all. I get that, but when you got Jimmy Butler, and I know he wasn't here when he did it, with his resume, along with the Curry and Dre talking to the masses, I understand for the Warriors right now, and maybe Jimmy Butler, ultra Jimmy Butler, is going to take it out of the hands of the others more than we think. Right now,
is that good or bad? I don't know.
It depends on if Jimmy is more that playoff Jimmy, Stoney. If you tell me who do I want shooting the ball, Pods or Jimmy, or Moody or Jimmy, or Post or Jimmy, it's Jimmy. Like, that's how I want to go down. You know what I mean?
Not from 3.
Well.
707, the youngest team in the league that's made the second round has more experience. Listen. You tell me what's more important. Okay, you have Steph and Draymond and Looney, champions. Yeah, they've been there. Butler, he's been there. But look at everybody else. You have Post, Moody, and miss me with Moody and Kuminga have experience. It's different. They're going to be asked to do so much more this time. Okay, so you got 3 guys who are veterans and Looney, and you've got 7 guys who have limited playoff experience. Is that better than Oklahoma City, who goes 1 through 10? They've all made it to at least the second round of the playoffs. And oh, by the way, they also have Gilgeous-Alexander, who's been in the postseason more than just last year. They have Caruso, who's won a title. They have Hartenstein, who's gone to the postseason with the Knicks multiple years. So I'm just saying, it's not like Oklahoma City is this. They're not Houston. They've made it into the second round last year, and they got their whole team back. So the whole experience game with Oklahoma City, I don't know that the Warriors' pedigree is significantly better than Oklahoma City's. I know it is at the top, but I don't know if it is in the middle or the back.
Steiny on you. Like, I don't want to call it ludicrous because we're having a conversation. Steiny, they are so far down the road because of what they've accumulated. The Thunder, the Warriors need to be worried about play-in. Hopefully not.
Well, you're the one assuming they're making the playoffs.
No, but only because you said the A word. I was afraid to say.
What's the A word?
You said I was afraid of OK. No.
I'm just saying we don't know. I don't know. Yeah. We have no idea how the Warriors are going to match up with Oklahoma City. That's what I mean.
Right. But we don't know who they are before they even get there is my point.
Well, then why are you assuming they're getting there?
Because you asked me about OKC.
Well, then I don't.
My gosh, they have just toyed. Okay, Steiny, is scary.
What is?
The way that they've toyed with the league, they've set the bar so high, they might meet it and go on. But I just feel like we've seen where young teams like OKC.
Well, they were young last year. What are they this year?
Yeah, but they didn't get to
the any more seasoning this year.
Oh, no doubt.
And that's what I feel like this is what I feel like Warrior fans are totally dismissing, and it's kind of where I'm with Austin. It's like, okay, we're mentioning OKC, and the quick thing is, they're too young. Well, let's look more closely. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been in multiple playoffs. Hartenstein, multiple playoffs. Caruso is a champion. He's won a finals. And then the Williamses, they've all been on the team last year. You don't think it's a fair question to ask whether they might have an advantage in the postseason against all the Warrior players not named Steph, Draymond?
More than fair.
That's all I'm saying.
Home court advantage. And I'm the same guy sitting here last year at this time that didn't see Dallas doing what they did. I didn't see Minnesota doing what they did. So OKC is they are equipped enough, Steiny, to do what they continue to do. But I just think when you put together Steve Kerr, Dre, Steph, and Jimmy Butler, and I know it's not just them, like, I want to see that team lose out, like, and we'll be able to come talk about it.
I want to see them win. I want to see them win out. Like, you're like, I want to see, like, you're saying they're going to win out. I want to see them win out. How can this team win out is what I'm asking. Like, and they might. But I just agree. Like, I don't know how good this team is.
Yeah, and to that point, so 1 and 3, are you done? Because it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things because we're having a conversation and doing a show. But, Steiny, I'm asking you, let's just say they went 1 and 3 in these next 4. Do you feel like that's enough material for you to – it's just your feeling?
You're going to say they can't win it?
No. Will you say, Goo, because they went 1 and 3, because you got that energy on it where you're like, I doubt they can do something in a series.
If they go 1 and 3.
Right. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
How heavy is that going to be for you?
Well, first of all, it's going to put them back to 8. Oh. That's a tangible thing, most likely. Okay, so now we're not looking at the Warriors as a 5 or 6. We may be looking at them as an 8. And yes, I believe that makes it significantly harder to make a run.
Harder for sure.
Well, not only that.
But have you left them for dead is what I'm asking. 1 and 3, will you leave them for dead? Like, Goo, I've seen it.
I never do that. I'll always be like, yeah, it's a long shot. Yeah, 5% chance. But, like, no, but the other thing is if you lose 3 out of 4, you're not only 8th, then you already know you can't beat these teams.
And I'm sitting there.
If you go 1 and 3, that means, let's say you beat Memphis. Okay, you beat Memphis, lose the next 3. Okay, well, guess who you're going to open with? You're going to open with Houston, the Lakers or Denver.
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be hard.
Yeah. And I would never tell you it's going to be anything other, but I'll tell you what I'm not hearing today, and I'm not even just talking to you. Steiny, these next 4 games could be with no Kuminga, along with no Gary Payton II. We have not talked about the others taking a hit if that's the case.
The Warriors have been hurt less than most of the teams that are above them. I mean, they just have.
But at the most, yeah.
And
I'm saying at the most inopportune time.
It's the 7th. Come on, Goo.
Gary Payton II and Kuminga are a big part of this team. And Kuminga may, hopefully, he misses nothing.
And Memphis is ahead of you, and they played without Ja for 30 games. And I'm not saying you'd rather not have them, but let me ask you this. Are you going to say this? And Kuminga, like, here's the other thing. Kuminga's probably going to play tonight, so that's a non-starter. Right. But if Kuminga misses the next 4 and Payton misses the next 4, and you go 1 and 3, are we really going to say, well, they didn't have Kuminga and Payton? I'm not.
It wouldn't change anything under the win-loss record, Steiny, but I think highly of those 2 players and what this team has done with everybody involved pitching in. It didn't help, and it would damn sure hurt. They're not that deep enough for me to say those 2 dudes aren't gonna contribute. Everything's gonna be good.
Well, I mean, by that tone, then if nothing matters until Payton gets back.
If he gets back.
Well, they got to make the playoffs first. So what if Payton does not come back? Is that what the season's going to be blamed on?
No, and I love GP too. That would be left for Steph.
Let's go to Brian in Castro Valley. Hey, Brian, what's going on?
What's going on, Steiny and Goo?
Hey.
I just wanted to bring up, I had one point, but I'm going to change it up because I feel like you guys are forgetting the cheat code that Draymond talked about, which is Steve Kerr. I mean, Steve Kerr can outcoach most of these coaches in the league. And I think we got the team to do it. I think they're a legit team. We know what they are because they were 12-3 in the beginning until they lost Melton. So just wanted to bring up that point. I'll take your comments off the air.
Yeah, and that's another thing. The way the season has played out and the way the schedule's played out has also led me to not be 100% sure what this team is. They started 12-3, then they weren't very good, then they got Butler, and now they've been good. But the next 8 are what it's all about, I think. I mean, they put themselves in a position at 6. They have 8 games left. A lot of them are going to be really tough.
Yeah.
Can they go 6-2, jump to 5, and play the Lakers? Like that still to me would be I think a 5 seed is the highest seed that's ever won a championship. Like there's never been a 6, 7, 8 or play-in that have won a title, at least.
And Miami took a AFC to the final.
In the East.
Yeah, I got you. But wouldn't you want, what other problems or question marks, to Austin's point and yours, Steiny, would you want than making a trade for a team that was basically done and wondering how Jimmy Butler is going to turn into his moniker, his nickname? Like, I don't see, like, that's a good thing. That's almost a blessing in a sense.
But I don't assume it. I don't assume anything in the postseason with how this team is going to play, other than they've got some guys who have been there before. So you would expect that they're going to probably perform pretty well. They have another half of the roster that's hasn't played in games this important and to this degree. I don't know how they're going to play. Obviously, if they step up, they got a better chance to win. But when I say I don't know what this team is, that also means maybe they are a Western Conference final team. I don't know.
All right, see, it wasn't coming off like, so you got
I don't know what kind of team they are. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm skeptical that they're a Western Conference finals team. But again, they go 3-1, they jump up to 5, and now all of a sudden you're like, man, they beat Denver when they needed to. They beat the Lakers, and then they went and beat Houston. Well, guess what? Now you got confidence that you can beat those teams in the playoffs, and you're starting from a more advantageous spot. This is right. 5-3-0, Rockets were a 6 seed in 1995. So 1 6 seed has won a title since.
Would you want Houston for the Warriors, Donnie, or could you understand how some fans would be like, because they're so young and this is maybe their first time, you would be like, you know what, let's go play and see what happens?
I think if you'd ask Warrior fans, I think Houston's would be their, well, it might be Memphis now. But Houston and Memphis, I think, would be the ones. Well, I don't know. You could, I think Warrior fans would want Houston or Memphis and avoid Denver or the Lakers. That's what I would assume. But if that's not the case, I mean, I'm not the Warrior fan, even though I'm the one wearing the jersey. I'm just assuming Warrior fans would want that, but maybe they would want another team. Maybe they do want the Lakers early when they're fresh in the postseason. There's another case to be made for that. I mean, maybe you go into the playoffs completely healthy with a week off as a 6 seed, and you knock off, let's just say, Houston, and now all of a sudden you're playing a second-round game maybe where somebody's not available. Now all of a sudden you're looking at the second round like we're the favorites in this because stuff's going to happen, I think, in the playoffs, too. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Am I right, Warrior fans, that the preference would be, what, Houston, then Memphis, or Memphis, then Houston? I got to believe it's Memphis, Houston, Houston, Memphis, and then the less desirable would be Lakers or the Denver Nuggets. But again, they got to win some games in the next 4 to kind of lock in that 5 or 6. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
$2025 is here, guys, and your boy's starting his year off.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, big week for the Warriors. Make or break. Going to go a long way toward determining their seeding. And to my way of thinking, seeding goes a long way toward your chances to make a deep run. And I do think the Warriors' best chance is to avoid the play-in, unless you have to. And then if you're 7, try to get into 7 and go play Houston if Houston's number 2. But the next 4 games are going to be big boy games: Memphis, the Lakers, Denver, and then the Houston Rockets. I mean, who knows if Houston might be in total control at that point, and maybe they rest a little bit.
Yeah, they got 2-game lead over Denver right now.
Yeah, and 3 big games, all affecting the Warriors tonight. The Clippers at Orlando. Warriors would love to see Orlando win that one.
Well, that can easily happen.
Boston at Memphis. Boston wins that game tonight. The Warriors can then leapfrog Memphis with a win tomorrow over the Grizzlies. And then the Rockets at the Lakers. I'm
rooting for the Rockets.
I think Warrior fans would probably want Rockets there to give the Warriors a better chance for the improbable move up to 4. Because then the Lakers will have lost to the Rockets. That would entrench the Rockets at 2 in a big way, though.
Yeah, who are 5.5 over us right now.
Yeah, and the Lakers.
That's the one.
But if the Lakers lose tonight and you're playing the Lakers next, now all of a sudden they're in your crosshairs. So much is going to be determined this week for the Golden State
I don't
Warriors.
know what to make of Memphis. Do you think Boston, who cares about Boston, but they play them tonight. They've lost 2 in a row. If Boston were to win tonight, you would get them 3 in a row. I don't know what to make of what went on. I know you had a couple of days to sleep on it. We're not in Memphis, Donnie, but I don't know how that can galvanize the gang or they could got so much going on we don't know about. They could be done behind closed doors. But they got some talent, man.
Yeah.
That's why they're the 5th seed right now. They got talent.
They do, and they're the 5th seed even though Morant's been hurt a big chunk of the season. Jaren Jackson Jr. has been a little bit banged up in recent weeks. Can they hold off the Warriors? They played somebody good in their first game after, was it OKC?
I watched that game.
I think Memphis played them real tough.
Memphis had them, Stoddy. It might have been okay. Yeah, Shea went off. They couldn't stop Shea.
Yeah. Let's go to the Warrior.
Our guy.
In Alberta, Canada.
Hey, it is so nice to be calling you up here from our potential 51st state, and I'm not talking about all of Canada, but Alberta.
All right.
Alberta, God's country. But it's for me because I can't get the games. I can't get my stream to play, so I have to listen to Tim Roy. And I used to do it just to mess with Guru, but now I really am concerned about the play of Jonathan Kuminga, and not only that, but Trace Jackson Davis. Have these guys not only played themselves out of the rotation, but possibly out of the Warriors lineup for next year? Because I don't see any way for Kuminga to fit in with the flow of this year's game. Obviously, Post is beat out Trace Jackson Davis, but what do they need to do? I mean, I know you're not a psychiatrist, Steiny, but what do the Warriors need to do with Kuminga? Can he take a smaller role? Can he just fit in and rebound and not have to be part of the offense? Or if he's not scoring, is he not in the game? And the Warrior definitely appreciate your time. And I continue to listen, but I don't want to call in all the time because I like to listen to what some of the other fans say, even though they might not be as knowledgeable. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I was going to ask the Warriors, what's wrong with his streams, Donnie? Why can't he get the games? Tim Roy's in good hands. And it was the Lakers. They had lost to OKC, but the Lakers and OKC went at it, and Lakers beat them 134-127.
They beat Memphis.
Yeah, at Memphis.
As for Jonathan Kuminga,
he had 8 rebounds Friday against the Pels.
Yeah. Yep. And now
I thought he had what Curry had. Stoney, I thought he fell on his tailbone.
I think it's an ankle.
Hey, no, it is the same ankle.
Yeah. So
no news yet.
Let's there's another guy. We haven't talked a lot about him, but hopefully Kuminga is going to be ready to go by tomorrow. And like this is another opportunity for him. Like if I'd like to see him play well and be a factor in some wins in the next 4 games where hopefully we come like I think the best case for the Warriors is they beat Memphis tomorrow and we're coming in here saying, well, that's what it's going to look like with Jonathan Kuminga.
You would hope. That's what I'm doing.
That's the way it looks when it can be near its best. But we haven't seen exactly what that looks like.
Because we haven't given much run to Friday night, Stoney. That game was, I didn't like, they didn't blow them out to the end. That was too close for comfort for me. But they won, and they blew out San Antonio. But, man, you got to get off to better starts, and yesterday they did.
This is Steve Kerr on the bench. It's a bench they're going to need in the postseason.
Just a lot of solid play, a lot of good connection. Nobody really had a monster game. Buddy had a big second half, but it was more just overall team effort. 42 assists, 13 turnovers. Those are great numbers, and that's just everybody coming in off the bench and playing solidly.
Steve Kerr was talking about that bench unit last night against the Spurs, and easy win for
everybody. Was a plus, Donnie, on the Warriors. If you're into plus minus,
yeah,
almost 150.
What if the Spurs get Cooper Flagg?
Here I go. I'm not being Mr. Conspiracy Theory guy, but Stoney, I think they're going to get him. And you put him with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox. Good God. So,
I mean, the bottom 4 teams right now
give them
in
to me.
NBA, I think the Wizards,
Nets,
the Hornets. No, I think Utah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And maybe San Antonio. Yeah. You know what? I should probably look at that though.
Well, Steve Kerr, I keep asking about Pop. He said he got to see him and he was looking good, Stoney. So, just from a Spurs standpoint, the league misses him. But that was good news that he's in good spirits and doing well.
888-957-9570 is the number. This from the 415. My preferred first-round matchup, Houston, then Memphis, the Lakers, then Denver. So,
man.
Funny. I mean, what's funny is I agree with you, 415. That is pretty much the order, if I were a Warrior fan, that I want to see these opponents.
Until it's not.
The interesting thing is I reserve the right to change next week at this time because they play Houston, Memphis, the Lakers, and Denver. So that's kind of another reason these are huge games because we're finally going to get a look at the Warriors with Jimmy Butler and pretty much healthy, and now they're playing the 4 teams in front of them.
But you throw out the one win they got against Houston in Houston, Stoney, before the break. Where Jimmy Butler played, they did beat the Rockets in Houston.
I mean, I don't throw it out because
you didn't like it.
No, I didn't like the way Houston approached the game. But the Warriors have beaten Houston, 3 out of 4 this year already, and they got them one more time. They play Houston 5 times this year.
And for whatever reason, Jalen Green can't, be at his best against the Warriors thus far.
Yeah, so we'll
see.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Brandon Podziemski was real good yesterday at 27 points, and he was asked what the Dubs need to do to get ready for the postseason. Brandon Podziemski.
I think just being really good. The first 4 and the last 4 of each quarter, not letting teams feel good going into the next quarter. I think that's just the biggest thing. Those 8 minutes every quarter. That's a big 32 minutes out of the 48. And so if we can control kind of those minutes, obviously teams are going to go on runs. They're great players, they're NBA players for a reason. But if we can win the first and last 4 of each quarter, I think we'll be all right.
All right. So he's obviously talking about starting quarters and finishing quarters,
which they did yesterday. Not so much Friday.
They did everything yesterday they needed to do. More pods on what Steve Kerr's message is to the team right now.
Coach put an emphasis on starting strong yesterday at practice, but he also told us we're 10-0 with this group that we're starting right now. And so he challenged us to be better. It puts less pressure on that next kind of wave of guys we bring in to have to fight back for us. But they're more than capable of doing that. Obviously, in New Orleans, they did that. But 44 points in the first quarter is amazing.
All right, so that was courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area, Brandon Podziemski, after the Warriors' blowout win against the San Antonio Spurs. And right now, the Warriors are 6th.
All that winning since Jimmy's come here arrived, and they're still at 6.
I think they
were.
It's
kind of in the balance, too, with these 4. Just think about that. And there's no way in hell without Jimmy Butler, I believe that team would have been able to survive 6. They would have been in They would have been in the box, as Bonte says. But all that winning, this good juju, but you're still fighting for your life.
They're 18-5 with Jimmy Butler.
Damn.
And they're not assured of being a non-play-in team. Man. That's going to be determined tomorrow.
Fitz on the telecast said
Thursday.
These next 4 could have a lot to do. And we've said it, Stoney, but he wasn't off.
Yeah, I mean,
this is it.
And I feel like, the reason these 4 games are important is for about 7 reasons. One is the tangible playoff seeding, and then 2 is you're going to probably play one of these teams in the postseason. So, but you don't know which one. So why not see what you got against each of these 4 teams, so you'll be better equipped to know what you're going to have to deal with in the playoffs when you play, when you just play one of them. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it'll all come out in the wash.
Couple other I need to ask you something.
Yeah.
It's NCAA tournament related.
No, but don't ask about my bracket.
No, it's not that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Here's the question I have. What is it? This was a headline, but I don't know what it means.
All right.
It's got something to do with gambling, I think. What does the chalkiest Final Four ever mean? What does chalky mean?
I have to believe all the bunch of how many 1 seeds do we have?
All of them are 1 seeds. Okay, but I get that.
Okay.
So but can somebody take me from A to B why it's called chalky when the 1 seeds advance? Like, what's the correlation between chalk and that?
Because I believe the ones were on the chalkboard is getting to this destination, and they did. So there was no, you know what I mean? It was just, that's my guess. It went status quo.
With all due respect, I'd love to bring Grandy in here.
I thought you were talking to him.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know if you're right or wrong.
I think I'm right.
Grandy seemed to be smiling like he kind of knew.
Oh. Talk to us.
Well, according to this story on The Athletic, chalk also applies in horse racing, and that's where the origin of the term comes from, back to when odds were displayed with chalk on a board instead of on a digital odds board.
Okay.
So you just have your thing is with the chalk.
So yeah, where'd they
that
get
didn't
chalk?
help you at all, did it?
Not really. So in other words,
I think I got it, but
back in the day, they would put up on the horse racing board,
Steinmetz.
Seattle Slew 3-2, Lily Red 7-2, and Bulletin Board at 15-2. Okay, then Seattle Slew wins, but like they were all having chalk, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. What am I missing? I've never proclaimed to be the smartest man in the room, especially when it comes to
it says it features a all chalk scenario.
How is your bracket?
Busted. Yeah, I had St. John's in one, Tennessee in the other, and then Florida in one. Hey! Damn! What do you got? You're in first place.
No, I'm not. I'm no factor.
I thought you were. You had your face on Friday. It was you were number 1 for KPIX.
There were games this weekend.
I understand that.
I can't even remember who I
was it
had.
a bloodbath for you?
I was in the company pool where there's money. I had action up until yesterday.
Oh, here we go. Chalk definition.
Okay.
In sports, chalk refers to the expected outcome or a situation where the favorites, in this case, the number 1 seeds, advance to the next stage. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is when the goo will take his bow, because that's what I guessed. Yeah.
I knew it. And again, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's not really what I was asking. I knew it had something to do with favorites. I wanted to know where the original term came from.
Do you guys know who's in first of our company group?
I think it's Lucas.
Oh, God. Hold on. Who do I want it to be?
Mm-hmm.
Is it
currently?
This dude's
he wins
got the
everything.
Elite Eight and the Final Four 100% right.
You picked 4 1 seeds?
Yeah.
Oh,
Grandy.
Gutsy.
Hey,
Grandy.
was I right or was I wrong?
Gutsy.
This dude.
Play the game right.
All I care about is winning side.
Who do you have winning it all?
Duke.
Now I don't want him to
Go
win.
Gators.
Hey, nothing personal, Grandy.
Hey.
You won knockout twice.
Grandy, who's like, I know you've already done all the machinations. Who's gonna? You'll win it if Duke wins.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who has Florida?
Lucas has Florida, and I think Kenny from our sales staff also has Florida.
Okay.
I'm okay
if
with
Florida
those two.
wins, Kenny will win.
And who's got Houston?
Christy, Willard's soon-to-be wife.
The Cougars.
Yeah.
And then who's the last team? I can't even remember.
I don't remember who has Auburn. I don't know.
Okay. But
look at Grandy. How much is that pot?
That's
upwards of 1,000.
I mean, there's 50 contestants,
what am I doing
right?
wrong, man.
250 times. It's over 1,000.
It's about 1,200.
Look
And
at
give or
Grandy.
take.
You
I
can
haven't
hear
counted.
it.
And it's winner take all.
Mm-hmm.
This dude, man.
Okay,
Go ahead, dude.
Let's put the rat on the table, sponsored by Atco. Who we rooting for? Who we rooting against?
I'll take Lucas, and I'll take Kenny Wardell. Wardell's that's where I won't have to hear about it.
My feeling is what person is likeliest to have some of that money spill over to everybody else with a nice gesture, if you know what I mean.
Christy.
For example, if I want, like,
oh God,
I told this to some people. I didn't tell it to everybody, but I had made a promise to both myself and somebody else. The promise to myself is more important. But had I won and I knew the pot was $1,200, I was going to donate $200 to charity, and I was going to take out the entire staff for a day up to like about $500, assuming we get everybody there. And then I just keep a small portion. I would probably just take my $25 back. You know what? I'd take $50.
Just kill his mic, Risotto. You know this.
Oh my God!
How many lies were in that diatribe?
How about 0.0?
If everybody could make it, dude. Oh man, Grandy, I'm rooting for you. What the hell?
You literally just said you weren't.
But I am.
Oh, okay.
You're a good dude, man.
Nice go.
I mean, the reality of the situation is why else was everybody in the tournament disappointed when Tennessee lost yesterday? Because they knew that was my only hope to win it all. And so then their opportunity to be treated by me also went out the window. And let me tell you, whoever wins, they ain't going to.
No, Christy, come on.
Has she promised anything?
Well, not yet.
Well, we'll
text her. But I'll tell you what. I think she's got the most action. I like Duke, but Houston, they get down and dirty and play D.
I would like to be in Grandy's spot.
You think Duke?
I would take
flag.
I would want to be in Grandy's spot right now. Because,
man,
I don't know about Houston.
I could use a rack. That's a G, Steiny. It's a grand.
That's one of the things that word means. Hey,
and we got. Go ahead.
What do we got?
Lynch Sound and the Giants. 2 and 3. No errors in 3 games.
Yeah, Giants have taken 2 out of 3 from the Reds.
If I say he's the real deal, Steiny's my favorite Giant. I said it, Grandy. Dude is just, he looks the part, man. It's early, but he made the All-Star last year. 2 home runs. I'll just leave that there.
I have a new favorite Giant. It's not even close. This guy represents.
And I'm excited.
This guy is everything I love about athletes. I have a new. You think, and you know what? Everybody's like, "Hey, you can't hear him. Oh, here comes the one-liner." No, there's no one-liner. Willie Adames. He is the man.
Tell us why.
Because he's a great player. He's a great. You can just tell he's a great teammate. He is solid. He works hard. He wanted to get in here early so as to get to know everybody in the organization before spring training. He's the ultimate professional. He's going to be fun to watch. Yeah. By the way, I need Giants fans' advice on something.
He's batting 091, Steiny.
Great.
That's 3 games.
So why'd you bring it up?
I thought that's why he got that award from you.
Well, he also, there's another part of the game called defense.
I understand.
And I don't know how he's done specifically.
They've been
but
stellar.
Adames has not committed an error in the field in 3 games. That much I know. Yeah. So.
And just to add on real quick to your buffet of praise to Willie Adames, during the offseason, the Giants have a signing ceremony in the Dominican Republic for all of their young teenage signees that they have.
Sure.
And none of the big leaguers ever go to this, but Willie Adames was there and was greeting a lot of the young new signees.
Nice.
That's what you call giving back.
It's leadership.
Yeah. I like him.
He's my guy. Why did you do that?
Dude, I'm just telling you, I like the signing. Duke can play.
All right, so I need help from Giants fans. So last year, we had our fantasy draft this weekend.
How'd you do?
You always think you did well. But, so last year, in the second to last round and the last round, that's when Paul Skeens was drafted. Because he wasn't in the bigs.
I got you.
And, there was hype, but, we were just taking pictures. But anyway, somebody took a flyer on Skeens.
I know where you're going.
And now he's, obviously now he was what's known as a keeper.
He's an ace.
For the guy. Yeah. The other guy who was like that was Scooble from Detroit.
I got him on my fantasy.
He was picked very late, and then he took.
You did it.
I picked a guy in the last round.
Lefty.
And the hope is he's going to make the bigs this year and then be a phenom that I can keep.
That's great.
Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah, way to go, Stoney.
I picked Risotto. How many at-bats is he getting at the big league level this year, do you think?
350.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
That's a hefty number, Risotto.
I tell you what, don't let him hit 18 homers and 330 at-bats or 50.
Hey, over or under 2 splash hits?
Oh, over. If he has 350 at-bats.
Oh, man, that's a major
I'd put it
over.
at 7.
Man.
I'd put it at 7.
Yeah, that guy he got some power, man.
Was it a good pick, Giants fans? Bryce Eldridge?
Who's your best pitcher? Off the top.
Well, I have Hunter Green.
Well, that's a good
and I have somebody else really good.
Usually you do.
I'll tell you on the other side is what I'll do. We'll go over fantasy teams. That'll keep people locked in. By the way, if you're just joining us, Warriors-Memphis tomorrow starts a 4-game stretch of the Warriors playing 4 teams that are all ahead of them in the standings. And this is going to be the make or break stretch. This is going to go a long, long way toward determining where the Warriors finish, whether they're going to play in the play-in, whether they're going to be a 6 seed, 5 seed. Can they even get to 4? I mean, it's within their striking distance to get to 4, but they're going to have to rip off some wins against some really good teams. We're talking about it right here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I would want to be in Grandy's spot right now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I got asked a question by Risotto before the show. During the show. Another farcical question by one of our young staffers. He said...
I like him.
He said... oh, boy. He asked me if Matt Chapman was a better fielder than Mike Schmidt. These kids today. Listen, I love them. I love these kids.
Yeah.
But, part of my responsibility is to educate, and that's what I try to do. What's up, Rizzo? Hey, how you doing?
Well, I knew you were a Philly guy, so I figured that it would be, or a Pennsylvania guy. I knew it would be something that you were closely connected to and maybe warrant a reaction, and I got it. So
yeah. What's just real quick? How many Gold Gloves for Chapman?
I'll have to look on that.
He has 5.
5. That's not bad. Man, so he's halfway to Schmidt.
He has 5.
Okay. Well, Schmidt's got a lot. Yeah.
He's got 10. He's got 10. You want me to go through the years?
So maybe not. It was just a simple question. Maybe not, Steiny. Maybe he's not a better defensive third. I figured I'd just kind of read the room a little bit and get a gauge.
No, I appreciate that. Just leave the maybe out for now.
I'll think about it.
Chapman's a nice little fielder.
Made a great play. If I would...
What?
Some of these major... let me stop, Steiny. Baseball has turned into Little League. Like, he tagged out the runner, then threw it to first and got the runner out, Chapman. Heads up play. But I'm like, if I'm the base runner, Risotto, what the hell are you doing and where are you going?
Did not need to run the third.
He had to fall down, do anything. I don't know.
He didn't even need to go to third.
My whole point, man. I don't know what's in the milk these days, Steiny.
You know what I'm hearing?
Athletes' IQ going down the drain.
You had the Reds money line? Is that what I'm understanding?
I had the Giants, matter of fact.
Just wondering.
I've never come in here and given a take based on something that happened with my money. I'd have a heart attack. You get where I'm going? You get what I'm putting down?
Well, it's not exactly true, but
I don't do that.
It's an amusing thought. What do you think of these torpedo bats?
Steiny, there's got to be something to it, but I just saw that the who was it? Another team just Braves ordered them. Why would Manfred even say it's okay? Because to have this surrounded by the great weekend that was, let me tell you who's not using them: the Pirates. What do you think of? Something ain't right.
Pirates have lost the first 3 games in walk-offs, not being the winning team.
So now you're Jersey Ken. He texted me over the weekend. I go, a loss is a loss. At least that means we're close. What's your point?
Well, it hasn't been done in like 40 years.
Anyway, your thoughts on the bats.
Somebody said the last team to do it was the Pirates.
No, it wasn't them. It was another team. Long time ago. But anyway, thoughts on the bats. Judge is
I don't even know what they are, so let's listen to the Yankee broadcast. I'm sure they're going to say that they're fair and everything's on the up and up.
Now, you see the shape of Chisholm's bat.
It's got a big barrel on it.
Well, it's actually a little bit lower than the barrel. The Yankee front office, the analytics department, did a study on Anthony Volpe. And every single ball, it seemed like he hit on the label. He didn't hit any on the barrel. So they had bats made up where they moved a lot of the wood into the label, so the harder part of the bat is going to actually strike the ball.
That'd be a weird way to hit. Going up there expecting to get jammed and putting the meat of the bat towards the label.
It allow you to wait a little bit longer.
They got to be outlawed.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't like it.
That was Michael Kay from the Yes Network.
And they treated that baseball like it was a softball over the weekend.
No, I tell you what, baseball's a lot of fun. A lot of fun when you get 9 homers from a team.
Man.
What are we doing?
I'm waiting for Manfred to say they're banned, but now you got other teams like send us 12. Yeah. Good gosh. You shouldn't be able to, whatever. Chicks dig the long ball, right? So there you go. So maybe they're not going to intervene at all.
Somebody telling me, I just let everybody know that I picked up Bryce Eldridge, and somebody saying, he's not a great hitter. He's a better fielder. I thought he was 6'7" and was going to hit it into the cove.
That's literally the that is probably
playing
the
with
most
this,
like,
Donnie,
like
yeah.
that person's not paying attention.
Yeah. This dude is Bam Bam with a bat in his hand.
Well, we'll see.
You know
We'll
who Bam
see.
Bam is, right? Not Mullins from the
No.
Flintstones.
You know what? I never liked the Flintstones. I just never found Fred funny.
Are you kidding?
And it was a bad cast. Barney Rubble was the best.
Their
but it was a bad cast.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
Wilma, come on now.
They were family.
They were not a very interesting family.
They were the
I
real
didn't find.
honeymooners to me.
See, that's sacrilege. There's only one honeymooner, and that's Jackie.
You guys ever see the Flintstone house on 280?
Oh, yes, I have.
I'm too embarrassed to
I
say
have.
no. Where is it at?
I have seen that.
I'll drive there right after work.
It's
Where?
right by the, go ahead.
It's in Hillsboro.
Yeah. It's not far from the statue
Juniper Serra.
of the guy holding the field goal. He's a holder for a field goal.
Juniper Serra.
Yeah, Juniper Serra.
Life. Don't know.
You've never seen that one?
No.
It's not quite Touchdown Jesus in Notre Dame, but who is he? Juniper Serra?
I don't know.
Anyway, what's the sculpture on the side of 280 where the dude, probably a saint, he's probably a pretty solid dude.
Right.
I mean, he was multitasker too because he was a.
So you've seen the house,
holder.
though. You've seen the house.
Yeah, you can see it from 280. It's like domes and it looks like it's clay.
There's a woman that owns it and she does tours and she has she added a bunch of dinosaurs in the backyard. So when you're driving, there's a bunch of dinosaurs and she's gotten complaints from people and I guess the city, and there's a big rallying cry for her to have her dinosaurs and keep them out there. But apparently there was some concerns that it was an eyesore, but I think it looks cool.
I think it looks cool too.
City officials have nothing else to worry about. They'll get her to take down that. Good God, man. I don't even want to start.
When I've seen that. I've seen the dwelling you're talking about. I didn't know it was a replica of the Flintstones. I just thought it was a weird kind of house because I didn't watch the Flintstones.
And apparently you don't like the Flintstones either.
Nah. I mean, look, to me, the Flintstones, if you don't capture me in the first cartoon or two, then you're done. I mean, that's why all cartoons must answer to Foghorn Leghorn. He comes right out of the gate and does his thing, and you realize it's magical. It's absolutely magical. But
you are special.
The Flintstones to me are like a show called, was it called Schitt's Creek? Yeah.
I wasn't a big fan.
Yeah, they said you got to watch 2 or 3 to get into it.
Not your boy.
And I watched 2 and I was like,
I'll pass.
I'm not gonna be able to stick with
That's the one where the rich guy loses his money and then ends up in a motel.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. It was some people liked it.
Go Money on the YouTube chat. Goo, Hillsboro is near Foster City. I know where it's at.
No, it is.
I'm not disputing any of that.
I think he's probably saying that because last week, and I got a text from Mike, Filmo Mike, who, by the way, made an appearance.
Did he come?
At Friedman's, yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I talked to, Mike came to Friedman's and he said, hey, what's up, Steiny? How you doing, man? Hey.
That's a 2.
Where'd you get that beer? I said, let me show you around Friedman's. We went to the back.
All right.
They had 4 different kinds of beer on tap. And the one thing I will say is Mike doesn't know how to tap a beer. Poor guy. It was all foam. He didn't know you got to tilt the glass.
I don't think a lot of brothers know how, man. Yeah. Now that yak, he would have been okay with that yak.
But,
yeah.
Giants win 2 out of 3. Astros upcoming tonight. Chapman's been great. He's been great. Duvall closed yesterday. Ryan Walker, a little back issue. Nothing serious. He should be fine by today. Robbie Ray, pretty solid effort.
Yeah. Got in a little trouble after they got the 4-run lead, but yeah.
A little bit, but I think it's a good sign.
All in all, you'll take all of the pitching for the starters.
Verlander categorized his
what'd he say?
His performance as decent. Decent on on Saturday.
Oh, Austin to San Jose says, speak for yourself, Goo, about tapping the beer. My bad.
Someone also said Steiny looks like Fred Flintstone.
No, he's got a Bruce Bochy.
When's Evan coming back?
Fred Flintstone. I would have held on to that result.
Tomorrow? I think Evan's back tomorrow.
It was someone in the YouTube chat. Yeah. I'm just the messenger.
You don't have to be, though.
You're right.
Yeah.
You know, Evan was very inconsistent with his text this weekend in Nashville.
Well, he's having a good time.
Yeah, but still.
You were reaching out like he was hearing Hayward.
Well, I wanted to keep him on the thread.
No, we got rules. Guys that want to be kept when they're gone will, participate. You were serenading them up like Stadius crickets, man. He's having a good time, man. He don't want to be reminded of us. 2 old dudes in his life. Well, one of them.
I don't think. No. Anyway, by the way,
saw something. Actually talk cartoons
for 2 seconds. Yeah. Remember the old boss? It's like an off ramp. When you're on the highway, okay, you want to talk about cartoons? It's okay that you talk cartoons.
Get back on it.
Just look at that as like it's an off-ramp, and it's okay, but you always make sure to get back on that highway.
That's a truism in the game, though, Stoddy. An exit. Keep you from the real exit.
Advice to the, a little piece of advice to the Detroit Pistons: don't mess with Minnesota. You don't want to mess with Minnesota.
It didn't work.
They ain't having it.
That was a real scuffle.
They don't have it in Minnesota.
Go Bear, mix it up. Just standing around watching.
I saw something this weekend that reminded me of something. It's just a little. I could probably use it for what's bugging me, but
that's Friday.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm not going to do it.
All right,
but,
let go now. Let loose now.
So you know what we must get rid of? We must get rid of the live peek-in during a timeout in the NBA. So the NBA's policy is they'll go into a huddle and they'll tape it with the sound and everything. Then it goes back into into the truck, and they go over it, and they want to make sure that nothing bad was said. Oh. So they don't ever show you an issue. But the problem is this, Goo. When you take out everything interesting, you're actually making the coach look like an idiot. Because you're looking at an NBA huddle, and let's say it's Michael Malone. He's in his huddle, and they're like, let's take a listen to Michael Malone. Well, he's in there for 2 minutes, but they use 10 seconds of him saying, guys, we got to rebound. Guys, we got to rebound. We've got to do a better job of rebounding. And I'm like, that's what you're going into the huddle for?
Not a good look at all, man.
A pro coach saying we got to box out and we got to rebound. It's like, he said so many more interesting things than that, but we have to.
So if you were watching on League Pass, that's how they do it, Stoney, that you get that all the time.
Yeah, it's worthless.
Yeah.
It's worthless.
And it doesn't put the coaches in a good light.
It makes you seem like, makes NBA coaches seem like they're junior high coaches. Hey, box out. Box out. So they got to stop over editing that is what I'm thinking about here.
Write an email. That's what you do.
To who?
Whatever entity you're mad at.
Yeah, I don't think that would. I don't think that would
to the
really,
NBA.
What would I replace it with? Nothing. There doesn't have to be anything. We talk to the coaches before the game. We talk to the coaches after the game.
Man, that during the game is.
We don't need to talk to the coaches during the game. It lessens the. It just lessens the importance of the game. I mean, it used to be when these teams played a game, that was the one time they could just be in their little sanctuary. Now they got to do an interview in the third quarter.
Stinks.
And so that's something that I'm not into. Anyway, I did want to jump in for the last 10 minutes. We do have some little bit of 49ers news. Oh, boy.
John Lynch.
Oh, boy.
So you didn't see Flintstones the movie?
No, I didn't see Flintstones the cartoon.
Halle Berry plays Sharon Stone.
Halle Berry played Sharon Stone.
Yeah.
Sharon Stone was a Flintstone?
Yeah.
Was Halle Berry alive?
Wait, what?
The movie, The Flintstones.
Sharon Stone's an actress. Who's she?
Sharon Stone is Fred Flintstone's wife.
So
Halle Berry played her in the movie The Flintstones. Sharon
I'm
Stone.
confused.
Sharon Stone
Wasn't
was played by...
Fred Flintstone's wife Wilma?
So there's been two Flintstone movies?
Halle Berry is Miss Sharon Stone in The Flintstones. Yep. Don't kill the messenger.
There's a 1994 movie.
Okay.
That's my era,
Rosie
bro.
O'Donnell was in it, Halle Berry, Elizabeth Taylor.
Okay.
John Goodman was casted in it too.
And, and who did Halle Berry play, Risotto? Sharon Stone.
But I thought his wife's name was Wilma.
Fred Flintstone's secretary.
The character's name
Sharon
is Wilma.
Stone. Okay. So Halle was the secretary of Sharon Stone.
There you go.
I didn't know.
Because there's a real actress.
Yeah.
Named okay.
She played in a great movie. Yeah.
Which one?
You know.
I actually don't.
Trying to keep my job.
What is going on here?
I don't know, Bob.
So saying the title of a movie will have you fired?
It's
What is
my
there
way of-
profanity in the
No,
movie?
It's my way of forgetting the title. You know, the provocative one. What is it?
Basic Instinct.
Ah, my man. You see, you play with me all day. You
Ask me
knew
if
it.
I saw it.
I know you've seen it.
Never seen it.
Then how you know the title?
Because the movie was talked about quite a bit.
But it never took you to go watch it.
No,
You're
because
that guy.
I know why it was talked about because of one scene, and I was like, yeah, I don't need to see that.
Oh, that was Sharon
People were
Stone.
paying $13 to see a woman cross her legs. Those are facts.
Those
are facts.
Yeah.
Should not have just looked it up in the computers in here.
Then I say, hey, she crossed her legs.
Oh, boy.
And they made a 3-hour movie out of it. All right. I have
Back
one
to
last
the Lynch,
thing about the
Lynch.
although I can't find the quotes that you gave me all the Lynch quotes, and now I don't know where they are. Damn it. But anyway, a couple pieces of 49er news. John Lynch, I guess it's the winter meetings in the summer or spring. All the GMs are down there. And he said that hopefully, talking about a contract extension with Brock Purdy, hopefully it happens really soon this offseason.
All right.
Now, the first piece of business for the San Francisco 49ers is mid-April. That's the first time that they can all get together. And the hope is that Purdy will be signed by mid-April. And John Lynch said, yeah, I don't think it's too optimistic to think we're going to get it done by then, but I'm not going to make any promises. But we want Brock, and Brock wants to be here. And so we hope it can happen before mid-April.
Yeah, it's a big domino, and we're all curious, Donnie, to see how much and when it does happen. But I just know this. He is their quarterback for the foreseeable future, and it's just about the dividend. So we'll see when it does happen.
Yeah, obviously a bunch of numbers have been thrown around, and we'll see if Purdy makes 60 or 28. He's not making 28. How about 38? Can you get him for 38? You might be able to get him.
Yeah. People having fun with me, Snotty.
How so?
Goo, did Denzel play Brad Pitt in that movie just because I got it messed up?
Well, somebody in 925 saying Wilma is Fred Flintstone's wife, not Sharon Stone.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I told Sharon Stone is Fred's secretary, and that's who Halle Berry played in the movie in 1990.
Oh, right, because that would make sense because all the names are rocks, pretty much, right?
And that's what
like
made
Flintstone
me assume,
and Barney Rubble and then Sharon Stone.
There we go.
All right, I get it. All right, another piece of info, Brandon Ayuk tomorrow has a $22 million guarantee, and there was some talk that the 49ers may try to move him before they have to pay that $22 million.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, John Lynch said that's pretty much not going to happen, and he expects Ayuk to be on the team next year.
I don't think I've ever seen.
But that he didn't have an update on when he'd be ready.
Man, because that's how intense this injury and severe this injury was, Tony. But I've never seen, I don't want to go at the fans or fan base.
Why not?
Turn on a guy that got the money and then turn on him because he got hurt. And then because he got hurt.
They turned on him before he got hurt.
Yeah, well.
They turned on him because he stunk and because he was a distraction. Some feel.
Yeah.
And some people feel that he was more to blame for what happened than the Niners. And then when he showed up, he stunk. That we can all agree on. And then, unfortunately, he got hurt. You have a problem with anything I said there?
All of it. But I'm going to just tell you, listen, you don't stink until you stink for the whole season. But they didn't like how he handled his business in the offseason. I was one of them. But all this nonsense about somebody would come calling for a receiver that tore his ACL and MCL, I'm like, miss me with that. Who would take on that?
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean, Stoney?
If somebody had the money, I think the 49ers would just lose him and not get a lot back. It feels like. I'll tell you what, I may have to give you a victory lap
on
Dre Greenlaw.
Oh man,
yeah,
this bothered me.
Yeah, this was, looks like the 49ers may have messed this up.
Wow.
Here's John Lynch's quote on Dre Greenlaw. It was a complicated case because he's such a game changer. All right, I'm going to just read it, Steiny. It was a complicated case because he's such a game-changing player. There are not many needle movers in football, and he's a needle mover. It's hard. The same thing happened to me in Tampa. Mike Shanahan was fine to take me after I had some surgery on my neck because he hadn't watched all the carnage go on. But the Bucs were kind of done with me. We weren't done with Dre, so the analogy doesn't work, but we had to go through the process, and other teams were aggressive in their pursuit of him, and we were kind of forced to be somewhat reactive. And then when the market was set, we wanted to go have a conversation with our guy who we have a lot of respect and love for. We had good discussions with him. He made a decision, and we respect that decision. We're grateful to Dre for all the great work he did for us, and we wish him the best. Yeah, they made a mistake.
Man, and I'm going to call out Shasky, our guy, because they butchered this. And had they been handling their business, Stoney, it wouldn't even got to that to where he was looking at other offers. They would have known how important. And Stoney, I told Risotto when you were out, I would have given him any amount of money to keep him. And if it didn't work out, I would have looked myself in the mirror like he was worth the risk. But for them to double back and say basically they didn't handle their business right or played the wrong card.
They did.
Yeah, it makes it worse.
They're making it sound like they wanted him back. And they were trying to do what a lot of teams do. Oh, we want you. No, we really want you. But, we're not ready to deal with you yet.
Man.
But, yeah, we want you. Very simple. You know what it reminds me of a little bit? When Baron Davis was a Warrior and they're like, oh, he'll come back. He'll exercise option, come back for 6. What's he going to do, walk away from 16? Yeah, he walked away.
He did.
And so did Dre Greenlaw.
All right. If you're Robert Saleh, I know you're like, damn, I wanted to coach Greenlaw again.
Well, and let's see what kind of year Greenlaw has. See if the 49ers regret it or not. 888. Nah, forget that number. We got Willard in the house and Dan Dibley in the house. And that last segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard.
Yes, sir.
The crossover.
Hi, boys.
What's up,
fellas? Yeah, what's going on?
What a hoodie.
What a hoodie.
Yeah.
Brand
You
new
look
dibs.
fantastic.
Did you hear the story?
I heard the tail end of the story.
Yeah.
No, tell me the story.
The story is that I went to Friedman's on Saturday and was making an appearance for the station, and one of our superb listeners, Alnetta, was there, and she brought me a gift, and it was this. And you guys know that I don't usually wear Golden State Warriors garb.
Yeah.
However,
never. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
Wow.
However, it's my way of saying thank you to Alnetta for the kind gesture.
Now, will it be in the active rotation, or is this going to be like Drexel in the tournament, one and done?
We'll see.
Question.
We'll see.
So it's
We'll
one
see.
and done.
Yeah, it's warming up to it already. It looks good, man.
It could be
what
hanging.
size is it?
Because
just give it to me.
XL.
You're never.
Everything's
Yeah,
XL.
never mind.
Probably
Never
XL.
mind, then.
But no, maybe I'll hang it in my man cave. Who knows?
Yeah.
Or
looks
wear
good.
it like
Well,
other humans.
He does. Well, he does like earth tones. We know that.
Yeah,
and also he doesn't like to rock team gear unless it's his own team or his now adopted Tulane Green Wave.
Or he wore Atlanta Hawk gear when Slank was there.
I wear a lot of gear of other schools and other teams that I just kind of like, and they're a little bit, let's say, different. Like, you know, I'll go get a Ball State shirt.
Yeah, what leads you to who you like?
I don't even like Ball State. I don't know anything about them.
I don't care who you like. I want to know what leads you, because the audience has been knowing you for a long time now, and I still think they got no idea what they like. They think they know what you don't like, but they don't know what you like. And I don't even know how well I know what you like, but what I do know about what you like, I don't know why.
Well, I want to jump in so bad I won't.
Jump in.
For example.
Friendship is one.
That he does or doesn't?
Like he got to have a relationship with that person. He'll wear their team gear.
I see.
But that's one thing. And
All right.
Nat, for example, like what Steph's done.
Yeah, he's your friend now.
Well, no.
So why don't you like
No,
the
what
Warriors?
he's done, like
you guys give gifts to each other.
What he's done over the last year has earned him the right that I don't root against him anymore.
Okay, but you still don't like him.
I'm kidding. Of course I like him. He's the greatest face of a franchise in sports history. Well, okay, I'll tell you right now. There's a guy on the Giants that I can tell he's going to be my favorite player, and it's Willie Adames.
Oh, why?
Because it started when I went to Milwaukee with Dana and saw my first Brewers game at Miller Park, and he played, and I was like, that guy's pretty good. And then I believe he interviewed right here.
He did.
With you guys.
On Willard and
and it was a very impressive interview. I'm not kidding around.
He's an impressive guy.
He's a grown man. He's an adult.
But does that make you a Giants fan? Or
More of one.
And Willie Adames fan?
I got some Giants this year, so I'll be in their corner.
Okay.
Absolutely. Now, I did pick in the very last round Bryce Eldridge. How many at-bats do you think he gets this year?
Set the over-under, which we gave to Risotto.
I've drafted him for next year, obviously.
Oh, that's smart. But
is he going to be that good?
I don't know.
For example, last year, Skeens was drafted in the 26th round.
Oh, nice pick.
Exactly, and now he's a keeper. Same with the guy from the Tigers, Scooble.
He set the over-under Willard at 350 at bats.
Oh, under.
Risotto did.
Yeah.
Holy crap, Steve,
yeah.
really? No, way under. I was thinking more like
Somebody
50.
must get hurt.
Oh, my good God. No, he's not ready.
I think the number is probably around 200 would be a more likely over-under. Well,
there's a chance it's 0.
Yeah. Right. There's also a chance that it's 400.
Not really. How would that? I mean, that would mean he's up here in about a month and take over as the starter.
Well, you've got already a DH need. I mean, 3 games in, and you're hitting the ball out of the park, so not a great need. But if he does what he was doing last year in Sacramento, I think that he gets elevated more quickly than that. And 200 at-bats, honestly, that's not that many.
Is he in double or triple? I know Friday he had the wrist thing going on, and they didn't know where they were putting him.
Right. Actually, I don't know. Is he in double or did they send him to...
I don't know if they've made that decision yet. Well, they haven't made it, according to Risotto.
Yeah, he's not playing yet, so... Anyway, yeah, I think that they are very, very activated to, not rush him. And I don't think that they feel like they need him right now.
350.
I know.
Whoa.
I know people are not inspired by first base right now. I get that. But the Giants decided to trot Lamont Wade out as their leadoff hitter this year, and Wilmer Flores has hit 2 home runs and saved a game.
No errors either by the Giants.
Yeah, that's going to be based on him totally forcing his way into the big leagues, which is going to take time. And by the way, this is the same thing we do to Kuminga and others. The only thing we look at is his bat. He's not ready to play first base at the big leagues yet. So he's 21 years old.
Good weekend series for him, though. The Giants as a whole.
Great start.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. By the way, I got this news an hour ago. I didn't share it. Kevin Durant, you said Phoenix is going to leapfrog possibly the Kings. Durant's going to be out at least a week.
Oh, I saw that injury live.
Yeah, I was watching that. If you want to call it a game, no, I was like, whoa.
When I saw him bend over to
I
was like, oh God, it's the Achilles again. But it was his ankle.
Willard, wink, wink. I think it'll be more than a week.
Well, they're done. I mean, that game was.
What's going on? Does Booker ask out?
They had given up, and then they showed life. I was like, oh, y'all had y'all went bowling together or something. There was some sort of a bonding experience with the Suns, and then they went right back to who they were again.
Only ankle I care about is Kuminga's.
Well, I don't know if you saw the report just come out. No. It's not his ankle.
We didn't see the report.
Warriors have listed Jonathan Kuminga as questionable for tomorrow night, and they are calling it the same thing that Steph had, which is a pelvic contusion.
That's what he fell on.
This is not his ankle. So I don't know if that was a mistake yesterday or what happened, but the Warriors are not listing any issue with his ankle. Okay. Which has to, I think, be great news, right?
Because Curry only missed one game, right?
2 games.
He missed 2.
2 games.
Yeah.
2 games.
He missed the 2. And I believe they lost them both. And then
sure did.
Curry comes back and a couple of nice little wins, box checkers over the weekend, games you absolutely should win, but you have to go out there and still win them. And now you get ready for the deep stretch.
The gauntlet.
You got the gauntlet coming up here starting tomorrow in Memphis.
Don't you think it's kind of, I don't know what the word is, interesting or ironic that in the next 4 games they play the 4 teams directly ahead of them?
It's kind of better, man.
I loved the conversation the two of you were getting into, and it was like 2 pieces. It was kind of, you started out with who are the Warriors, and then it starts to fall into what is really on my mind today. And I want to put this out to you 3 and then the whole audience. Why am I not confident about these next 4 games? What are the possible answers here? Because I'm just being genuine. I can't sit here and tell you that something's wrong.
Because it all goes.
Steph is back. They had 2 horrific opponents, but they did what they're supposed to do. You beat those teams by double digits.
We haven't seen ultra aggressive Jimmy. Damn it, I said it. That's all it could be, Willard. What he says he's going to do and what's been done, we haven't yet seen it. And that's the only thing that has me pausing it's going to happen, right?
I feel like I'll answer this from a non-Warrior fan.
Well, then you got to take off the hoodie before you.
That's a good point.
I think they're sitting pretty for where they're at right now. I like where Memphis is falling, especially because they have Boston tonight.
Yeah,
and I like when they play Houston, because they'll at least have had a day off. Now, it's 4 games in 6 days.
Damn.
But, it looks like Kuminga's going to probably be okay. Maybe he'll miss tomorrow. But I think we're going to get a muted. This is kind of what always happens is, they're not going to go 4-0 and they're not going to go 0-4. So if they go 2-2, we're going to be left with, well, that was okay. But you know what I mean?
But why is he not confident? He's asking.
Well, I'm confident they'll win 2 games.
No, he's saying,
just in a general sense.
Yeah.
Like I've been fighting against this idea because I always do, by the way. This is just an omnipresent thing. I don't like it when people go, oh, that team's only playing well because of their schedule. I'm already prepping myself for that's the entire Niner season next year. Is that they're going to win 11 games and be like, well, I didn't play anybody. Well, right, except they played NFL teams. because
They were on their schedule
that's
that
who
they
you're
had
allowed
nothing
to
to do
play.
with it.
And I think that when you beat bad teams, that means you're a good team. So the Warriors with Jimmy Butler have been a really good team. And they do have some plus wins, maybe no signature wins.
Beat the Rockets in Houston.
They beat the Rockets in Houston. I was at that Pistons game. They've beaten the Knicks both here and there. And I know that those teams, not all of them, but some of them were down a man or whatever. But I don't know, man. We got to today, and I'm looking at these 4 games, and I'm just like, oof. And so is it the schedule?
I'll give you something to be optimistic about.
Good.
After you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Although the schedule has been favorable since Jimmy Butler arrived, I did a little calculation, and I called. They've played 7 games against playoff teams.
Since Jimmy came.
Correct.
Okay.
Now I made a playoff team only a top 6.
Okay.
In other words, if there's a 7, doesn't count.
Right.
They're 6-1 since Butler. They beat the Bucks twice. They beat the Rockets. They beat the Knicks twice. And the Pistons.
Yeah.
That's 6 wins, and the only game they've lost was to Denver of all the the top 6 teams in each conference.
Okay, now I'm not a pessimistic person. You all know that. But what if I batted this? If I hit the tennis ball right back to you with this? They're 0-1 against the Western Conference playoff teams.
And
this week is Western Conference playoff teams.
And that's why it's so important.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's important, and I don't know how you feel, Dibs, but I think it's important 2 ways. One is for the tangible standings. They go 1-3, they may be 8, and now that's a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
But also, if you go 1-3 and you finish 8, you already know that these teams are going to give you trouble, and you're probably going to play the one team that you struggled with. So I think it's important for them to win a couple games so that if they end up getting to 6, they know that, hey, you know what? We just beat 2 of these teams very recently. The other thing is they haven't played, how do you judge a team like Oklahoma City? All right, I get it. They may not play them, but
they're in cruise control.
Right, but I mean, okay, the Warriors have won, 2 out of 3 against OKC this year?
Right.
But Butler wasn't there. So on the surface, it'd be like, well, Butler's going to help the Warriors. Maybe they'll even be, but you can't really count on that. And Chet Holmgren didn't play those games. So my whole point is we really don't know what the Warriors are against any of these teams they're playing in the next 4 games.
Also, I think the question about Kuminga with Jimmy and Steph, how much can that really work? What's the ceiling for that trio? And obviously adding Draymond Green in as well, because I don't think we've seen enough with Jimmy on the team and Jonathan Kuminga playing. You had those games when Steph was out and then he got hurt yesterday in the game. So you haven't really seen what this team's going to look like when Kuminga gets back to full minutes and Jimmy and Steph and Draymond. So it may be something that isn't going to work in the short term, and it may be something that they're going to have to find a way to offset the minutes of Jimmy with Kuminga, because I don't know if all 4 of them together is a successful quartet for the Warriors.
I mean, of those 4, there's 3 of them aren't really 3-point shooters, so you'd probably have to get a shooter onto the floor with them. But to me, what's really interesting
Looney.
Man, he hit it.
There's your shooter.
TJD tried to follow up one too. Yeah.
To me, what's interesting about Butler is, okay, there's
those numbers
ostensibly playoff Jimmy Butler. So I went back 2 years when they made it to the finals, and he was the person that drove it. He took 21 shots a night. You know how many he's taken for the Warriors since he's been here?
See if they can guess. I missed
per
it.
night.
Per night.
I'd say 12.
11 and a half.
Mine was 13.
Yeah.
So
that's a big increase.
Show me how this happens. You know what I mean? If playoff, like I can't imagine playoff Jimmy being that guy on this team.
Well, you know what? We were just talking about this in the other room. I don't know if I want playoff Jimmy to look like it sounds like some of you want playoff Jimmy to look. Someone asked me today, like, when are the Warriors at their best? And I think it's when Steph and Jimmy are both scoring a little bit under their average. I don't want them to career it. That tells me they feel like it's all on their shoulders. That tells me that they feel like other guys are not knocking down shots. What I love about watching Jimmy Butler play is his awareness. His awareness of everything that's going on around him.
Right.
So when you see him only score 13 and it's because Pods is going to nail 7 threes or whatever, that's when the Warriors are at their most powerful. I don't know how beatable they are if you start getting consistent 3-point knockdowns from Pods and Moody and all of that. And if Steph and Jimmy see that that's going on, they're going to keep feeding that.
The likelihood of that, you know what I mean?
Night to night. It's night to night. And that which is kind of how I feel about the Warriors' chances. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like when are the Warriors going to win a playoff series? Are Pods and Moody going to hit threes? If they do, they're next to unbeatable. If they don't, they're a very average basketball team, I think.
Yeah.
You know? So
what we were talking about last week before I stepped out on Friday was the role players on this team shooting on the road without Steph Curry, and it's about 27% from 3 when Steph isn't there. So the team definitely needs to get a series, and you need the role players to play great at home, and then you need to just be able to steal one on the road.
Do you remember real quick, you were gone in Diego, a 5th seed in the NBA with 9 games left running their coach? And I'm talking about Jenkins in Memphis.
Yeah.
And I want to know, Willard and Steiny, is that a good or are they going to be galvanized tonight when they host Boston? Or is something so bad going on that we don't know about?
I was listening to a national show yesterday in San Diego. I'm out getting food, and a couple of really smart former NFL player just carrying this guy who's the main host. It's Willard and Ephraim. And they actually talked. Oh, no. They actually talked about it, and he threw it to Ephraim like, what's going on with Memphis? And he said, is it something where, you're 2 stars? And Ephraim had a good point. He's like, if the 2 stars aren't feeling the coach, then you get to a point where enough's enough, even at that late stage. And wasn't there some dust up among
Dane and Aldama?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, neither of whom are the 2 stars. And the 2 stars have been in and out of the lineup for the last month.
I'm a P1 on Sunday.
And I appreciate it. And I have no idea, we've got no evidence that Ja and Jaren have a problem with, and what kind of leaders are Ja and Jaren? What's their track record?
Yeah,
I'm gonna listen to Ja Morant with 9 games to go as the 5 seed.
So can this be a good thing for them?
How about if I put it this way? And this is kind of an odd place to be with where we were at the start of the year with Draymond Green as one of your leaders. But I think right now in this whole mix of Western Conference teams, the Warriors are the most emotionally stable team out of the whole group right now, and they need to take advantage of that. Memphis just fired a coach. Nobody knows why. Minnesota got into a huge brawl last night.
And actually won, though.
Yeah, and they won, but you might have suspensions on the way. The Clippers are so committed to load management. I can't even believe they sat Kawhi Leonard in that game last night. Meantime, you just mentioned the situation about the Suns, and they got into a shoving match with Dylan Brooks last night. I know that stuff happens. Meantime, LeBron is over here seemingly more worried about his media beefs on a nightly basis than winning basketball games. I don't know how many of you have had a chance to go back and watch the last 12 seconds of the game in Chicago between the Lakers and the Bulls last week. It's disturbing, and LeBron committed one of the biggest gaffes I've ever seen a superstar make, and the Bulls scored 9 points in 12 seconds and won a basketball game. It was absolute insanity. Meantime, what have we gotten from Warrior basketball this year? Everybody just loves each other. I don't know if they're not the most talented team. But it has been, we haven't checked in on that. Remember at the beginning of the year, Draymond's going to implode. Dude, it's been quiet. It's a quiet year for the Warriors on that front.
He's not even leading the league in technicals, which is, I think, a little bit of a letdown. I think he's 5th right now.
We talked about him enough from pool on to where.
Right.
Yeah.
But normally that's something that he just does it automatically. He gets to 15, 16 you get suspended, and he'll get you 15 for sure. I think he's at 12 or 13 right now. So he's got some work to do, Steiny.
Yeah, I mean.
What's your read on Willard's take? What's that mean?
Which part?
The emotional stability of the Warriors.
Well, and
Because OKC, they ain't going to see them first. But,
forget that.
Okay,
they're fine. Push them aside. They're the best team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what was going on before Butler. It seemed like even though they weren't doing great, they were fine in terms of the locker room. The only issue I'm going to look for, because they're in sync right now. They're 18-5 since Butler. What happens, let's say, over the next 4 games? This is the only thing that I would say would be a possibility, and that's, let's say, over the next 4 games, Butler, Draymond, and Curry don't get the help they need from the role players because Butler and Draymond just don't think they're playing hard enough, or they don't understand the stakes. To me, would be the biggest concern, and I'm not even overly concerned about that, but if they get into real high-stakes games and there seems to be a little loss of trust with the young guys, how does it manifest among the veterans and then their relationship with the young guys?
Yeah, I guess that would be the one area, but at some point, you're going to have to rely on at least a couple of these guys because, Kevon, who will join us later today.
Loon's coming on, yes.
And, he can definitely be a part of your end game rotation, but like you mentioned in earlier, Steiny, you're starting to run out of a lot of three-point shooters if you have Draymond and Jimmy Butler and Kevon all out there. So in terms of shooting, Moses, Pods, Quentin Post, those are all young players in this league, in our league.
Yeah. And you're right. They're going to have to make,
like yesterday,
shots.
They couldn't miss.
Like, not just a game here, a game there. They're going to have to kind of be solid for as long as the Warriors hope to be involved in the playoffs.
And Jimmy and Steph cannot miss any games. Yeah. Period. I know. Like, it's, no, they cannot miss any games. They cannot function without both of them, I believe. It's at a high level.
It's hard to imagine them,
man.
It's hard to imagine them winning a game on the road without one of them.
Totally.
At home,
in the playoffs,
I'll give them a little shot, but no, I'm with you. You
saw them without Steph on the road against poor teams, and the game was over at the end of the first quarter each night.
Exactly.
Like, they couldn't even function. So, yeah, that's, to me, you guys were talking about that earlier, like what's more important, and the big 3 versus the young guys. And it was a fun cop-out, Steiny, by saying both. But you're right. You're right.
That made me nervous that he had 2 answers.
The nervous part is, like, if you ask it in a different way, which one could you survive? The role players not hitting or Jimmy or Steph missing games?
Well, it's the latter.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So when you said, that's kind of where my head went when you talked about the performance of the big 3. I sort of thought about it just in terms of availability.
Yeah. Because Scotty had brought up, before we get out of here, Butler playing 40 minutes. He averaged 40 minutes a night.
40 minutes a night.
Is there any of us in here?
2 years ago.
Because I'm not.
Oof.
That thinks maybe if he goes to the booth, it can't be to the degree that maybe the Warriors need him to if the young guys are not answering the bell. Right now, I'm like, hell yes, he's told us as much. But is there any part of you like, he was younger than Goo? He can want to go to the booth, but the Cape might have some stains
2 years ago is what it was. NBA Finals, I was just looking at those same numbers. In one game, he played 45 and a half minutes, and that was out of necessity.
Yeah, that's what Steiny was saying.
I do think that you can stretch him out over 35, and if you're finding that you're not loving what the youth is giving you and you want to just roll with Steph and Jimmy playing 38 minutes in a pivotal game 5, you're going to have to do it.
You can do it. It heightens the chances of them getting hurt. But you could do it.
You could do it.
And there's no back-to-backs. You could do it.
Man. I almost think with Butler, it's going to be, don't you dare take me off the floor in the postseason.
I really like,
if I don't get 40 minutes a night, Steve, I'm not going to be happy.
Can I, real quick, let me throw this at you, though, too, because you're like, if they go 2-2 over these 4, then you feel like pretty good, and I get that. They could easily go 2-2 and still end up in the 8. The Clippers and Wolves schedule sucks for the Warriors. After
Clippers
tonight.
got Orlando tonight.
Yeah, the Clippers are in Orlando, and that's kind of a They're probably going to win it. To be honest with you, I think they're probably going to win it coming off of a loss. I think Kawhi will play, but then they come home. The Clippers come home for New Orleans, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston. I might be a loss in there somewhere, maybe. Minnesota's in Denver tomorrow night, so that's tough.
That's a gimme for them, though.
Yeah, well, it has been. At Brooklyn, at Philly,
God.
Never know. Where are the losses?
And that's a homecoming for Finchy too. They'll Finchy going back to Philadelphia. They'll be jacked up for that game.
I mean, hopefully they'll just all be suspended. That's my hope. Maybe they'll all be suspended.
Yeah.
DiVincenzo, restaurant quality.
Bear's just sitting there watching them. Of course. Dare watch you scrap and me not do anything.
He's waiting to get choked from behind.
This Isaiah Stewart, get out of my league.
Yeah.
What do you do? Who is this guy?
Beef stew,
dude. He's not even a basketball player. He's playing the wrong sport.
Remember he chased LeBron around the gym a couple of years ago.
Threw Giannis on the front. I mean, what a God.
I forgot the Giannis one.
Dude, terrible.
What time you got Kevon Looney?
Well, 4-ish. It's when they get to the hotel.
Gotcha.
It's when they get to the hotel.
All right, keep it locked here on 95.7 The Game. Kevon Looney at 4 and the Warriors. Big stretch coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Let's get this week started. Here we go. It is a big one. It is a big one.
Big one.
It is a big. Welcome back, buddy.
Thanks,
How was
brother.
the weekend?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Traveling with a 2-year-old on a plane is it's something.
It's something.
Something.
Fantastic is an interesting word choice.
Yeah, great
But if
trip.
that's what you want to go with, go with it.
The flight down was a 10 out of 10. The flight home this morning, I'm going to give her about a 4.5 out of 10.
Dude, you the fact that that's the way you decided to roll
Came in a little hot.
Yeah, like
Came in hot.
that's a little something.
It's risky, and we're sitting on the tarmac down there just waiting to taxi for about 40 minutes, and I'm thinking, do I text Grandy now and get Grandy loose in the bullpen? Because there was a moment there I was thinking I may not make it back.
Yeah. Well, we're glad you're here.
We back. Yeah, I couldn't wait after last night's game was the first game in a while where you could just kind of, and I know the game before against New Orleans was an easy one, but last night was just like almost hilariously fun how good they were.
I actually thought the New Orleans game was quite annoying.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call it frustrating because at no point did I watch that game and legitimately give thought to a loss, but it was very annoying. It's like, why? Why are you, they looked flat. Yep. Why are you taking so long to shake them? And then they do shake them, but then still, like, put it this way. I didn't think the Warriors looked good. I did not think the Warriors looked good against New Orleans.
They shot 55 threes
in
that game.
They looked, I don't know, tired. They looked like they were running around in quicksand, And what was the lead, Grandy? Maybe you'll know. Like New Orleans, was it 14-2?
Yep, 14-2.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Right.
I mean, and I hadn't heard of any of them dudes running around out there. There was a Bobby, there was a Ronnie. It was like new edition against the Warriors. I'm like, what are we doing? So whatever. They get yesterday they looked good. They look like a really good basketball team. The Spurs look like a really young bad one.
Yeah.
They don't have any of their players either. But fine. You get these 2 wins. But here we go, man. This is a real gauntlet. I don't want we keep saying it's a big week, and we shouldn't assume that everybody cruising around this afternoon has the schedule memorized the way we do. So let you know what we're talking about. Tomorrow night, the Warriors will be in Memphis. On Thursday night, they will be in Los Angeles to take on LeBron and the Lakers. They will then hop a flight straight home to get ready for a home game the very next night against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. And then on Sunday, they will host the Houston Rockets. So here come 4 of the top 5 seeds, everybody but Oklahoma City in the West, all on the schedule this week. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not really asking anybody to get inside my brain as much as I'm asking if people maybe feel the same way or if you feel differently. But honestly, like, why? What is it, 18-5 since Jimmy? Something like that? Whatever, doesn't matter. You get the point. Good basketball team since Jimmy got here. Why, when I look at this, do I go, ooh, I don't feel terribly confident right now against those teams?
Probably for a couple reasons. I think, one, you still have fresh in your mind the Atlanta-Miami uno dos, which was bad followed by bad. And then you mentioned it. You go to New Orleans and you fall down 14-2. That did not engender a lot of confidence in what you got going on. And then you played the Spurs AAA team, baseball analogy, welcome back baseball, and you boat raced them, and it was great. But after those 4 games, you went 2-2, and the 2 teams you lost to aren't great anyway. And so, yeah, it feels still a little bit like they're trying to find their identity. We can get to the Kuminga piece a little bit later, something that you and I were throwing out on the text thread about the Kuminga fit and whether or not that's a real thing. Is it a real problem? Is it a temporary thing? But as far as confidence goes, I'm looking at these 4 games as a real measuring stick. You don't have to go 4-0. 3-1 would be cool.
3-1 would be amazing.
Right. 2-2.
Amazing.
2-2 would be adequate.
Passable.
Anything worse than that, and now we can start talking about play-in tournament.
Play-in tournament, sure.
And I do still believe that if you don't get the 6, you're not going anywhere because you're an older team and you need that rest.
Well, I agree with you, except for I'm going to leave a sliver open for the idea of the 7 seed and you win that first game. That'd be a week where you play once.
Okay.
And it'd be a home game. In theory, if you go in as the 7,
right.
Obviously it could be a road game if you go in as the 8. But if you play one game and you win it, and you grab that 7 and you play Houston, and you would probably get, 3-4 nights off before starting that series in Houston. I don't necessarily think that's a problem. However, I buy what you're saying. I buy what you're saying. The Warriors need that break. They need to get the 6. And as we sit here today, I'm sorry, dude. I still think they're an underdog to get it. I really do. I know they're in it right now.
Yeah.
They're in the 6th seed right now. But that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, as the Clippers get the Pelicans to come to town, not once but twice, the Pelicans are going to L.A. and getting a hotel room, okay? They're going to stay there and play them again.
Wow.
Like, while they're doing that, the Warriors have to finish a 6-game road trip against LeBron and then fly home to play Nikola the next night.
The next night, yeah, it's tough.
And worse, I don't know, dude. I'm like, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. Bob Fitzgerald came on with us recently and called this the stupidest road trip in the history of the NBA. and whether that's
they're just working their way back across the country.
It's just it is an odd sort of a deal. Like listening to Bob and Kalena last night. It was interesting that they were like joking around. They're like, oh, just hello to our families. Wanted to let you know we're still alive. So like while we sit here and go, oh, they've played 4 basketball games, no big deal. They've been gone forever. And so how is that wearing on them? How are they feeling mentally, physically, as they encounter, let's be real, the hardest, biggest, most important regular season week of the year? Here we go.
And you've got Memphis, who likely will be getting some sort of a bounce from having a new coach and the weirdest firing ever. If there are players on that team that didn't love the coach and now the coach is gone, you might get a little bit of a bounce from Memphis. And you got to end a 6-city road trip in L.A. on national TV against Luka and LeBron in a get-up game for everyone. That's going to take a lot of energy out of you. And you mentioned it, Mark. You turn around the next night back here against the Denver Nuggets. So not only do you end up off a 6-game road trip, but the very next day you got to come home and take on a team that stuck it to you last time you faced them.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The firing with Taylor Jenkins in Memphis, that happened on Friday, right? Happened on Friday.
Okay.
So I don't know about a bounce. They went out and then the next night at home and gave up 134 points to the Lakers and lost.
Yep.
So
the Lakers in a bounce back spot of their own.
I guess.
After they got embarrassed in Chicago.
Dude, that was the craziest finish ever.
Wild.
Especially for someone who had the Bulls plus 2.5. I don't know who did.
Look at you.
But somebody did. Anyway, Yeah, they went out already and played without Taylor Jenkins. They lost. And they've got Boston tonight. So tomorrow's game against the Warriors is on a back-to-back for them. So I hear what a lot of people are saying, and I don't like to do this because, dude, there's just so many things going on that we either don't know about or there's matchup stuff here, there, or otherwise. But it does feel like the goals that the fan base has for this team this week, if you're kind of like, oh, we got to get at least 2, it feels like tomorrow got to be one of them. It kind of feels like tomorrow's got to be one of them.
Well, if you stack them up in terms of difficulty, tomorrow would be maybe the easiest, quote unquote.
It's the easiest or the second easiest. Only the Houston one is at home, and so those are the two. The bookends to me are the two most winnable.
Well, always the last game of a road trip is tough, and you're at LA on national TV in prime time, so that's going to be a late game just by nature of it being a national TV game. So then you turn around the next day and you face Denver. So by the time you play the Lakers and you get done and you get on the plane and you get home and you get in your bed, it's probably 1 a.m., maybe 1:30. And, you get up at 9:30 and right to the arena and get ready for Denver. And, Aaron Gordon would be licking his chops knowing that he absolutely gave it to you last time. And the Joker likely to play this time. And
you would think, he's been back. So
that becomes, to me, it's maybe not the toughest game, but that of the Lakers, those games are both very tough.
I guess what I'm getting at here, and we would really love to sort of take your temperature on this too. 888-957-9570. I'm an optimistic guy. I show as much belief as I can to everybody because why not? Belief is free. So with all of that being said, and an 18-5 record with Jimmy Butler, I would have thought that when I woke up this morning and got ready for this week, I would have thought that I would have felt better about what was about to happen next. So it's almost like I'm questioning my own thoughts about what we've watched with Warrior basketball over the last month plus, I guess, if you will. I'm trying to figure out, and so where are you on that? Where are you on that? What are you expecting to happen this week? What are you expecting to happen this week?
I'm expecting him to go out and split the 4. I'm expecting a 2-2. You beat Memphis. LA is kind of a swing game. LeBron's been really giving you trouble. And then the Denver one for me is just a terrible spot. And then you get a little bit of a break, and Houston comes in. You've been a much better team with the role guys at home. So for me, this feels like a 2-2.
5 games in a row on national TV.
Wow.
5 in a row. 5 in a row.
5 in a row.
All right, so 888-957-9570. Does anybody sort of share my confusing, I don't want to call it pessimism, but confusing doubt that's riding in there? Or, maybe you're feeling riding high and confident after a couple of road wins. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? On our guest list today is Kevon Looney, and probably Dalton Johnson is going to check in as well. But your phone call's next. We're glad you're with us. Thank you for being here. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Butler plays catch with Draymond down the lane, gets double teamed. Podziemski rotates it to Guy Santos. He lowers his head and drives to Draymond up top to Curry. He drives down the lane, pass to Podziemski, left corner. The three ball's up and good. Outstanding ball movement by the Warriors there. 68-42, and they get the 2-for-1 to boot.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
7 3-pointers?
Man, he was hot.
What are you doing, floppy head?
Getting hot.
Wow.
Playing easy.
Poughkeepsie kid.
And that's on the road, too. You're not supposed to shoot like that on the road. Yeah.
Pass Minsky's.
Podziemski.
Yeah.
Podziemski.
Really
Podziemski.
good. Yeah.
Podziemski. That's the one. That's Shams, right?
That was Shams.
Podziemski.
Yeah, that's the one who, like everyone else, got an excuse. If you're just like Joe, listener of 95.7 The Game, you're allowed to have.
Well, what about this one?
Brandon Podziemski.
Yeah, well, that's just.
That's one of my favorites.
I don't know how to speak for him anymore.
Brankin. That's the director of sports, Lucas Alexander, for those of you scoring at home.
Director of what? I don't know.
Not pronunciations.
No.
Brankin.
You know what that was?
There was a mispronunciation.
Mispronunciation sensation.
Caught myself. I'm rusty. Thank you.
Let's go right to the phones.
You want to go to the phones?
Yeah, a little self-exploration here. Because I wanted to be like, okay, Memphis, bleep you, here we come. And I'm like, dude, are they ready for this week? You know, like why are they winning most of their games, yet something in my core is like, ooh, this week looks hard.
Because it is hard.
It looks hard.
Even if they were winning all their games, and they're not, 2-2 in their last 4, but they've been great since Jimmy came, and now that they're totally whole, this week still looks hard. And, Brankin is coming off a 7-3 game, and you absolutely motorboated San Antonio, which is great and nice, but no matter how you would come into this stretch, it still is a gauntlet. So I don't think you're wrong to feel that way, because you look at the standings, you play the 5 seed, then the 4, then the 3, then the 2 in 6 days.
In succession.
5-4-3-2, road, home. It's a gauntlet.
Yeah, in 6 days.
Right.
In 6 days. All right, Fred in Richmond. Hi, Fred. Thanks for calling Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
Willie and Dibby, how y'all doing? I'm just listening to the show on the radio on my way home from work. And basically, I believe, Memphis might be having some trouble of their own. They just lost their coach. They play Boston tonight. I think Boston is going to motorboat them, and we get them on a back-to-back tomorrow. I think the hardest game of this stretch could possibly be that Denver game, just because I think it's about time that we show the Lakers that we are a different team from what they have seen in the past, definitely earlier in the season. We played them like 3 times in the first 2 months. So, the team just wasn't as jailed as they are now. I kind of think Quentin Post is going to be an X factor in that Lakers game. And you got to remember, we own the Rockets. I understand the Rockets are the 2 seed right now, but we got about 17 in a row on the Rockets. I think we have a number overall. This is a young team. I'm pretty sure Fred and Dylan Brooks would be prepared or try to get that team prepared. But overall, a nice 3-1 stretch. And we might be the 5 seed by this time next week, maybe the 4.
Yeah, no,
you just never know.
No, you don't. They will be the 5 if they can pull that off, Fred. I'm telling you right now. When I hear you say 3-1, I can't even. I'm terrified to think what I'll sound like on Monday's show if they go 3-1 this stretch. I will paint my face blue and yellow for that show if they go 3-1. That's how amazed I would be. That's how impressed I would be, Fred.
Impressed because next Monday at the same time, I'm going to call you. The Warriors will be 3-1.
Okay. I hope you're right.
I love it.
Oh, here comes Matt. Yes, I actually will. I'll paint my face blue and yellow for Monday's show.
Blue and yellow, blue and yellow, blue and yellow.
Very good.
I like it.
Thank you, Fred.
We'll get blue on your right side.
Oh, see, I was thinking blue on the left. I don't know why.
Well, for me, like looking at you all day, the blue would have to go that way, but it's not about me.
Whatever.
I could adjust.
Whatever you want to do. I don't care. I mean,
we'll get the art department to paint you up real nice. It'll be great.
What's happening on Monday? I'm just trying to work my way through this. Okay.
It is
the Warriors. Oh, right. National championship game.
That's right.
National championship game. The Warriors will be on a flight due for Phoenix.
Okay.
They play the Suns the next night.
They still have to go there and play that game?
Yeah, that game's getting easier by the minute.
It
The
kinda
Suns
is.
don't look like they care, and Kevin Durant is
out for a week.
That's
Could
8
be
days
longer.
from now, so maybe he plays in that one, maybe he doesn't.
Well, maybe they're in a spot where he's out for the rest of the year if he doesn't feel like playing anymore.
Well,
if he's hurt.
The Suns right now have built themselves a nice little game and a half hole between them and the 10 seed. So now Durant out for a week, you might be right. They may be a couple of losses away from being like, mail it in, kids. This thing's over.
Yeah.
They're not even going to make the play-in.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Well,
good Lord.
And they just cratered. And this is now, 3 straight seasons of them just completely falling short of the bar. But that's their problem, not ours. I'm just focused on what the caller was saying about Memphis, because that is a tough one where you go from Boston, then Golden State on the second half of a back-to-back. And, the Warriors are already comfy, cozy in Memphis to get a chance to watch that game, and they're all settled in, and Memphis has to go out there and dribble, shoot tonight.
They should go to the game.
That'd be cool.
They should go to the game. You know how, right, college basketball's in town. If you got a night off, the guys will all show up at the game, or like the way the Niners sometimes show up at the Warrior game. That'd be incredible if the Warriors just bought out half of the first row for the game tonight. Everybody dressed in green. Just go out there, just root for
Draymond dressed like a leprechaun.
Draymond just dressed in green. He's like, that's my last name. But that would be, God, why don't people do that? They should do that.
Yeah.
Get in them.
That would be pretty funny.
That'd be amazing. Lucky is on Highway 29. What's up, Lucky?
Hey, what's up, Mark? What's up, Dennis? How you guys doing?
Lucky, doing great.
Good.
Sorry, man, because I'm actually driving up to go get me some relaxation sensation at Cookies and Napa.
There you go, Lucky.
Cookies and Napa. You know what? It's actually going to be an inhalation sensation if you're going to Cookies.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Now, Mark, I want to say this, man.
Let's go.
I hear that you're having a confidence problem. Am I hearing about our team? Now,
okay.
I want to say this, man. You have confidence in waking up, buttoning up your shirt, coming in the show, speaking your piece, and giving us there and your fans what you want to hear. So why would you doubt our team when they are connected now?
Well,
we are posed to do something that nobody is expecting.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yes.
Do you feel that way as a Warriors fan?
Okay, but see, it's interesting the way you phrase that, Lucky. You asked why, and you're just kind of mirroring my question back. Well, the interesting thing, and I don't want to get too all in the woo-woo here, but confidence to me is such an interesting thing. I'm always fascinated by confidence because I don't think you can fake it. You either have it or you don't. And my brain wants to look at this week and be like you are, Lucky. Oh, we got this. People around me know that I use that phrase all the time. That's how I try to approach life. Whatever is coming at us, we got this. It's all good. What I'm trying to figure out, though, is why, forget my brain, my heart, my belly, my gut. Why do they feel the way they do? Why is there still something about this Warrior team that is not convincing? That's what I'm trying to figure out, and I'm wondering if there are other Warrior fans out there who feel that way.
But I'll say this to that. I'm confident and I am nervous, just like you at the same time. But that nervousness is confidence in your team, but scared to see them lose. Right? That's basically what your gut and your heart is saying. I want them to win. That's what your mind is saying. But your heart and your gut is like, oh, I don't know if they're going to do it. They are. They're built for this, Mark.
Okay.
They're built for this, Mark.
I want you to be right, Lucky.
Look, Mark, you're saying the best case scenario, you and Diaz both said 2-2. The other guy said 3-1. Why not 4-0? Why not 8-0? Why not 7-2? Why not 7-1?
Yeah.
6-1.
You're going to make me use my favorite line, Lucky. They're allowed to. They're allowed to. I don't think that they will, but they're allowed to. Thank you, Lucky.
We weren't saying that 2-2 is best case scenario.
No,
we
not
thought
at
that it
all.
was the most likely scenario was that they went 2-2 over the next 4. Best case, obviously 4-0. And I do look at this Memphis matchup tomorrow as an interesting one because they've got one thing that you really struggle with, and that's size. And not only Jaren Jackson Jr., but Zach Edey, who's had himself a pretty good rookie year. So I do think that Memphis can be a tough matchup for Golden State, but you are benefiting by the fact that they will have played tonight.
Man, there's this aspect of it too. I also look at it this way. You're literally about to get a little preview. Like, let's say things do go well and the Warriors make the playoffs as one of the top 6 seeds. Well, guess what's going to happen immediately? You will immediately be matched up against one of these teams. So this is a little preview of sorts to see, I like your words, some measuring stick this week to see where the Warriors actually stand in the Western Conference picture. It doesn't mean we can take everything out of it. That's too small of a sample because the Warriors are at the end of a road trip and they're only getting each of these teams one time. But this is rubber meat in the road. Conversation that we've been having since Jimmy Butler arrived. There are a fair number of fans who have said, well, this is less about Jimmy Butler and it's more just about the way the schedule fell. Jimmy Butler arrived right at a time when the Warriors had their easiest run on the schedule. And that is, by data, factual. I think that's a weak take because I don't think that's the way professional sports works. I don't think you just suddenly become devastatingly good because things get a little weak. They've had some good wins, but this is it. This is sort of the last chapter of the book for the regular season. The one thing that you haven't done yet since Jimmy Butler arrived is beat a Western Conference playoff team. So here you go. Here's all of them.
Right.
Here's all of them.
All but one.
And one of them is going to be, again, this is under the premise that you make it. One of them is going to be your opponent. So there's also the psychological aspect of this. My God, they have got to beat the Lakers. You cannot go 0-4 against the freaking Lakers. They're not that good.
Yeah.
I know it's a tough matchup, but watch them play right now. They're not that good. They're okay. They've been struggling, to be honest with you. So I throw that into this week too. They've got to start getting a psychological edge on some of these teams. They're probably going to see one of them in a couple of weeks.
And Denver's the other one.
Yes.
Denver's beaten you 9 straight times in the regular season, and that's going back a few years now. So there's that mental block. And you mentioned the Lakers, who knocked you out of the playoffs a couple of years ago, and they've beaten you all 3 times this year. So I think that there's a lot to that. And I also look at the Houston matchup, where you're going to play the Rockets for the 5th time this year. You're 3-1 against Houston. Yep. You feel like you kind of have ownage over Houston. So you want to make sure you get this one, because that would basically be a best of 7, and you would have eliminated them in 5. This will be the 5th time you play them this year. Memphis is a little bit different because they now have all their horses back for the first time, and you've got your full squad, but they will be coming off a back-to-back. So for me, the Memphis and the Houston games look like the most likely wins. Can you steal one of the other 2? If so, you get face paint.
Yeah.
You'll be painted up.
Dude, I'd be happy to do it. I'll go to Michael's and do the shopping myself on Sunday afternoon. Well, I may not know until Monday, maybe Monday morning. I'll do it. You know, the other thing, though, we keep talking about this, like, oh, what have they done against those teams? And they lead the Rockets 3-1, and the Lakers, they've got the season series 3-0. You know what it dawns on me? Do you know the last time they saw any of these teams? I mean, I know they saw Denver, right, with that weird game right before the end of the homestand where Gordon just went off.
No Jokic.
Right, no Jokic.
Murray.
Outside of that, saw the Lakers back on February 6th.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler watched from the bench. That was the night that the trade got approved, but he didn't play. So that's pre-Jimmy Butler. The last time they saw Memphis was here at Chase Center on January 4th. Okay? And the last time they saw Houston, February 13th, right before the All-Star break. And that was that weird game where they sort of played their people for half the game. And Jimmy was in that game. But is it fair for me to throw this into conversation? If everybody's going to tell Jonathan Kuminga for a month and a half, well, you're rejoining a completely different team. Well, then I don't care what you did about any of these teams before because you're a completely different team.
Yeah, you're facing a completely different team.
Which is, I think, a good thing because it's a better team. But I don't know from matchup to matchup. They certainly didn't look any better against Denver. They looked awful.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that goes into this week, and I think a lot of questions that still need to be answered, even for a team that's winning at a very high clip.
Yes, and I do think you have to look at it in terms of matchups, like you were saying. And Andrew Wiggins, for example, when he was here and you faced the Lakers, well, they had Anthony Davis, and they didn't have Luka. They had LeBron, and Wiggins was a guy who could guard LeBron. I don't know what your LeBron approach is now. Do you put Jimmy Butler on him?
What if Kuminga's not playing yet?
Right. Well, he should be playing. I would hope he's playing.
I don't know.
Thursday.
Just because he's questionable doesn't mean like guys get named questionable and then they're out.
Well, and Steph had 2 games he missed with that same contusion.
Exactly. And that same tag, by the way.
Exactly. So, maybe Kuminga isn't ready by the time you gear up for a Thursday game. But just starting to think about matchups, and particularly with Memphis tomorrow, and they've got not one but 2 7-footers, including, Zach Edey, who goes about 7'3". And I just wonder what the Warriors do against such a big front line.
I think this is probably, of everything I've heard today, the most under-discussed thing yet is the fact that Gary Payton II is out, and the guy that Steve Kerr said we are handpicking to be his defensive replacement is now hurt too. Who the hell's doing this?
Yeah.
Who's guarding Ja?
Who's guarding anybody?
Who's guarding LeBron? Who's guarding these people?
Who's guarding Desmond Bane? Who's guarding Jaren Jackson Jr.?
Right. Who's guarding Jalen Green on Sunday? Now, maybe it is Jonathan. Grandy brings up a good point, though. Steph missed 2 games with this, but the schedule was very spacey at that time. Steph sat out an entire week. If Jonathan sits out an entire week, that's all 4 games.
That's right, yeah.
That's all of them. Now, I don't know. I know nothing about the level of contusion, but it looked pretty damn similar.
Yeah.
It was big man, fall hard, stay down. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like with Steph. It's what it looked like with Jonathan. So that's my biggest question. I love what Moody is doing out there, and I believe still in Jimmy the defender, but you're starting to get real low on players who can go out on a wing and guard a star NBA player.
Yeah, Moses can do it, but he's not as good as GP2, and, Kuminga gives you athleticism and length, and Guy Santos now is going to have to play more minutes. He's going to be back in that heavy rotation if Kuminga, in fact, is out tomorrow, which is kind of the expectation. I know he's questionable, but I'd be surprised if he took a fall yesterday and couldn't return to the game, and he's listed as questionable. Feels to me like a stretch to think that he'd be able to play tomorrow.
I agree with that. I mean,
just because he never came back in the game.
Never came back in the game, and Steve Kerr after the game, like just the sound of his quotes when he's kind of like, gosh, yeah, you just feel terrible for Jonathan because he was just starting to get those legs back and, back from injury already. When a coach sounds like that, it makes you feel like he's going to miss some time. But then again, we've got the confusion of the report goes out from Warriors PR, and it goes out all over social media that Jonathan's got an ankle problem with the same ankle that caused him to miss 2 months.
Yeah.
And then today they're like, no, never mind, that's fine. Well, wait, what happened there? What? Like, we're not talking about, that game you used to play in kindergarten where you pass the message around the room and
Telephone.
see if it's, we're not doing, this is the Golden State Warriors. What do you mean he has an ankle problem? And then you come out the next day and be like, nope, he doesn't have an ankle problem. It's a contusion of his pelvis. What? That couldn't be more different. So I don't know what Jonathan's feeling, but I'm with you. If I had to guess right now based on nothing, I would think that he doesn't play tomorrow night. That's probably true.
So then you look at the defense, as you were talking about, with GP2 out indefinitely and no Kuminga, and you start to really run out of wing defenders pretty fast. Jimmy Butler, great defender. Steph, not a terrific wing defender. And, Draymond can guard just about anybody, but you have a lot of weapons with Memphis that you have to deal with. Size and length.
Yes, you really, really do. You really, really do. You brought up Bane. And by the way, I do think Memphis, should check out right now what their injury report is for tonight's game. Because again, they're hosting the Celtics tonight. I think that for the first time in quite some time, I think Memphis is good to go. Yeah, they are, dude. They're fine. Ja will play. I mean, again, let's see them play tonight, what happens, but Ja is in, and Jaren is in, and Desmond Bane is in, and Zach Edey, and Aldama, and the whole gang is ready to go. So you do the math. Who's guarding who? It is very, very challenging. And so, I'm not trying to sound an alarm today. I'm almost it's really a journey of curiosity because you watched them play last night. They looked fantastic. All the ball movement. The ball movement was chef's kiss. And that's when I think the Warriors are at their best. But then we get to today, and I just looked at it all, and I'm like, oh, God, this doesn't feel like they are ready for this. Because I just don't know if last night means they're back and they're humming, or were they just playing a minor league team?
I think the latter. They're not back and they're humming, but they did go out and look better and they played better. The New Orleans game was a head scratcher, and you guys were pointing out the 14-2 deficit, which was really frustrating to think that after back-to-back losses, that's what you came out with. And then you eventually woke up and won the game. And yesterday you looked much better. You were against an overmatched opponent. And so now you face a healthy Memphis team that's going to be hungry because they want to make sure they stay out of a play-in jeopardy.
For sure.
And I'm looking at the Basketball Reference playoff probabilities that I've referenced many times.
What do we got?
Right now they have a 19% chance to be the 6.
The Warriors.
Yeah. Minnesota's at 31%. The Clippers are at 15.5%.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then the 7 seed, the Clippers have a 33% chance. The Warriors have a 25% chance. So the numbers are indicating the Warriors might be looking at the 8 seed. And they also estimate what they'll do with the remaining games, and they have the Warriors going 4-4 the rest of the way.
And that's probably going to be the 8. That'd be my guess.
If you go 4-4,
depending on whether or not when you play the Clippers a week from Sunday, is that a win or a loss?
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. We are here for you. 888-957-9570. Just taking your temperature. When you look at this week, what are you feeling, Warrior fans? Are you feeling optimistic, pessimistic, confident, somewhere in between? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Dalton Johnson, I think, is going to jump in here in about 20 minutes. Kevon Looney in about an hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
Jimmy Butler with a drive. Goes to the baseline, bounce pass, ill-advised. Taken by Chris Paul to Castle. Back to the trailer. It's deflected away off Sohan's hands to Podziemski. Butler back to the basket, finds Curry. Curry shows the ball, dribbles into the crowd, finds Moody. He's in the left corner, and it's a three for Moses Moody.
Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What did Moody need to start getting the ball to go in the basket? Just a little trip to see Willie and Debbie.
That's it. That's
all he needed.
A little bit of that afternoon drive karma coming your way.
Felt bad for him, though. He came on our show, and then Arkansas was winning.
Dude.
And then they were winning. And then they were winning big. And then they were winning.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, they weren't winning anymore.
Nope. That thing got away from them in a hurry.
Man. And then the same thing, the Chase Center had some interesting games on Thursday and Saturday.
Yep.
In that, you have that Arkansas Tech game, and Tech rallies back from down 16 late. I mean, in the college game, that's a lot.
Yep.
And then they didn't hit a buzzer beater, but it might as well have been. It's a 3-point shot, contested three with just a few seconds left to go, send it to overtime, and win. So, whoa, pig suey. That's the end of Arkansas. And then Florida kind of did it to them over the weekend. Like, Tech, they didn't have a huge lead, but they had that game.
The whole way.
And then who was that cat that hit his heater with about 3 minutes to go? He just started hitting fall-away threes. Who
Walter
was
Clayton?
that?
Walter Clayton.
Yeah.
First team All-American.
He was taking bad shots and they were going in.
Well, he can flat out shoot the basketball.
Yeah, he can play.
He's a player. And then there's the whole Cooper Flagg experience where he straight took over that game.
He's good. My God.
He's not only is he a good player, but then you watch him on defense, just swatting everybody.
Yeah, he's good.
Rebounds, assists. He can score
He's
at all
nice.
three levels with either hand.
He's nice.
Yeah, he's going to look good in a Spurs uniform. Because you know they're going to frozen envelope that thing again.
I threw that at Ephraim last
heard,
night.
yeah.
Shiver went through his spine. That would be interesting. That would be and he got me because I was like, why the hell would you frozen envelope San Antonio, Texas?
Yeah, and his response was just
it was elite.
Great.
He's like, you're not thinking big enough. International market.
There you go.
Victor Wembanyama.
Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili.
Cha-ching.
Tim Duncan.
So Wemby, Cooper, and De'Aaron. And
Cash me out
Big
one
three.
time.
international sensation.
Yep.
Possibly. So anyway, yeah, if you're an NBA conspiracy theorist, there it is. There it is. They got 8 teams with worse record than them, but they'll figure it out.
Is it 8? Yeah, I'm just looking at it here.
Yeah, half.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Eastern
6, 7.
Conference.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, they're the 8th worst.
Eighth worst. Okay,
And
yeah.
that gives them a very slim chance to get it done.
Yeah,
but
the Spurs are 31 and 43. If they were in the East, that would have them 2 games out of the play-in tournament.
yeah, exactly.
Seriously, the Miami Heat are the 10 seed in the East right now. They're 33 and 41.
Right now, San Antonio has a 6% chance at the number 1 seed, a 26% chance at top 4.
There you go.
Okay, 6% chance at the number 1 pick.
Correct.
Yeah, 106% chance. I mean, especially with the new thing that kind of gets thrown into this bucket that we would never think about before is the player going, nah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm good. I'm going to stick with me. We looked it up. Cooper Flagg is estimated to be making about $5 million a year.
At Duke. Okay.
Brock Purdy is looking at Cooper Flagg going, dude, you make a lot of money.
No doubt.
Okay? So, like, is that the money that he'll make in the NBA? No. And I'm sure, right? Like, you take all the risk and everything of injuries. And so when it's time to go, you go, and it's time to go. But Cooper does have that option that if Utah gets the number 1 pick, you're like, I tell you what.
I'll get back to you.
Exactly.
I'll get back to you, Utah.
I think Duke's not bad. Well, let's do this one more again.
Rookie scale this year for the number 1 overall pick in the NBA was $10.5 million.
They make about, I think it was about 50 guaranteed over the life of the deal is what they're estimating.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's 50 guaranteed. Or you go back to Duke, and if they win the Natty in a week from today, and he decides to return, that $5 million probably goes up. He's already doing like major commercials.
The problem is if you win the national championship, what's your reason at your press conference for staying? If they lose next weekend, you go, oh, God, it's always been my dream to win a national championship for Duke. And so I want to go back there and give it another college try, like legitimately the old college try.
Yep.
If they win the whole thing, what's he say? Well, I love this. I want to do it again.
Maybe he wants to be the greatest college player ever.
Maybe.
And while you're making $5 million, and that's going to go up if you win the Natty and you get more endorsements and advertisements and the rest of it, maybe you want to be, the first guy to win it first 2 years and be National Player of the Year 2 straight years. And I doubt it, but, everyone's cut differently. You just never know.
No doubt. All right, Dalton Johnson on the Warriors is going to join us in just about 6 or 7 minutes. Might as well throw this out. There's breaking news. Don't hit the little thingamabob, but there is some developing news in baseball. Braves outfielder, Giants fans will know him as a longtime San Diego Padre, but Braves outfielder Jurickson Profar has been suspended for 80 games for a violation of the Joint Drug Prevention and Treatment Program. So in other words, he tested positive for some performance enhancers, and it's been a hell of a first week for the Atlanta Braves. They went to San Diego and got whacked 4 straight times. So an 0-4 start, and now one of their starting outfielders will miss half of the season. So yay Braves. Good job.
Brutal.
You're doing great.
Absolutely brutal. And, you sit here with an 0-for after the opening series, and now you lose Profar. And I do applaud Major League Baseball for finally ratcheting up the punishment for these sort of incidents because
they had to.
80 games, half a season.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. So see you in late July.
Yeah, but you still get your mid-range player, and that's why everybody has always said it's more prevalent at the minor league level because, okay, we're going to suspend you for half a year, and so you're going to miss out on half of your paychecks for 1 year. And you're like, well, I just signed a 4-year deal for $80 million, right? And they go, okay, well, we're taking $10 million from you. And you go, so I got $70 million. I think I'll keep shooting that stuff in my butt. Go ahead, Grandy. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. I did it on purpose.
They'll do it anyway. Wow. Profar signed 3 years, $42 million.
Whatever. So what is that a year? 14 a year.
So we lose.
So we're going to take 7, and now you get $35 million.
Right. And not his first deal, so he's already hopefully stacked some cheddar.
Right. And who knows? This is where my mind goes whenever I see something like this. It's like, well, how long have you been doing that? Is that why you were good for the last 4 years in San Diego? Because you were on performance enhancers? And if that's the case, yes, it is a good financial bet. Risk to take. Because even if you get caught, you're all right. You're okay.
Well, depending on what you've done before that.
$35 million left over from that $42 million.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It still hurts, though, a $7 million haircut.
Sure.
That would hurt.
Sure. But, what if you never would have gotten even the 35 in the first place? What if you never would have made the bigs if you didn't do this?
Yeah, and we don't know if that's the case, but that's why I do think it is more prevalent in the minor leagues because guys are just trying to break through and make that one contract.
Speaking of the minor leagues, you know what happens tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Athletics home opener. Let's go. Come on, Sacktown. Let's see it. You want to know what I just saw?
Tell me.
I saw a picture of the setup for the pre- and post-game press conferences for the Athletics in Sacramento. It essentially would be if you had about 5 buddies come over into the shed in your backyard and stuck some chairs in it and said, have a seat. What do you want to ask me? That's what it looks like at the A's stadium,
ballpark,
whatever you want to call it, Sutter Health something. That's what it looks like.
It's a little podunk is what you're telling me.
Yes, I'm not even kidding. It's a shed. It's a shed that has room for about 4 seats from left to right, from end to end.
It's like a narrow trailer.
Yes.
Essentially, like a single wide, not even a double wide, but just a single wide trailer.
You know what this like. You know how golf tournament media press.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, but way smaller.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Because everything in golf tournaments is like constructed, temporary, and then it's on the move.
Looks like somebody stuck a greenhouse out in the middle of a golf course, and you go in there, and Tiger Woods is in there saying nothing. That's what you do.
My swing looks good. I feel good. Right. I like my chances.
That's right. Right. Well, I went with a 4-iron and, pushed it a little to the right. Okay. but that's what it looks like out there at Sutter Health. Whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Hi, Tiger.
Well, it's just their temporary, maybe permanent home. That's all. For the Athletics.
For the Athletics.
Right. No city mentioned.
No city. Not Sacramento A's, not Oakland A's. Right. But a Vegas logo on the uniform.
Gotcha. A Vegas patch, right?
Yes. A patch. So, anyway, there's your news. Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area, ... we think. And the reason I say that is for a very, very relatable reason. I think Dalton, you'll love this. I think Dalton's on daddy duty.
Oh boy, okay.
So that was like I'm sorry if I'm putting his stuff out on the air, but he's like, I'd like to join. I think I can join, but I don't know if I can join.
You just never know.
I don't know what the little bugger's going to do.
Right.
So we'll find out. But anyway, he's been on good portions of this road trip that the Warriors are on right now. So give us a little bit of a look inside the whole thing as it comes down the stretch with the two hardest games of the entire trip. At Memphis tomorrow, at LA on Thursday. All of it will play out right here, of course, on 95.7 The Game. And we're talking it out all afternoon. And when the Warriors arrive in Memphis, Kevon Looney is going to give us a buzz as well. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs. I think I'll keep shooting that stuff in my butt.
Curry in the ball front court. Off a screen. Quick release. Splash from the hash mark. Vintage Curry. 20-point lead for the Dubs, their largest.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Well, thank you, Chef. Nice to see you back playing basketball. It is the worst or easiest take any sports radio host could give you. The Warriors ain't going no damn where unless Steph and Jimmy are both healthy for all of it, period. Thank you for coming to my show.
Yeah.
Like that. They can't function without both of them. You know, we did that whole, which one would you like, Jimmy without Steph? It doesn't matter. Need them both or you stink.
Pretty much. Well,
that's kind of my eyes right now.
I don't think that Jimmy can really operate without Steph, and Steph certainly has been thriving since Jimmy came.
Let's go out to the River Islands guest line and get our buddy Dalton Johnson on NBC Sports Bay Area, all over the Warriors beat. And I'm going to put the over-under on 18 and a half text messages between you and me over the last week and a half in order to make right now happening. Does that sound about right, Dalton?
That sounds about right. That sounds like the life of a beer reporter on the road, coming home, taking care of a 1-year-old, making it work. So I appreciate you guys finding the time for me right now.
No, and thank you, and we appreciate you doing it. We were actually, I let everybody know that you were on daddy duty. So let us know who is your 1-year-old and what are they doing right now?
Jim is doing good. He just finished some lunch up and had a good nap today. And we try to keep the screen time down, but Miss Rachel could be our best friend at times too, like right now.
Miss Rachel is the GOAT. I have a 2.5-year-old, and my daughter will get a healthy dose of Miss Rachel when need be, Dalton, without a doubt.
That's right. When need be is the right way to say it. That's for sure.
All right. Hey, Dalton, first and foremost, what do you know about Jonathan Kuminga? Because that was a weird deal yesterday where they're like, it's the ankle, and then the news comes out today that no, it's the same thing Steph had. So what do you know?
Right, yeah, I mean, very interesting to see, as you just laid out there, Mark. I mean, when he first landed, it was just such an awkward land. I mean, he bounced off the hardwood in San Antonio, kind of like Steph did, but the way he fell, where it's like he went heel first with both legs, and you're going, okay, well, it seems like this is a Steph thing. And then when the Warriors announced that he's out with the right ankle soreness, the same ankle that he missed 31 games for, now I'm getting concerned, of course, because it's not like Jonathan Kuminga has looked like the same exact player since before the injury, but it's, of course, a much different team. I think, that it must be a positive that it's the right pelvic contusion, not the right ankle soreness, and he's considered questionable in Memphis, because I thought for sure if it is going to be an ankle that he might miss some time, and maybe it won't be any time at all. Maybe it'll just be one game. So definitely a positive to see him questionable with the pelvic contusion compared to that right ankle soreness.
Have we seen enough in Jonathan Kuminga's return to really gauge not only where he is, but how he's going to fit with Jimmy and Steph and Draymond?
Yeah, as far as where he is and, the short sample, I mean, he's played, 8-9 games since he's been back. I don't think it's enough time, but what I do think it is kind of seeing exactly like the best ways to maximize Jonathan Kuminga, the right ways to utilize him. And I thought the New Orleans game was pretty much like the blueprint, offensively at least. There were still times defensively, where you really wanted him to see him step into that GP2 role, on-ball defender, even bigger, obviously, than GP2. But offensively, the way he was used as a screener with Steph Curry, that's the easiest way to maximize the best out of Jonathan Kuminga. It's not working right now with Jimmy Butler. It's tough because it's almost like making two mid-season trades when you bring back a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, when you bring in a guy like Jimmy Butler, especially the way JK was rolling before the injury, and they needed him to be that guy at that time. Get the ball in your hands, go down and get a bucket. A little bit different right now, of course, with Jimmy Butler here. Like I said, the eye test shows, the advanced numbers show, it's not working between the two of them. So I just think the way that Steve Kerr used him in New Orleans, the non-Jimmy minutes, let him be with Steph Curry, use their offset skill sets, and everything, the way they can complement each other. Because I think he had 3 finishes at the rim off of ball screen action. He had 4 free throws. He was obviously really efficient that game. He got the 7 rebounds. Like that offensively is the blueprint. And so I'm not so concerned. I mean, I can have a little concern about the Jimmy and JK combination because ideally, top 5 talent-wise, you'd want to see them close together. Right now, though, I'm more focused on, hey, if he fits alongside Steph in this simplest action where he could do a quick slip and just run into 16 points, just make it be that. Let's just simplify it down as easy as possible right now for Jonathan Kuminga.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area with us. I would like to dig into that a little bit more because I think you laid it out perfectly. But Dalton, if advanced analytics say that Jimmy and JK are not doing well together, I think that's a pretty big deal, don't you?
Yeah, no, exactly. Like I said, I mean, talent-wise, when you bring him in, you're thinking that your closing 5 is going to be some combination, of course, of Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, and then JK, and then it'd be kind of that extra, okay, is it going to be Moses Moody? Is it going to be Brandon Podziemski? Do you use a little bit of Quinn post action for that stretch 5? But you're thinking, again, talent-wise, he's a top 4 talent. But, I mean, I even think, and I don't want to speak for Steve Kerr by any means, but as far as just closing a game with making, like, the simple, smart basketball play, I could see him turn into Guy Santos earlier than he would to Jonathan Kuminga down the stretch of a game. So, again, it's tough because there's only so much time left. We know what the standings are. So I just think that whenever you have them, you just utilize them for what is best right now. And, like, you can't worry about the future or anything else like that. And then once it's playoff time, you got to throw all the egos to the side. And you can't worry about, well, like, this was a former top pick. This was here. If it's not working, take it out. Like, go with what's rolling, obviously. And I think even out loud, Steve Kerr's been saying that. When GP2, when he first went down to injury recently here, he said out loud he wants that to kind of be, a blueprint for Jonathan Kuminga as far as defensively, on ball, be in that dunker spot. But we know that the defense is still shaky for someone who has all the athleticism in the world, right? So, yeah, it hasn't been perfect. It's tough. Like I said, it almost feels like 2 mid-season trades where you're just trying to make sure that it's not a round hole and a round peg in a square hole or anything like that, because time is not on their side or on Jonathan Kuminga's side right now.
Well, in the meantime, you mentioned Guy Santos as a guy who likely will get increased minutes. If Kuminga's unable to go against Memphis, what kind of a lineup do they put out there to contend with a pretty athletic and a long Memphis team?
It's a great question, and I think that you've really seen the way that someone like Moses Moody has had so much more responsibility defensively and taken to that. I mean, we saw back-to-back possessions right this last game where he put the clamps on Harrison Barnes. He's done it against big-time names like Cade Cunningham. I remember that in the first half where I think Cade Cunningham that game only had 7 points at halftime. So I look at someone like Moses who isn't quite the explosive athlete that Jonathan Kuminga is, but he uses his length so well, and he's just got into big time scorers, both guards and wings, so well recently. I think that was kind of part of the reason his 3-point shot though has slipped a little bit, because he's had so much defensive responsibility. That's why I do think that with a take care of business, get right game like it was in San Antonio, why it was so huge for Moses Moody and Brandon Podziemski to find that 3-point stroke and just be confident with their shot, because really, like, behind the top 3, Brandon Podziemski might be this team's most important player, because he has the ball in his hand so much. He is the backcourt mate to Steph Curry. Teams are going to challenge him to shoot the ball, not expecting him to go 7 of 9 from 3 every game. So those 2 youngsters having that kind of game and a get-right game, I think can really, gain the kind of momentum for this 4-game gauntlet coming up.
Dalton, I'm going to say this right up front. I hate the question I'm about to ask you.
Okay, here we go.
I hate it that we're here. Largely because I'd like to stay in the moment with regard to a very, very exciting week. But when you say that Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, at least to this point, are having a hard time playing together, My man, what does that mean for the future?
And that's the question, right? I mean, that's kind of the, what do we want to call it? The 20, 25, 30, $35 million question, whatever it might be. We know that market has really fluctuated this season, and that's what has to be tough for someone who's 22 years old, former top pick, feels like in year 4, he's ready for that kind of leap, and he's shown flashes of that leap. But also in year 4, you should feel so confident and comfortable with a player that has that kind of potential to close out important games. And I just don't know if that trust is fully there right now, especially coming back from the injury. So it's tough, I mean, I know that they're obviously doing everything they can to stay in that moment. And I'm sure that their message to Jonathan Kuminga when he's healthy and God willing that he's able to play against the Grizzlies is to just make sure that he's staying in the moment the best he can too, right? He can't go out there trying to play for a contract every game, every second, every sequence, or else it's just going to tumble worse, and he's going to hurt his market value, and he's going to hurt the Warriors as well. So I think for them, they're really going to have to do everything they can to focus in the now. And if that means, a game where Jonathan Kuminga only plays 16 minutes, so be it. If it's a game where his athleticism is really shining and he's able to go power on power, which is going to be huge at times in a playoff series, and all of a sudden he runs into a 25, 30-point efficient night, great. But I think that it's going to come down to right now Steve Kerr really kind of seeing, the integrity of the game and being able to take him out or ride the hot hand as long as needed with Jonathan Kuminga.
It's such a gentle and a tricky sort of dance that you have to do with a young player, as you were mentioning, a guy who's chasing the contract, yet winning has to be at the forefront. When you look at Moody and Pods of late, especially on this road trip, what sort of growth and confidence have you seen from those two in particular this year?
Well, I really do go to the defensive side because, the shot has been streaky for both of them, and I think that they've shown at times, though, that, we can trust the shot, further and further along. I still think Brandon Podziemski's shot is going to play the longer he gets in his career, and especially for a guy that is going to get those hustle type of plays. He's going to run into, 5-6 rebounds. He sees the floor so well. But his defense has just gotten better because help side defense, I think that he had times as a rookie that he really stood out. He might have been the smartest, off ball defender since Draymond, but he also really went over aggressive at times, and it hurt him as someone who's not a mega athlete. But I think they've both really taken on the challenge, it feels like, in the last month, 2 months, as far as that side of the ball. So I really want to see, Brandon Podziemski playing against a Ja Morant this next game, because what different kind of players, what different kind of athletes, and for BP, it's all about doing everything he can to keep an athlete like Ja Morant in front best he can, knowing that now behind him, he has both Draymond and Jimmy. And I think that has instilled confidence in both of those young guys, is knowing that, okay, behind me, I got two dogs that are ready to scare off anybody in Draymond and Jimmy Butler. So I think that's been huge for them, is just that confidence defensively, knowing that if they have them behind, that they can do everything in their power to just exert as much effort to just do whatever they can to slow down that big-time scorer, because they don't want to mess with Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us on Willard and Dibs. Dalton, especially because you've been around the team a lot off and on here the last couple of weeks, I just wonder what your read is, your temperature check on their readiness for this week. Because bottom line, they've been so much better with Jimmy Butler. They have not really had the opportunity to, but they have not yet beaten a Western Conference playoff team. And now they get 4 of them in a row. Are they ready for this?
Yeah, and I think that's why that you bring in a Jimmy Butler, because you trust that that's the kind of guy that is going to be ready for this and is going to, be a leader like Steph Curry, like Draymond Green, where everyone else can follow behind and be like, hey, lead us to battle. Put on the shield. Let's get the armor going, because we're ready for any kind of battle in front of us. because he's been there. Obviously, we know what he did in Miami with the kind of talent around him that he had. And I think it's just going to be great for this team that it gets to go down to possibly the final day, but this next week is going to decide the standings. They can go as high as 4, they can go back to 8. Who knows? It's up to them. I think that they have to win 3 out of these next 4 games. It's going to be big time. It's a big time ask for a team like this, especially being on the road for 14 days and you had the back-to-back against the Lakers and the Nuggets. Like that's tough, obviously, right? But I do think that, yeah, we've seen this team play down to competition, and now we really want to see them play up to competition, having Steph Curry, having Jimmy Butler, having Draymond Green. That's what this big 3 is here for, is real veterans who have been there and done that. So I'm super excited because I feel like this is when those 3 especially, they just almost get like this, their antennas just go up and like they're buzzing like this is the meaningful basketball that they've been begging for all season long.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. And so maybe we do get the best of them. Dalton, thank you so much. Everything's okay over there? 1-year-old still
We're
good?
good. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Happy little bone. We can't complain.
Okay. Perfect. You can always, I mean, maybe it's a little too young, but, just drip a little, like $1 of wine in the milk.
Yeah, just a little bit, right?
Yeah, just when you need that extra nap. Yeah,
you got that right.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. Okay, Dalton.
We're out here in wine country. We know all the tricks.
Perfect.
Nice.
Thanks, Dalton. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right. No, I'm not here calling for underage drinking, especially at age 1.
That's a little early.
It's a little early.
It's one thing for LeBron James to serve wine to his kids when they're teenagers and in high school. That's another story when you start to give a little 1-year-old a little splash.
Yours doesn't have fake ID yet?
No fake ID.
Okay.
And she's
mine does.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could probably get away with it. And my son,
you think?
Well, he's 6'5".
Yes.
He might be 6'6" by the time you get home, and he looks a little bit like a grown up. My older son, he absolutely could get away with it. He was bearded at like 18 and 6'2", and it's like, yeah, you can do some things now.
Yeah, you can. All right, the Warriors have landed in Memphis.
Okay,
so we can safely report that they are on the scene, lean and mean, and they're on their way from the airport to the hotel. And shortly after they get there, Kevon Looney is going to come on the show with us. So looking forward to that. And look, we've kind of arrived at a point where we have to say it this way. Like, I don't want to get into any Jonathan Kuminga debates today. I really don't. I don't think there's really much of one to have.
There's no debate to have.
He played 7 minutes, and then he got hurt, and nobody wants him hurt. But I didn't know the level of what Dalton just said to us. And I think it's a pretty big deal. I think it's a pretty big deal to bring that to the conversation. Instead of everybody is, because we can even just look at our text line. Most recent text on our board right now, Kuminga is trash. He doesn't fit with anyone. And then he even names himself, Jake. Jake from Danville. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you listening. I don't think Kuminga is trash, but you hear the way the conversation goes. He's either a future all-star or he's trash, and we get into all of that, and I don't really have the energy for it at this point. I think it's getting to be a little bit toxic. But I do think we can bring this to the conversation and figure out what to do with it. Advanced analytics are telling you that Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga don't play well together. I'm sorry. That is a freaking neon sign.
It's a big deal.
That is a huge deal. Analytics say Jonathan and Jimmy don't play well together. Oh, God.
Well, it's because they both are best when they have the basketball. And Jonathan Kuminga is not a tremendous off-ball offensive player right now.
Yep.
He's not a guy who, unless he's doing, like what Dalton was saying was great, you could have him just slip the screen, set a screen, and instead of actually making the screen happen, you slip it, you roll, you throw the lob, you give it to him right away, and you let him go finish at the rim. That's something that he's really, really good at. But when he's not involved in the action, either being the screener or being the dribbler on a screen roll, he's not going to be as effective. He's not great at just spotting up on the three-point line and waiting for the ball to come to him. He's a guy who needs to have the ball to cook. And so when you have Jimmy and Steph and Draymond already on the ball more, I don't know how Kuminga can really get comfortable with any of those three on the court.
Well, I tell you what, I just like, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. When I watch Jimmy Butler play right now, and I know a lot of people, especially as we're getting down to the end, this is kind of an NBA culture thing. It's like you want the dogs to take over. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean to you when someone, quote, takes over? And I can remember this debate for a long time when LeBron came into the league, and there were fans who had a really hard time when it was like a tie game or you're down one and the ball would go to LeBron's hands in a final possession, and he would break down a defender and he would penetrate, and then he would do the unthinkable.
How could you? Pass the ball.
Pass.
To the guy who's open.
To an open shooter.
Right.
Disgusting.
I don't know. What kind of a star would make the right play?
Scared.
Yep.
A scared one. That's the only one.
That's what they always would say.
Kobe would never do that. Kobe would rise up and brick that thing and lose the game.
With three guys in his face.
That's what Kobe would do. Right? And obviously, Kobe and Michael, like there's a certain just sort of way. There's a way. There's multiple ways to play basketball, and all these people are incredibly brilliant. But that's kind of how I see Jimmy sometimes. I see him as very, very aware of what's going on around him, and he's almost somebody who, when he penetrates, when he sees the need to get to the free throw line, he's going to get to the free throw line. But if he sees the need to create a three-point shot for a role player who's hitting his shot that night, he's going to do that. And that has already, in a short period of time, shown itself to be very, very effective basketball. And so that's, as you just said, that's not Jonathan's game. So I love it when Jimmy is not scoring. I don't want Jimmy to have to score 25 or 30 a night. I don't think that's who he is. I think Jimmy Butler is a solid 17 to 18 a night, go get you about 6 to 9 rebounds, but that assist total will also get high. And then what do we see? Boy, it looks like he's just unlocked everyone around him. Right, because he's created something that isn't there normally. But that's not Jonathan's game. And so we're going to keep seeing nights, I think, like last night, where you're like, oh, everybody just suddenly looks unlocked again when Jonathan's off the floor. This is a real challenge for Steve Kerr. It's not about anybody being good or bad. It's about finding the right lineups at the right time and how often can you go to them.
And part of the challenge, I do think, Mark, is that you're not going to have GP2, looks like, for the rest of the regular season, and who knows how long with the sprained thumb on the shooting hand. So you need athletic defense, and Kuminga can provide that. He doesn't always do it, so he is your best athlete. So how do you have Jonathan Kuminga be an effective offensive player and unlock other guys when you have Jimmy Butler out there? And so how do you have Kuminga even play if offensively he's not really unlocking other guys, but you need him on defense? You're in a little bit of a pickle because you can't just go out there with Quentin Post and Buddy Hield in pods on defense all the time. You'll get cooked by these teams.
Well, let's play with this a little bit. Let us throw it out to you. When do you think the Warriors are at their best? When you watch them play, you can answer that however you want, but when do you think the Warriors are at their absolute best? And what does that look like? 888-957-9570. We would love to take your calls. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we're also tracking those Warriors. They are busting to the hotel, and shortly after they get there, Kevon Looney is going to jump on the show with us. So we look forward to that. This is Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. What's going on, everybody? Here we go.
17-6 Warriors. Here's Chris Paul. Rotates and stolen by Curry. Flashing into the passing lane to Draymond on the break. Takes it to the foul line. Finds Podziemski right side. Lob to Butler. Catches and scores right at the rim. And another timeout by the Spurs. 19-6. A 12-1 run for the Warriors. Dub Nation. It's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Ah, dang it!
What happened?
Damn it!
Wow, I'll ask again. What happened? What'd I miss?
Jaylen Brown has been ruled out of tonight's game between the Celtics and the Memphis Grizzlies.
Well, that's too bad because we want Memphis to lose.
That's
but
right.
Your reaction, I thought, was maybe a little bit stronger because you had some action on Jaylen Brown.
No, I don't.
Via Underdog.
No, no.
Use the promo code Willard.
That's right. My last name will save you a big old, but actually not going to save you money. It's going to get you more money.
Yep.
With
that
your
promo
with
cash.
Yeah.
I thought that's what the reaction was stemming from. Okay.
No. The games haven't even started yet. How could I be mad at gambling at 3:50 in the afternoon?
Because you maybe had a lean on Jaylen Brown that you really, really liked, and now you don't get to have that.
No. I just want the Celtics to play good basketball tonight.
Well,
that's what I'm rooting for.
You talk about a strength in numbers operation.
Yeah, no,
that
they
team's
still
got.
Yes,
they got mad depth.
They do have that. But anyway, there's that, and that game doesn't start for another hour or so, right? Do I have that right?
4:30.
4:30. Okay.
I got it at 4:30.
Yep, you're right. All right. Celtics and Grizzlies coming up in 40 minutes. It's actually 50 minutes, and Jaylen Brown will not be playing. And actually, of more importance than the Celtics winning is tire the Grizzlies out. I hope it's a triple overtime extravaganza in Memphis tonight. That's what I'm actually rooting for.
I get that, but at the same time, I'm a believer that you should be able to handle your own business. You don't need somebody else to come in and weaken an opponent so that you have a better opportunity to win. If you're the real deal, you're in Memphis already, and I just was looking, tickets as low as $17. So, if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm going to get a bunch of pizzas and buy all the fellas a $17 ticket. We're just going to sit up there and watch a basketball game.
Go to the game and heckle them. That's what I would do.
Yep.
But can I respond to something you just said?
Sure.
Let me answer it for you. They're not the real deal.
Well, then what are we even talking about?
Because you don't have to be, quote, the real deal for something good to happen. Something good could happen, but they're not the real deal.
But they're good enough to not need Boston to tenderize Memphis in order for you to beat them.
Memphis is good, too.
Memphis
they're
is
also
great.
not the real deal. But
only one team will eventually be Evander Holyfield, the real deal.
There are 3 teams, I would argue, that might be the real deal. Maybe. Oklahoma City, Boston, Cleveland. Any one of them might be the real deal. They might also be regular season Rochelle. I don't know. But all of these other teams are just good teams. That's it. They're just good teams.
Well, Oklahoma City is having an historic season. They have the best point differential, positive, minus, negative. 13.2 is their point differential, which as of right now is the best in league history. And the other teams that are up there on that list, they've all won the championship. So if you're OKC and you're having this regular season, 62-12, they got a chance to win 70, which has only been done twice, one of whom did not win the NBA championship, spoiler alert. And, they're in a league of their own right now. So if they don't win the NBA title after this regular season, you could call it what it actually was probably going to be. It's a choke job. If you're this good in the regular year Like the Warriors, when you go 73-9, that was a choke job.
Well, sure, but okay, you can call it that. Absolutely. It's incredibly disappointing. I don't know why. I don't know why we need to look at it that way. Like, does it make you feel like, and I'm not talking about you, but like as a fan, like, do you need your team to have hair on its chest or something like that? Like, I'm all for taking advantage of the breaks that you get in life. Like, you have to have them. That's not a sign of weakness. Like, I mean, I'd argue we could go back through all of the Warriors championships and they had them each time.
Well, almost every team that's ever won a championship has gotten
You get breaks and you've got to make good on them, and that's okay. Like, I'm not out here rooting for things to be harder so that everybody can be more grizzled and you can show that you're actually that dude and that won't stop with all of that.
Well, go out there and just handle your own business.
Well, sure, but it'd be nice if the business was easier.
It would be nice if Memphis lost the game. I don't think that we need to ask for triple overtime. And
I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying I'd be okay with it.
I wouldn't be against it.
Yeah.
I mean, Memphis is going to play tonight, and then they're going to play tomorrow. And you're playing against a Boston team that, even without Jaylen Brown, Boston should still win this game.
Even by the way, I could argue Memphis winning or losing tonight, that doesn't even matter. The Warriors just need wins. They need wins.
Right, but it would be great if Memphis continued to back up, because then your need for wins is, it's not lessened, but your ability to climb up to 5, I guess, becomes more possible.
Yeah, like, I don't even care about 5. It's completely possible that 6 might be more advantageous than 5. I don't know who's the 4.
Yeah.
Like, my point is, I am not worried about seed at all. Just get in. Get in.
Oh, yeah.
And if you could not be the 8, I think that would be, good. It'd be good for 2 reasons. Because if you're the 8, A, you're playing Oklahoma City, and B, it means you played 2 games in the play-in tournament and you missed all of your rest. So I don't want the 8. Outside of that, I give a rip what number is next to them. I'm not going to overthink who they're playing right now because I don't know who they would even play with any of these numbers. It's starting to maybe take shape. I think the 7 is going to get Houston. I think.
Perhaps.
But there's a lot of games still left that can push this in a different direction.
And I would add a C to your A and your B. And my C would be, if you wind up as the 8 seed, that means you're not playing very well. That means you ended the year with kind of a fizzle. You're probably not going to end up. You're not going to go 6-2 in your last 8 and be the 8.
You could if the Clippers go 7-1.
Yeah, but it's not likely.
Look at their schedule.
Right.
It's not that unlikely.
Just depends on if you beat them, and there's so many other machinations.
Right.
But
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
What I'm getting at is just handle your business. And Lucas made a good point on our show thread about, and I'm kind of with him, like, I'm not worried about seed, and I'm not worried about matchup, because no matter what seed you are, to win the NBA championship, you're going to have to beat 4 good teams.
Well, you're not in a position to worry about seed if you're the Warriors.
Not right now.
Words,
you might be.
Maybe, but I doubt it. Like, you're probably not going to be in a situation because of where you sit where you can worry about that and mess with it a little bit. Like, you'd have to be Houston. Houston could get to 3 games left and be like, I think we'd rather be the 3. I don't want to be the 2. All right, well, let's just start sitting people. Hey, Şengün, you got an ankle sprain. Hey, Jalen Green, you have a migraine. You're out. Like, you could do that, but you can't do that from the back end. Like, if you're the Wolves and the Warriors and the Clippers, I just don't think the opportunity is going to present itself for you to start worrying about seed and messing with everything. You just have to, with all full force, you have to go get one of those spots. So it's just go win. It's just go win. So that's kind of what I meant by, like, I'm not as worried about Memphis losing tonight as much as I am. I like the idea of Memphis being tired because the Warriors need wins, and that's who they play tomorrow night. That's all I meant by that.
Well, Memphis likely will be tired just by the nature of them playing tonight. And Boston's a very good team, and Boston is in a little bit of a weird spot because they're an island. They're not going to catch Cleveland at the 1, and they've got an 8-game lead on the Knicks for the 2.
Right.
So maybe that's partly why Jaylen Brown is sitting. I don't know the severity of the ailment.
Those guys they've been kind of in and out. Tatum also, and I know he got hurt against Sacramento last week. But yeah, they've been they've been giving those guys their rest. Jalen was on the injury report with a right near posterior impingement.
Okay.
And was listed as questionable.
There you go. He's out. He's now out.
He's now out. Yeah. Hang on. Let me see this. Okay. I need to send this. Here, talk for a second because I need to send this to Lucas because Kevon Looney's going to join us in about 5 minutes.
Oh, sounds good. And so you're going to send him the info to make sure
send him the info,
that we make that happen. Well, this would be a good opportunity to talk about Kevon Looney and the three-point shot he hit yesterday, which I don't know if you were still watching the game at that juncture. Warriors are up 42, and it's Pat Spencer and a bunch of guys with numbers you wouldn't recognize. And here's Kevon Looney in the corner. Pat Spencer, it was clear that they called a play to get Looney a three in the corner, and Looney just spots it up, catch and shoot, bang, first career three for Kevon Looney.
Except for...
Wait, what?
Not the first career three for Kevon Looney.
Second career three for Kevon Looney. What a moment.
I believe it was the 11th career three for Kevon Looney. That was number 11.
First three-pointer of the year for Kevon Looney.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I knew I'd get there.
There you go. First three of the year.
And I wonder...
Career does rhyme with year.
Yeah.
I think that Tim Roy said the first three of the year. And he just coughed right before the word year. This is the first three of the year.
Yeah.
And so it came out first three of his career.
It's possible. I haven't heard the audio, but it could be. And I wonder if, if Popovich was on the bench, if Steve Kerr and company would have still tried to run up the score like that on San Antonio. You're up by 42 with 3 minutes left, and you're drawing up a play to give a guy a three ball. Feels a little bit bad sportsmanship.
Do you guys want to hear the call?
Yeah, let's hear the call.
To.
Oh, here it is.
Golden State haven't had too many games like this year. Looney with a jumper from the corner. He hit a three. Kevon Looney hits a three. My goodness. Kevon Looney, left corner triple. Wow. He knew he wanted that one. He's just still got a big grin on his face. Kevon Looney, I believe that might be his first three of his career. It is. It's his first three of his career.
Oh, he had to say it twice.
Yeah.
I was gonna.
Boy.
Yeah. I was gonna be like, this is first three of his year, and then he went and said it twice. He double back.
Double up.
Well, Tim is in the middle of calling the game, and it sounds to me like he was fed some misinformation.
Yeah.
Misinformation.
It's rough, but
it's okay. It's okay.
Looking at the video, it was pretty clear that was a design play, and you're up 42, and we're drawing up plays to pile it up to 45.
Two things. Actually, three things. Here's the first one. Number one, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. That's number one. Number two, we don't know that it was a called play. We'll ask Kevon here in about 2 minutes. Number three, though, you and I do differ on this. I don't, and I think Steve's on my side. We've talked to him about it before. I don't think in professional sports there is such thing as poor sportsmanship
in the unwritten rules,
through scoring.
And I'm saying this completely tongue-in-cheek.
Okay, good, right.
Tongue-in-cheek.
And I get it. But I mean, if you are collectively 12 bazillionaires running around on a basketball court, please miss me with the idea that with time on the clock, the other team is supposed to worry about your feelings. My God. Like that, I can't even handle that. If we're doing this at Little League, if we're doing this in high school, now we've got a conversation to have, for sure. But even though collectively the San Antonio Spurs who are playing probably make minimum wage, still minimum wage in the NBA is pretty good. And I think all of you are going to be okay if somebody shoots a three to go up from 42 to up 45. You're going to be fine. Hey, Roki Sasaki, you're going to be fine. I'm sorry that you got pulled from a game in Major League Baseball after a multi-million-dollar posting fee, and when you came and chose Market 2 America, you're going to be fine. I'm not taking a shot at the guy for showing emotion, but
he's a little broken up.
You're going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's totally going to be okay. That's my take.
I like it, and I wonder if your take changes when you think about 148-106 with 12 seconds to go, and now we're going to find TJD in the corner. See if he gets a chance to eat.
With 12 seconds left?
Yeah, you're up 42, and now we're gonna put TJD in the corner, and we're gonna fire him the ball, and we're gonna make sure that we get him a clean look at a three as well. So I'm with you. Pro sports, there's no crying in pro basketball. I look at these incidents and I think, if you're going up against a different team or a different group of individuals, like what would Beef Stew think about this? Isaiah Stewart, a noted hothead.
Well, he tries to beat everybody up no matter what the hell you do. You could shoot a three when you're down by 42 and he'd punch you in the face. I don't know what's up with that guy.
TJD with a very clean look, wide open in the corner.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it.
Well, yeah, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's a good try.
Listen, it's a little different when the shot clock is off and the game is over. It is a little bit different. But at the same time, it is a concept in professional sports that I don't really understand. I don't. Do you remember that Fernando Tatis homer in Texas a few years ago? They put a position player in there, and he hit the ball over the fence, and everybody freaked out. I don't know if it was like a 3-0 pitch maybe or something like that. I'm like, you're going to denigrate the game down to you're sticking like your third outfielder to pitch, and then you're mad that somebody hit the ball? What's he supposed to do?
Right, just strike out?
Like, especially with, if you want to get down to this level of stupidity, numbers matter to these guys.
Absolutely.
Contracts. Like, I'm going to try to put that thing in row 82 with I don't care if the score's 18-2.
And I don't care if you guys throwing 57 miles an hour to backup shortstop. You put him into pitch. He's the pitcher. I'm the hitter.
I'm going to hit the ball.
He's trying to get me out.
Yeah.
He's not just up there like going willy-nilly throwing grounders to me.
I've always been in favor of a waiver that the team that's down should be able to use. And if they wanted to run out in the middle of the court, call time, grab the referees, hold up a waiver. It's like a little piece of paper.
Like a white flag.
Yeah, you can do it online if you want. Say, look, I know there's 3 minutes and 12 seconds left to go in the game, but we're down by 46 and we're up in our feelings. So we would like the game to be over right now. And we would like to leave.
Yeah.
And if that's what you want to do, then let's do it. But if there's time on the clock and the other team is literally told that they have to have the ball, then go put the ball in the basket.
And sometimes the best way to put it in the basket is a corner three.
Maybe it is.
1 for 4 in the year now.
It certainly was last night, deep in the heart of Texas. Our next guest, River Island's guest line, is none other than Kevon Looney, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs. So first and foremost, Kevon, thank you. Thank you very much. I know you guys just landed, so thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. And then can you take us through this three-pointer in the corner yesterday? Was this a design play, or how'd this thing all come together?
It was a design play. Offense was flowing pretty well, so he was trying some new things out, and Steve drew up a three for me in the corner. Pat made the right play, and I shot with confidence and went in. I practiced it enough. They've been talking about it. I need to give me a three before the season end, and so I got me one last game.
So now that officially becomes a part of the playbook, right? You went to Steve after the game immediately and said, "Hey, this works. I'm hot."
That's what I said. I said if he drove more plays for me, I'll probably get more points and more threes. But let's see if it works for me.
You know what? Come on. Take us through this. Like, I watched you in college, and you shot threes. So, like, where is this in your game? And do you think that there's there's more to it that you could play that you could use offensively?
For sure. No, that was one of my goals this summer was to improve as a shooter and shoot more threes. And I worked a lot at it, but I shot it more in training camp. I was shooting them in the scrimmages, but I didn't really find my footing and during the season to find. I didn't want to shot hunt threes. I didn't want to be that's what my calling card was. That's never going to be my thing I hang my hat on. But if a three came my way, I was going to try to shoot them. And as games go by, you stop shooting them. It's kind of just kind of go to what you know. So I've still been trying to challenge myself. That's one thing I think that can take can extend my career and take me to another level is being a better shooter and shooting more threes. But right now. Steve comes to me and says, I need you to shoot more threes. That's what I'm going to do. But he usually asks me to do what he want me to do out there, which is rebound, screen, connect the game, and do different things like that. So that's what I kind of focus on.
Yeah, you hit one of the 21 threes for the team on the night and just an explosion with 148 points. I know you won in New Orleans a couple of nights earlier, but was that just a nice offensive palate cleanser for you guys to feel like you just got into a nice little rhythm again?
Definitely. We have been struggling shooting the ball on this road trip. We won that game in New Orleans, but we didn't play the style that we wanted, so we didn't play a great game from start to finish. And I think we needed that, especially all these last two games. All these games are important. We're playing against a really good team, so just to have our confidence right, to get our rhythm back, getting everybody clicking on the same page is it's really important for us. And I think last game it was a great game for us to get our rhythm and showcase what we can be.
Hey, Loon, real quick on this. Do you guys get into 3-point shooting competitions in practice?
Not really.
No?
We kind of Steph is the guy, so we don't really. The bigs kind of do. Usually shoot around me, QP, and Tracy. Usually have a little 3-point contest in our workout. So I know we do, but I don't know. Steph does his own thing. Buddy is if you're gonna get in a 3-point contest with Buddy, you're gonna be in there all day because he loves to shoot. He's gonna be in there for 2.5 hours getting shots up. So guys usually got their routines, but me, QP, and Trace, we definitely shoot threes at the end.
How many of your Warriors teammates do you think you could take in a 3-point shootout?
I think I'm middle of the pack. I think I'm pretty. I can shoot the ball pretty well, and I used to shoot last year. I've been shooting. I don't shoot them in the game, but I still always practice them, so I feel good about it. I think I'm probably about middle of the pack.
Yeah, you're clearly a notch ahead of TJD, who tried the Kavan play on the other side of the floor. Didn't quite get the same success as you, but kind of fun to see at the end of the game you guys getting a chance to flesh that out a little bit and shoot the three. So you're in Memphis now, and Memphis is about to play Boston here in 20 minutes. So do you guys all gather together and lock in and watch the game, or do you just kind of take some time for yourself?
It depends. Like today, I'll probably just sit in the room. We just got in and probably watch the game on TV, just get comfortable. It depends on the hotel, how nice the hotel is. Sometimes we all go into a ballroom. Some guys might play poker. We all watch the game together. But it's a long road trip, so guys probably tired. We probably just stay in the room tonight.
Yeah, come on. Let's hear about this road trip because we're hearing a lot about the challenges associated with it. It's a long one. There's been a lot of off days. How are you guys handling it?
I think we handled it well. We got off to a rough start, but the last two games have been better. It's always going to be hard to win on the road, and if we can close it out with some good wins, it'll be a great road trip. It's been, like I said, it's been a long road trip, but we got to be together as a team, to be able to bond and be able to hang out with each other. Be able to connect is big for us, especially going into the playoffs. We're building that chemistry, getting guys back, and so I think it's good for us to see where we're at. And I think we've been growing as a team, kind of learning about each other. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been tough, but hopefully we get these next two wins, and then it'll be a great road trip.
4 games in what is now like 9 days. It'll be 10 or 11 by tomorrow. That doesn't seem physically like a huge strain, but can you explain the mental part of a road trip like this where it's 4 different cities, now a 5th city, you're gone from home for a couple of weeks at a time, especially you as a recently engaged man. What are the challenges mentally of being on the road?
It's always tough being on the road. You're away from your family for the most part, living out of suitcase, going hotel to hotel, doing a lot of traveling. We've been far away from San Francisco. There's long flights. We're getting rest in between, but you're still not getting your your daily routine. You don't have the same access to the gyms and stuff like you do at home, where you can just go get up at any time of day and go into the gym, go into your comfort zone. So it's a little different, but we all professional. We all know how to handle road trips like this. Is not our first long road trip, so it's definitely mentally taxing, especially at this time of the year and when it's game 70, whatever, 4 or 5. Your body's pretty tired, but this is the game that we love, so we look forward to just going on the road and playing these games and trying to quiet the white crowd out. Makes it worthwhile.
Kevon Looney joining us on Willard and Dibs. Kevon, since Dibs brought it up, we'll let everybody know that your fiance Mariah Simone. Can take us through it? How did you propose?
We had I was in San Diego. I was at the Hotel Del Coronado. It was on the beach. I'm not even a beach guy, but she likes it, so I did it on the beach. We had dinner, then surprise. I told her we was taking she loves to take pictures and model and stuff like that, so I told her we were just taking pictures. It was right after Valentine's Day, and I didn't really get to celebrate with her, so I told her it was our Valentine's Day dinner. And so, yeah, went on the beach. I took pictures first, had dinner, and then I said we had one last picture we had to take, and then popped the question. She was really surprised and really happy, and I'm just glad she said yes.
Now, hold on. I think you left something out, Kevon. Is this true that you had, white roses and candles on the beach that read, "Will you marry me"?
I did. I tried to be romantic, when I'm on the court, I try to be, physical, and I try to hurt people out there, but outside, I try to be nice to my girlfriend. So
wait, who went and did that for you? Or did you do that before?
I didn't do it. I made some calls, had some people set it up for me, but I had to call around town, and they got it done for me.
He's a playmaker. That's making a play right there. That's making a play.
That's harder than knocking down a three. I know that.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Yeah, the logistics. You just had to get to the corner and have Pat Spencer find you and knock down the triple. And this is a much, much bigger deal. So you got Memphis tomorrow, then the Lakers, and you got Denver in a back-to-back, and then you got Houston. How do you guys go about being aware of what's coming down the road while also trying to stay in the moment on the game that you have in front of you?
We just try to stay in the moment. We just go game by game. If you lose one game, your whole standards can change, so you can't look ahead. We just try to stay in the moment. We all looking at the standings. We all have a goal. Nobody wants to be in the play-in, so we just want to get as high a seeding as possible, and then we control our own destiny. If we win, we move up. So we just try to stay game by game. The coaches might, they got their scouts, so they're probably looking ahead. They got to make sure they have us prepared, but we just taking it game by game and trying to stay in the moment. Each game is going to be difficult. All the teams we all fight for jockeying for position. So it's going to be a lot of great competition, and this makes the NBA fun, to have stretches like this.
Yeah, Kevon, you say stay in the moment, and I'm sure you guys do a good job with that. Starting tomorrow, over a 6-day stretch, you will play the current 5 seed, then the 4 seed, then the 3 seed, then the 2 seed. Does this feel daunting to you guys?
No. I wouldn't say it feels daunting. I'm excited for it. It's going to be a lot of fun to play in high-pressure games in the regular season. That's what makes the NBA fun, like I said. So I'm looking forward to it. We know it ain't going to be easy, but we all live for these moments, and we get to control our own destiny. If we win, like I said, we get to move up, and you want to test yourself. And we talk about being a championship team and being a contender. This is where you get to prove yourself and get to measure where you're at, get to improve and see where you can get better at, especially going into the playoffs. So I think we're all excited. It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be challenging on the body, going to be challenging on the mind, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
You guys have always been a very confident group, having won multiple championships and the lot, and now you add Jimmy Butler. What was it like when Jimmy first came into the locker room? How did that help to bolster a confident group to get even more confident?
Just the way he carried himself, him coming into the locker room kind of just changed the whole vibe. He's an all-NBA player. He's an all-NBA defender. So him coming in, he carried himself with extreme confidence. He's not worried about trying to fit in. He just came in and was being himself. And we kind of just follow his lead. Steph and Draymond are great at having guys to join into a culture and bringing that joy and setting the tone. And bring another guy like Jimmy just kind of added to that mix, and they all fit in perfect. The personalities blend in well, and having Jimmy out there, having another competitor out there, another guy that's likes to have fun and is really intense. So it's been great. I think it was a spark that we needed. It kind of just changed our season, and he's been great to play with.
Come on, that vibe that he brings, how would you compare it to the successful teams and their vibe that you've been on in the past?
I would say it's similar in the fact that all the guys like each other. He's really focused on winning. He has that hunger. But he's a different person than all the other guys. He's a unique guy. He's not like the other guys that we had in the locker room. He's a different type of person that I think I never played with before. So he has his own different things that he does and the way he carries himself. But he's all in on winning, and I think that's what we had common with the other teams. It's all about winning. Him, Steph, Draymond, all around the same age. They kind of been through battles together, and so we got a good blend of young talent, older guys, and guys around my age. So I think it all kind of balances it out, and I think that's what we have a good team. We need to have all those different types of personalities.
Is it a bit of an odd experience for you now to not only be one of the vets, but you look around and you got JK and Pods, and they're just babies, and you got rookies and TJD and all these other guys, and you wake up and you're one of the OGs now. What's that been like for you, Kevon?
It's definitely been different. I don't know if I like it yet. When I got young guys coming to me, calling me OG and different things like that, I'm not still getting used to it. Sometimes I feel like people try to age me a little faster. They act like I'm 35, like Steph and them, and I'm not. I'm still in my 20s, so I'm getting used to it. But it's a lot of fun just having guys that, especially like Pods, JK, the season, like JK, even Moses. They've been in the league 4 years now, but they still like 21, 22. To see them mature, seeing them grow, seeing them get better as players and as grown men it's been fun to see. Hopefully, I can keep being here and being a veteran a long time, but it's definitely different. I'm still getting used to it.
All right, Loon, you're a gentleman for joining us. We'll let you leave us with this. So, Jaren Jackson, Jackson Hayes, Nikola Jokic, and then Şengün. Who are you most looking forward to saying hi to this week?
They all gonna be a lot of fun. I didn't get to play against Jokic last. He was hurt last game, right. So I'm always looking forward to playing against him. We both learn from Decky, so I always get to talk to him about that. So I'm looking forward to that matchup.
Love that, love that. Hey, enjoy the night off in Memphis and big week ahead. Thank you so much, Kevon. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
There he is.
Yep.
That's Kevon Looney.
The best.
He is.
Yeah.
He is.
And I just reading a comment on the YouTube page, and somebody said something to the sense of, if somebody doesn't like Kevon Looney, you can't trust that person.
Oh, completely. I've run into, you have situations like that in life where somebody will be telling you about, person A and person B kind of got into a little bit of a disagreement. And I'm like, I don't know anything else about it. And I'm like, well, person B is wrong.
Exactly. Automatically.
Because I know person A. And if you get into it with person A, you're just a jerk.
Yeah, it's you.
You're just, that's a you
thing. It's a you problem,
right?
No doubt. That's kind of with Kevon. How do you, how do you not love him?
Yeah.
It's just the way he plays and just the way he goes about everything. He's just such a lovable guy.
Totally. And he has jumper cables.
Yep.
I love
confirmed.
I love that.
Has to.
Lunch pail.
No doubt.
He has all of those things. And he's looking forward to getting in there and mixing it up with Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
On Friday.
In the meantime, you can just picture him right now in his hotel room, just shoes off,
chilling,
pillows stacked behind him, remote in the hand.
How good does that sound?
And just, yeah.
Could you take me to a hotel by myself and get room service and a basketball game?
You know the old idea of you need a vacation from your vacation?
Oh, well, yeah.
Travel with a 2-year-old.
And you came back on your day of work.
That's fine.
I know it's fine.
No,
you're here.
I'm stoked.
You're handling it.
Well, and you know what's funny is
that's a lot.
When you spend 4 days with your wife and a 2-year-old, you can't wait to talk sports.
That's true.
You can't wait to get to work.
But there are commercial breaks, and during the breaks, you're over here fixing pilot lights.
Yeah, we got a little heater issue, a little water heater issue.
Dan Diddley's got jumper cables.
Well,
okay.
Apparently all is good. I guess when you leave town,
that's a relief.
When you leave town for 4 days, your pilot light doesn't go off, but it goes into quiet mode.
I think that
because you're not using the hot water.
A pilot light is just like it's like a sock in the side of the dryer. Like they just know. They know it's like, oh, you're gone for 4 days? All right, I'm out.
Yep.
And yes, I am part of that half of society that's like, I don't know what the hell to do when that happens.
Yeah.
You got to call someone who does, or else you're going to blow your house up.
Apparently it's me.
Well, of course, yes. In your relationship, it's you. In my relationship, it's like, I don't know, 911. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Does anybody know what to do here when this happens?
Good news, we have hot water again.
All right, I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
That's good. Yeah, that girl's going to need a bath after being on a plane.
You have no idea.
Oli in Pleasanton is on with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Oli. What's up?
Yeah, hey, this is Oli. Hey.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, I'm sorry. Pronounce it again.
Oli, O-L-I.
Oli. Okay, yeah, I got you. Go ahead, Oli.
Real quick, Warriors playoffs starts from tomorrow. Okay? First, you need to get down to get past seed number 5. After that, we take down seed number 4, and then 3, and then the 2. And then you have the last man standing, which is seed number 1 from West, and then we'll go to the NBA Finals. Go Warriors.
Okay.
Oli, thank you.
Oli.
It's easy.
That's it.
You beat 5.
There it is.
4, 3, 2, playoffs, championship parade.
That
Number
is
4.
That is the order.
Number 3.
And then?
Yeah.
Number 2. Number 1.
Number 1. Yeah.
And then
that is the order of the numbers in America.
Yeah.
That's correct. And I think other countries too. As far as I know.
And what Oli didn't say, and I'll do it for him, is when would the parade be? So I'll go ahead and Google the NBA Finals dates, and I'll figure out. That way we can make sure we don't take that day off.
Actually,
it's a great question.
No, it is. Although, if we are going to take him exactly at his word, well, he actually added a round. You just take out 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, and then championship. That would be 5 rounds.
That's a lot of rounds.
That's too many.
Too many rounds.
That's too many rounds. If they win 5 rounds, they will be the first ever 5-round NBA champion in the history of the league. I'm confident in saying that.
Right.
So, anyway, but yeah, if you're that, Oli perfectly brings us back to where we started the show. And if you're that confident, good on you. I'm not. And I'm trying to literally learn a little bit about self here. The Warriors have been amazing since Jimmy Butler arrived. Yet for some reason, when I look at this week, it's like, whew.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet.
That's a lot. That's a lot. So, all right, 888-957-9570. What do you think is going to happen this weekend? And what is your level of confidence? We'll take your phone calls on that. We'll continue to react to what Kevon Looney had to say. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question. That's the question, right? I mean, that's the 20, 25, 30, $35 million question.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not going to do it.
I got one more day.
I'm not going to do it.
I got one more day.
To what?
Till my picks get back to stinking. March is my month. I've had a pretty good March, not as good as last year. And I know the Texas Tech one I gave you turned out to be, boy, that thing was a real stinker. And then it got pretty interesting. And they didn't cover, but
did you give me Texas Tech?
I think I told you that was my favorite of the Friday session or the Thursday session.
Oh, but against
Arkansas.
Against Arkansas, I didn't do it.
That's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. My pick is my pick, whether or not you invest or not. You gave up on me after I gave you a 2-team winning women's parlay.
Well, I figured I wanted to go out on top.
Well, you should have stuck with me with the ladies, because those have been pretty interesting and relatively easy tonight. UConn giving 14.5 to USC without Juju.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
I know that's a big number.
USC is still very, very good.
They are.
They're still very, very good.
But 14.5 is a big one.
Yeah. No, I want it. I also get to the point. I don't know if you do it this way with anything. If y'all like to play, whether it's underdog, whether it's gambling, whether it's March Madness pools, whatever. When my rooting interest starts getting involved, I peel back.
Yeah.
Like this Warriors week, dude, it's like half the games around the NBA. I've got this invested interest in what's going on. We're watching the Clippers are in Orlando right now, down 6 late first quarter. And I'm locked. I'm locked in on this. I don't have anything on it. I have my Warrior fandom on it. That's it. So when I've got all of that going on, then I tend to do less.
Right, because you already have interest.
Yeah.
You've already got action. You've got emotional investment.
Right.
We got Memphis coming up against Boston here momentarily, and we're all Boston fans for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. And then we can go back to hating Boston. But until then, beat Memphis. Go out there and beat Memphis.
Exactly right. Exactly right. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Ton of fun to have Kevon Looney on. If you missed any portion of it, download the Odyssey app, subscribe, get all the content there. You can do it on YouTube as well. We invite you to check out Kevon Looney, who joined us moments ago from Memphis, and that was a whole lot of fun. But also, I asked him a question, and I kind of knew that he'd say no, but I wanted to know what his context would be. I said, does this week feel daunting to you? And he's like, no, it feels exciting. And I'm going to use both words. I think it's both of those things. I think it's exciting. It's very exciting. It is also daunting. And I think it's a quirk that doesn't tell the whole story, but an important one anyway, to say that, well, the Warriors are 18-5 since Jimmy Butler joined the team. All right, great. There's 5 teams ahead of them in the West. And how many wins do they have against that group since Jimmy got here? And I think the correct answer is 1, right? They beat Houston.
Right.
They beat Houston right before the All-Star break. And so we were still just getting to know Jimmy. And Houston sat parts of their roster for parts of the time. It was kind of a weird game. But anyway, that's the answer. They have not really had a chance to beat any playoff teams in the West. And now suddenly, in 6 days, they get a chance to play almost all of them. Boom. And it feels daunting. And I do not feel a bubbling confidence about what the Warriors are going to do. And I sort of wonder why I feel that way. In other words, I'm questioning how good I actually think they are based on what we've seen them do with Jimmy, which is so impressive. But I must be questioning it because I don't feel great about this week.
I do think part of it is the recency of what we've seen, and Kevon even said it. Yeah, we beat New Orleans, but we didn't shoot it well. We didn't play that well. So in the last 4 games the Warriors have played, they're 2-2 with 3 games where they didn't play well. 1 game they played really well against one of the worst teams in the Western Conference. So you could take that with a grain of salt if it comes to your confidence. Then you look at the gauntlet, those 4 games they have coming up against the 5, 4, 3, and 2 seeds, respectively, in the West. And that's a very difficult stretch. You've got 4 games in 6 days against 4 teams who are higher than you in the Western Conference standings. One team who's owned you this year, they've beaten you 3 straight times. Another team that's owned you the last few years in the regular season, they've beaten you 9 straight times. And you've got Houston and Memphis in there. And a Memphis team that can be feisty, and they're finally fully healthy with a new coach. So it's fair to be daunted as a fan. And I'm glad you asked Kavan, because you knew the answer would be no, but he looked at it as an opportunity. And if you beat Memphis, if Memphis loses to Boston, and right now they're up 3-0, they're well on their way to victory.
Boston's going to have to play from behind.
And you hate to see it, but if Memphis loses and the Clippers lose and you beat Memphis, you're the 5 seed. Come Wednesday morning, you're the 5 seed.
Right. You could also be the 8 seed.
Exactly.
When we go to bed tomorrow.
Memphis beats Boston. Memphis beats you. The Clippers win. All of a sudden, you're the 8. So, and that's how Kavan was looking at it. That's what he said. Like, I just see it as opportunities to move up, moving on up in the Western Conference.
Super chat from YouTube, Alan Day. We see you. We thank you very much for sending this in for $4.99. The Warriors are dead against the Grizz. They're going to put pods in every action. Whatever odds they put out for Ja, bet the over.
Okay. Pods in every action. So screen roll, get Pods involved.
Lock it in.
You know, so if Pods isn't guarding Ja, whoever Pods is guarding will set a screen on the guy guarding Ja. And then it's a natural switch. Now you got Pods on Ja. Pods on Ja.
Pods on Ja.
And
that sounds like a delicious dish.
Yeah.
Pods on Ja.
Might be over rice.
And the Celtics have rallied back and have tied it at 3.
Overtime alert.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like. Can I get the Pods on Ja with brown rice?
Side of rice, exactly. Yeah. Let's go to James in Fremont. Hi, James. What's good today?
Hey guys, just enjoying the drive home.
Okay, good. All right, that's it. That was a good run. No, I'm kidding, James. What else do you want to say?
Well,
yeah, actually, I guess that was it.
I think.
Oh, there you are. We couldn't hear you, James.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you now.
All right. Okay. So I think we can beat any team as long as we don't spot points in the first and third quarters. And then with the Lakers, it's really a matchup issue for us. This team is pretty big. That's why we always lose to them. So as long as we just protect the ball and don't have those slow starts, I think we have a chance with any team that we play against.
Well, I agree with that, James. I don't disagree with that, but there's also a piece of your point that I think it's tough to just sort of like flick it off as that. You know, like as long as you don't let the other team score more points than you early, and as long as you don't let them score more than you late, then you're in good shape. Well, right. And I don't mean to, I'm not dismissing the point at all. I get what you're saying, but how do you go about doing that? The Warriors have not been a great first quarter team recently. I know they played wonderfully yesterday, but even on Friday, they stunk in the like awful in the first quarter. And when you're on the road, it is very hard to recover from that unless you're, playing New Orleans. But that's the end of that. We're kind of done with Cupcake City.
Yeah, not many left.
There's not a lot left. So you're going to have to be on point every quarter and play really, really good basketball. And I guess that one night in San Antonio just didn't do that much for me in terms of feeling like they've really got that thing. They've really got that sort of mojo going right now. Yeah, a couple of wins, but I think that's the best way that I can describe what I'm feeling right now. I don't feel like the Warriors have their mojo right now.
Yeah, they don't.
I hope that I'm wrong, but I don't feel that way.
Well, every game can be different, and I do think that the last 4 games you played 3 subpar games, and you got 1 win out of those 3, and then you got things humming against San Antonio, and maybe that portends toward them playing well tomorrow against Memphis. And the Jonathan Kuminga piece, we'll have to wait and see tomorrow how he is looking and, whether or not they rule him out. Hopefully he doesn't get ruled out too early, because that would indicate to me that he's not even close to being ready to go tomorrow. hopefully it's more of a game time decision where he's able to get out there and warm up and see how it looks. And I guess it'll all be determined in the morning based on how stiff he is and how it feels when he wakes up tomorrow.
I mean, I'm hoping that we get one of those Warrior PR, like those little notices that they send out where they're like, Jonathan Kuminga is making his progress. And it'll be we didn't get any of that, actually, which may be a good sign. We didn't get what you get with GP2, for example, is you get here's what's going on, and he'll be reevaluated in a week. That's the word I don't want to see. I don't want to see the word reevaluated, because reevaluated means we're going to take some time. You're not playing for a few games. They didn't do that. So that's good. In theory, Jonathan could be ready to go in tomorrow's game. Don't know that for sure, but that's the good sign. But I'm kind of with you that I hope that we don't see anything early. In other words, the Warriors already know right now that he's not playing, and they just haven't said anything because they don't have to. There's no media availability today.
It's possible. Yeah, they just arrived, and I wonder about X-ray. I didn't see any report of an X-ray. Certainly an MRI. It just looked like it was a hard fall, and he was able to make it with help to the locker room, and that was it. He didn't play again. So the fact that there wasn't further examination tells me that they don't think that it's so severe that they needed to have it examined, magnetically or through X-ray. And so now it's just a pain tolerance thing. And so I think by tomorrow he wakes up. You get to Memphis now, and you get a little bit of treatment, probably ice if he's got some swelling down there on the tailbone area, and then you wake up tomorrow. And how you feeling, kid?
I'd like to pass along some more NBA breaking news.
Is it sounder worthy?
No, don't hit the sounder. Don't hit the sounder. But so you know how we said the Clippers are playing right now? They're now down by 2 early second quarter in Orlando. Then tomorrow they'll get on a plane, and then on Wednesday they will host the New Orleans Pelicans. The Clippers will host the New Orleans Pelicans. C.J. McCollum and Zion Williamson have been announced as out for the rest of the year.
Of course.
For the New Orleans Pelicans.
Why play basketball?
I don't know why they would play basketball.
What's the point of playing basketball when you are paid to be a professional basketball player?
There is none.
There's no point.
Absolutely none.
You're trying to be as bad as you can.
And they are.
And you're trying to lose as much as you can.
They're doing a wonderful job.
So why would you play 2 guys who can impact winning when you're trying to lose? And I do think that the more we get down this road, there's got to be a really hard look at the whole idea of tanking and the way these teams go about tanking, because
I don't know what to do about it. I'm with you, but I don't know how to battle it.
Yeah, you got to find ways, and the one way you could do it is the way that they'll never do it, which is, you gotta play basketball to get paid. And I know that these contracts are guaranteed, and so you can't make them do that because the players' union would never go for that.
No, of course not.
But that's what we get now with this situation where your team stinks, so you've got guys who they could play basketball and maybe risk an injury, or they could risk winning a game, which is the worst thing.
Right, especially with 2 weeks to go. We got 2 weeks to go. And so if you're dinged up and you're out of it, yeah, that's what you're going to do. You're going to announce yourself as out. Actually, you know what? Let me give one player one set of flowers before we go back to the phones. I want to actually give Anthony Davis some flowers, because that was the word like 3-4 weeks ago. Why would he come back? Dallas is out of it. They're the best case scenario. They could work their way into the play-in tournament on the back end. What's it worth? Why shouldn't Anthony Davis just sit out? Well, you know what? Anthony Davis has come back. He's started playing. The Mavericks have won a couple games in a row. They're starting to play decent basketball. If they win tonight, and they are favored to do so, they will be back to 500. They've moved themselves to the 9 seed. They're not going to get the 8. That's pretty firm that the Mavericks they're probably going to be in the 9-10 game with the Kings. But even though that's not a lot on the line, he came back. He came back. He's played hard. They've moved themselves back into play-in contention. I know that shouldn't be worthy of some big compliment, but in today's NBA, it is. No one else is doing that.
Right. And I do think that a lot of that is pressure from the Dallas front office and the ownership because they need to make this trade look a little bit better as Luka's, getting LA to rise up the standings, and LA is going to be a live playoff team in the West with Luka Doncic, and you got back a guy who got hurt in the first quarter, so I would imagine there's some pressure from the front office to AD, you got to come out here and play. You got to make this trade look a little less one-sided.
You're probably right. But then again, big-time NBA players making $50 million a year will often be like, call my agent. You can have that conversation with him.
Yeah, because we're not playing.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You don't think there's people on teams who have begged Kawhi Leonard to play basketball in the last 7 years?
He's playing tonight.
Great. In last night.
Yeah.
And they fell from the 6th to the 8th. So, anyway, let's go to Jay in the Bay. Hi, Jay. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say that I really believe in my team, and I think it's up to Steve Kerr to help them, too, not let them get 100 points behind before he decides to call a timeout. Stop babysitting the timeout. And when the three ain't working, they need to go hard in the paint. Throw them balls, go hard in the paint. I believe in my guys. Let's do this. Go Warriors.
Okay, Jay.
I like it, Jay.
Yeah, that's good energy. But at the same time, I actually, as much as fans don't like it because it just doesn't look good on TV and it doesn't sound good on the radio when Steve joins us, I'm much more of a long play guy. I understand it's like when the threes aren't falling, you need to call a timeout and get into somebody's shorts. I understand that scratches our itch as intense fans. I don't think it works with professional basketball players. You're not going to go get into the face of anybody. And I know he wasn't even necessarily saying that, but you're not going to overreact to a few minutes of basketball. You bring up a good point with regard to the way they're starting games, but I don't think that the fix is to call more timeouts, get more intense, and blow off analytics and start blowing people up in the paint. The bottom line is the Warriors are going to have to hit threes with their role players, or else they're not going to win. And don't worry about that. That's true for all of the NBA teams. That's the way the game is played right now, for better or for worse.
Well, more so for the Warriors than any team other than Boston.
Well, and Boston is the freaking reigning champ, so you can do it.
Right. Well, the Warriors are the ones who created this blueprint of you live by the three, you die by it. And right now the Warriors are third in the league in 3-point attempts per game. So if you're going to shoot 42 threes a game, which is what they do, and on Friday, I think they shot 55 3-pointers was the number.
Let me look it up.
I was looking at it a little bit ago.
You're talking about in the Pelicans game?
Yes. I think it was 55 threes they attempted. And
the Warriors in that game attempted 55 threes and hit 13.
That's not good, Mark.
That is a rousing 23%.
In a win.
In a cover. And won by 16.
Yeah.
That's how bad New Orleans is. Yeah, don't get it
Second
twisted.
most threes on the year.
Do not get it twisted. The Warriors played awful on Friday night, I thought. I thought they were totally uninspiring in a game that was an absolute must. Absolute must.
Yeah, and they fell behind by 7 after 1. And to Jay's point, they have been bad in the first quarter all year. They're 17th in the association in plus minus in the first quarter. They're a negative 0.5. They're below the middle of the pack in the first quarter. And I agree with Jay, not about, burn a timeout and get into somebody's shorts, but play with more urgency. Find a 5 that you can put out there that's going to come out on fire.
Let's keep going. Jake in Richmond. Hi, Jake. Thank you for calling.
Hey, first-time caller. I'm driving to work right now, and you guys are awesome to listen to. I'm going to tell you guys that.
Appreciate it.
So, I'm no professional basketball, examiner, but I just don't feel like I don't get where the Warriors fans they're so delusional about Jonathan Kuminga. Everyone knows his one move. Backing up with the ball, little spin, fade away. It's always sketchy. I'm much more happy. I want to see Gary Payton get healthy. I feel like he's more of an asset to the team. And Santos, and Post, all those guys. I feel like Kuminga's just taking away minutes from those guys who are a big part of this team right now.
Well, Jake, look, I totally hear you, and we'll see if the injury sort of like grants you your wish automatically. Thanks, Jake. Thank you so much for listening.
Well, the GP2 part of it, he won't get granted because he's going to be out.
He's going to be out, obviously. But the larger Jonathan Kuminga issue to me, we had Dalton Johnson on earlier, and he said the analytics are telling him that Jimmy Butler and JK don't play well together. Like that lineup is not working when they're on the floor together. To me, that's a huge concern. But I don't think that the automatic fix is for the Warriors to just get mad at Jonathan Kuminga and bury him on the bench. That's not it. And I'm not saying that for political reasons either. I think they've got to keep trying things to figure it out. They really do, because you need something from Jonathan.
Absolutely.
I'm not in the camp where it's like, no, he's got to cook and get 25 and a big contract, and I don't care. I don't care about that, not right now. It's playoff time, so it's time to go. And you got to go out there, and everybody's got to be adults, so there's no room for feelings and all of that stuff. But I don't think that the answer is, so you don't work with Jimmy, so bleep you. You're out. Like that I just feel like
that hurts you.
Yeah, it's more complex than that. They've got to keep tinkering, and I know it's tough because there's 13 days left of the regular season.
You're down to just the final 8 games.
And he may miss some of those 13 days.
And the other part of it, Mark, is just looking at the 3-person combos. The combo he's best with, no surprise, is Steph and Draymond. So Steph and Draymond are out there usually in the beginning of the game for sure, but that's been Moses Moody. You can't take Moses out, and you can't put Kuminga in with the starters right now because that wouldn't work because you got Jimmy Butler in there. So how do you play Kuminga with the players he plays best alongside of, Steph and Draymond, where Jimmy's not going to be in there? So you play Kuminga in the non-Jimmy minutes, and you're playing Jimmy a lot in the non-Steph minutes. So the overlap between all this becomes a very difficult spreadsheet and a logic problem of how do you make Jonathan play with the best that he can be while also making sure that Jimmy is out there and Steph and Moses.
Yeah, got to get to work fast. This is how it's played now, whether we like it or not. Like, if you want to know, and I think you do, why did Kawhi Leonard sit out the Clippers-Cavaliers game last night? Because some computer said that he was supposed to.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what's going on. All of this stuff is getting run through, all of the data, the analytics, the permutations, all of these things. And it spits out a plan. It spits out a plan for these players. It spits out a plan for the rotations, which is another reason why it gets kind of funny when people are like, Steve Kerr and those damn rotations. Like, it's not.
He sits there with a pencil and in a legal pad.
Like, yes, there's some do it by feel as the game unfolds, but he's not just willy-nilly out there like, ooh, I'd like a player whose name starts with G. All right, Gee, you're in. Like, he's not, like, there's a plan. There's a plan, and it's based on something. It's not just based on nothing.
And it's not him and him alone who's coming up with this.
Correct.
It's a whole cadre of assistants and analysts and all the rest of it, figuring out who's healthy, who's fresh, and who plays best with whom.
We're going to keep going with your calls. Here we go, okay? The Warriors have a huge week. It's all Western Conference playoff teams. I'm not feeling terribly confident, and I'm trying to figure out why. What do you think is about to happen? Memphis, L.A., Denver, Houston, all this week, okay? All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Your calls next and throughout the 5 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, there's Kurt.
Yeah.
And if you're listening, Kurt, where the hell you been?
Well, I asked you off the air if he called Friday because it's kind of been his thing. Hey! And I was off Friday.
Yeah, but...
And it's been a couple weeks now.
Right, so like...
Get out of here!
Yeah.
The two boys on town weren't here Friday.
Good point.
And remember, that was also a Go Shorty, it's your birthday.
Ah, you're right.
Right? Like, we did I did an hour with Goo.
How was that, by the way?
It was amazing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. And then I did an hour yeah. And then I did an hour with just me.
Well, you had Bobby Fitz, right?
Yeah, he came on.
Okay.
Yeah, for a portion of that hour.
Okay. Hopefully 14 minutes.
And then I talked about, yes.
Dumb.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Then I talked about basically comparing Warrior basketball to toilet seats. You had to be there.
Okay.
And
What is going on here?
And then we did Warriors Live.
Okay.
And then we went home, and then the Warriors fell down 14-2. And then I got ticked, opened up a bottle of wine.
I'm going to drink it.
And in the end, it was okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Let's drink.
Let's drink. That's exactly what happened.
Thank you.
You beat me by a split second.
I'm sorry, Grandy. I'm back. Yeah, 14-2. So you lose in Miami, you lose in Atlanta, and not in that order. And then you go to New Orleans. It's like, all right, it's a get right moment. Let's get right here. And you fall down 14-2.
Yeah, but not just that, because I was actually still in the car. Tim Roy is doing the play-by-play, and every time New Orleans scores, I'm like, who? Like, what are we doing? Who are these people? It's like Curry, over to Butler, back to Curry, and oh, no, missed three. Okay, down to the other end, and Bob Salou Schniekerbacher lays it in. I'm like, whoa.
Eves Missy over to Hawkins. Hawkins to Bruce Brown. Now it's Alvarado.
Bruce Brown, yeah.
Topside to Jeremiah Robinson Earl for three.
Jeremiah Robinson?
Earl. Three names.
Oh, it's Jeremiah Robinson Earl?
Robinson Earl.
Okay.
Robinson Earl.
Is there a space in there?
That's a hyphen.
Okay.
You know what that is? It's a hyphenation.
All right, that's enough.
It's enough out of you.
That's the first time.
Feels like a Friday.
All right, let's go to. And it's only Monday.
I know.
It's only Monday. And then, meantime, before we go back to the phones, scoreboard watching has been intriguing so far tonight.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, so Memphis is up by 4 on Boston. Make it 6. 3 seconds to go, first quarter. But the Clippers-Orlando game is drunk. It's completely drunk. Orlando had a nice lead early. Then I turned my head. I looked back. Clippers are up 8. I looked back at you, said 3 words, and looked back up, and Orlando's up 6.
And now it's 2
what
at the half.
hell is going on in that game?
Seesaw battle.
It sure is. So anyway, halftime, Orlando up 47-45 in an old school Detroit Pistons type shootout.
Right.
Nobody got to 50 in the first half.
And meanwhile, Memphis, as you watch them, I mean, they're better than I want them to be. I wish they weren't as good as they actually are.
Can you join me over here in Skepticalville?
I'm not there yet. Tomorrow,
I
right now,
don't feel good about this week.
I'm imagining Kevon Looney, who we talked to earlier. He's in his hotel room. The shoes are off. The feet are up. He's got 4 pillows behind his head. He's probably eating a sensible yet savory snack, and he's watching this, and he's not worried.
Of course he's not worried. He's a professional athlete.
I got him for lightly salted pretzels, and
no, that's too
probably
carby. That's too carby.
Pretzels.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of a snack can you get that's not carby? He's not sitting there eating trail mix.
No, carrots and hummus.
Okay, I'm not.
You could get that in a fancy hotel. They're not at a motel.
He's not
It's schmancy.
dipping carrot sticks into hummus right now.
I bet he might be. You could get. This is the Warriors, dog. They're in Memphis. Like, you can call that place and get carrots and hummus.
Right. You can also just crack out a big bag of those Snyder's pretzels. You know, those big old pretzels.
Oh, the fat Bavarian ones?
Yes. I got Kevon for a fat Bavarian pretzel.
If you leave those out, they'll break your teeth. now. You be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got them for pretzels and probably a nice iced tea, a diet iced tea.
Pretzels and diet iced tea?
Sugar free.
There's no chance that's what's happening.
Yoga.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is somebody who does yoga. I got carrots and hummus.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
Text Raymond Ritter.
I will. I won't. Let's go to Eric.
Okay, 1 was enough.
Eric in Berkeley.
4 was unnecessary.
Eric, your favorite snack when you're trying to watch what you're eating?
Well, I haven't been watching what I eat because my favorite snack is chips and queso cheese sauce.
Chips and queso cheese sauce.
Yeah.
Like you do that?
I'm out of that conversation.
Yeah, you do. Eric, I get that if you're at the ballpark. Are you doing that at home? Are you melting queso on your chips in your kitchen?
Man, I eat it right out of the jar.
My man.
Yeah.
My man. All right, Eric. Let's go.
Hey, guys, listen, man. I have to applaud the last caller. I mean, a man to my own heart. He thinks like I think. I do not think Jonathan Kuminga is good for this rotation. I was very concerned when he came back from his injury the first time when the Warriors went on that 14-15 game run. And, even Moses Moody, who I've been very critical on the last few years, he's playing a lot better. And but Jonathan Kuminga is one that I don't think is a good fit with any lineup because he's an ISO player and he has one patented move, just as you said. Man, I applaud that. Just listen to you guys.
Eric, thank you. Thank you. Go enjoy some nachos. You've earned it. Look, it's a problem.
If he does not fit, then the player must sit.
Yeah.
That's the old adage.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
You're not wrong.
I don't know if it's as simple as he does not fit.
It's not that simple. But I don't think.
It's not as simple as, all right, let's make him fit.
Well, but it's also not this simple. Hey, Jonathan came back. They didn't play as well. And then they went to San Antonio, and Jonathan got hurt, and poof, now they're good again.
Poof, they're back.
Like that. No, I don't believe that.
No.
I don't believe that.
You played against a very, very bad team, and everyone played amazing. If Kuminga had played the whole rack of minutes that he was going to be allotted, do they win that game by 3?
No, they do not.
They'd probably win by 39.
I think he was +9 in his 7 minutes on the court.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they were fine. Everything was fine. That was just an easy game, and everything was flowing downhill. I guess the question that I would have asked next, if you really want to get deep into the analytics, and I don't, we're not a part of the Warrior analytics department. I don't even know how this stuff works. Steve shares it with us a lot. They go through all of the different pairings, and it often goes by groups of 3. Like these 3 players, when they're on the floor together, the Warriors are at their best, or they're at their middle range, or they're struggling. And this pairing right now of Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, according to what Dalton Johnson tells us, is struggling. That has not gone well. And that makes sense. What I wonder is this. 3-point shooting, especially on the road, it seems so inconsistent. I guess is the best word that I can go with. A lot of times they're falling, a lot of times they're not. So let's look at it. Now, on this road trip alone, you go to Atlanta, well, hold on, there's no Steph, so forget that game. Now we're going to go to Miami. Hold on, there's no Steph. We're going to forget that game. Now there's New Orleans. You're full strength. Everybody's there. You shoot 23% from 3. And I don't think it was because New Orleans locked you up with their plus defense. I don't think that was it. Then you go to San Antonio, and everything is fallen. And you hit over 23s, and Podziemski has 7 of them. What I want to know is those role players we're talking about, Pods, Moody, Quentin Post, Guy Santos, to a degree Buddy Hield, all of those guys. How does the Jimmy Kuminga pairing affect their shooting? Because if Kuminga truly is this ball-stopping type of an effect on the offense, I think you could sort of guess that the three-pointers from those role players are more contested and less in rhythm. And does that affect their shooting? I don't know the answer to that. But if you start getting all kinds of answers like that, and I would imagine the Warriors have that answer, well, then now you do get into a pretty dicey spot. Now you get into a dicey spot. But I don't know any of that to be true. I just know the simple fact right now that Dalton tells us that Jimmy and Jonathan right now are not a good pairing. That in and of itself is a real big problem because Jimmy's minutes are not going to go down in the playoffs. They're going to go up.
Right.
They're going to go the other way.
Steiny mentioned it during the crossover that he averaged more than 40 minutes a game in the NBA Finals 2 years ago, and that's the player that Jimmy is. If you want to know who playoff Jimmy is, he's a guy who's going to play almost the entire game. So if Kuminga and Jimmy aren't great analytically together, and Jimmy Butler's going to play, let's just say 36 minutes, well, that tells me that there are 12 minutes that you can play Kuminga without Jimmy Butler on the floor. And who will that be with? And I'm looking at all the three-man combinations based on plus minus per 100 possessions. It's kind of an esoteric stat, but the important takeaway, Mark, is the three-man combo that's best in plus minus is Jimmy, Draymond, and Pods. The second one is Jimmy, Moses, and Pods. You have to go all the way down to number 9 to find the first Kuminga, and it's Steph, Draymond, and Kuminga. That's Kuminga's best three-man combo. So if Jimmy's going to play 36, and you don't want to play Kuminga with Jimmy, that leaves Kuminga 12 minutes at most. And can Jonathan Kuminga be an effective player for you in 12 minutes? I don't think so. So then it leads you to think, well, what can we do with Jimmy and Kuminga together that will actually work? And who would the other three players be? This is the puzzle that the Warriors coaching staff is having to work through right now.
And one of them would have to be Steph. One of them's got to be Steph Curry.
Okay.
I would think.
Agreed. And then for me, you would want two really good shooters after that.
Right.
Because that lineup, Steph is an amazing shooter, but you need somebody else to be out there to shoot it.
Okay, how about Buddy Hield?
Okay. Which buddy am I going to get?
The good
buddy or bad buddy?
The good one. Well, okay, the problem now is if you're going down that road of when Jimmy and Jonathan play together, Steph needs to be on the court too. Well, you are you have no big guys. You have no big guys. So, like, what is your rim protection situation? Because I can put Draymond out there, but now you're putting out another non-shooter. I know he can knock down a three, but I'm talking about somebody that you actually need to guard out there. So this all leads to spacing problems. So I don't know, Buddy and Draymond, I guess, but in a short stint, maybe Quentin Post helps out a little bit with that, but that's not great defensively on the interior. You know, we're getting real down the X's and O's.
We are. We're getting deep.
And that's fine. I just think when you hear that, that's a very large issue for now and for later.
Exactly.
And because here's another thing. Here's one thing that went through my mind when Dalton was talking with regard to Jimmy and Jonathan are struggling to play together. All right, if that's the case, well, normally you'd think, well, hey, there's only 13 days left. There's only, what are we at, 8 games?
Yep.
Something like that? 8?
Yep.
Okay, there's only 8 games left. Then you got to do your playoffs. You got to put your best foot forward right now. There's no time to figure this out. But you figure it out in the offseason. In the offseason, you can, because Jonathan was hurt when Jimmy got here, so they haven't had a chance to even really practice together for the most part. So maybe there'll be some opportunities in the offseason. Oh, wait. He's a restricted free agent.
Yeah, he could be gone.
Could be gone, or you could keep him, but you need to commit to him before knowing if you can figure that out.
Yeah, that's a great point.
It's a really difficult situation they're in.
It is, but I've been saying this all along with the Kuminga question. I believe that the organization already knows what Kuminga's value is and what they think of Jonathan Kuminga as a long-term piece for the way that they play. If you've got Steph and Draymond and Jimmy for 2 more years after this one, you're going to play a certain way. You're going to play Steph's way, which is ball movement, player movement, a lot of screen action and screens away and all the rest of it, the way that the Warriors play. And if Jonathan Kuminga and his current style of play doesn't fit that, well, then you've already made your decision because you gave Jimmy Butler $112 million for 2. Steph is getting more than that, and Draymond's here as well. So you're definitely pot committed on how you're going to play. If Jonathan stylistically doesn't fit the way you like to play basketball, well, then the writing's on the wall.
888-957-9570. Also, Kevon Looney joined us earlier from Memphis, and we got into it with him a little bit about this coming week. And again, for those of you just joining, if you're just getting in your car after work, we appreciate you turning us on. It is a hell of a week for the Warriors. It is in order. Outside of Oklahoma City, it's the next 4 Western Conference playoff teams in order. The 5 seed tomorrow in Memphis, the 4 seed Thursday in the Lakers, the 3 seed the Nuggets back here on Friday, and the 2 seed Houston Rockets on Sunday at Chase Center. We asked Kevon if this stretch is daunting.
I don't want to say it feels daunting. I'm excited for it. It's going to be a lot of fun to play in high-pressure games in the regular season. That's what makes the NBA fun, like I said. So I'm looking forward to it. We know it ain't going to be easy. But we all live for these moments, and we get to control our own destiny. If we win, like I said, we get to move up, and you want to test yourself. And we talk about being a championship team and being a contender. This is where you get to prove yourself and get to measure where you're at, get to improve, and see where you can get better at, especially going into the playoffs. So I think we're all excited. It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be challenging on the body, it's going to be challenging on the mind, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
He also talked about stressing that with each game that they go into this week, don't start thinking about the next game. Got to think just about that one.
We just try to stay in the moment. We just go game by game. If you lose one game, your whole standings can change, so you can't look ahead. We just try to stay in the moment. We all looking at the standings. We all have a goal. Nobody wants to be in the play-in, so we just want to get as high a seed as possible, and then we control our own destiny. If we win, we'll move up. So we just try to stay game by game. Coaches might, they got their scouts, so they're probably looking ahead. They got to make sure they have us prepared, but we just taking it game by game and trying to stay in the moment. Each game is going to be difficult. All the teams are. We all fight for jockeying for position, so it's going to be a lot of great competition, and that's what makes the NBA fun, to have stretches like this.
There it is from Kevon Looney on the week that is ahead, and those Memphis Grizzlies, who will be opponent number 1 tomorrow night, currently leading the Celtics by 8. In the second quarter.
Yeah, and I'm not going to get more worried just off of one game against the NBA defending champs, but just watching Memphis out of the corner of my eye here and there, they are good, and just seeing them healthy again. They've got size. They've got a very quick guard who can get you buckets in John Morant, and they've got some size in Desmond Bane, who's a handful on his own. So this is going to be a big challenge tomorrow, no matter how this goes. And I know they'll be on a back-to-back, and the Warriors will be a little bit more rested. They're all in their hotels in Memphis right now, gearing up for this game. But you look at it, Mark, and you got 8 to go, and the Warriors are probably more understanding of the reality than all of us about how important it is to get out of the play-in. If you get the 6 seed, you get a week off. If you get the 7 seed, you play Tuesday or Wednesday in a win-and-rest situation. If you lose that game, you then play Friday. So you could end up playing Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. There goes your rest, kids.
And your best case scenario, if you play that game Friday, would be Oklahoma City.
Correct.
That'd be your best case scenario.
Because you'd be the
That'd
8th.
be your only scenario.
Right. So you go, and
your other scenario would be you miss the playoffs entirely.
And it could be Tuesday, Friday. We don't know if it's the East or the West on the Tuesday of the play-in week, but the benefits of being the 6th with an older team are so big. And that's why in these last 8 games, you think about a 6-2. If you can go 6-2 with a win over the Clippers, you're going to be the 6th seed at least, I believe.
So when you texted me yesterday, the Warriors are so back, you were being sarcastic.
No. Well, yes. No, yes.
That's both no and yes. You can't have both.
Well, and
you're going to need to pick one of those.
I'll explain.
Okay, please explain.
They're so back in that they've won 2 in a row, and they beat San Antonio by 50 points.
Please explain.
Yeah. Sarcasm. That's the sarcasm part of it. Because they're so back. They had to dig deep to beat a crappy New Orleans, and then they motorboated one of the worst teams in basketball. So they're so back.
Sure.
But then again, they are so back because they've won 2 in a row. They're back in the 6th seed, and they've got some momentum. And Steph Curry is healthy. And the way you played against San Antonio, I do think gives you a healthy dose of confidence. So yeah, they're so back. There's also some sarcasm in there, because you played New Orleans and San Antonio.
I think that the Warriors, this idea of them maneuvering through the NBA playoffs, like the idea of these next 2 weeks going well and then maneuvering through, I honestly think like they need a perfect storm. They need a perfect storm. And I don't say that to be critical or dismissive or any of those things. I actually made a little list. I wrote a list. 5 things that must be perfect for the Warriors to advance. And you can define advance however you want, whether that means just getting into the playoffs, maneuvering into round 2, Western Conference Finals, whatever you want. But these are the 5 things that have to happen basically perfectly for the Warriors to have the playoff experience that so many are hoping for. Number 1, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler need to be perfectly healthy. Perfectly healthy. I literally don't think there's room for them to miss a game the rest of the way. So that's number 1. Number 2, Moses Moody and Brandon Podziemski have got to hit threes. It's just make or miss league, right?
Yep.
But those 2 guys in particular who are streaky and not great shooters but capable sometimes, Moody and Pods have to hit threes. Number 3, the ball has to move. I don't know any other way to say this. Like, this is the one thing where the Kuminga conversation does sort of come into play. I'm not putting it all on him by any stretch, but Warrior basketball is obvious to see when it's going well. Like yesterday, the ball movement is just insane. And for whatever reason, when certain players are unable to execute a high level of ball movement, the Warriors become a very, very average team very quickly. So number 4, they have to keep their emotional edge on the rest of the league. Because I also see coming down the stretch, you've got teams that are starting to, I don't know if it's fatigue or what have you, but you got players and teams that are starting to get a little emotionally wobbly, similar to the Minnesota Timberwolves getting pulled into a Pistons brawl or LeBron James being more interested in Nick Wright and Stephen A. Smith than he is on an inbounds pass in Chicago. So I might have said 5 things, I meant 4. Those are my 4 things. Those are the 4 things that need to be absolutely perfect if the Warriors are going to move.
Yeah, 4 things, 4 wins to win a series, 4 series to win the NBA championship. I like the symbolism of that. I like the way that it all lines up. And I think your 4 things are pretty spot on. And I would also add Quentin Post to the 3-point conversation, because if Quentin Post can play 15 minutes in an NBA high leverage game and knock down 2 or 3 threes, that becomes a spacing threat and a shooting threat that you absolutely need. But yeah, it'll be Pods and it'll be Moses Moody for the most part, because they're going to play more. And I'll also add the idea to health of GP2. I think you need to get Gary back on this team as early as possible in a playoff series. Gary's been big in the playoffs defensively, especially.
Yep.
Remember the playoffs where I think it was against Memphis when he got hurt and then he came back. And when he came back in that series, he kind of changed the momentum of it because he can do so many of the little things. He can defend at the point of attack. So I think that the health one, you're right. You need Steph and Jimmy and Draymond to all remain healthy. But I also think you need to get GP2 back as well.
All right. This is what I was sort of hoping to not get. Then again, I don't know what it says, but let's go live right now to Mark Grandy because the Warriors have put out a Jonathan Kuminga update. Mark?
Here it is, straight from the Warriors themselves. I'm going to read the release. Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga, who exited last night's game against the Spurs with 6:59 remaining in the second quarter, was evaluated today in San Antonio and is undergoing further evaluation and monitoring. He is questionable for tomorrow night's game at Memphis. So not much.
Well, a lot, actually, because he's doing that in San Antonio.
I would imagine it was before they took the trip.
I thought you were saying
he was evaluated today in San Antonio.
He was evaluated in San
before they took the
Antonio,
flight.
and then he will have further evaluation.
Okay.
in
Maybe
Memphis.
not in San Antonio.
I would hope.
Okay.
No, I think he may. I hope he got on
I
the
don't
plane.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That just kind of struck me that, he got evaluated, and now he'll get further evaluation. No specifics about X-ray or MRI, which is good news.
Yeah, I think it's, in general, I take that to be more good than bad. You know what I mean? Like when they say, right, we're going to reevaluate him on Thursday, that tells you we're shelving him for now. The idea that they're just like, he's been evaluated and there will be further evaluation tells me that I don't think they found a whole lot. And so they're just going to kind of keep watching him and then maybe test it out pregame. That'd be my guess.
I'm sure further evaluation will include like, hey, Jonathan, how you feeling this morning?
Sure,
after a flight and after a sleep. And, you wake up and I don't know if you've had these types of injuries. I had a tailbone injury. I think I mentioned it last week or the week before. And it takes time. There's not much you can do. You can't stretch it out. And when you have a pelvic contusion, you can do ice and pain management stuff and heat if it's a muscle, but it just takes time to get to the point where that thing doesn't hurt that much.
Yeah, but I mean, he's already had one sleep. He had a sleep in New Orleans
and a flight
and a flight. So yeah, look, they're playing it coy, but I think if he was going to miss some time for sure, I think we would have heard that by now. If he was going to miss the game tomorrow, at least for sure, I think they would have told us that.
Agreed. And, further evaluation is pretty standard when you have something like that happen. And I wonder if his youth doesn't serve him well in this case where a 36-year-old, 37-year-old Steph Curry has a pelvic contusion as opposed to a 22-year-old. It might be a little bit easier to bounce back when you're a younger person.
Yeah, and I do think Steph's looked more serious when it happened also.
Yeah.
So maybe it was more serious. Sure, the age factor. And let's be real. I don't think anybody would take this as some sort of a slight. The importance of the player. Like when your superstar goes down, you are going to treat that whole situation with kid gloves. You're going to be as careful as possible. I don't know if that's the case here. I also wonder how that hits people. You know what I mean? Like I know that a lot of you are out there. I don't want to put too much credence into this, but I know that there are a lot of people right now who believe that the Warriors play better basketball when Jonathan's not there. I know, like that's out there. Like it's hard to fight considering the way they've looked the last month and a half when he is and when he isn't on the floor.
Well, when he is on the floor, and I took out the game against San Antonio because he only played 6.5 minutes, so I looked at the other 8 games that Jonathan played since he came back from injury. Minus 45 collectively in 8 games, and he's averaging 14 a game from the floor, shooting 44% from the floor, 16% from 3. And you think about rebounds, 3.5 rebounds a game, 3 assists a game, a steal, and the team is 5-3. So individually, he has not been all the way back, and I know he's coming off the ankle. Yeah. I'm going to give him some grace for that. But a minus 45 for a team that went 5-3, and I know 2 of those games were Steph-less games where Steph didn't play.
Sure.
So the team wasn't the team wasn't good in those games either.
5-1 when Steph does play with Jonathan.
Right. But still, in those games, a win against New York, he was a minus 10. A win over Milwaukee, he was a minus 11. So he hasn't been on the court contributing to positive basketball and wins in a small sample size.
Yeah. It's funny, gosh, like just my eyes in watching him play over the last couple of weeks, then when you mention all those numbers, the numbers sound worse than the way it looks in real time. That's my first reaction to those. Those numbers sound awful.
Yeah, not good. Minus 45 over 8 games, which is an average of 5.6 per game to the negative. And, a lot of these games, like the win over New York, you win by 3, and he's a minus 10. So that's a 13-point differential between when he was out there and when when the whole team was out there.
Let's go to Big Smoothie in Oakland. Hey, Big Smoothie, what's going on?
Chuck, I'm a little disappointed in you guys because it sounds like you missed a great opportunity for an evaluation sensation, but that's okay. But listen,
can't get them all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Where's my cha-ching? But listen,
you got it.
If we be honest here, Jonathan Kuminga has a wildness to his game that shouldn't be there at this point. You know what I'm saying? There's a point where you look and you say he should be a little bit more under control. We all see the raw talent, but at this stage to his game, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a player that's super fast, and all they know how to do is be fast. John Wall, when he first came out, Derrick Rose. But then you see they start to settle down. John Morant. You start to see a calmness, and now they're more cerebral, and we just don't see that with Kuminga. With his body type and his explosiveness, 3 rebounds, 4. What is his career high rebounds? Like 5, 4?
No, he had 8 just on Friday. Like, see, I'm
sorry, not career, but what is his average? What is his highest average?
Yeah, his career average is 4. Yeah, it's 4.5.
He's got double digits twice this year.
Yeah.
In the same game.
Smooth, thanks. That's my reaction to that kind of a thing. Like, I don't actually think he looks out of control. I don't think he often looks out of control. I think that, like, too often, it feels like there are hustle plays to be made that he doesn't make. That's my one sentence. Like, that's all. I mean, I said that going into the game on Friday. Do you know what would have been awesome on Friday? A double-double.
Yeah.
He almost got it. I think he had 16 and 8. Is that right? He had 16 and 8 on Friday night? And it looked to me in that game like he was consciously trying to do the things that Steve Kerr has talked to us about. It looked to me, and I loved that. I'm like, great. Like, go get the rebounds. And don't worry about anything on the offensive end. That stuff's going to come to a player like that. So that's kind of what I would love to see him focus on. I don't think he looks out of control. I don't.
No, not so much. I do think that the way he plays stylistically isn't necessarily a natural fit for the way the Warriors like to play basketball. And that's my one sentence. And, Kuminga got to the line 8 times in that game Friday night, which is good. He showed aggressiveness on offense. And he, like you said, he got the 16 points. But the way the Warriors like to play is not necessarily his best style of play.
888-957-9570. You ready?
For what?
Are you ready?
For what?
I want you to say that you're ready for anything.
Of course I'm ready for anything.
Because this is going to be good. Let's go live to Kurt and Hayward Hills on Willard and Dips. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, there's the boy. There they are.
Music to our ears.
Boys in the Bay Area, 95.7 the game, boys.
There it is.
Hey.
What's up, Kurt? How you been?
Listen, what do you guys want? What's everybody want about? Come on. We got the toughest games coming up, the 4 games. We got Memphis tomorrow. What's there to worry about? You know what we got to do to Warriors? It's one game at a time, fellas. Not looking any further. When you got the 3 veterans, Green and Curry and Jimmy, and you got a good young team and the best coach in the NBA history, you can win 3 out of the 4 games. 3 out of the 4. That's what it is.
Is that the goal?
3 out of the 4 games.
The goal is 3 out of 4?
It's got to be. Well, you don't want to go 2-2, fellas, because if you go 2-2, we could drop. And we're not looking to drop. I said they would stay in 6 a long time ago. I still think they're in a good position at 6. And you just got to know that you got Curry, you got Green and Jimmy. Whoa! What about Paul Kuminga? Hey, I like Kuminga. What is the story about you with Kuminga? What do you mean? This guy's a very young, talented player. He kind of got injured, but he did very good the other day playing. Kuminga, I still think he has a good shot with us. I don't think there's anything bad about Kuminga. He's a very young electrifying player. He really is. He just may be a little needs to be polished a little here and there. I mean, he's not working out with Jimmy, but that's okay. Jimmy's going to bring us all the way with the Curry and Green. You got to one game at a time, fellas. 3-1, that's the goal. And not only that, the starters, we're 11-0 with the 5 starters we got now. So what does that tell you?
Is that a true stat?
Tomorrow.
Is that a true
We're
stat?
going to beat the stinking Lakers.
11-0, Kurt, with that starting lineup?
What was that, sir?
Did you just pull that number out of your wahoo? 11-0 with this starting lineup? Is that true?
That's right. 11-0. That's 5 starters of the Warriors. They're 11-0. Look it up. That's a fact.
Grandy, is that a fact?
Give me a sec.
All right, we're gonna fact check you, Kurt. We're gonna fact check you right now on 95.7 The Game. But whether that's fact or fiction doesn't even matter. We absolutely love it when you call. What would you say if I told you that 2-2 is good enough this week? There he goes. That's Kurt Hayward Hills.
There he goes.
And see, I told you everything was fine. He's just waiting for you to get back from your trip.
I'm glad. I was getting worried. And yeah.
This isn't worry, by the way. He said, what's all the worried about? I'm not worried. I'm just being real and honest with you. I'm being real that when I woke up today, I'm like, ooh, this week feels hard. Yeah, Grandy.
Starting lineup of Steph, Podziemski, Moody, Butler, and Green, 11-0. Confirmed.
Nice job, Kurt.
Impressive.
Nice job.
11-0. Yeah.
You know what else is good? We got an update from Doc Pandia.
Okay.
Doc Pandia texted us.
On a pelvic contusion?
Well, he just listened to the update that Grandy passed along directly from the Golden State Warriors and texted this to us. Thank you, Doc. Thank you for being so engaged on the show and for listening. And he said, that's a good update regarding Kuminga. Seems like a pain tolerance issue. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So you would think, give him a chance. Give him a chance to keep on rolling right through the
give him a
these
chance.
games.
You put the ice on it, and you do what you can to manage the pain, and ultimately you get out there and you try to loosen the thing up, and if it hurts too much, then you give him a couple more days.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see that and deal with that a lot more tomorrow. We are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and still more time for your calls at 888-957-9570. So that's where we're going next as we take you up to the top of the hour. On Willard and Dibs.